Chapter 526 I want to become the protector of Athens. The next day. The royal palace of Babylon. Andromeda's queen's palace. When the sun illuminated the entire room, Andromeda still didn't wake up from her deep sleep. Her little head rested on Roy's arm, with a smile of contentment and happiness on her face. Roy admired Andromeda's delicate and beautiful face and thought about the words he could use to persuade Andromeda. Roy came to Andromeda. Of course. Not because he felt sorry for the young widow, but because he had a greater purpose. Honey. After Andromeda opened her eyes and woke up, she immediately showed a bright and sweet smile and buried her little head in Roy's arms, as if she didn't want to be separated from Roy. Am I really not dreaming? If I am dreaming, I hope I never wake up. Silly girl. Roy said, holding Andromeda tightly in his arms. No matter how many times you confirm, I will still appear in front of you alive. But I can't stay with you all the time. I have to go to other cities next. Before I leave, I want to give you an important task. What mission? Honor Phaethon, the sun god, in your domain. Roy said with a serious expression. Now I am only worshipped as a heroic god. And next I will become the sun god of the entire Athenian empire. You? Andromeda asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Is your goal to become the protector of the Athenian empire, king of the gods? That's right. Roy admitted frankly. When I was alive as a human, I was the supreme king of humans. Now that I am a god, of course I will become the supreme king of gods. Then you want to return to the city of Athens. Take back your identity as the emperor of Athens. And then worship yourself as the protector of the country. Now is not the time. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I don't have the strength to become the king of gods yet. There is a saying that virtue is not worthy of its place. The so-called virtue does not refer to character, but to strength. Sitting on the throne without the strength to become a king is a true portrayal of virtue not worthy of the throne. Roy's identity is both the emperor of the Athenian empire and the sun god Phaethon. To put it simply, both the referee and the player are Roy. Although Roy can use his identity as the emperor of Athens to enshrine himself as the protector of the Athenian empire, king of the gods, Roy must consider whether virtue is worthy of the position. In the history of another world, Amenhotep IV, the pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt, once insisted on enshrining the sun god Aten as the protector of Egypt, and drove the sun god Amon from the throne of the king of the Egyptian gods. As the pharaoh of Egypt, Amenhotep IV did have the power to enshrine the sun god Aten as the new protector of the country. But does the sun god Aten have the strength to suppress the sun god Amon? Does the temple of Aten have the power to suppress the temple of Amon? Judging from the fact that Amenhotep IV and his wife died around the age of 30. Their son Tutankhamun became a puppet and became the last pharaoh of the 18th dynasty of Egypt. The sun god Aten obviously did not have the strength to suppress the sun god Amon. The temple of Aten did not have the power to suppress the temple of Amon. So the sun god Amun and the temple of Amun counterattacked, destroying Amenhotep IV and his 18th dynasty of Egypt. Following the lessons learned from Amenhotep IV, Roy would not rashly regard himself as the king of the gods of Athens before he had sufficient strength. If Roy wants to become the king of the gods of Athens, he must first have the power to suppress all the goddesses. Andromeda said worriedly, My dear, will the goddess Aphrodite object to you asking me to worship the sun god Phaethon? You first worship me in Babylon. If Aphrodite's reaction is not strong, then worship me in the next city. When Aphrodite raises strong objections, I will personally negotiate with Aphrodite. After talking about his plan, Roy continued to confuse Andromeda. Dear Andromeda, when I become the king of the gods in Athens, I will help you become a goddess so that you can be with me forever. Andromeda nodded and said, I understand what you mean. We have common interests as a couple, and I will do my best to help you achieve your goals. The city of Uruk. As queen of Sumer, Semiramis did not have an easy life. What troubled her was not the endless stream of suitors, but the Sumerians who were hostile to her. The Amorites and Sumerians had a blood feud for thousands of years. As an Amorite princess, Semiramis ruled the Sumerians like walking on thin ice. As long as there is a slight mistake, Semiramis may fall to pieces. In this case, Semiramis certainly had no intention of widow remarriage. The royal palace in the city of Uruk. After driving away the prince of Elam who came to propose marriage, Semiramis began to handle various government affairs conscientiously. Ever since the news of Loi's death reached the Sumerian region, There has been an undercurrent in the Sumerian region. Although the Athenian Empire brought a better life to the Sumerians, and the Sumerians had no dissatisfaction with the Athenian Empire, Loewi, as the Athenian emperor, did not leave any successors. Anyone in their right mind can see that the Athenian Empire will fall apart in the future. If the Athenian Empire fell apart, the Sumerians did not want an Amorite princess to continue to rule over them as queen. After finishing all the complicated government affairs, Semiramis lay tiredly on the armrest of the throne and muttered to himself, "What do those who come to propose to me think? Although on the surface, I am a queen who rules the Sumerian region and half of Elam with great authority and wealth. But I am a princess of the Amorites. The main body of my rule is the Sumerians. Do those suitors think that I can continue to suppress the Sumerians' voices against me like I am now? It is because I believe that you can rule the Sumerians stably that I let you, the princess of the Amorites, become the queen of the Sumerian region." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy's figure suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. "You?" Looking at Roy, who suddenly appeared, Semiramis thought he was hallucinating. It wasn't until Roy walked up to Semiramis that Semiramis smiled bitterly and said, "I actually saw your dead soul. Am I going to die too? It seems that when I received the news of your death, I should die for you. You will never die." Roy took Semiramis's right hand and put it on his cheek. "Dear Semiramis, now I have been reborn as the sun god Phaethon. When I become the king of the gods, you will all become goddesses with my help and be with me forever." The touch from his right hand made Semiramis confirm that Roy was not the so-called undead. She immediately said in disbelief, "Have you always been alive? Why did you deliberately create the illusion of death?" In order to make Semiramis believe in his identity, Roy directly activated the sun godhead, causing his body to bloom with dazzling divine light. And the palm of his right hand released the blazing fire of the sun. Chapter 527 The Emperor of Athens is back. Witnessing Roy's miracles with his own eyes, Semiramis had to believe that Roy was indeed no longer human. "Now that you have become a god, can you still be with us humans?" "Sure," Roy explained with a smile. "I am now a human god between humans and gods, which is very different from a real god. Not only can I be with you, but I can also continue to be the emperor of the Athenian Empire." Semiramis couldn't help but said with his eyes shining, "Then the child I give birth to now will be a demigod with divine power from birth. I also want to know the answer to this question. It seems we should put it into practice." After saying that, Roy picked up Semiramis in a princess hug and walked to her queen's palace. The next day, Loewi, who took all of Semiramis's body and mind as his own, played the role of a caring husband. While enjoying breakfast with Semiramis, Roy finally made his request. "Dear Semiramis, I have an important task for you. I hope you can enshrine me as the sun god Phaethon in Sumer, and let me be worshipped by the Sumerians." After hearing Roy's request, Semiramis said with a solemn expression, "My dear, do you want to compete with the goddess Inanna for the Sumerian region?" Roy immediately shook his head and said, "The goddess Inanna is the goddess of Venus, and I am the sun god. The Sumerians worship the sun god Phaethon, which will not have much impact on the goddess Inanna. I will first let you and Andromeda be in your. The territory is dedicated to the sun god Phaethon because in your territory, the original sun gods have been driven away by me. And the goddesses Aphrodite and Inanna are not sun goddesses." Semiramis was convinced by Roy's words, nodded and said, "Dear, Larsa City was originally a city protected by the sun god Utu. I will worship you in Larsa City first and make you the sun god who protects Larsa City. If the goddess Inanna objects If Inanna objects, I will personally negotiate with her." After completing the layout of the Mesopotamia, Roy did not go to the Egyptian and Hittite areas, because there is really no sun god in the Mesopotamia. There is really a sun goddess Sekhmet in the Egyptian region, and there is a sun goddess Alina in the Hittite region. If Roy wants to use his face to deal damage, he will definitely arouse strong opposition from Sekhmet and Alina. So Roy's plan was to first worship the sun god Phaethon in areas where there was no sun god. When he is strong enough to suppress these powerful sun goddesses, Roy can force these sun goddesses to accept Roy and be worshipped with them. City of Athens. Even if the emperor of the Athenian Empire died, the heart of the Athenian Empire continued to prosper in the past. 1599 BC. December. A rare cold snap hit, covering the city with snowflakes. The Athenians who were busy in the cold wind and winter snow were all eager for the heat of the sun to dispel the severe cold. Boom. A blazing white gold flame suddenly appeared over the city of Athens. Athenians! Your emperor has returned from the resurrection. With the majestic declaration, Roy tried his best to activate his divine power, letting his body bloom with endless light and heat to dispel the cold wind and melt the ice and snow. The Athenians who raised their heads after hearing Roy's announcement saw a scene they would never forget. A second sun appeared in the sky. The heat of the second sun, Roy, dispelled the cold wind, melted the ice and snow, and allowed the Athenians to feel the warmth of the sun again. Acropolis, Royal Palace. Procne and Philomela also heard Roy's announcement. The two of them ran outside to the palace courtyard and looked at the second sun in the sky with suspicion. Sister! That was Brother Roy's voice just now. We can't hear it wrong at the same time. It was indeed Brother Roy's voice just now. Under the gazes of Procne and Philomela, the second sun slowly fell from the sky and soon landed in the palace courtyard. After Roy converged the divine light and flame, Roy's figure appeared in front of Procne and Philomela. I'm back. Looking at Roy with a bright smile, tears instantly fell from the cheeks of Procne and Philomela. Brother Roy. Honey. The two sisters ran to Roy at the same time, and then threw themselves into Roy's arms. Roy couldn't hide his excitement and hugged the two of them hard. I'm sorry I made you cry again. After lying in Roy's arms and crying for a while, Philomela suddenly said, Brother Roy. You smell like other women. Well, Roy explained with some guilt. After I was resurrected, I first went to Andromeda and Semiramis to fulfill my responsibilities as a husband. Brother Roy hasn't just been resurrected, then why didn't you come to me and my sister first? Are we not as good as Andromeda and Semiramis in Brother Roy's heart? Roy knew that 1,000 words of explanation would not be as useful as actual actions. So Roy didn't explain. Just picked up Procne and Philomela and walked to their bedroom. The next day, when the sun rises 3 poles, Procne and Philomela have been completely put to sleep by Roy. Roy came to the palace hall alone and checked various information to understand the current situation of the Athens Empire. Although the Athenian Empire still maintains superficial unity after Loe's death, Queen Nefer of Egypt and Queen Hatipuna of Hittite no longer accepted orders from the city of Athens. The many queens who rule other regions may really have no ambitions. Or they may be waiting for Nefer and Hatipuna to become the leaders. The only thing that comforted Roy was that these young widows were widowed for themselves. How is this going? The voice of the goddess Metis suddenly appeared in the hall. The next moment, Metis appeared in the center of the hall in the form of a human girl. Roy looked at the expressionless Metis and said with a bright smile on his face, As you can see, I have been resurrected as the sun god. After looking at Roy carefully, Metis said with a dissatisfied expression, Do you trust other goddesses more than me? Should I trust you the most? What other goddesses can do for you, I can also do for you. With my help, you become a heroic god. And I can allow you to become my brother. But I don't want to be your younger brother and subordinate god. Roy stood up and left the throne, walked step by step to Metis and said, Dear Metis, the first time I met you, I knew that this was a world where gods really existed. So I had the goal of becoming an immortal god. I kept using war to expand the territory of the Athenian Empire. That is to become a god like you. The huge territory conquered by the Athenian Empire is the price I use to exchange benefits with other goddesses. I did not choose you because I know that you only want me to be your subordinate god. You don't want me to be a threat to you. Chapter 528 The Balkan Peninsula is divided into 3. Roy's original identity was as a priest serving the goddess Metis. Therefore, Metis will not allow Roy to become an independent god and compete with her for the throne of the king of Athens gods. This is beyond doubt. It was precisely in order to avoid becoming a subordinate god of Metis that Roy exchanged interests with Persephone and Alina. And with their help, he became a heroic god and resurrected a human body. The throne room fell into silence. After Roy and Metis looked at each other for a while, Metis sneered and teased. It seems that I really underestimated your ambition. I've never hidden my ambitions, Roy said with a smile. When I was alive as a human being, I did not enshrine any god as the protector of Athens. Just because I wanted to keep the throne of the protector of Athens to myself. A mere human, Metis said angrily. How dare you dream of becoming a god-king above all gods? I not only want to become the king of the gods above the gods, I also want to be your husband and realize my long-cherished wish. Roy stretched his right hand towards Metis' little head and said, Dear Metis, are you willing to accept the pursuit of the great sun god Phaethon and become my queen? Before Roy's right hand could touch him, Metis stepped back to avoid Roy's right hand and said, "You are really crazy. In past history, no human has ever become the king of the gods. We gods are the guides of humans. And you humans are the people of the gods. This is the right relationship between gods and humans." Relationship. You actually want to subvert the superior, and subvert the relationship between gods and humans. Do you really think your ambition can be realized? You are such an arrogant goddess. Roy said without showing any signs of weakness. I don't deny that your gods have more powerful power. But the essence of humans and gods is the same. Human life will end. And gods who lose everything will also perish. Since I now have the identity and power of gods, why can't I become the king of the gods just because I was a human in the past? After being left speechless by Roy, Metis finally sneered. Then let's wait and see if the humans in the Athenian Empire accept it. You, once a human, have become the king of the Athenian gods. After saying that, Metis disappeared from Roy. Herald. After Metis left, Roy immediately called in the herald, who was waiting for orders. Immediately convey the emperor's order to the city of Athens, and all areas of the Athenian Empire. All cities in the Athenian Empire must worship the sun god Phaethon. Of course Roy knew that his order would definitely cause an uproar. That's it for those areas that are not dedicated to the sun god. The sun goddess Sekhmet is already worshipped in the Egyptian region. And the sun goddess Elena is already worshipped in the Hittite region. If these areas were to be dedicated to the sun god Phaethon, Sekhmet and Elena would definitely oppose it. After walking out of the hall and into the courtyard outside, he saw snowflakes falling from the sky. Roy stretched out his right hand and let the snowflakes fall on his palm. Winter. Feeling the coldness in the wind and snow, Roy couldn't help but smile. This is the season when humans are most receptive to sun worship. The next moment, Roy's figure suddenly disappeared. The city of Thebes. A temple dedicated to Loe. The statue on the throne suddenly turned into Roy himself. Looking at Harmonia standing under the throne, Roy said with a gentle smile, "Dear Harmonia, I heard your prayer. So I came." After saying that, Roy jumped down from the throne. "It's really you." Harmonia threw herself into her arms excitedly and said with tears, "I received news that you had returned to the city of Athens. I didn't believe it at first. I just prayed to you with the idea of giving it a try. But I didn't expect you to really come back. I'm sorry I couldn't come to you the first time." Just like Roy thinks the best way to convince girls is to sleep with them, Roy felt that the best way to comfort girls was to sleep with them. So Roy directly picked up Harmonia in a princess hug and walked to the room behind the temple. Night. Because he could not teleport with Harmonia, Roy carried Harmonia and flew back to Athens from Thebes. Royal Palace of Athens. Procne, Philomela, and Harmonia sat together after a long absence. But their atmosphere was not like sisters serving the same husband and loving each other, but more like competing enemies. "Brother Roy, why did you bring this woman back? She is not a homeless wanderer." Being called this woman by Philomela, Harmonia said while maintaining a smile. "Sister Philomela, I am also Loe's wife. Any place that belongs to Loe is my home. Just like the palace of Athens is my home. My Thebes palace is also your home. Because you are also Loe's, Ye's wife." In order to prevent the two from quarreling, Roy said immediately, "You three are the girls I value most. I brought you together to discuss the management of the Athenian Empire with you. As the Athenian Empire continues to expand, the management of the Athenian Empire must also make corresponding adjustments. I intend to divide the Balkans into 3 administrative regions. The Greek areas of the Balkans will be administered by Procne and Philomela. The Eastern Balkans will be administered by Harmonia. And the Western Balkans will be administered by Chiron. You, how do you feel? You want me to leave Thebes?" Procne and Philomela never had to leave the city of Athens, but they had to leave the city of Thebes. Harmonia smiled helplessly. "Now that you have made your decision, of course I will comply with your arrangement." Procne asked with a worried expression. "Brother Roy, how do you plan to arrange the territories conquered by Brother Erechtheus? The Ukrainian region that Erechtheus is conquering now, and the North Caucasus region and the Eastern European plains that he will conquer, cover an area of approximately 5 million square kilometers. The Athenian Empire currently does not have the huge manpower and material resources to effectively rule these areas. So I plan to let Erechtheus be the king of the grassland for a few years. Not only Erechtheus, but also the Amorian Peninsula that Ares conquered, covering an area of about 3 million square kilometers. is also an area that the Athenian Empire cannot substantively rule for the time being. So I plan to let Ares be the desert king of the Amoian Peninsula for a few years. When the Athenian Empire has sufficient manpower and material resources to effectively rule these areas, I will cut down Erechtheus and Ares and truly transform these areas. Became the territory of the Athenian Empire. Philomela immediately asked doubtfully. Brother Roy, the areas conquered by Erechtheus are all grasslands with fertile land suitable for farming. It is right for us to take back these areas. I heard that most of the Armi Peninsula is a desert unsuitable for human survival. Why do we even want to take back this place? Because the Armi Peninsula has half of the world's oil reserves. Roy explained with a smile. This alone is worth our huge investment in manpower and material resources in the Armi Peninsula. Chapter 529 The Goddess and the Priestess Husband. Tathagata. This word means as if coming. Tathagata. Is he really here? Are you coming or not? Now Roy has returned to the city of Athens and issued orders as the Emperor of Athens, which has also made everyone in the Athens Empire suffer. People in all regions of the Athenian Empire were discussing one thing: was the emperor dead or not? In just 4 months, they first got the news of Roy's death, and now they got the news of Roy's resurrection and return as a god. Rather than foolishly believing that Roy was really resurrected as a god, a normal person would definitely think that Roy had staged a fake death. A blink of an eye. Time enters 1598 BC. January. All news from various regions of the Athenian Empire was fed back to the city of Athens. The Apennine Peninsula, the Balkan Peninsula, Mesopotamia and other regions, an area of more than 1 million square kilometers, have all agreed to worship the sun god Phaethon, including the Caucasus and northern Armenia. The area dedicated to the sun god Phaethon exceeds 1.5 million square kilometers. Royal Palace of Athens. Roy sat on the throne in the hall, browsing his own news in his mind. Roy Phaethon. Age, 22 years old. Race, human body times god soul. Godhead, sun godhead. Occupation, hero god. Sun god. Strength level, mid-level god. Identity, patron saint of the Eastern Caucasus. Patron saint of the Northern Armenian Plateau. Now Roy's strength has increased to another level. But this was not because Loe was worshipped as the sun god Phaethon in the Athenian Empire, but because of the construction of Phaethon temples in the Eastern Caucasus and Northern Armenian Plateau to enshrine Loe as the patron saint. Within the Athenian Empire, Loe was worshipped as a god of faith and had not competed with the goddesses of the Athenian Empire for territory. This is also the real reason why Roy was not boycotted by the goddesses. If Loe competed with the goddesses of the Athenian Empire for territory, no goddess would be willing to lose their territory to Loe. The Egyptian region ruled by Nefer and the Hittite region ruled by Hatipuna refused to worship the sun god Phaethon. This was an expected result. It seems that I want to have in-depth exchanges with Nefer, so that Egypt will no longer be the Egypt of Queen Nefer, but the Egypt of the Emperor of Athens. Itawi City. This was the capital of the Egyptian kingdom ruled by Nefer. Because there is also a temple dedicated to Roy, Roy can teleport to Itawi City, the pharaoh's palace in the city of Ator. Nefer is busy handling government affairs in various places in the throne room. Under Nefer's rule, the territory of the Kingdom of Egypt was no longer the area on both sides of the Nile River, but included the desert areas, an area of Egypt covering an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers. The government affairs she had to handle far exceeded any other pharaoh in history. Nefer. Roy's figure suddenly appeared in the hall and said to Nefer, who was busy on the throne, "I'm back." Nefer raised his head and glanced at Roy, then continued to deal with his own political affairs. When Roy died as a human, various divine blessings including Aphrodite's blessing had disappeared. Without the charm of Aphrodite's blessing on these girls are no longer obsessed with Roy for no reason. Although they will not betray Roy easily, they will not unconditionally sacrifice themselves for Roy. Seeing Nephel's indifferent attitude, Roy could only take the initiative to walk up to Nephel and say, "Dear Nefer, your husband is back. Among your wives, which one am I the first to see you?" "You're number 6. Roy said a little guilty. "I came to you, I want to talk to you about the worship of the sun god Phaethon in Egypt. In other words, if I had not refused to worship the sun god Phaethon, I would not have the chance to see you now." Nefer immediately sneered. "Since my status in your heart is so low, why should I betray goddess Sekhmet for you? Although goddess Sekhmet cannot be my husband, she will regard me as her most beloved human being. Do you consider me your favorite wife?" Nafa, Roy said with an unhappy expression. Pay attention to your attitude. I am not only your husband, but also the emperor of the Athenian Empire. And even the great sun god Phaethon. Because of your status, should I obey you and obey your orders like an ordinary woman? Nafa said without showing any signs of weakness. This is my attitude towards my husband. If you are not satisfied, you can kill me. Facing Nafa's tough attitude, Roy was really angry. Roy is willing to let the girls around him become queens with great power, and let them help him rule the expanding Athenian Empire. But he cannot tolerate them getting out of his control. There is no doubt that Nafa is the one who stands out against Roy. As a princess of the Kingdom of Egypt, Nafa believed that her right to rule Egypt came from her ancestors. Since her power does not originate from Roy, she and Roy should of course have an equal relationship. Even if Roy becomes a god now, she is also an equal husband and wife with Roy. Nafa. The Egypt region is the Egypt of the Athenian Empire. The Egypt of the Emperor of Athens. Not your Egypt. If you are unwilling to carry out my order, I don't mind changing Egypt to another Egyptian queen to rule Egypt. Just as Roy and Nafa were confronting each other, Sekhmet's voice suddenly sounded in the hall. You two. Stop arguing. The next moment, Sekhmet descended into the hall in the form of a human girl. Dear Nafa, although you, as a priestess who serves me, should do your best to protect my interests, I don't want to affect your relationship as husband and wife because of me. Goddess Sekhmet. After hearing Sekhmet's words, Nafa's originally tough attitude immediately softened. After showing Nafa a gentle and sweet smile, Sekhmet looked at Roy and said, Roy, you shouldn't embarrass Nafa. Let's negotiate this matter. Just what I wanted. Roy nodded and said, as long as you can agree to worship the sun god Phaethon in Egypt. Nafa naturally has no reason to object. But I have no reason to agree. Sekhmet said with a smile. The sun god and the moon god are unique. After I become the queen of the gods in Egypt, the other sun gods in Egypt will become my subordinate gods. If you are willing to become my subordinate god, I will agree to your becoming the Egyptian god. Phaethon, the sun god worshipped in the region. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I cannot be a subordinate god to any god. Then you want to become the second sun god in Egypt. Sekhmet said with a frown. Now you just want to share the faith of Egypt with me. Will you also share the authority to rule Egypt with me in the future? Just like after you became Nafa's husband. You shared the power to rule Egypt with Nafa. Roy said frankly. My goal is indeed to become your husband, and to become the patron god and patron goddess of Egypt with you. Chapter 530 The lioness only loves the powerful male lion. You? Hearing Roy speak out his goal bluntly, Sekhmet couldn't help but widen his eyes and said, where do you get the confidence to think you can be my husband? Because I am the emperor of the Athenian Empire. Roy said confidently. Sekhmet. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will let you have more territory. If you don't want to share the power to rule Egypt with me, I will consider changing a goddess who is willing to marry me to become the ruler of Egypt. Queen of the gods. I believe that the goddesses Nate, Bastetto, Nekbet, and Wadjet will all be interested in replacing you. Is this threatening me? Sekhmet frowned and asked. When you treat me like this, aren't you worried that all the goddesses will unite to fight against you? If you, the many goddesses of the Athenian Empire, can unite, of course I dare not threaten you like I am now. But I know that it is absolutely impossible for you to unite. Because you goddesses are not equal to each other. And those who are weak in status and strength, it is impossible for goddesses to support those goddesses with powerful status and strength. As long as I drive you off the throne, other goddesses will be able to carve up your territory and authority. So not only will they not help you, they will seize the opportunity to make trouble for you. If you don't believe it, I don't mind letting the Egyptian region break away from the Athenian Empire. And then I will conquer the Egyptian region by force. And truly turn the Egyptian region into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. This statement applies not only to humans, but also to gods. Some gods have small territories and weak divine powers, while some gods have vast territories and powerful powers. Will those weak gods really support the powerful gods and be willing to sacrifice their own interests for the interests of the powerful gods? The answer is of course no. Sekhmet also understood that if she wanted to fight Roy, not only would she end up fighting alone, but there would also be a goddess behind Roy who wanted to replace her. Don't you think this is despicable? You actually took advantage of the competition for interests between our goddesses to make me surrender to you. Sekhmet said through gritted teeth. Just like a lioness will only accept a powerful male lion. As a lion goddess, I will only marry a husband who is more powerful than me. If you want to be my husband, then use your strength to defeat me. Defeat Sekhmet, Roy said with a smile. Goddess Sekhmet, I don't have the strength to defeat you yet. Now let's make an agreement. Before I can defeat you, I will not force you to marry me in any way. But I have become stronger than you. After I can defeat you with strength, you will marry me unconditionally. And together we will become the highest god and goddess in Egypt. Sekhmet hesitated for a while, then finally nodded. Okay. Just as you said. When you defeat me with your strength, I will agree to marry you. Dear Sekhmet, I won't keep you waiting too long. After reaching an agreement with Roy, Sekhmet's figure immediately disappeared from the throne hall. Roy turned to Nafa and said, Dear Nafa, your goddess Sekhmet has agreed to marry me. As long as I can defeat Sekhmet with my strength in the future, Sekhmet will become my wife. Seeing the proud expression on Roy's face, Nafa complained expressionlessly. Are you really not worried that the goddesses will unite to fight you? I don't think the wise goddess will be stupid enough to be defeated by you individually. Do you know how many goddesses there are in the Athenian Empire now? And how are these goddesses related to each other? Roy said with a smile. Alina, the sun goddess from the Caucasus, has a blood feud with the earth goddess from Asia Minor that has lasted for hundreds of years. If someone can resolve the blood feud between them and let them join forces to deal with me, I am willing to surrender directly. The bloody feud between the sun goddess Alina and the earth goddess is only the most striking example of the impossibility of these goddesses joining forces. There are also large and small hatreds and competition for interests among other goddesses. Let these goddesses unite to fight Roy. It sounds simple, but in fact it is simply impossible to achieve. I'm afraid these goddesses would rather marry Roy than let go of their blood feud and become allies with their past enemies. After all, there is no benefit in joining forces with the enemy. Marry Roy, you can get a huge territory as a betrothal gift and enhance your status and authority. Nafiel was speechless by Roy, because she really didn't understand the relationship between the many goddesses in the Athenian Empire. Roy continued. Dear Nafa, it seems that you are full of complaints about me. I need to improve our relationship as husband and wife. After saying that, Roy picked up Sekhmet in a princess hug and walked to her queen's palace. Of course, if Roy wants to improve his relationship with Nafa, he won't use sweet words, because thousands of sweet words are not as good as sleeping with Nafa. Hattusha City. The city was originally the capital of the Hittite kingdom. The Hittite kingdom became the Hittite region of the Athenian Empire, and the city of Hattusa also changed from the capital of the Hittite kingdom to the ruling center of the Hittite region. Hittite Palace. Hattusha was sitting on the throne in the hall, receiving the chiefs of various tribes in the Caucasus. King Kolchas, King Sarsbel, King Dali, and King Coppola stood respectfully in the center of the hall, as if they were ministers meeting the queen. Chiefs, I want to bring the Caucasus region under my rule. Do you all have any objections? Upon hearing Hattusa's inquiry, King Kolchas immediately said, Great Queen Hattusa, you are the highest priestess in the service of the sun goddess, and we Caucasians would like you to rule over us. After King Kolchas took the lead, King Sarsba, King Dali, and King Coppola also expressed their willingness to let Hattusha become the queen to rule them. They were willing to be ruled by Hattusa not only because the Hittite army, which used iron weapons, had already arrived in the Caucasus, but also because the Hittites also lived in the Caucasus in the past and were their own people in their eyes. Hattusha said with a satisfied smile, You have all made a wise choice. Now both the Hittite region and the Caucasus region are ruled by me. I hope you will allow a large number of Caucasian people to travel to the Hittite region. Let the Hittites know that we are not the only Hittites. And the Hittite region was not alone in worshipping the sun goddess. After Hattusha finished speaking, Roy's voice suddenly sounded. The goddess Sekhmet in Egypt is also the sun goddess. I think you can also let Egyptians travel to the Hittite area in large numbers, and let the Hittites know that the sun goddess Sekhmet is also worshipped in Egypt. The next moment, Roy's figure appeared in the hall. Seeing Roy, King Kolchas, King Sarsbel, King Dali, and King Coppola immediately bowed respectfully. The great god Phaethon. You've made a mistake, Roy explained with a smile. In the territory of the Athenian Empire, My identity is the Emperor of the Athenian Empire. So you should call me His Majesty the Emperor. Then, Roy said to Hatipuna on the throne. Dear Hatipuna, I'm back. Chapter 531 The Sun Girl God Will Never Marry. Although Hatipuna had already known about Roy's resurrection and return, she still couldn't help but feel a little excited when she saw Roy with her own eyes. After calming down, Hatipuna smiled and joked. What do you mean you're back? I see you never left. You also think I staged a big show of faking my own death? Roy walked up to Hatipuna, then turned around and sat on the throne, holding Hatipuna in his arms with both hands. Seeing this scene, King Colchis, King Sarsbel, King Dali, and King Coppola either closed their eyes or averted their eyes, obviously thinking that this was a scene they should not see. You guys should step back first. Roy ordered them immediately. The rest of Hatpuna's time belongs to me. And you will come to see her later. After King Colchis, King Sarsbel, King Dali, and King Coppola left, Roy said straight to the point. Hatpuna, do you know why I came to you? Isn't it because you miss me? Well, Roy was speechless for a moment, and then said guiltily, I'm here to discuss with you the matter of worshipping the sun god Phaethon in the Hittite region. No. Hatipuna refused without hesitation. The belief in the goddess Alina in the Hittite region has not yet been established. So the goddess Alina must be the unique sun god in the Hittite region. Between Roy's interests and Alina's interests, Hatipuna chose to safeguard Alina's interests. This is also a natural result. For Alina, Hatipuna was a favorite priestess. For Roy, Hatipuna was only remembered when needed. A girl who ranked in the dozen, or even 20 in Roy's heart. Who values Hatipuna more? Roy or Alina? The answer is of course self-evident. After hearing Hatipuna's answer, Roy teased teasingly. If I became the husband of the goddess Alina, would you still object to the Hittite region enshrining the sun god Phaethon? What nonsense are you talking about? Goddess Alina is an absolute virgin. Hatipuna said with her eyes widened in shock. How can goddess Alina, who is a virgin, agree to marry you? Just like the name Athena means the maiden goddess of Athens. The word Na means girl. The name Alina means the sun virgin goddess. In the Caucasus, Mzekali's identity is the sun virgin goddess Mzekali. These goddesses who have their identity as girl gods written into their names are the goddesses in mythology who vowed never to marry. In the myth of another world, because the Hittite king Telipin was deified as the son of the storm god Teshub and the sun goddess, some people mistakenly believed that the storm god Teshub was the husband of the sun goddess Alina, king of the gods of the Hittite kingdom. This is completely a misunderstanding that does not understand history and mythology, and does not understand the special meaning of the goddess's name. According to this point of view, it can be deduced. Because after Telipin was deified, he was the son of the storm god Tishub and the sun goddess. So Tishub was the husband of Alina. So when Alexander conquered Egypt, the temple of Amun worshipped Alexander as the son of the sun god Amun, plus Alexander's identity as the son of Zeus. If there is no double standard, will it be logical to conclude that Amon and Zeus are husband and wife? In ancient history, rulers who conquered many ethnic groups were deified as the sons of gods who were the patron saints of different ethnic groups. This was a very common situation. If Roy is willing to lower himself, Roy can now be deified into the son of Metis, the son of Mnemosyne, the son of Alina, the son of Sekhmet. Could anyone think that Metis and Mnemosyne were husband and wife? Are Alina and Sekhmet married? In the history of another world, the Hittite kingdom was a country with a huge territory. In the huge Hittite kingdom, there lived the Hattites who worshipped the earth goddess, the Hittites who worshipped the sun goddess, and the Amorites who worshipped the storm god Teshub. In order to please the Hittite king Telipin, it is normal for the temple of Alina to worship Telipin as the son of the sun goddess, and the temple of Teshub to worship Telipin as the son of Teshub. If no one considers Zeus and Amon as husband and wife, because Alexander is both the son of Zeus and the son of Amon. So because Telipin is the son of both the sun goddess and Tishub, treating the sun goddess and Tishub as husband and wife is a proper double-standard behavior. Athena, the maiden goddess of Athens, is a virgin goddess who vowed never to marry. The identity of Alina, sun maiden goddess, is the same as Athena. Therefore, in the myths of another world, the sun goddess and the storm god Teshub are regarded as husband and wife. Or the Teshub temple fabricated false myths, hoping that people thousands of years later would regard Teshub as one of the Hittite gods. King Either people 3,600 years from now don't understand history and mythology. And they draw wrong conclusions and believe them to be true. But in this world, Roy really wants to make the sun girl god Alina his wife. Looking at Hatapuna's reaction, Roy said confidently, "Why do you think it's impossible for Alina to marry me? Although Alina's name means sun maiden goddess. She is like a goddess who vows never to marry. But my goal is to marry someone who vows never to marry. The girl god gets married." After saying that, Roy's mind came to another girl god who had vowed never to marry in her name Athena Metis. This is crazy. How do you get goddess Alina to marry you? As long as the betrothal gift is large. Even a goddess who has sworn not to marry will be willing to break her vow. Roy turned his head and looked in the direction of Alina Temple and said, "If I gave the Eastern European plains to Alina and gave her 5 million square kilometers of territory, don't you think Alina would be interested? 5 million square kilometers. And not a desert or a mountainous area, but fertile land suitable for farming. The entire Europa continent covers an area of approximately 10 million square kilometers. Alina's territory alone is equivalent to half of the continent of Europe. Even an arrogant goddess would be impressed by Roy's betrothal gift. Honey." With Alina's somewhat excited voice, Alina took the initiative to appear in front of Roy and Hatapuna in the form of a human girl. "I heard what you just said. Don't go against what you said. Then will you marry me?" Roy said with a smile. "If you want to accept my bride price, you must become a real couple with me." Alina was silent for a moment. Then asked Roy, "Will I be your queen? I am willing to let you own 5 million square kilometers of territory. Doesn't that prove my feelings for you?" Roy said immediately, "As long as you fulfill your duty as a wife to support your husband. When I become the king of the gods of Athens, you will be the queen of the gods sitting with me on the throne of the god king." "When will we get married?" Alina said with a bright sweet smile. "Hurry up and set a wedding date. I want to invite all the goddesses in the Athenian Empire to our wedding." The proud and stubborn little face of Metis appeared in Roy's mind. And he couldn't help but hesitate. After coming back to his senses, Roy said with a firm expression, "The Mediterranean became the inland sea of the Athenian Empire. And that's when we got married." Chapter 532. The first stop is the Arzawa region. As the first emperor of the Athenian Empire, Roy always wanted to set an example for subsequent Athenian emperors, leaving internal affairs to civilian officials. And the emperor only needed to firmly control the military power. After all, a person's energy is limited. It is actually impossible for the emperor to manage the Athens Empire with an area of tens of millions of square kilometers by himself. 1598 BC. February. Roy held the first official recruitment assessment in the city of Athens, which was supervised by the Citizens' Assembly, and gave the Citizens' Assembly the power to remove officials. Power is only responsible for its source. This sentence can be said to be a wise saying. If those who hold power are appointed and dismissed by the people at the bottom, these people must satisfy the people at the bottom. If power does not come from the people at the bottom, of course these people do not need to be responsible to the people at the bottom. Their first task is to maintain rule for the ruling group. As long as they do this well, they can be forgiven for exploiting and oppressing the people at the bottom. In the history of the Far East, the feudal rule of treating deer as horses has remained consistent and unchanging in more than 2,000 years of history. This is because the power to appoint and remove officials has never been held by the people at the bottom. So those who hold power only need to be responsible to the court to which they belong. Loewi hated this situation deeply. So the Athenian Empire had to fundamentally make the people at the bottom the source of power, and make power responsible only to the people at the bottom. Although the emperor was the supreme ruler of the Athenian Empire, he did not act in his role. If the internal affairs are not managed by the emperor, and there are problems in the internal affairs, of course the emperor is not to blame. Roy's arrangement can also prevent subsequent emperors from becoming weak emperors, or even being overthrown. It's May. The first batch of officials in the city of Athens were evaluated on their abilities, and the Citizens' Assembly gave a satisfactory evaluation. So Roy expanded his scope and began to implement the Athenian model throughout Greece, leaving the internal affairs to professional assessment officials and overseen by the Citizens' Assembly. Also allowed Procne and Philomela to have less work and have more time to spend with Roy. Wait until the Athenian model is extended to the entire Athenian Empire. Not only Procne and Philomela, but also queens from various regions of the Athenian Empire could spend a lot of time living with Roy. June. The Athenian Empire once again ushered in a great food harvest, with sufficient food as logistics. Roy once again started the war machine of the Athenian Empire. Roy's first target was the Arzava, Troy, Heuret and Paklay regions of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Roy doesn't like war. Although most of Roy's time is either in war or on the way to the battlefield. Roy really doesn't like war. In order to peacefully turn the entire Asia Minor Peninsula into the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy did not directly launch a war, but personally visited these areas for negotiation. Apsa, the capital of the Kingdom of Arzava in the southwest of the Asia Minor Peninsula, became the first place Roy visited. In mid-June, Roy arrived at the port of Apasa city with a large fleet of 200 warships. Facing the menacing Athenian fleet, King Iobates of Arzava personally came to the port to greet Loe. Because with the development of time, these neighbors of the Athenian Empire have come to know that the Athenian Empire is an incredibly powerful Mediterranean overlord. The emperor of the Athens Empire was a conqueror with endless ambitions. So they must not give Roy a reason to conquer them. Under the warm reception of Iobates, Roy and Iobates took a carriage together to the palace of Apsa city banquet hall to celebrate Roy's arrival. The royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Arzava gathered together and held a grand banquet. Although Roy's method of annihilating the nobility in the Athens Empire made the royal families and nobles of the surrounding city-states very dissatisfied when they could come into contact with Roy, the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Arzava all approached Roy with enthusiasm and even flattery. Because Roy wanted to conquer the Kingdom of Alzawa. The Kingdom of Alzawa had no strength to resist. Being able to have a good relationship with Roy now will definitely be of great benefit to them living under Roy's rule. Enjoying the warm and flattering hospitality of the royal family and nobles of the Kingdom of Alzawa, Roy was even a little embarrassed to tell the reason for his visit. After all, Roy's approach will exploit the power and interests that these royal families and nobles now have. Halfway through the banquet, Roy finally walked to the steps where the throne was, looked down at everyone in the hall and said, "Dear Arzavas, you must be curious to know the purpose of my coming to the city of Apasa. Now I want to tell you that my purpose of coming to the Arzava region is to make the Arzava region the territory of the Athenian Empire." Hearing Roy's words, the Arzavas in the hall were not surprised. After all, the Athenian emperor's endless ambitions were now well known. King Iobates of Arzava walked up to Roy with a troubled expression and said, "Your Majesty, the great emperor, we Arzavas do not want to confront the Athenian Empire, or even go to war with the Athenian Empire. We are willing to make the Arzava region a territory of the Athenian Empire. In exchange, I hope you can make us Arzava people govern themselves." "No." Roy refused without hesitation. "Under my rule, the Athenian Empire will not engage in any stupid policy of special ethnic autonomy. Because this is unfair to all Athenians. And allowing you autonomy means that you only join the Athenian Empire in name. In fact, you have no change. In the history of another world, Alexander is called the conquering king. So how did Alexander's conquests proceed? When conquering the peninsula of Asia Minor, Alexander's policy was to exempt tribute and allow self-government. Not only did Alexander not eliminate the local rulers, but he also would not even collect tribute as a symbol of surrender. Because of this policy, Alexander only fought 2 wars in 2 cities, Miletus and Halicarnassus, before becoming the ruler of the Asia Minor Peninsula. The huge empire that Alexander conquered and established was not won through war, but through mutual compromise with local rulers. The so-called Alexander Empire belonged to Alexander in name, but actually belonged to the local rulers. This is why Alexander's empire fell apart after Alexander's death. Following the lessons learned from Alexander, Roy would certainly not compromise with local rulers. Local rulers must accept all policies of the Athenian Empire. King Iobates, in order to protect the interests of you people of Arzava, your daughter Princess Philino can marry me. And I will make Philino the queen who rules the Arzava region in my place. Even if you people of Arzavas don't believe in me, you should also believe that Philino will protect the interests of you people of Arzavas. If you refuse my request, then we will inevitably break out of war. Once you fall into the trap of war, losers, you will not only lose the power and wealth you currently have, but you will also be demoted to lifelong slavery along with your family. Chapter 533, Exposing Zeus disguised as a woman. The policies of the Athenian Empire would reduce the royal families and nobles in the conquered areas to civilians, losing all their privileges and the wealth brought by power. If the local royal family and nobles felt that there was hope of fighting against the Athenian Empire, they would definitely choose to resist to the end. But the royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Arzava already knew that the Athenian Empire was a behemoth, that they could never defeat. Fighting against the Athenian Empire was not worth the gain. After all, after being conquered by the Athenian Empire, even if they lost their privileges and most of their wealth, they could still rely on the retained wealth to live a luxurious life that ordinary people could not imagine. If they choose to fight against the Athenian Empire, they will not only lose everything in a losing war, but they will also suffer the punishment of becoming lifelong slaves along with their families. Facing Roy's threat, Iobates said helplessly, "Let my daughter Phileno become the queen of Arzava like Princess Hatipuna of the Hittite kingdom. It seems that I should accept your proposal wisely. But my daughter Phileno has already followed Bellerophon, the leader of the Mycenaeans, is engaged. So I cannot marry Phileno to you." Bellerophon. The name was no stranger to Roy. Because in the myth of another world, Bellerophon is like the father of Zeus, daughter of Bellerophon, one of the human wives of Zeus. In other words, Bellerophon was the father-in-law of Zeus. The horse god Pegasus is the clone and son of Poseidon, and is also the exclusive mount of Bellerophon. Zeus is Bellerophon's son-in-law, and Poseidon is Bellerophon's mount. This is a treatment that many demigod heroes in Greek mythology cannot enjoy. King Iobates, I heard that Bellerophon has been your son-in-law a long time ago. Why hasn't Princess Phileno married Bellerophon yet? Bellerophon has indeed long since become my son-in-law. Iobates explained with a sad expression. When Bellerophon took his Mycenaeans, or Hyksos, who followed him, he brought them to Lydia. And he gave me a great deal of wealth, asking to marry my eldest daughter Anthea. At that time, in order to use Bellerophon and his followers to fight against the Hittites, Cilicias and Palex, I married my eldest daughter Anthea. Bellerophon. Unexpectedly. In just a few years, my eldest daughter Anthea died in childbirth while giving birth to her second child. Bellerophon hoped that I could marry my youngest daughter Phileno to him. Only if we maintain our marriage relationship and Phileno becomes his new wife will we truly love and care for the two children born to Anthea. King Iobates. You are really an old fool. Can't you see that Bellerophon wants to inherit your throne as his son-in-law? Roy couldn't help but joked. Bellerophon and the Mycenaeans regard the male god Zeus as the patron saint of their tribe. After Bellerophon inherits your throne, he will definitely regard Zeus as the patron saint of the kingdom of Arzava. You start from the beginning. In order to take advantage of Bellerophon, you should not choose to accept Bellerophon and the Mycenaeans, or even make Bellerophon your son-in-law. The Mycenaeans worship the male god Zeus, Iobates said with a confused look on his face. Bellerophon and the Mycenaeans who followed him worshipped a goddess named Dione. The name Dione is the feminine form of Zeus. So the goddess Dione is actually Zeus. In order to make the Arzavas who worship the earth goddess accept him, Bellerophon even disguised Zeus as a goddess. Of course, this was something that the Arzavas could not believe. Because in the eyes of the Arzavas who devoutly believe in the goddess of the earth, this is a serious blasphemy against the gods. They didn't know that in order to survive, Zeus was willing to be the son of the earth goddess, let alone disguise himself as a goddess in women's clothing. In fact, in the myth of another world, Zeus really gave birth to a son to the goddess of the earth. In Greek mythology, Cronus, the king of the gods who rules the heavens, seas, and underworlds, is the trinity of Zeus, the king of the heavens, Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Hades, the king of the underworld. Cronus' identity is the youngest son of the earth goddess Gaia. Zeus came to the Lydia region of the kingdom of Arzava and became a goddess, which is also recorded in Greek mythology. In the myth of Hercules, there is the story of Hercules coming to the Lydia region and selling himself to Omphale, the queen of Lydia. In the palace of Omphale, Heracles, dressed in women's clothes and ornaments, sat at Omphale's feet and weaved with his spinning wheel. Hercules, the Mycenaean hero, is a completely fictitious character in mythology, and there is no real historical figure as a prototype. The 12 tasks completed by Hercules are more like the process of the expansion of the territory of the Mycenaeans in Greece. So the prototype of Heracles is either the Mycenaeans themselves, or the Mycenaean patron god Zeus who can symbolize the Mycenaeans. In Greek mythology, Metis and Athena, who are regarded as mother and daughter, are actually the same goddess. Poseidon's son, the horse god Pegasus, is also a clone of the horse god Poseidon. In fact, Poseidon and Pegasus are the same god, according to this mythological logic of mother and daughter. Father and son. Hercules, the son of Zeus, is Zeus. In the myth, Heracles fell into a weakened state and was forced to sell himself as a slave to Omphale, queen of Lydia. The corresponding realistic prototype is that the Mycenaeans were forced to migrate from Egypt to the Lydia region and had to bow their knees to the local Arzawas. Hercules disguised himself as a woman in order to please Omphale, the queen of Lydia. The corresponding reality is that in order to please the Arzawas, the Mycenaeans declared that their patron saint was a goddess named Dione. Zeus had to disguise himself as a goddess in front of Hecate, the earth goddess worshipped by the Arzawas. Bellerophon hid Zeus' true identity, perhaps because he was worried that the Arzawas would not accept them from the beginning. After all, the ethnic group that worshipped the earth goddess and the ancient Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder had a deep hatred as early as 1,500 years ago. It was precisely because of the invasion of the ancient Aryans that the people who worshipped the earth goddess were forced to migrate westward. No matter what the reason is, there is no dispute that Zeus became the goddess Dione in Lydia. King Iobates. Although the Mycenaeans have lost the blonde hair and blue eyes of their ancestors through intermarriage with local groups in Western Asia, the god of thunder they worship has never changed. This god of thunder is the thunder of the Amorites. The god Marduk is Tishub of the Assyrians and Hadad of the Akkadians. Perhaps after 1500 years, you have forgotten that 1,500 years ago, you worshipped the god of thunder. The Aryan invasion of Asia Minor forced your ancestors to migrate westward. The Mycenaeans worship Zeus, the god of thunder. Are they descendants of those barbarians from the north? After hearing Roy's words, Iobates' eyes were full of anger and hatred. He finally understood now why Bellerophon lied and claimed that they worshipped a goddess. Chapter 534 Goddess Hecate and Dione. In 1600 BC, the world's population was only about 35 million. There is no doubt that this is an era with fewer people and more land. Therefore, the people of Arzava not only had no objection to Bellerophon and the Mycenaeans who followed him migrating to Lydia, but even welcomed them. Because in their view, as long as they assimilate the Mycenaeans led by Bellerophon, the strength of the Arzava people can be enhanced. It was also during this era that Teucerus led his followers to migrate to Mysia in the Troy region. Because they abandoned the patron saint they worshipped in the past, they replaced the god Smintheus Apollo worshipped by the local Pollock people. Luo Feng is the new patron saint and integrates well with the local ethnic groups. But in this era, not all ethnic groups are willing to integrate with the locals, or even be assimilated by the locals. The ancient Aryans who migrated to the Asia Minor Peninsula before 3000 BC not only refused to integrate with the local people, but also regarded themselves as wolves on the grassland and the local farming people as sheep. They believed that the local ethnic groups should be conquered or even conquered by them. It's slavery. No local ethnic group would welcome such an alien ethnic group. As the spiritual totem of the ancient Aryans, the god of thunder is undoubtedly their symbol. If Bellerophon had first told the truth that their patron saint was Zeus, the god of thunder, the Arzavas would have recognized them as barbarians, descendants of the ancient Aryans who had a blood feud with the people who worshipped the earth goddess. Bellerophon lied to survive and disguised Zeus as a goddess, which is completely understandable. But this is obviously a deception to the people of Arzawa. Apsa City. Royal Palace. Iobates had an extremely angry expression on his face. At this time, what Iobates could not bear more than the truth that Bellerophon and his followers worshipped the god of thunder was the deception and fooling of him by Bellerophon. These savage and shameless nomads are indeed born with bad characters to lie, steal, and rob. Iobates said through gritted teeth, "Your Majesty, the great Emperor of Athens, I would like to make a request to you. As long as you help me eliminate Bellerophon and his followers, I will marry my daughter Phileno to you and make the Arzava region an Athenian empire. Territory. Can," Roy said with a smile. "In fact, even if you don't make this request to me, I will destroy Bellerophon and his followers. Because worshipping Zeus is their unforgivable original sin." The day after the agreement with Iobates was made, Roy's large fleet left the port of Apsa City in a mighty manner and headed for the Lydia region. Roy himself did not accompany the fleet, but went alone to Mount Hypolus in Lydia. In the mythology of the other world, Dione is the goddess of Mount Supiros. In other words, Dione, the mother of Zeus, as the goddess of Lydia, lived on Mount Sipylos. Roy arrived at the mountainous area of Lydia with great speed, and soon found the temple of Dione on the top of Mount Cyprus. Entering the temple of Dione, Roy was surprised to see two goddesses working hard in the temple of Dione. The two goddesses were kneeling beside two marvelous looms, using purple thread to weave the beautiful robes worn by the gods. One of them is a goddess with black hair and black eyes. She has a very similar face and figure to Aphrodite and Astanis. She was split from the ancient earth goddess, the earth goddess of the Arzavas, Carta. The other goddess is the blonde goddess Dione. Although she is wearing a goddess's robe and accessories, her tall figure and strong arms make her look not cute at all. She is pretending to be a man. Dione, the goddess of Zeus in women's clothing. When Roy observed the two goddesses also saw Roy. Who are you? Hecate asked curiously. You must be a god disguised as a human to be able to set foot on the peak that humans cannot reach. What is your purpose in coming to the temple of my sister Dione? Do you want to pursue the beautiful goddess Dione? Vomit, vomit, vomit. Hearing Hecate's words, Roy couldn't help but vomit immediately. Let alone Hecate treating Dione as a sister. She actually suspected that Roy was the suitor of Dione, the mother of Zeus, which made Roy intolerable. Beautiful goddess Hecate, even if I come to pursue you, I can't pursue the male god Zeus. After responding to Hecate, Roy teased Dione, the mother of Zeus. Zeus, how long will you continue to pretend to be a goddess? Could it be that you have been pretending to be a woman for so long that you really like the feeling of being a woman? Faced with Roy's ruthless ridicule, Dione immediately threw away the spinning thread in her hand and stood up expressionlessly. You hateful Satan devil. You have destroyed so many of my clones. Now you want to destroy Dione, Zeus in Lydia. Zeus? Do you think of yourself as an innocent victim? Roy said with a sneer. During the migration of the ancient Aryan branches, you mercilessly eliminated many local gods. Your priests were so complacent that they made up a story for you about killing the earth goddess. Dion's eyes were filled with lightning, and she said with a playful sneer, you stupid human being. Now you have made a stupid mistake. The Lydia region is my territory, and you cannot summon the goddess of the Athenian Empire here. Don't think that because you have become a heroic god, you will fight against us. With the power of a god, I will kill you, a hateful human being, and make you regret appearing in front of me alone. Wherever the Athenian army is, it is the territory of the Athenian Empire, and Roy can summon any goddess from the Athenian Empire to come. But Roy came to Lydia alone and was obviously unable to turn this place into the territory of the Athenian Empire, let alone summon the goddess of the Athenian Empire to come to Lydia. Seeing that Dione wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to eliminate herself, Roy said with a smile, I've longed to be able to fight you personally instead of relying on the goddess's protection. You arrogant human being. Rumble rumble. Rays of lightning burst out from Dione, under Hecate's wide-eyed gaze in disbelief. The originally heroic goddess Dione transformed directly into a blonde and blue-eyed male god. You are really a male god. You deceived me. Dear Hecate, I didn't mean to lie to you. Zeus immediately explained to Hecate. I came to this strange land in order to make you accept me. I used white lies to disguise myself as a goddess. I am very grateful for your acceptance of me. So I will treat you as a sister and share my love with you. Authority to possess. What authority do you have? Roy said with a sneer. Are you asking your priests to make up myths? Portray you as the king of the gods in the myths, and then let Hecate share authority with you in the myths? Poor Zeus. Not everyone is willing to live like you in the false myths I have made up. Because false myths can never change reality. Chapter 535 The Fall of Dione. The mother of Zeus. How dare you say that I'm escaping from reality? Boom. Boom. Zeus waved his hands angrily and threw two thunderbolts towards Roy. Stupid human being. I want you to pay the price of humiliating me. You simply cannot understand the wisdom of the gods. Roy used his divine speed to dodge Zeus's thunder. Two bolts of thunder hit the temple wall behind Roy, immediately blasting two holes in the wall. Looking at the furious expression on Zeus's face, Roy teased with a joking smile. How weak. Does your attack only have this power? It seems that there are not many Mycenaeans who followed Bellerophon to Lydia. If I were just a human hero god, you would indeed be able to defeat me. But I have become the natural nemesis of the god of thunder. After speaking, Roy activated his sun godhead, and his body bloomed with endless light. Looking at Roy's sun-like figure, Zeus widened his eyes in disbelief and said, How is this possible? You are not a human hero god, but a sun god with the sun god status. In the ancient Aryan era, the painful memory of the thunder god being ravaged by the sun god emerged in Zeus's mind. making Zeus's body tremble with fear. Just when Roy summoned a black magic gun and wanted to fight back against Zeus, Hecate suddenly stood up and said, "Please wait. Dionysus is my guest and nominally my subordinate god." Hearing Hecate's words, Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "Goddess Hecate, do you want to protect Zeus? I don't want to be your enemy. And you are the patron saint of the Arzava region. I don't have the confidence to defeat you. You misunderstood," Hecate said, shaking her head. "I don't want to protect Zeus. I just want to tell you that I want to personally punish this guy Zeus and wash away the shame of being deceived and fooled by him," Roy said with a smile after hearing Hecate's explanation. "Then I'll give Zeus to you. Although I really want to punish Zeus personally. I value the goddess Hecate more than Zeus." Hecate showed a sweet smile to Roy, and then said coldly to Zeus, "Zeus, I was once deceived and fooled by you and wanted to treat you as a sister. I must be a real fool in your eyes. Hecate, I really respect you as a biological sister. Are you still fooling me now?" Hecate said, summoning a golden scythe. "I no longer want to listen to your lies. So you should use your body to atone for your sins and accept the punishment I will give you." After saying that, Hecate launched a fierce attack on Zeus with the speed of teleportation. The next moment, Hecate swung her golden scythe across Zeus' body. But this is just an afterimage of Zeus left in place. The body of Zeus has been transferred to the sky above the temple of Dion. The first attack failed, and Hecate let out an angry roar, and her body erupted with an astonishing amount of divine power. Rumble. Under the impact of Hecate's divine power, the entire Mount Superior shook, and the temple of Dion collapsed into ruins amid constant shaking. Standing in the ruins of the temple of Dion, Hecate looked up at Zeus in the sky, and Zeus looked down at Hecate from the sky. 8. It seems our relationship can no longer go back to the past, Zeus said expressionlessly. "Since you can no longer accept me, then I will leave your territory. But your idea of punishing me is impossible. Because I am the great sky god and you are the earth goddess with earth attributes. Just like the raptors in the sky can prey on the beasts on the ground. But the beasts on the ground cannot threaten the raptors in the sky. Even if your power is more powerful than mine, you can't cause any harm to me. This is the difference between the sky god and the earth god. Attribute restraint." Seeing that Hecate was indeed helpless towards Zeus, Roy flew to an altitude of thousands of meters at great speed and spoke face to face with Zeus. "Zeus, although the sky god can restrain the earth god in terms of attributes, I am the sky god like you. And I am also the sun god who restrains the thunder god. Now I am going to break your wings as the sky god and let you stand on the ground, fighting the goddess Hecate." After saying that, Roy's body burst into blazing sun fire and enveloped his whole body. "You hateful human being." Zeus created thunder with his hands and said while attacking Roy with the thunder, "Even if you have the sun godhead now, you were originally just an inferior human being. As a great god, how could I lose to a human who stole the sun godhead?" Boom! Boom! Zeus's thunder flew in front of Roy, and before it hit Roy's body, it was annihilated by the blazing fire of the sun. "It's useless." Seeing that Zeus's thunder attack could not hurt him, Roy said while attacking Zeus with divine speed, "Although I was originally only a human being, the sun god's restraint on the thunder god is absolute. Now you just accept the punishment from me and Hecate, and lie on the ground to apologize." While speaking, Roy flew in front of Zeus and performed a close attack. Zeus narrowly avoided Roy's continuous attacks, and at the same time a pair of golden wings appeared on his back. When Roy's continuous attacks finally came to a halt, Zeus immediately seized the opportunity, vibrated his wings and fled towards the east as fast as possible. "It's useless." Roy caught up with Zeus at an even faster speed, and said coldly while using the blade of the black magic gun to hit the wings behind Zeus. "Zeus, the eagle flying in the sky loses its wings and falls to the ground. Can you defeat the python on the ground? Just prove it to me." A swish sound. The blade of the black divine spear split the wings behind Zeus in half. Zeus immediately let out a cry of pain, and his body fell from the sky involuntarily. Zeus. When Zeus fell from the sky to the earth, Hecate did not attack Zeus directly. After Zeus stood firm on the ground, Hecate said to Zeus, "Proud eagle, let's start a fair fight." "What do you mean by fair dash?" Zeus said with a wry smile. "For the eagle in the sky, true fairness is that I can attack you from the sky. But you, as a snake on the ground, cannot fight back. Now I have to fight you on the ground as an eagle with broken wings. This there is no fairness at all." Even if you say this, I will not show mercy to you. After Hecate finished speaking in a cold voice, she immediately wielded the golden scythe and struck Zeus. Roy looked down at the battle from a high altitude and saw a huge python wrapping its body around an eagle with broken wings, and then biting the eagle's neck with its poisonous fangs. The eagle struggled desperately, but its strength was unable to resist the python. Finally, the python's fangs ended the eagle's life. Swish! Hecate's golden scythe cut off Zeus' head. The heads were cut off, and Zeus naturally died. Roy immediately descended from the sky and stood beside the body of Zeus with Hecate and said, Goddess Hecate, I think Zeus's thunder godhead cannot be wasted. Do you want to absorb Zeus's thunder godhead and become a goddess with sky attributes? Chapter 536 Bellerophon's End. Hecate rolled her eyes and said after hearing Roy's suggestion, The strength of our gods is not determined by the number of gods. And the thunder godhead is not compatible with an earth goddess like me. If Zeus's godhead is the thunder godhead, I might be interested in accepting it. When it rains there is thunder. But without thunder it rains. Therefore, the core of the god of thunder and rain is rainfall rather than thunder. Zeus is the god of thunder worshipped by the ancient Aryans. His core is the thunder that symbolizes the power of God rather than rainfall. So Zeus is the god of thunder rather than the god of rainfall. Moreover, in the Eastern European plains, where the climate is humid and the average annual rainfall reaches 500 millimeters, there is no need to pray for rainfall. In the history of another world, the god of thunder became Taishub, the god of thunder and rain in the Asia Minor Peninsula. This is because the annual rainfall in the Asia Minor Peninsula is only 300 millimeters. And the inland has a subtropical summer dry climate. In order to satisfy human beings, the local earth goddess the thirst for rain evolved into the god of thunder and rain. In order to gain a foothold in Asia Minor, the god of thunder became the god of thunder and rain. Seeing that Hecate was not interested in the thunder godhead, Roy collected the thunder godhead from Zeus's corpse and said while integrating the thunder godhead into himself, although increasing the number of godheads will not really increase the strength, it is a pity to discard them because they are tasteless. Since Hecate you are not interested in the thunder godhead, then I will accept the thunder godhead. After taking the thunder godhead into his body, Roy looked at Hecate with burning eyes. Goddess Hecate, I have made an agreement with King Iobates. As long as I help him destroy Bellerophon who deceived him, the Arzava region will become the territory of the Athenian Empire. Then you will also become the Athenian Empire, one of the goddesses of the empire. Do you have any objections to this? No. Hecate shook her head without hesitation and said, The clones of the ancient earth goddess, my sisters have almost all become goddesses of the Athenian Empire. I am even happy to be reunited with them. Hecate is not a male god, who will be driven out and killed by the Athenian Empire. By becoming the goddess of the Athenian Empire, Hecate would not only lose nothing in her interests, but would even have more powerful authority than before. In this case, Hecate certainly had no reason to refuse to join the Athenian Empire. Then do you want to get more territory? Are you willing to give me more territory? Certainly, Roy said with a bright smile. But there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to have more territory, you must marry me and become one of my wives. Then forget it. Hecate turned her back to Roy and said, The humans who worship me have always regarded me as a girl god. I don't want to betray their faith. After saying that, Hecate turned into a divine light and flew towards Apsa city. Looking at Hecate's leaving figure, Roy said with a smile, The area of Arzava is about 80,000 square kilometers. With such a large territory, of course you will not give up your pride as a goddess in order to get a new territory. When you join the Athenian Empire, you will see that all your sisters have with a territory larger than your own. Would you still be willing to become the goddess with the smallest territory among the sisters? As long as you goddesses compete with each other and get involved, the maiden god's reserve will definitely be broken. 1598 BC. End of June. 200 Athenian warships sailed into the port of Patara in Lydia. The city of Patara was the city ruled by Bellerophon and the Mycenaeans who followed him. After the Mycenaeans refused to allow Athenian warships to enter the harbor, Loe directly ordered an attack on the city of Patara. Under the mighty impact of the Athenian fleet, the Mycenaean soldiers at the port resisted for a while, then abandoned the port and fled back to the city of Patara. After all, there were only 500 soldiers guarding the port. On the 200 warships of the Athenian fleet, at least 5,000 soldiers could land and fight. The Mycenaean soldiers at the port would only die in vain if they chose to resist. After capturing the port of Patara, Roy immediately landed at the port with 5,000 soldiers to attack Patara. Before Roy arrived at the city of Patara with his 5,000 troops, Bellerophon sent an envoy to sue for peace. Because the city of Patara not only had only 2,500 soldiers, but also used backward bronze weapons. The Athenian army not only had twice the numerical advantage, but also used iron weapons to carry out dimensionality reduction attacks on the Mycenaeans. There was no chance of winning in a war with the Athenian army. Roy refused Bellerophon's request for peace and asked Bellerophon's envoys to bring back his demand for unconditional surrender. Unconditional surrender. It was to prepare Bellerophon to be dealt with at will by Roy. Faced with Roy, who was not given a way to survive, Bellerophon decisively chose to abandon the city of Patara and fled to the northern mountains with his family and cronies. Because Bellerophon knew that holding on to the city of Patara would only lead to Loe's trap. Even Bellerophon fled. And the defenders who stayed in the city of Patara naturally lost all morale. The Athenian army occupied the city of Patara without bloodshed, and captured 2,000 defenders who surrendered. In order to fulfill the agreement with Iobates, Roy originally planned to lead people to hunt down Bellerophon himself. After discovering that Bellerophon's escape route was to the city of Apsa, Loe gave up the action. Because Bellerophon is throwing himself into a trap to join his father-in-law Iobates. 3 days later, Bellerophon brought his family and cronies to the city of Apsa after a long journey. As a result, they were arrested by soldiers as soon as they entered the city. The royal palace of Apsa city. Bellerophon and his son and daughter were brought to Iobates. Bellerophon looked at Iobates on the throne with confusion and asked, "Dear father, what are you trying to do? Don't you recognize that I am your son and the husband of your daughter Anthea? You liar. You don't deserve to speak Anthea's name." Iobates roared like an angry lion. "Bellerophon, I didn't realize until now that you have been lying to me all along. And everything you said to me is false." Bellero was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, "So what if you find out that I lied to you? Now that I have become your son-in-law and the father of your 2 grandsons, can you still kill me and make your 2 grandsons orphans? Do you think I dare not kill you?" Iobates said with a cold face, "Don't forget, I am not only the father of Anthea, but also the king of the Arzavas. For the Arzavas, not to mention your liar son-in-law, even my 2 grandsons I can sacrifice." It was obvious that Iobates was serious. Bellerophon hurriedly knelt down and said, "Dear father, please think about it carefully. Although I did lie to you at the beginning, your performance has been very satisfactory to you. You even agreed to marry Phileno to me. As long as my father you if you can forgive me for my deception. I promise to serve you as my biological father. No. You will be my biological father from now on. Bellerophon, you need say no more." Iobates closed his eyes in pain and said, "I have decided that your crimes must be punished." Chapter 537 I come to conquer the Troy region. After completing the agreement with Iobates to incorporate the Arzava region into the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy did not take the Athenian fleet back to the city of Athens, but instead took the Athenian fleet to the Troy area in the northwest of the Asia Minor Peninsula. Before 3000 BC, the Pelasgians migrated from the Troy area across the Dardanelles to Greece. So of course, there are also groups of people who worship the earth goddess living in the Troy area. In Greek mythology from another world, the city of Troy was dedicated to the goddess Athena, and the Trojan princess Cassandra was also a priestess serving the goddess Athena. Athena is the exclusive patron saint of the city of Athens. The Trojans certainly had no reason to worship the patron saint of the city of Athens. Therefore, the mythical prototype of the city of Troy worshipping the goddess Athena is that the city of Troy worshipped the same earth goddess as Athena. Princess Cassandra of the Trojan royal family served as a priestess serving Athena, proving that the earth goddess was the patron saint of Troy. After the destruction of Troy, the authority of Apollo, the patron saint of Mysia, surpassed that of the earth goddess of Troy. Therefore, in the fabricated myths, there was the illusion that Apollo became the patron saint of Troy. In Greek mythology, the temple of Athena, the goddess of the earth, is located in the city of Troy, and the temple of Apollo is located in Mysia, which may be a hint to the real situation. There is no temple of Apollo in Troy. So how could Apollo be the patron saint of Troy? The current city of Troy is already the strongest city-state in the Troy region. The king who ruled Troy was named Elos. He is also the well-deserved overlord of the Troy region. Tantalus migrated to the Troy area with the Mycenaeans who followed him. Not only established the city of Sipylos, but also worshipped Zeus as the patron saint. This foreign group that refused to assimilate with the local group aroused the dissatisfaction of the Trojan king Iros. So Iros led the Trojan army to destroy Tantalus and his followers. Tantalus's son Pelops was forced to go to Boro. The Penesian peninsula went to his maternal grandfather, Acrisios, king of Mycenae. The opposite of what Tantalus did. Teucerus took the Mycenaeans, who followed him, and moved to Mysia south of Troy. He defeated the Palax, who lived there and worshipped Smintheus Apollo, and became the ruler of the Mysia region. But Teucer did not continue to regard Zeus as his patron saint. Teucerus dedicated his daughter to the Trojan king Iros, and also enshrined Smintheus Apollo, the patron saint of the Polic people, as the patron saint of Mysia, and successfully established himself on the land of Mysia. Teucer did not choose to make the Trojan earth goddess the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, but chose to make Smintheus Apollo, the Palatian god of plague, the patron saint of the Mycenaeans, because the Mycenaeans and Palax are both branches of the ancient Aryans. Smintheus Apollo, the god of plague, and Mana, Hades, the god of plague, may have the same origin. The city of Troy, which worshipped the goddess of the earth. The city of Mysia, which worshipped Apollo, the god of plague. And the Polic people who worshipped Apollo, the god of plague. These are the three major forces in the northwest of the Asia Minor Peninsula. In order to incorporate the Troy area into the territory of the Athenian Empire, Roy led the fleet directly to the city of Troy. 1598 BC. Mid-July, Roy's large fleet arrives on the coast of Troy. In Greek mythology from another world, thousands of warships and 100,000 troops of the Greek coalition were stationed here, and fought a 10-year war with the city of Troy. When Roy landed on the coast of Troy, he discovered that there was no room for thousands of warships, let alone 100,000 troops. I'm afraid the people who made up the myth have never thought about how huge an army of 100,000 people is. When the Hittite Empire and the Egyptian Empire fought the Kadesh War, the total number of soldiers on both sides was less than 50,000. The population of Greece was not even half of that of the Hittite Empire and the Egyptian Empire at that time. If the Greek region had a population of 1 million at that time, the Hittite and Egyptian empires combined had a population of 5 million. The Greek region used 1/5 of its population to recruit more than twice its army. This is obviously impossible. In the history of another world, the Greeks did conduct a war of conquest in the western part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. But the mythical Trojan War is completely a fabricated and exaggerated myth. The arrival of the Athenian fleet alerted the city of Troy. Before Roy's army could land, King Iros of Troy brought 5,000 Trojan soldiers to the coast of Troy to confront Roy's army. In order to avoid a war between the two sides, Roy personally walked in front of the Trojan army and negotiated with the Trojan king Iros. Iros stood on a gleaming bronze chariot drawn by 2 horses, and his charioteer was a relative of his. Arriving in front of Iros's chariot, Roy directly revealed his identity. Dear King Troy, I am Roy, the Emperor of the Athenian Empire. Do you want a war to break out between the Trojans and the Athenians? Both the Trojans and the Athenians worship the earth goddess. This proves that the Trojans and the Athenians were in ancient times. We have the same ancestors. Please don't do this kind of thing of killing each other. Iros is a middle-aged man about 40 years old. Hearing Roy's words, Iros immediately laughed. Young man, are you here to make a joke? In order to compete for profit, brothers can kill each other. Not to mention that the Trojans and the Athenians only had the same ancestors in ancient times thousands of years ago. But I really don't want to break out with you. War. Because the strength of the Athenian Empire is well known. It is difficult for the city of Troy to defeat the Athenian Empire. You need to tell me now why you led the army to land on the coast of Troy. As long as you can give me a legitimate reason, I will immediately lead the soldiers back to the city of Troy. I'm here to conquer the Troy region and incorporate it into the Athenian Empire. That's my reason. After hearing Roy's reasons, Iros was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, is this the legitimate reason why you led the Athenian army to land on the coast of Troy? Should I say you are interesting? Or should I say you are arrogant? Since you have established a hegemony that far exceeds mine, I now invite you to I am a guest in the palace. Do you dare to accept my invitation? Why don't you dare? Roy said with a smile. I would be happy to prove my sincerity to you if it would prevent us from going to war. After hearing Roy's answer, Iros moved from the carriage of the chariot to the charioteer's position, took the reins from the charioteer, and personally drove his chariot to Roy and said, Young man, as you are worthy of me personally serving as your charioteer, I now invite you to take my carriage to my palace. Then I will follow the master's arrangements as a guest. After saying that, Roy boarded Irose's chariot without hesitation. Irose drove the chariot to turn around and rush towards the city of Troy. The chariot soon passed the banks of the Scamandros River and entered the huge city of Troy, which had a population of more than 50,000. Chapter 538, Marry my daughter and help me become a god. Troy. Royal Palace. Irose did not gather the royal family and nobles of Troy in the hall to hold a grand banquet for Roy. Because Roy's current identity is not only a guest of Troy City, but also a potential enemy of Troy City. After the two sat down around a dining table, the young and beautiful palace maid brought food and drinks. And Irose said straight to the point. Young man, I heard you died a few months ago, and that you reappeared 4 months later, claiming you were resurrected as a god. Are these things true? It is true. Roy nodded and said, King Irose, I did die once. Now I am not only a heroic god who became a god after death, but also a sun god who took the sun godhead from the Armenian sun god Areg. Seeing the serious expression on Roy's face, Irose couldn't help laughing. Then should I respect you as a god? You look no different from a human being. Not like a god at all. Both gods and humans essentially belong to the category of life. Roy said with a smile. Although I have become a god now, I don't need others to respect me as a god or even worship me with faith. If someone wants to become my believer and place a statue of my god in his home, I will tell him not to do so. If you place my statue at home, he should place the portraits of his ancestors or family members at home. I am a god enshrined by the Athenian Empire, and human faith and worship are dispensable to me. You? Irose frowned and said with a serious expression. Can you prove that you are really a god? Irose originally didn't believe Roy's identity as a god at all, but now he became half convinced. Roy picked up a golden bronze wine glass from the dining table, and then the fire of the sun burst out from his palm, melting the bronze wine glass into liquid in an instant. After Roy poured the liquid bronze into another bronze wine glass, Irose's eyes widened in shock and he held his breath unconsciously, witnessing Roy's miracles with his own eyes. Irose finally believed that Roy was really a god. I didn't expect that you are really a great god. Can I have this honor and know your true identity? I am Roy, Emperor of Athens. Didn't you already know that? Roy rolled his eyes and complained. King Irose, do you think I am a god disguised as a human being? And don't believe that I am really the Emperor of Athens who became a god after his death? Can we humans really become gods like you? Others can become gods like me as long as they meet certain conditions. After hearing Roy's answer, Irose took a deep breath and said, Great Lord Roy, do you think I can become a god like you? Cannot. Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, King Irose, although you are the overlord of the Troy region, the most you can do is become an ordinary heroic god after death. If you want to become a god like me, you need to meet very harsh conditions. After explaining, Roy continued, King Irose, my time is very precious. Let's get to the point. I came to the city of Troy not to enjoy the hospitality of the city of Troy as a guest, but to incorporate the Troy area into the territory of the Athenian Empire. If the city of Troy is willing to take the initiative to surrender to the Athenian Empire, and I can exchange some benefits with you. For example, if you are interested in becoming a god, I can guarantee that you will become one of the heroic gods enshrined by the Athenian Empire. Become an immortal god. Even great people like the first Emperor Ying Zheng long for eternal life. I know the policies of the Athenian Empire very well. Irose said with a smile. Although the policies of the Athenian Empire are very beneficial to the common people, they are very unfavorable to us royal families and nobles. You demoted all of us royal families and nobles to civilians, and made your royal family the only ruling class in the Athenian Empire. Don't you think so? Isn't it fair to us? Now the Athenian Empire is well-deserved and is the most powerful and wealthy country in the world. If Roy is willing to allow the royal families and nobles of other regions to retain their status and power as the ruling class, perhaps Roy did not need to conquer them, and they themselves would actively ask to join the Athenian Empire. King Irose, do you know why I was able to establish such a huge Athenian Empire in just 3 years? Without waiting for Irose to answer, Roy continued. You were already the king of Troy, the overlord of the Troy region 20 years ago. Now you are still just the king of Troy, and cannot turn the entire Troy region into your territory. Why is this? Irose was silent for a moment, then said with a wry smile. I understand what you mean. You were able to build such a huge Athenian empire in more than 2 years because you treated everyone fairly and received support from everyone. I have been the king of Troy for 20 years. And I have not. The reason why I can establish a hegemony like you is because I am only the king of the Trojans, and I will only protect the interests of the Trojans. So I cannot get the support of other ethnic groups. Roy nodded and said, King Iros, we ourselves are human beings. So we know very well that the greatest resonance of human beings is fairness. If we want to achieve fairness, we must eliminate the ruling class, such as the royal family and the nobility. I am the emperor of the Athenian Empire. With me as the center, the Athenian royal family does not exist as a ruling class, but as defenders of the law. If there is no strong force to defend the law, someone will trample on the authority of the law. So the existence of the Athenian royal family is necessary. Although your reasons have convinced me, I cannot give up my interests because of this. Iros and Roy looked at each other and said, if you can meet my 2 requirements, I will surrender to you. Please say, my first request is that you marry my daughter Cassandra, and let my descendants, grandson and granddaughter, become the royal family of Athens. My second request is that you help me become a heroic god. No problem. Roy immediately said with a bright smile. I agree to both of your requests. Not only will I marry your daughter Cassandra, but I will also make her the queen who rules the Troy region in my place. You have become my father-in-law. And of course I will help you become a hero. God. But you must also establish achievements that are consistent with your status as a hero. If Teucerus, the king of the city of Mysia, is unwilling to surrender to the Athenian Empire, you will conquer Teucerus as your first achievement in joining the Athenian Empire. Teucer is my father-in-law. Iros smiled confidently. I know his character very well. This old man has no courage to fight against the Athenian Empire. As long as I send an envoy to tell him that the city of Troy has surrendered to the Athenian Empire and his granddaughter Cassandra will marry you, he will definitely do it. Make the right choice. My dear son-in-law. Since we are now a family, I will summon the royal family and nobles of Troy to hold a grand banquet for you and tell them our decision. Chapter 539 The woman who destroyed the Greek coalition forces. The next day, Iros held a great banquet in the hall of his palace. In addition to the royal family and nobles of Troy, the guests at the banquet also included King Teucer of Mysia and his family. Before the banquet officially started, Roy and Iros came to the steps where the throne was located, looked down at all the guests in the hall and said, Fellow Trojans, I am very happy to introduce my identity to you. I am Roy, the emperor of the Athenian Empire, and the protagonist of today's banquet. King Iros held this banquet for me to tell you that Troy the region will become the territory of the Athenian Empire. Under the policies of the Athenian Empire, you will all lose your royal and aristocratic status. And from now on you will just be ordinary civilians in the Athenian Empire. After hearing Roy's words, everyone in the hall was instantly in an uproar. Not only the royal family and nobles of Troy, but also King Teucer of Mysia could not accept this matter. After all, losing their current identity and power will harm their core interests. King Iros. Is this true? Did King Iros surrender to the Athenian Empire? This is the noble status and power left to me by my ancestors. Even King Iros cannot take it away, let alone the foreign emperor of Athens. Teucros, the king of Mythia, couldn't help but ask Iros, my dear son, do you really want to surrender to the Athenian Empire and give up your identity and power as the Trojan king? Iros nodded and said with a smile, that's right. Not only will you lose the identity and power of the royal family and nobles, but I will also give up the identity and power of the king of Troy. Dear father-in-law, are you willing to give up the identity and power of the king of Mysia and let Mysia the city becomes the territory of the Athenian Empire? If your answer is no, I will personally serve as your enemy and conquer the city of Mysia for the Athenian Empire. Facing the threat of Iros, Teucer said with a wry smile, our city of Mysia does not even have the strength to fight against the city of Troy. Since even the city of Troy, the overlord of the Troy region, has chosen to surrender to the Athenian Empire, as long as the emperor of Athens can treat us Mysians equally, I will certainly not be greedy for Mysia. The identity and power of the king of Egypt. Roy immediately said to Teucros, King Teucer, as long as you Mysians follow the policies of the Athenian Empire and give up worshipping Apollo, I guarantee that you will enjoy the same treatment as other Athenians. You want us to give up worshipping the god Apollo, and then we must worship the goddess Metis in the city of Athens. The Troy area already has the goddess Hesione, who protects the city of Troy. The goddess Hesione, like the goddess Metis, is a clone of the ancient earth goddess. As the patron saint of coastal cities, the goddess Hesione is both the earth goddess and the ocean goddess. This is the same as the goddess Metis. In the future, the goddess Hesione will become the patron saint of the entire Troy region. After answering Teucer, Roy spoke to the royal family and nobles of Troy. Fellow Trojans, I know that it is difficult for you to accept the loss of your current status and power. As compensation for you, I can arrange for you to become businessmen with no worries about food and clothing. If you are really unable to accept it, you can unite and launch a campaign war. Use war to resolve the conflicts between us. As long as you can defeat me on the battlefield, you can keep your current identity and power. If you lose to me on the battlefield, you will not only lose your current identity and power, you the entire family will be reduced to lifelong slavery. Waging war. The royal family and nobles looked at Iros for help. King Iros, as long as we defeat the Athenians, you will not have to lose your throne. I swear allegiance only to King Iros. King Iros defeated all his enemies, even the Athenians. Facing the crowd's instigation, Iros said with a cold face, "Stop your wishful thinking. I will not stand with you and will suppress your rebellion. If you are willing to follow my advice, accept Roy's arrangement and become a businessman with no worries about food and clothing. Princess Cassandra, the daughter of King Iros, will become my wife." Roy followed. Cassandra will become the queen who rules the Troy region in my place. Under Cassandra's rule, your interests as merchants will be guaranteed. The originally noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Because Cassandra ruled the Troy region, their interests were indeed guaranteed. Teucer said, breaking the silence, "His Majesty the Great Emperor, can our royal family and nobles in Mysia City enjoy the same treatment? As long as you can arrange for us to become businessmen with no worries about food and clothing, I will surrender to you now on behalf of Mysia City." "Can," Roy said without hesitation. "As long as they are willing to give up their current status and power, I will ensure that they have enough food and clothing." After receiving Roy's assurance, Teucer immediately said, "I surrender to you on behalf of the city of Mysia, and we Mysia people will become your most loyal subjects." The Trojans and Mysians were farming peoples. In order to avoid war, Roy did not mind conquering them in exchange for benefits. But for the Palak people who lived a nomadic life, Roy had decided to use war to eliminate them from the beginning. Because only by putting a knife on the neck can the nomads give up their nomadic life. Night. After the banquet, Roy told Iros his plan. "My dear father-in-law, if you want to achieve great heroic deeds, I can let you command the Athenian soldiers to destroy the Palaks. You must leave this war to me." Iros said excitedly, "Although I'm about 40 years old, I'm still young and I can still build merit. Then I'll wait and see how my father-in-law performs." Temple of Hesione. After separating from Iros, Roy came here to meet Cassandra, the priestess who served the goddess Hesione. In the myth of another world, there is also a Trojan princess named Cassandra. As a priestess serving the goddess Athena, Athena gave her the ability to predict the future. She was as beautiful as Aphrodite, the most beautiful of the goddesses. And both humans and gods were fascinated by her beauty. Apollo wanted Cassandra to be his human lover. But because she refused, he cursed Cassandra so that no one would believe her prophecies. In order to pursue Cassandra, Etremenius was not even Cassandra's fiancé. So he died on the battlefield of Troy for Cassandra. Even the 100,000-strong Greek army was destroyed because of Cassandra's beauty. When Troy was destroyed, Ajax the Younger found Cassandra in the temple of Athena. Her beauty drove young Ajax so crazy that he forcibly abducted Athena's priestesses from the temple of Athena, making Athena decide to destroy the Greeks. The Greek army of 100,000 was gathered together because of Helen's beauty. But they were ultimately destroyed because of Cassandra's beauty. Chapter 540 Cassandra and Hesione. Temple of Hesione. This temple dedicated to the goddess Hesione is located next to the palace. And it can even be said that it is part of the palace guarded by the palace soldiers. Because the temple of Hesione was the place where the Trojan princess, an important member of the royal family, who served as a priestess, lived. Roy walked into the temple, which was illuminated by 12 oil lamps, and found that the entire temple was quiet, as if everyone in the temple had gone to sleep. Roy walked to the depths of the temple and looked up at the statue of Hesione on the throne. He found that the statue of the goddess Hesione was very similar to the statue of Metis and Amphitrite, as if they were born from the same family. 3 sisters born from one mother. Just as Roy was carefully looking at the statue of Hesian, 12 female warriors holding spears and shields suddenly poured in from the 2 back doors of the temple and surrounded Roy. Who are you? After 12 female warriors surrounded Roy. A beautiful girl wearing a pure white priest's robe, with long black hair hanging freely, walked up to Roy with elegant steps and said, "You dare to break into the temple at night? You have committed the death penalty of desecrating the goddess priest. Are you Princess Cassandra of Troy?" Roy looked at the girl's delicate and beautiful face and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. If we just talk about beauty and figure, Cassandra is not better than Procne, Philomela and other girls. But as a princess of the Trojan royal family and a priestess serving the goddess Hesian, Cassandra has a holy and noble temperament like a goddess. In the myth of another world, the Greek coalition saw Helen's beauty and once expressed this emotion for such a peerless beauty. It was worth it for 100,000 Greek coalition troops to go to Troy and endure 10 years of suffering. Seeing Cassandra's beauty at this time, Roy couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Most of the 100,000 Greek coalition troops died for her, and it was worth sacrificing their lives. She is so holy, noble and beautiful as a goddess. No wonder little Ajax desecrated the temple of the goddess Athena for her. No wonder Agamemnon, the commander-in-chief of the Greek coalition, forcibly snatched Cassandra from Ajax the younger. You must know that as the commander-in-chief of the Greek coalition, Agamemnon forcibly took away other people's trophies, which would cause a huge blow to the commander-in-chief's prestige. Agamemnon dared to take Briseis, Achilles' prize, because Achilles forced Agamemnon to return the daughter of Chryses, the priest of Apollo, to her father Chryses. Agamemnon took Briseis away in the name of revenge against Achilles. There was no reason for Agamemnon to take Cassandra from Ajax the younger. In other words, Cassandra's beauty and charm can make the commander-in-chief of 100,000 Greek coalition willing to give up the prestige of the commander-in-chief, or even lose his identity as the commander-in-chief. Your beauty is indeed worth 100,000 people dying for you. Now this beauty belongs to me, because I will be your husband." After hearing Roy's blasphemous words, Cassandra frowned in displeasure and said, "Say such nonsense in front of me. Do you really want to die? I am a priestess who serves the goddess, and marriage has nothing to do with me." In the myth of another world, Cassandra is indeed a priestess who never marries. She not only rejected the pursuit of the god Apollo, but also rejected the proposal of the human hero Etremenius. Cassandra remained unmarried until her death. It was very common for priestesses who served their gods to remain unmarried. "Introduce yourself." "I am Loe, Emperor of Athens," Roy said with a smile. "Dear Princess Cassandra, I have made an agreement with your father Iros to make you my wife. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to ask your father Iros for confirmation." "No need to ask father for confirmation. I believe what you say," Cassandra said with a helpless smile. "I have long said that I will remain unmarried and serve the goddess for the rest of my life. But my father did not take my words seriously. Dear Emperor, I heard that you respect us women very much, and do not allow women to be forced to marry anyone they are not satisfied with. Husband, now I hope you can respect my wishes and let me fulfill my vow of never marrying. I am not my father's only daughter. You can also marry my sisters." Roy shook his head and said, "Princess Cassandra, it is precisely because you are the one who is marrying me that I am willing to become your father's son-in-law. If you are not willing to marry me, Troy City is qualified to marry my girl Dash." Having said this, Roy looked at the statue of Hesian behind Cassandra. "Only the goddess Hesian whom you serve. You?" It's okay for Roy to blaspheme himself. After all, he is only human. Roy even dared to blaspheme the goddess he served. Seeing Cassandra's wide-eyed reaction with shock, Roy walked up to Cassandra, stretched out his right hand and pinched her cute little chin and smiled. "Cassandra, if you don't want to see Hesian being blasphemed by me, then sacrifice yourself. Don't even think about it." Cassandra gritted her teeth with a firm expression, and then ordered the 12 female warriors, "Do it." Upon hearing Cassandra's order, 12 female warriors immediately attacked Roy at the same time. Boom 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 boom. Before the 12 female warriors stabbed Roy's body with bronze war spears, Roy's body burst into dazzling light, causing the 12 female warriors to instinctively close their eyes. When the eyes of the 12 female warriors could adapt to Roy's dazzling light, a pair of flame wings condensed from the sun's fire appeared behind Roy, emitting a high temperature that humans could not approach. "Gods?" Looking at the flame wings behind Roy, Cassandra said in disbelief, "Are you a great god?" That's right. Roy nodded and said. You have also heard about my resurrection from the dead. I have indeed been resurrected as a heroic god. And I have also taken the godhead of the sun god Areg. Dear Cassandra. Now I know that you are going to marry a great god. Oh. Do you still insist on your vow not to marry for the rest of your life? I am a priest who serves the goddess Hesian. No matter you are a human or a god. I will never betray the goddess Hesian. Then there is no other way. It seems that I can only take action against Hesian. And then let you serve me willingly as Hesian's dowry maid. Roy looked at the statue of Hesian with a smile and said. Dear Hesian. Will you marry me? I don't want to. Following Hesian's answer. The statue of Hesian on the throne turned into the goddess Hesian herself. She looked down at Roy with cold eyes and said. Even my priestess Cassandra wants to imitate me and never marry. How could I betray Cassandra and give up my identity as a maiden god? Rejected first by Cassandra and then by Hesian. Roy sighed and said. I did make laws for the Athenian Empire and did not allow forced marriages of girls. But these laws are used to restrain others. Not me. Now as the Emperor of Athens. I order you to marry I. And the 100,000 people around Troy. Are the grave goods for your refusal of this command. Chapter 541 Apollo the Mouse flying into the sky. Threatening Hesian and Cassandra into submission with the lives of all the Trojans was actually just a bluff threat from Loe. Even if they still refused to marry Roy. It is impossible for Roy to really kill all the Trojans. But Hesian and Cassandra obviously didn't dare to bet that Roy was bluffing. Cassandra gritted her teeth and said with a look of shame and anger. I really didn't expect that the greatest and wisest ruler in the legend would threaten the lives of innocent people in order to force girls to surrender to you. As long as you don't harm innocent Trojans. You can do whatever you want to me. Hesian looked at Roy with her wise snake eyes and said. You're not serious about what you said. So what if I'm serious? So what if I'm not serious? If you are serious, I can only surrender to you. After all, I am the patron saint of the Trojans. In order to protect the Trojans, I am willing to make some sacrifices. If you are not serious, I can ignore your threat. Roy couldn't help but smile brightly and said, I'm really sorry. The threat I just made was false. It doesn't matter if you don't want to marry me. I won't hurt the Trojans because of it. After saying that, Roy turned around and prepared to leave. Looking at Roy's leaving figure, Cassandra said hesitantly. After you give up marrying me, will you marry my sister? Won't. Roy stopped and said. Princess Cassandra. I just said that because the princess of Troy who married me is Cassandra. I am willing to be your father's son-in-law. If you are not willing to marry me, I will not marry your sister. Marriage will not make your sister queen of Troy. Then I'd better marry you. Cassandra said helplessly. As a member of the Trojan royal family, I have an inherent responsibility. But I can only promise to fulfill my responsibilities as a wife. I cannot guarantee that I will fall in love with you. You can only get my body. But not my heart. What do I want with your heart? Roy turned around, looked at Cassandra's graceful figure and said. All I want is your body. After saying that, Roy walked up to Cassandra and picked her up in a princess hug. After looking at Hesian provocatively, Roy carried Cassandra towards her dormitory. Dear Cassandra, you must fulfill your responsibility to serve me from now on. The next day, Roy left the city of Troy alone and headed for the territory of the Pollock people. The matter of conquering the Pollock people has been handed over by Roy to his cheap father-in-law, Iros. Although the Trojans also had the goddess Hesian, who could deal with Apollo, the patron saint of the Pallaeans, Smintheus, Loe still planned to deal with Apollo himself. The vast area between the Sisulu River and the Sakaya River is the main territory of the Pollock people. Loe flew over the Sisulu River into the territory of the Pollock people. And Smintheus Apollo immediately spotted Loe the intruder. When Roy flew over the top of a peak in the Anatolian plateau, a black arrow suddenly struck Roy. Boom! Roy waved his left hand and released a bolt of thunder that hit the black arrow, instantly annihilating the plague arrow. Then, Roy stopped high in the air and looked down at the direction of the attack. Smintheus Apollo was standing in a valley with a height of 100 meters, glaring at Roy high in the sky. After the two looked at each other, Roy sneered and said, Apollo, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. But I didn't expect you to throw yourself into a trap. Apollo said, aiming his bow and arrow at Loe again. You have invaded my territory. And I order you to leave my territory immediately. I reject. Roy activated the sun godhead, and let the blazing fire of the sun wrap around his body and said, "Stupid Apollo! The entire Asia Minor Peninsula will become the territory of the Athenian Empire. The one who should leave is you. The male god who will be expelled from the Athenian Empire." Whoosh! Apollo once again shot a black arrow of plague at Roy. Boom boom boom. Roy waved his right fist and hit Apollo with a stream of sun fire. Bang! After the plague arrow collided with the sun's fire, the blazing sun's fire instantly annihilated the plague arrow, and then continued to rush towards Apollo. After Apollo moved his body in embarrassment to avoid the attack of the sun's fire, Roy fell from the sky and flew towards Apollo and said, "Apollo, your real name is Smintheus Mouse. The mouse that lives in the dark and cannot see the light is your identity. You are the god of plagues who accompany death. And you are also the god of bows in charge of hunting. You are also the god of bows, the god of war wielding a golden sword. But I am not an eagle soaring in the sky, but a burning sun in the sky. Your plague arrows cannot fight my fire, and your golden sword cannot hurt me." Looking up at Roy's figure, Apollo said expressionlessly, "You despise me so much. Then come down and fight me. Why should I drop to the ground and fight you?" Roy teased jokingly, "I want to be like the eagle soaring in the sky catching the rats on the ground, Smintheus Apollo. Giving full play to my advantages as the god of the sky." After saying that, Roy's body turned into a meteor-like light and rushed towards Apollo. When Roy flew directly above Apollo's head and Apollo slashed with his sword. Boom! Roy unleashed a bolt of lightning that hit Apollo's body. After Apollo's body fell into paralysis for a moment, Roy then released a wave of solar fire covering Apollo's body. Under the burning of the sun's fire, Apollo screamed and rolled on the ground. When Apollo extinguished the fire of the sun on his body, he looked extremely embarrassed. Like a mouse with dirt on his body, Smintheus Apollo. "I lost." Apollo looked at Roy unwillingly and said, "Just like a mouse on the ground cannot fight back against an eagle in the sky. As a god of the earth, I cannot defeat you. The god of the sky, I am willing to surrender to you. But please don't attack me again. Then you leave Asia Minor and the territory of the Athenian Empire now." "You?" Apollo roared with great rage. "Do you have to force me to die? I have already surrendered. But you still refuse to let me go. It seems that I can only fight you to the end." After saying that, Apollo turned his huge body into a human form and stared at Roy with blood-filled eyes. "You damn guy. Although my name is Mouse Smintos, it doesn't mean that I am really a mouse on the ground." After saying that, Apollo flew from the ground to high altitude with astonishing speed and approached Roy, wielding his golden sword, and launched a swift attack. Roy teased as he easily dodged Apollo's attack. "Apollo, you are indeed not a mouse on the ground. As the god of mice, you are a mouse that can fly into the sky. But a mouse is still a mouse. Even if a mouse flies into the sky, it does not mean that the mouse can defeat the Great Sunday." After speaking, Roy released the sun's fire with both hands to attack Apollo. Chapter 542. The three major ethnic groups of the Hurrit people. Loe and Apollo were engaged in a battle of gods in Asia Minor. And naturally they could not hide it from other gods in Asia Minor. The goddess Hesione, who protected the city of Troy. The goddess Hecate in the Arzava region. The goddess Astanis in the Kizilvatna region. The goddesses Alina and Selene in the Hittite region. Soon watched the battle between the gods Loe and Apollo. Aware of the gazes of these goddesses, Roy showed his strength without reservation and burned Apollo with the blazing fire of the sun. Burned by Roy's flames, Apollo fled around like a mouse, and finally got into the ground. You saw it. After winning this battle of gods, Roy proudly showed off. "Although I was originally just a human, I now use my own power to defeat real gods. Apollo is just the beginning. I will defeat more and more gods in the future, proving that I am fully qualified to be your husband." His own failure turned out to be Roy's capital to show off. Apollo, who was hiding underground, roared angrily, "Damn human. I won't give in like this." Hearing Apollo's words, Roy looked down at the ground and taunted. "If you are not willing to give in, then crawl out from the ground and continue fighting with me." Apollo didn't respond to Roy, because at this time underground, Apollo had turned into a mouse and used the techniques of mice to dig holes to travel to the east. As one of the Aryan gods, Apollo decided to travel to the Persian plateau. Now there was not only the Aryan god of thunder, but also the Aryan god of the sun. Apollo escaped from the Asia Minor Peninsula, and the Pollock people lost Apollo's protection. The war in which Iros led the Athenian soldiers to conquer the Palax became no longer suspense. Even though Tai Liping had become the king of Pollock and led the Pollock people to develop rudimentary iron smelting technology, he could not prevent the defeat of the Pollock people. 1598 BC. August. Roy came alone to the city of Kamani in the eastern part of the Asia Minor Peninsula. The city of Kamani was originally an important city-state of the kingdom of Asuva established by the Hurrites. When Nefertiti, the princess of the kingdom of Asuva, married Loe, the city of Kamani entered the territory of the Athens Empire as Nefertiti's dowry. Now, the city of Kamani has become a military center of the Athenian Empire. Shauska Temple in Kumana city. Upon hearing the news of Roy's arrival, Nefertiti immediately ran out of the temple to greet Roy. Seeing Roy actually appearing in front of her, Nefertiti threw herself into Roy's arms and cried loudly, "Great! You are really alive." It could be heard that Nefertiti was crying happily. After all, Roy is still alive. So she doesn't have to live as a young girl and be a widow for the rest of her life. "I'm sorry that you shed so many tears for me." Roy held Nefertiti tightly in his arms and comforted her. "This time I come to conquer the Hurrit people and will make you the queen of the Hurrit region." "That's not what I want." Nefertiti shook her head and said, "I just want to be with you all the time and fulfill the responsibilities of husband and wife to each other." Nefertiti's wish was obviously something Roy couldn't fulfill. "Dear Nefertiti, we are separated now so that we can be together forever in the future. You will be the queen of the Hurrit region for a few years. And when the Hurrit region enters the Athens mode, we can be together forever." "Really?" Nefertiti responded with Roy's silence. Because Roy is obviously trying to help Nefertiti. As for whether this big pie can be realized, Roy certainly cannot guarantee it. In order to prevent Nefertiti from realizing that she was just a tool used by Roy to rule the Hurrit people, Roy changed the subject. "Dear Nefertiti, I still have something very important to negotiate with the goddess Shauska that you serve. Let's enter the temple together." After saying that, Roy carried Nefertiti into the temple. Walking into the depths of the temple, Roy looked at the statue of Shauska enshrined on the throne and said, "Dear goddess Shauska, are you willing to negotiate with me?" The statue of Shauska immediately bloomed with divine light. The next moment, the idol of Shauska becomes the goddess Shauska herself. Looking at Roy holding his priestess in his arms, Shauska asked expressionlessly, "Is there anything you want to discuss with me?" "I plan to conquer the Hurrites and turn the Hurrite area into the territory of the Athenian Empire," Roy said with a serious expression. "Goddess Shauska, as the patron saint of the Hurrit people, will you become my enemy?" Faced with this problem, Shauska couldn't help but frown. The city of Kamani, dedicated to Shauska, is now a city of the Athenian Empire. In other words, Shauska is now not only a god of the Hurrite people, but also one of the goddesses of the Athenian Empire. When the Athenian Empire went to war with the Hurrites, which side should Shauska take? This is a very serious question. A moment of silence. Shauska said with a sigh, "The Hurrites cannot resist the conquest of the Athenian Empire. So I will not foolishly support the Hurrites. But I will not, as the goddess of the Athenian Empire, support the Athenian Empire in conquering the Hurrites. You want to remain neutral dash." Roy teased teasingly. "Of course I will respect your idea. After originally conquering the Hurrit region and driving away Kumabi and Ashur, I plan to make you the only goddess in the Hurrit region. Now it seems that I will let other goddesses come to take over the territory left by Kumabi and Ashur." "No," Shauska said immediately. "After Kumabi and Ashur are driven away, the Hurrit region should all belong to me. But you have to remain neutral. You have no contribution to this war. So what qualifications do you have dash?" "I'll help you," Shauska said shyly and angrily. "I will help you defeat Kumabi and Ashur. But the condition is that you make me the only goddess in the Hurrit area." "Can." After Roy and Shauska reached an agreement, Kumana city immediately started operating as a war machine. The next day, Roy then asked Nefertiti to take 5,000 cavalry to the city of Malachia, the capital of the kingdom of Asuva. As a filial daughter with strong filial piety, Nefertiti defeated her father, King Asuva, without any blood, and incorporated the entire Asuva kingdom into the territory of the Athenian Empire. When Roy asked Nefertiti to attack the kingdom of Hurrit on the east bank of the Euphrates River, her father and brothers took the initiative to become her allies with 3,000 cavalry and 5,000 infantry. The saying "filial piety brings strength" is vividly reflected in Nefertiti. While humans are at war, Loi and Shauska have entered the kingdom of Hurut and are engaged in a divine battle with Kumarbi, the Hurtian god of war, and Ashur, the Assyrian god of thunder. Hurut is the collective name for all ethnic groups living in the Hurut area. So the Hurut do not refer to a single ethnic group. The Hurut people are mainly composed of three major ethnic groups. The most primitive Hurut people come from the northern part of the Armenian plateau and are a group that worships Kumarbi, the god of war. The Huruts came to the northern part of the Mesopotamian plains and merged with the people who worshipped the earth goddess Shoska. The Assyrians, a branch of the Aryans, became vassals of the Hurrites, who in turn merged with the Assyrians who worshipped Ashur, the god of thunder. Chapter 543 Zeus's father Kumarbi. The three major ethnic groups in the Hurut area. The group of people who worship the earth goddess Shaskar can be called the Huri people. Before 3000 BC, the Huli people lived together with other groups who worshipped the ancient earth goddess. In ancient times, the Aryans invaded the Asia Minor Peninsula, and the Hurrians were forced to migrate and merge with the Hurrites. As the clone of the ancient earth goddess, the goddess Shauska is also very different from her close sisters such as Aphrodite and Astanus. The Huruts who worshipped Kumarbi, the god of war, were obviously not a branch of the ancient Aryans, because the language of the Hurrites is different from the Indo-European language of the Aryans. It is a unique Hurrite language. The Assyrians who worshipped Ashur, Marduk, Zeus, Tishub, the god of thunder, were a branch of the ancient Aryans conquered by the Huruts, and were the third largest ethnic group in the Hurut area. Because the Hurut people are the most powerful ethnic group in the Hurut region, Kumarbi, the patron saint of the Hurut people, is undoubtedly the king of the gods in the Hurut region. In the history of another world, the name of Kumarbi, the king of the gods of the Hurut people, was also left. The Assyrians are now vassals conquered by the Huruts, and the patron saint of the Assyrians, the flexible Ashur, Marduk, Zeus, Teshub, naturally became the son of Kumarbi. In the history of another world, around 1300 BC, the resurgent Assyrians conquered the Huruts. So in mythology, Ashur, the god of thunder, overthrew the rule of his father Kumarbi and became the new king of the gods. During the period when Kumarbi became the king of the gods, he was equated with Enlil in Sumerian mythology. By the time of the Assyrian kingdom, when Ashur became the king of the gods, Ashur was equated with Marduk, the patron god of the Babylonian kingdom. Roy and Shauska entered the kingdom of Hurut on the east bank of the Euphrates River. A young god with dazzling blonde hair quickly descended from the sky and stood in front of Roy and Shauska. The city of Urks is a city with a long history. The size of the city can accommodate 50,000 residents. The capital of the Hurut kingdom is the city of Urks. At this time, it is on the plain west of the city of Urks. The dazzling blonde young god stood in front of Roy and Shauska, and blue-white lightning flashed out from all over his body. Of course, Roy was no stranger to this blonde young god, because he is Ashur, Marduk, Zeus, Tishub, who transformed into the form of a young god after becoming Kumarbi's son. Goddess Shauska, why didn't you attack our enemy and still stood with him? Ashur said, glaring at Roy with hateful eyes. This man is hostile to all our male gods. In other words, he is not only an enemy of me, but also of the great father god Kumarbi. As a subject of Kumarbi, the king of gods, you should join me. Destroy this enemy. Zeus, has your IQ deteriorated since you became a child? After hearing Ashur's words, Roy teased jokingly. Can't you really see that goddess Shauska has chosen to stand with me? The purpose of our coming here is to eliminate you and Kumarbi. After saying that, Roy took the initiative to move in front of Ashur with great speed, released a thunder attack with his left hand, and released a blazing sun fire with his right hand. Ashur is also the god of thunder. Facing Roy's thunder attack, Ashur used his own thunder to offset Roy's thunder. But his thunder can only offset Roy's thunder and cannot annihilate the fire of the sun. As Roy's sun fire covered Ashur's body, Ashur, who was burned by the sun's fire, immediately screamed for help. Father God! Father God! Great Father God Kumarbi! Come and save your son. My dear son. Daddy is here. Following Kumarbi's response, a middle-aged male god with black hair and black beard descended from the sky and held Ashur in his arms with his rough hands. The next moment, Kumarbi used his divine power to extinguish the sun's fire on Ashur. Looking at Kumarbi and Ashur, Zeus, who are a loving father and a filial son, Roy couldn't help but joke. You two are actually father and son. I'm really curious how the dark-haired Kumarbi gave birth to a blonde son. Kumarbi said, holding Asher tightly in his arms like a beloved woman. An outsider like you cannot understand our father-son relationship. Asher's little bird lay in Kumarbi's arms and said, Father God loves me just as I love Father God. Although I am not born of Father God. Father God is my real father. It sounds nice. You now regard Kumarbi as your biological father. Just because Kumarbi is stronger than you. And the Hurrites are stronger than the Assyrians. Your life and death are controlled by Kumarbi. And Assyria human life and death are controlled by the Hurrites. If the Assyrians rise again, you, a filial son, will definitely turn into an unfilial son in an instant. After Roy told him his true thoughts, Asher shouted in embarrassment. You, an outsider, can never try to sow discord between our father and son. Asher then asked Kumarbi, Dear Dad, you won't take this outsider's words seriously, will you? Of course not. Kumarbi looked at Asher with the eyes he looked at his beloved wife and said, No one's provocation can shake the father-son relationship between us. After responding to Asher, Kumarbi looked at Shauska with a cold face and asked, Shauska, what do you mean? After the Hurrites who worship you merged with the Hurrites I protect. I have always treated you as my own sister. Now you want to betray me and stand with my enemies. Betrayal, we have never been allies. Shauska said expressionlessly. Although people who don't understand the situation will regard Huli and Hurrit as the same ethnic group. We know each other very well that Huli and Huli, you and I are just neighbors living on the same land. My stupid sister. Kumarbi said with disappointment. Since you chose to betray your brother, I will educate you with my brother's love and let you come back to me. After saying that, Kumarbi let go of Asher and summoned a golden spear with his right hand to attack. Roy took the initiative to stand in front of Kumarbi and said while fighting Kumarbi with the black divine spear. Kumarbi, your opponent is me. I am the king of Athens. And you are the king of the gods in the Hurrit region. This is a king-on-king battle. After the battle between Roy and Kumarbi began, Shauska stared at Asher and said, Asher, our branch of the ancient earth goddess, has a blood feud with you that lasts for thousands of years. Aunt Shauska. Looking into Shauska's snake eyes, Asher said with a look of horror. I am your dear nephew. Does Aunt Shauska want to bully her nephew? Shauska couldn't help but tease. You guy, how shameless can you be in order to survive? Plop. Asher knelt down directly in front of Shauska and said, Mother Goddess, I am willing to be your son. Please Mother Goddess. Please don't bully me. Chapter 544 Dad and Zeus are kind and filial. In the history of another world. Around 1355 BC. The Hittite kingdom defeated the Mitanni kingdom established by the Hurrites. The kingdom of Assyria took the opportunity to get rid of its status as a vassal state and enter an era of re-emergence of the kingdom of Assyria. It is now 1598 BC. And there are still about 250 years before the Assyrian kingdom re-emerges. At this time, the Assyrian kingdom had only 4 cities and a population of about 200,000. As the patron goddess of the kingdom of Asuva, Shauska's territory and population are larger than those of Asher, Marduk, Zeus, Teshub. Asher knelt down to Shauska without shame and called Shauska the mother goddess. All for the sake of survival. Because the contrast in strength between Shauska and Asher is very obvious. Once the two gods fight, Asher will definitely lose. Asher. Looking at Asher who was kneeling down to pray. Shauska hesitated for a moment. Seeing this scene, Roy, who was fighting Kumarbi, couldn't help but complain. Women are soft-hearted. If it were Roy, let alone Asher kneeling on the ground and calling God Father. Even if Asher called Grandfather, Roy would attack without hesitation and make Asher completely disappear from this world. Shauska. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Don't make me regret the agreement I made with you. Upon hearing Roy's reminder, Shauska immediately summoned the black magic gun with his right hand, pointed at Asher with a cold face and said, Asher, it's useless for you to kneel to me. Mother Goddess, do you really want to hurt your son? Asher cried in tears. I really don't want to fight with the Mother Goddess. Does the Mother Goddess have the heart to hurt me? You are my enemy. And I will not be soft-hearted towards my enemies. After Shauska said coldly, he waved the black magic gun and attacked Asher. Before Shauska's spear blade stabbed Asher, Asher suddenly dodged the attack with great speed. and waved his right hand to release thunder to counterattack. Boom! Asher's thunder hit Shauskar's gun blade. And after Shauskar was forced to stop attacking, Asher frowned and said coldly, "You stupid goddess. Even though I begged you so humbly, you still want to fight me." While talking, Asher's appearance changed. From the childish-looking blonde young god, the son of Kumarbi, to a majestic old man with a long white beard. This is exactly the image of God the Father. Seeing the change in Asher's image, Kumarbi asked doubtfully, "Dear son, why are you like this?" "Dad, I like your boyish form better. You should quickly change back to your boyish god form." "Shut up!" Asher immediately shouted angrily at Kumarbi. "Damn Kumarbi. I am the great king of the gods and the father of all your gods. I will lower myself to be your son because you are stronger than me. I can only treat you as your son. Only then can you continue to survive as your own son. Now you, an incompetent waste, can't even defeat a false god who was originally a human being. You are already unable to protect yourself. How can I continue to be your son? Do you dare to treat me as your son again? I will first help the enemy to eliminate you. The damn guy who left me with a history of humiliation." Kumarbi said in a sad tone, as if he didn't hear Asher's warning. "Dear son, do you deny me as Father God? Didn't you say that we will be a father and son who will always love each other?" "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" Asher roared angrily. "Damn Kumarbi. Go to HL." The angry Asher gave up fighting Shauskar and flew directly behind Kumarbi, releasing thunder with both hands to attack Kumarbi. Kumarbi, who was originally suppressed by Roy in the battle, was attacked from behind by Asher and immediately fell into a weak state. Not only did Roy not stop attacking, he also took advantage of this opportunity and brandished a black magic gun to deliver a fatal blow to Kumarbi. Poof! When Kumarbi could not dodge, the blade of the black magic gun penetrated Kumarbi's heart. Kumarbi turned his head with difficulty, looked at Asher with fatherly eyes and called out, "Son! Dear son! Come to daddy and let me give you one last hug." Boom! Boom! Asher's hands released two powerful thunderbolts that hit Kumarbi. After Kumarbi's body collapsed and disappeared completely, Asher laughed with a proud expression. "Damn Kumarbi. I finally wash away the shame you left me. You are such a filial son." Witnessing Asher's feat of killing his father with his own eyes, Roy couldn't help but joke. "I refuse to accept you just because I know your character. Don't say you want to be my son. Even if you want to be my grandson, I will not give you the chance to be a filial son and grandson." Snort! Asher said with a cold snort. "Even if you accept me as your son and grandson, I will not be willing to kneel down and plead to you. A human being. Then I'll give you a chance to be my son and grandson. Do you want to kneel down and call me dad and grandpa?" Asher immediately fell silent. After a while, Asher asked, "You really give me this chance?" Obviously. In order to survive. Even if Roy was originally a human, Asher Mardukzus Teshub would not mind being Roy's son and grandson. Asher just said that he would not kneel down to Roy, just because he knew that Roy would not give him the chance to be his son and grandson. Roy shook his head and said, "Of course I won't give you this opportunity. Stupid Asher. If you continue to be Kumarbi's biological son, you may be able to rely on father's kindness and son's filial piety. Father and son work together to make profit and cut off the wealth against me and Shauskar. Now you have killed your father Kumarbi and ruined your last hope of survival in the Hurit region. Stop saying I am Kumarbi's son." Asher roared angrily. "You clearly know that I am just temporarily submissive to become Kumarbi's son. I have helped you eliminate Kumarbi just now. And you keep saying that I am Kumarbi's son. Are you deliberately disgusting me? Once a father, always a father," Roy said with a teasing smile. "Asher, if Kumarbi is your father one day, then he will always be your father. Even if Kumarbi dies, the father-son relationship between you will not change. You damn guy." Asher was extremely angry, waving his hands and releasing two terrifyingly powerful thunderbolts. Rumble! Rumble! Two thunderbolts turned into two thunder dragons and pounced on Roy. Roy stretched out his right hand forward and released his divine power to create a ball of solar fire with a diameter of more than 10 meters. After the two thunder dragons collided with the fire of the sun, they were annihilated and disappeared. Then, Roy waved his right hand and smashed the blazing sun fire towards Asher. Bang! The fire of the sun consumed Asher's body, The next moment, a bolt of lightning flew from where Ashur was just now to the Persian plateau. Watching the lightning go away, Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "He actually ran away again." Chapter 545 Prelude to the Conquest of the Persian Plateau. The patron god of the Hurrites, Kumarbi, and the patron saint of the Assyrians, Ashur, were eliminated. The Athenian Empire conquered the war between the Hurrites and the Assyrians, and the outcome was naturally no longer in doubt. After all, the Athenian soldiers used iron weapons to reduce the dimensionality of their attacks. Without the intervention of the gods, it was impossible for the Hurrites and Assyrians to make up for the insurmountable strength gap between the soldiers on both sides. After Roy left the follow-up development of this war completely to Nefertiti, Roy came to the city of Babylon alone. 1598 BC. September. The royal palace of Babylon. Roy held Andromeda and sat on the throne in the hall. Andromeda asked curiously, "My dear, you are coming to me now because you want me to send troops into the Hurrit area?" Roy shook his head and said, "The soldiers under Nefertiti are enough to conquer the Hurrit region. I came to you to ask you to send troops. But your combat target is not the Hurrit region, but the Persian plateau. Not only you, but also the Semiramis will also send troops into the Persian plateau. The Persian plateau includes Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, covering an area of approximately 2.7 million square kilometers. Roy wanted to conquer the huge Persian plateau and actually rule it, which required at least 100,000 troops. So not only Andromeda, but also Semiramis had to contribute to the war of the Athenian Empire to conquer the Persian plateau. Why should we conquer the Persian plateau? Andromeda asked with confusion. My dear, does the Athenian Empire have no borders and you want to conquer all the lands? Now half of the Mediterranean Sea has become the inner lake of the Athenian Empire, and the territory of the Athenian Empire has never been larger. So Andromeda really couldn't understand Roy's idea of expanding his territory to the east and to the Persian plateau. After all, in this era, fertile plains are the most suitable for survival. Roy said confidently, Andromeda, now the Aryans are living a nomadic life on the Persian plateau. So you think the Persian plateau is not worthy of our conquest? But I can tell you that there are about 600,000 square kilometers of land on the Persian plateau suitable for development. Agricultural cultivation. Moreover, the oil reserves of the Persian plateau are 1/10 of the world's, and the natural gas reserves are 1/6 of the world's. Even if the Persian plateau does not have 600,000 square kilometers of agricultural land, we must still use it for the sake of rich natural resources. The Persian plateau was incorporated into the Athenian Empire. In addition to oil and natural gas, the Persian plateau is also rich in mineral resources and is known as the World Mineral Museum. The 68 proven minerals account for 7% of the world's total reserves. Roy has not even spared the Amorite Peninsula, which is severely desertified. And of course he will not spare the Persian plateau. Although Andromeda did not understand the value of oil, natural gas, and various minerals, she learned that the Persian plateau had approximately 600,000 square kilometers of cultivated land. And she no longer opposed Roy's conquest of the Persian plateau. After convincing Andromeda, Roy then came to the city of Uruk, the royal palace in the city of Uruk. After Roy explained his purpose, Semiramis directly agreed to Roy's plan. Dear, although I agree with your plan, I can't help you summon the Sumerians. Semiramis said helplessly, I am the princess of the Amorites. It is good that the Sumerians did not launch a rebellion under my rule. It is impossible for them to respond to my call and become your soldiers. So you must call the Sumerians to join this war yourself. After Semiramis finished speaking, Gilgamesh's voice immediately sounded in Roy's ears. King of Athens, let me help you summon the Sumerians. As a heroic god that has been praised by the Sumerians for thousands of years, Gilgamesh does have enough prestige to appeal to the Sumerians. Considering that Gilgamesh could not threaten him, Roy responded, Gilgamesh, I allow you to come again and complete the feat of conquering the Persian plateau with me. Mid-September, Gilgamesh led an army of 50,000 people into the Elamite region and wiped out the remaining Elamite forces. After wiping out the remaining Elamite forces, Gilgamesh will lead an army of 50,000 through the Zagros Mountains and into the southern part of the Persian plateau. West side of the Zagros Mountains, Lowy found the Elamite patron god Isashenak in an open-air temple and attacked the weakened god. As the patron saint, Isashenak's strength is closely linked to the rise and fall of the Elamite kingdom. As the Elamites become stronger, Issushunark becomes stronger. Now that the Elamites were about to be conquered by Gilgamesh leading an army of 50,000 people, Issushunark's strength was weakened to the extreme. Facing Roy's attack, the King of Light and Darkness worshipped by the Elamites only lasted for a few rounds before falling into a disadvantage and trying to escape from Roy. Boom! Just when Issushunark was about to escape, a golden divine light suddenly fell from the sky. The next moment, Issushunark was nailed to the ground with a golden divine spear. The owner of the golden spear is the goddess Inanna from the Sumerian region. Unexpectedly, Inanna would come to help him. Roy said in surprise, "Dear goddess Inanna, I really didn't expect you to take the initiative to help me. Don't get me wrong," Inanna said as she trampled Issushunark under her feet. "I'm just here to defeat the hostile gods and get the merits that belong to the gods. I'm not here to help you." Roy blinked and said, "Then after you get the merit, do you want me to increase your territory? Isn't this a matter of course?" Inanna asked rhetorically. "Don't you want to increase the corresponding territory for me after I gain merit?" "Of course I will increase the corresponding territory for you," Roy said with a smile. "But Issushunark is not a formidable enemy. So defeating him will only get you Elamite territory. Next, I will work with you to help you defeat the Aryan gods on the Persian plateau. With the merit of defeating the Aryan gods, it is not too much for you to give me half of the Persian plateau." Half of the Persian plateau. It covers an area of approximately 1.35 million square kilometers. Roy rolled his eyes and said after hearing Inanna's lion's mouth, "I will not allow you to have such a huge territory until you become my wife." While speaking, Roy walked up to Inanna, looked at Issushunark, who was stepped on by Inanna, and said, "Issushunark, in the past, you were the patron saint of the Elamites, the sun god in charge of the day and the lord of darkness in charge of the night. But from now on, the Elamites no longer need your protection. Great Sun the god Phaethon will become the new patron saint of the Elamites. And you can die in peace." After saying that, Roy aimed his right hand at Issushunark and released the blazing sun fire. Naturally, Issushunark would not die willingly, facing the fate of perishing and disappearing. Issushunark stared at Roy with eyes full of hatred and said, "Pathetic victor. I curse you to leave this world one day during Ragnarok." Chapter 546 The War Among the Aryan Gods. As early as the Paleolithic Age, 100,000 years ago, humans were inhabiting the western part of the Persian Plateau. Around 2700 BC, the Elamites living in the Karen River Basin in the southwest of the Persian Plateau established the Kingdom of Elam. Around 2000 BC, the Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, began to enter the Persian Plateau from the Central Asian steppes. As the Aryans who worshipped the sun god entered the Persian Plateau, the Persian Plateau has now become a gathering place for the Aryan gods. The Aryans, who worship the god of thunder, and the Aryans, who worship the sun god, these two groups are engaged in a protracted war in order to compete for living space on the Persian Plateau. The three brothers Dahaka, Zeus, the god of thunder, Apoousa, Poseidon, the god of fire, and Mana, Hades, the god of plague, are also working with Mithras, the sun god, Atul, the fire god, and the water god Anahita, the moon goddess Mak, and the war god Velashrana engage in the battle of the gods. In the history of another world, the Aryans who worshipped the sun god defeated the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder. Dahaka, the god of thunder, was devalued as the dragon demon. Apoousa was devalued as the drought demon. And Mana was devalued for the plague demon. The three-headed dragon image of Dahaka, Apoousa, and Mana became the three-headed magic dragon Aziz Dahaka. When Roy and Inanna entered the Persian Plateau, the Aryan gods were engaged in a fierce war in the Helmand River Valley. Once Dahaka, Zeus, Apoousa, Poseidon, and Mana, Hades were defeated, they would lead the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder southward into the Indus River Valley. Roy and Inanna passed through the Zagros Mountains, the Karud Mountains, the Lut Desert, and the Sahad Plateau to the Helmand River Basin. They saw that the Aryans who worshipped the sun god had left Helmand. The north bank of the Mandaya River came to the south bank, forcing the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder to leave the Helmand River Basin. In the war between humans, the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, won. The sun god Mithra also brought the fire god Atta, the water god Anahita, the moon goddess Maya, and the military god Velashrana to defeat the thunder god Dahaka. the fire god Apoosa, and the plague god Mana. On the surface, it seems that the sun god Mithras was able to win because the sun god's camp had an absolute numerical advantage. In fact, the sun god's camp did not have a numerical advantage, because Atta, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war, are both sons and clones of the sun god Mithras. Perhaps it was because Dahaka, the god of thunder, had the trinity of Apoosa, the god of fire, and Mana, the god of plague, that the sun god Mithras split into Atta, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war. It is also for this reason that the god of war Velaslana is very similar to the god of fire Apoosa. The fire god Apoosa Poseidon was also worshipped as the horse god, and the military god Velaslana also had the image of a horse god. In the Persian mythology of another world, the drought demon Apoosa is reduced to the image of a black horse, while the image of the war god Velaslana is a sacred white horse. The moon goddess Mak was the sister of the sun god Mithras, who gave her great power and power. The water goddess Anahita is a god of faith sung by the Aryans who lived by water and grass for generations. As a subordinate god of Mithras, her power and power also come from Mithras. After observing the two major groups of Aryans from the Sahad Plateau, Roy was surprised to find that the leader, who led the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder to the Indus River Valley was Phineus, who had been expelled by him. While Loe was observing Phineus from a distance, the sun god Mithras suddenly spoke to Loe and Inanna. "Intruder! You broke into my territory and didn't greet me as my master." The next moment, the sun god Mithras brought the fire god Atta, the war god Velaslana, the water god Anahita, and the moon god Maya to Roy and Inanna. Mithras, the sun god, looking at the sun god Mithra, who looked very similar to the sun god Jupiter, the sun god Helios, the sun god Baluberg, and the sun god Oleg. Roy couldn't help but say, "We meet again. It's certainly not the first time we've met," Mithra said with a proud and confident smile. In the Apennines, another eye, Jupiter, was expelled from your Athenian Empire. In Thrace, another eye, Helios, was expelled from your Athenian Empire. In the plains of Eastern Europe, another eye, Baluberg, is being suppressed by your Athenian Empire. On the Armenian plateau, the other me, Oleg, was deprived of the sun godhood by you. But I am different from these clones. The great sun god Mithras, I won't make the same mistakes as these clones. It seems that you are well aware of the many grievances between us. So I'm not here to say hello. But I'm here to declare war on you," Mithras said with a playful sneer. "Since you dare to appear in front of me, stay forever. Attal, Velaslana, destroy this hateful enemy for me. Obey your father's commandments. We won't let you down." Hearing Mithra's order, the fire god Atta and the war god Velaslana attacked Roy at the same time. The sun is the primordial fire. Attal, the god of fire, is only the son and clone of Mithras, the sun god. His flames are certainly not as good as the real fire of the sun. Faced with the attacks of Attal, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war, Roy directly activated the sun godhead, releasing the blazing fire of the sun to devour Attal's flames, and at the same time used the fire of the sun to attack the god of war. Wei, Les Rana, as the sons and avatars of the sun god Mithras. Atta, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war, played an important role in the worship of the sun god Mithras. In the history of another world, the important fire worship ritual of Zoroastrianism is to worship the sacred fire of Attal. Velaslana is also worshipped as the god of victory, the most powerful god of war among the gods. The achievements of defeating Dahaka, Zeus, the god of thunder, and Apoosa, Poseidon, the god of fire, are attributed to Velaslana. So in the Persian mythology of another world, Dahaka, Zeus, the god of thunder, was once a prisoner of Velaslana, and was tied up and hung on the holy mountain of Demavend. During the battle between Apoosa, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war, Velaslana first transformed into a young rain god to fight with Apoosa. After losing to the fire god Apoosa, Velaslana turned into a white horse and fought with the black horse transformed by Apoosa, and finally defeated Apoosa. At this time, Roy faced Attal and Velaslana. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage due to 1 against 2, but he used the fire of the sun to restrain Attal and prevent Velaslana from getting close to him. Seeing Velaslana trying to extinguish his solar fire with the power of the young rain god, Roy sneered and teased. It's useless. Velaslana. You and Attal are both clones of Mithras. Because Mithras did not give you the power to challenge the sun god, it is impossible for you to challenge me. I have the sun godhead of the sun god Arij is just like me as your other father god. If you can challenge me, it means that you can also challenge Mithras. Of course, Mithras will not let you become a threat to him. Chapter 547 Contract and Sun God King Mithras. The main body will not allow the clone to have the power to challenge itself, just like a king will not allow his subjects to have the authority to challenge himself. Therefore, it is a natural result that Atta, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war, could not defeat Loe, the sun god Phaethon. On the Sahat plateau, Mithra frowned and said while watching Roy's battle with Attal and Velaslana. My dear sister Mahi, Anahita, the water goddess, go and help Attal and Velaslana defeat our enemies. Upon hearing Mithra's order, the moon goddess Ma immediately aimed her bow and arrow at Roy. And the water god Anahita also used her divine power to create a huge water snake that pounced on Roy. Your opponent is me. Inanna took the initiative to rush in front of Maya and Anahita. She first blocked Maya's lunar arrow with her golden spear, and then used her left fist to defeat the water snake created by Anahita. The moon goddess Mahi and the water goddess Anahita are subordinate gods of the sun god Mithra. And their power all come from the sun god Mithra. Inanna is not only an independent patron saint, but also has the Sumerian and Elamite regions as territories, guarding a territory of 100,000 square kilometers, and a population of hundreds of thousands. Of course, the strength of the moon goddess Mahi and the water goddess Anahita is far inferior to that of Inanna. Even when fighting Maya and Anahita at the same time, Inanna was not at a disadvantage. Inanna said to the two goddesses while fighting Mahi and Anahita 1 against 2. Just like a lioness on the grassland will not intervene in the battle between male lions for territory and lionesses, there is no need for us to intervene in the battle between male gods. The moon goddess Maya said expressionlessly. As much as I want to agree with you, we don't have a choice. Anahita, the water goddess, explained. As subordinates of the sun god Mithras, we must obey the orders of the main god. Roy, who was fighting Attal and Velaslana, also said to Mithra at this time. Proud Mithras, you'd better fight me yourself. Do you think of yourself as the king of the gods and think I'm not qualified to fight you? Stupid guy. Mithras said with a sneer. Since you are crazy enough to challenge the sun god king, then I will punish you with destruction. After Mithra finished speaking, the fire god Attal and the military god Velaslana immediately turned into two balls of divine power and flew into Mithra's body, absorbing the two clones of Mithra. The body blooms with infinite light and heat like the sun. Roy also showed no signs of weakness and activated the sun godhead, making his body bloom with endless light and heat like the sun. On the Sahad plateau, it was like two small suns appeared. The next moment, Roy and Mithras flew to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters at the same time and began a fierce collision. I have to admit that the power of the sun god Mithras is far beyond the comparison of the thunder god. After all, this period is when the Aryan god of thunder is declining and the Aryan sun god is reaching its peak. In the history of another world, the Aryan sun god ruled not only the continent of Europa, but also Central Asia, West Asia, and South Asia in Asia Minor. In the Indian region of South Asia, the Aryan sun god became the only creator god in the identity of Vishnu. Brahma, the god of thunder, is only the son born from the navel of Vishnu. The rise of Shiva, worshipped by the indigenous people, into the three-phase god is what will happen thousands of years in the future. In the steppes of Central Asia and the Persian plateau, the Aryan sun god became the king of the gods as Mithras. In Western Asia, the Aryan sun god ruled the Armenian region. Around 1500 BC, the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god Mithras, also conquered the Hurrites and established the Mitanni kingdom. The oldest record of Mithras is a Hittite inscription belonging to the 14th century BC, which is a peace treaty signed between the Hittites and Mitanni. The inscription mentions Mithras as the chief god of Mitanni. The inscription mentions that Mithras is one of the 5 great gods worshipped by the Mitanni, while the other 4 gods correspond to Varuna, the water god, Indra, the thunder god, and the twin gods in Indian mythology. In Roy's view, the 5 great gods of the Mitanni kingdom should be the Aryan sun god Mithra, the thunder god Ashur Marduk Zeus, the sea god Yam, Poseidon, the twin gods Atta, the god of fire, and Velaslana, the god of war. Tens of thousands of meters in the air. Roy said to Mithra while reluctantly fighting Mithra. Mithra, your name means contract. So you are not only the sun god, but also the god of contract, the master of pasture and water. Now I want to know whether your original godhead is the god of contract or the sun god. What a stupid question, Mithra said while releasing the blazing sun fire to attack Roy. Among humans, will humans believe that a beggar can punish those who betray the contract and regard this beggar as a king? The answer is of course no. Human beings will never believe that beggars can protect the contract from the beginning. The king is both a king and a king. The person who protects the contract is because he has the power of the king. Human beings will believe that the king can protect the contract and punish those who betray the contract. In the same way, I did not become the sun god king as the god of contract. It is precisely because I am great only the sun god king. Humans will regard me as the god of contract and pray to me to punish those who betray the contract. I did ask a stupid question, Roy said with a smile. Dear Mithras, thank you for wasting your time answering this stupid question, allowing me to delay. I now have to admit that I cannot defeat you. So I summoned reinforcements who can defeat you. After Roy finished speaking, a dazzling sun appeared in the western sky and flew towards the location of Roy and Mithras at lightning speed. I am coming. After a while, Alina, the sun goddess with white wings spread out from behind, came to Loe and Mithras, the sun god Phaethon Loe, the sun god Mithra, and the sun goddess Alina. The three sun gods are like three small suns, plus a real sun in the sky. At this time, humans on the Persian plateau looked up at the sky and could see four suns appearing in the sky. My dear sister. Seeing the sun goddess Alina, Mithras, who was originally confident of defeating Roy, showed a solemn expression on his face. In the history of another world, it was the Hittite Empire guarded by the sun goddess Alina that defeated the Mitannic kingdom guarded by the sun god Mithras. In other words, historical facts prove that the sun goddess Alina is the nemesis of the sun god Mithras. It is precisely because Alina was able to defeat Mithras that Roy summons Alina. Although you are the sun goddess and I am the sun god, our origins are both Aryan sun worship. So there is no doubt that we are brothers and sisters with a blood relationship. Do you really want to be my enemy? If Mithras is Helios in Greek mythology, Alina is Eos, the goddess of dawn in Greek mythology. Alina and Mithras indeed have the same relationship as biological siblings. Chapter 548 Defeat the sun god with the sun god. Defeat magic with magic. Roy followed this wise saying and thought of using the sun god to defeat the sun god. Dear brother Helios, Mithras, I do not deny the relationship between us as brothers and sisters. But this does not prevent us from becoming enemies. Alina hugged Roy's neck from behind, lying lightly on Roy's back, and looked at Mithra and said, I have dedicated my body and mind to my future husband. If you are his enemy, you are my enemy. My stupid sister. It seems you are hopeless. Mithra gritted his teeth and said with a twisted expression, Then I will eliminate you and this man together, and make you suffer the punishment of being my enemy. After saying that, Mithras began to use all his strength to explode the power of the sun, releasing endless solar fire and endless heat. When the sun fire released by Mithras rushed towards Roy and Alina, Alina released her own sun fire and blocked the sun fire with the sun fire. After rubbing Roy's cheek with her own, Alina let go of Roy's neck and flew towards Mithra. The sun fire she released also began to suppress Mithra's sun fire. Seeing this scene, Roy smiled proudly. The light will be covered by a more dazzling light, and the flame will be swallowed up by a more violent flame. Mithras, the sun god. It seems that the light of the sun goddess Alina is more dazzling than your light. And the fire of Alina's sun is also stronger than the fire of your Sunday. How can this be? Mithras said in disbelief. As a man, I would lose to my own sister. This is a natural outcome, Roy explained with a smile. The Hittite region that Alina protects has entered the Iron Age, and the Persian Plateau and Central Asian grasslands that worship you are still in the Bronze Age. Even if you have more territory and population, you can't defeat Alina. The historical facts of another world have proven that the outcome of the battle between the sun goddess Alina and the sun god Mithra is destined. So Roy did not continue to pay attention to the destined battle of the sun god. Looking down at the ground from the sky of tens of thousands of meters, Roy saw Gilgamesh leading an army of 50,000 into the Persian plateau, and had already started a war with the ancient Persians. a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the sun god Mithras. In the Karud Mountains. After the ancient Persians, who worshipped the sun god Mithras, defeated the Vedic people, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, and became the overlords of the Persian plateau. They were confident in their combat power and considered themselves an invincible ethnic group, facing the dimension-reducing blows brought by Gilgamesh and Athenian soldiers with iron weapons. The ancient Persians finally learned what fear is. Chased by the Athenian army, they fled like piglets escaping from a pigsty. That's true. Seeing the defeat of the ancient Persians in front of the Athenian army, Roy said calmly, "The biggest problem in this war is not how to defeat the ancient Persians. Because defeating the ancient Persians is a natural result. The biggest problem in this war is how to actually rule the Persian plateau, which covers an area of 2.7 million square kilometers. The Central Asian grasslands to the north of the Persian plateau cover an area of 4 million square kilometers, which is as big a problem as the Eastern European plains. Mithras, it looks like you need my help." While Roy was observing the war between the Athenian army and the ancient Persians, a familiar voice suddenly came from a distance. Roy turned around and saw a three-headed god Dahaka, Zeus, the god of thunder, Apoousa, Poseidon, the god of fire, and Mana, Hades, the god of plague. The trinity of Aziz Dahaka flew over from the east. "Zeus?" Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "Helios, Mithras just defeated you and forced you to go to India. Don't you not only have no intention of hurting Helios, but you also want to help Helios? Why not?" Az Dahaka's 3 heads and 6 eyes stared at Roy with hateful eyes and said, "Helios and I are both gods worshipped by the Aryans. The fight between us is a brotherly fight. You are our common enemy. Shouldn't we join forces to destroy you first?" "How stupid." Roy looked at Aziz Dahaka with contempt and said, "Zeus, I am not as powerful as Alina and Helios, Mithras. It does not mean that you can challenge the sun god. In front of you is the sun god Phaethon. I will prove to you that the sun god is the nemesis of the god of thunder. That applies to me as well." After speaking, Roy used both hands to release the blazing sun fire towards Az Dahaka. Az Dahaka immediately retreated to avoid the sun's fire, and at the same time counterattacked Roy with thunder, fire, and plague. "It's useless." Roy used the fire of the sun to annihilate Az Dahaka's thunder, fire, and plague attacks, and then used divine speed to approach Az Dahaka. Aziz Dahaka obviously did not want to have a head-on battle with Roy. Roy approached, and Az Dahaka immediately flew to the east. "Zeus, aren't you going to help Helios?" Roy chased Aziz Dahaka and flew to the west side of the Kirtle Mountains. Seeing that Aziz Dahaka was about to enter the Indian area, Roy couldn't help but say, "Is your help to Helios just lip service? Are you a fool?" Aziz Dahaka said with a sneer, "Both you and Mithras are my enemies. Are you stupid enough to think that I will fight tooth and nail to help Mithras?" After saying that, Aziz Dahaka flew over the Kirtle Mountains and entered the Indian region. Roy did not pursue Aziz Dahaka into the Indian area, but turned back to the Sahad Plateau. At this time, on the Sahad Plateau, Inanna's battle with the moon goddess Maya and the water goddess Anahita continues. Roy flew over the 3 goddesses and asked Maya and Anahita directly. "Mac, the moon goddess, Anahita, the water goddess, the Persian plateau will enter the territory of the Athenian Empire. Are you willing to betray Mithras and become the sister and subordinate god of the sun god Phaethon?" The 2 goddesses glanced at the battle between Alina and Mithras. And then the moon goddess Mahi said, "If it is sister Alina who defeated brother Mithras, I would be willing to become her sister and subordinate god. You have not defeated brother Mithras with your strength. So what qualifications do you have to replace brother Mithras and become my brother? Since you don't want to be my sister, then disappear with Mithras." After Roy said in a cold voice with no expression on his face, a black divine light flew from the west like an arrow and penetrated the body of the moon goddess Mahi. Immediately afterwards, the moon goddess Selene descended from the sky next to Mac and began to devour and absorb the moon goddess Mac, who had the same origin. Witnessing the moon goddess Mahi being eaten by the moon goddess Selene, the water goddess Anahita was so frightened that she hurriedly said to Roy, "I am willing to surrender to you. As the water god, I am not the sister of Mithras, the sun god king, but just a subordinate god of Mithras. So for me, it is acceptable whether my main god is Mithras or you." Of Chapter 549 Divide the Persian plateau into 3. Seeing that the water god Anahita was willing to surrender, Roy said with satisfaction. Anahita. You have made a wise choice. Under the rule of Helios Mithras, you were only a god of faith worshipped by humans. Without an independent guardian god's throne. Under my rule, you will become the patron saint of the Helmand River Basin. With your own territory and people. Anyway, the Persian plateau was the territory snatched from Mithras. And Roy certainly didn't mind showing his generosity. Upon hearing Roy's promise, water goddess Anahita immediately opened her eyes in excitement. As if she couldn't believe that Roy would treat her so well. At this time, the moon goddess Selene has completely annexed the moon goddess Mac. Completing the quaternity of Selene, Alma, Medea Anahit Mac. When the shadow of Medea Anahit Mac appeared behind Selene, Roy said suddenly, the moon goddess Anahit of the Armenian plateau is the water god Anahit of the Persian plateau. In the Armenian plateau, Anahit combines harvest, water, medicine, wisdom, war, moon and other deities into one goddess. But on the Persian plateau, Mahi, the moon goddess, and Anahita, the water goddess, did not become one. In the Persian mythology of another world, as if deliberately to increase the number of gods, many gods appeared whose existence itself was redundant. For example, in Persian mythology, there is both the water god Holdad and the water god Anahita. There is both Ordubehesht, the god of fire, and Atta, the god of fire. There is both Barkman, the patron god of four-legged animals, and Gushervan, the animal god. It can be seen from this that in Persian mythology, it is too normal for the moon goddess Maya and the water goddess Anahita not to be combined into one. Being stared at by Roy, Selene teased with a teasing smile. You are so generous to the goddess you met for the first time. Could it be that you are interested in the gentle water goddess? As one of the protagonists teased by Selene, water goddess Anahita said with a shy expression. If you can let me have more territories and people, I won't accept it. Like a cheating husband caught by his wife. Roy immediately explained to Selene. Can this level be considered generous? After the Persian plateau enters the territory of the Athenian Empire, I will give you 1/3 of the area of the Persian plateau, 900,000 square kilometers. This can be considered truly generous. 900,000 square kilometers. Hearing this number, Selene couldn't help but smile sweetly. Inanna immediately flew to Roy in dissatisfaction and asked. What do you mean? If you directly give 1/3 of the Persian plateau to Selene, who just arrived, how much territory can I get? Also 1/3. Roy and Inanna looked at each other and said, Dear goddess Inanna, I plan to treat you 3 goddesses equally. So I will divide the Persian plateau into 3 and give it to you 3 goddesses fairly. But you want to take over this 900,000 square kilometers of territory. There is a prerequisite, which is to truly become my wife. You? If you are not willing, I will give this opportunity to other goddesses. Goddess Anahita, are you willing to dedicate your body and mind to become my true wife? And be regarded by me as one of the 3 goddesses of the Persian plateau? I do. Anahita gave her answer without any hesitation. After all, the wedding gift given by Roy was a territory of 900,000 square kilometers. This is obviously something that a god of faith, who has no territory or people, cannot refuse. You despicable fellow. Facing the internal competition from Anahita, the water goddess, Inanna could only say in shame and helplessness. I am willing to be your real wife. Are you satisfied with this? I am very satisfied. Roy nodded with satisfaction and said, Dear Inanna, you will not regret marrying me. As the territory of the Athenian Empire continues to expand, let alone 1 million square kilometers of territory, even if it allows you to have 2 million square kilometers of territory, that's fine too. After hearing what Roy said, Selene teased with an unhappy expression. You are so generous to Inanna. My sister helps you deal with Mithras, but you can only enjoy the same treatment as her. Roy immediately flew to Selene and said, Dear Selene, Alina's contribution to defeating Mithras is of course the greatest. I plan to give Alina the Central Asian grasslands with an area of 4 million square kilometers, so that Alina can own tens of millions square kilometers of territory. The entire world's land area is only 150 million square kilometers. Alina holds 1/15 of the land area to herself, plus the territories Selene holds now and in the future. The 2 sisters can own at least 1/10 of the land. Seeing Selene being coaxed to smile again by Roy, Inanna couldn't help but say, Sister Selene, What kind of magic did you sisters use to bewitch him? Not to mention a goddess like me who later joined the Athenian Empire. Even Metis, Mnemosyne, and Amphitrite who supported him in the first place. Hey! He didn't enjoy this kind of treatment. I even suspect that you used love potions to control him and turned him into your love slave. Official complaints are the most deadly. Hearing Inanna's complaints, Roy explained awkwardly. I do this to Alina and Selene because they want to marry me. Goddess Anahita is also willing to marry you. Will you give Goddess Anahita this kind of treatment? Well, Roy, who was at a loss for words, could only give up explaining and choose to show off. I just want Alina to be the number one goddess. I love her so deeply. If any goddess feels dissatisfied, she should reflect on it and see if she can love me like Alina. Love potion or something. Facing Inanna's suspicious gaze, Selene said with a guilty conscience. We did not do anything to his body before his resurrection. Tens of thousands of meters in the sky. The battle between Alina and Mithras continues. After hearing Roy say that he would give Mithras territory, 1/3 of the Persian plateau, and the entire Central Asian grassland, to himself, Alina said with a gentle sweet smile. Dear brother, I will inherit almost all of your territory. This is good news. My stupid sister. Is this the reason for your complete depravity? Mithras said angrily. Just to replace me you give up your pride and dignity as a goddess, and become the wife and vassal of a human man. Whether my choice is right or wrong. Brother. Haven't you seen it with your own eyes? Faced with Mithras' accusation, Alina said indifferently. All the other goddesses in the Athenian Empire combined. Their territories can't compare to mine and Selene. The man's performance now indeed leaves me speechless. But how can you guarantee that the man will not change his mind and make other goddesses more powerful than you in the future? Just to prevent him from changing his mind, Alina flew above Mithras, released her divine power with both hands to create a ball of solar fire with a diameter of 10,000 meters and said, We have taken the necessary steps. After saying this, Alina smashed Mithras with this huge ball of sun fire. Chapter 550 Indian Gods in India. The sun goddess Alina defeated the sun god Mithras, only to temporarily lose the power of the sun god Mithras to interfere with humans. If the Athenian Empire wanted to incorporate the Persian plateau and even the Central Asian grasslands into its territory, it also needed Gilgamesh to lead the Athenian army to conquer all the Aryan tribes on the Persian plateau and the Central Asian grasslands. This doesn't happen overnight. Time flies to January 1597 BC. The 100,000-strong Athenian army advanced at the fastest speed on the Persian plateau and had effectively ruled 2/3 of the Persian plateau. In order to make up for the lack of troops, Roy personally recruited 50,000 Aryan knights from the areas he had conquered. Just when Roy was about to hand over 50,000 Aryan knights to Gilgamesh, so that Gilgamesh would have enough troops to conquer the eastern part of the Persian plateau and enter the Central Asian grasslands, an envoy from India found Roy in the Helmand River basin and asked Roy to join forces to deal with the Aryan Vedic people who worshipped the god of thunder. You said you are King Vritra's messenger. After hearing the envoy's purpose, Roy was full of curiosity about King Vritra whom the envoy served. Because Roy was no stranger to the name Vritra. In the Indian mythology of another world, Vritra is a powerful demon who even once defeated Indra, Zeus, the king of gods. As the myth evolved, Vishnu, who even became one of the three gods, fought in person, and Indra defeated Vritra. As a result, in this world, Vritra turned out to be just a human king, who was an enemy of the Vedic people, who worshipped the god of thunder. Vritra's messenger was an indigenous Dravidian with darker skin, shorter stature, and slightly curly hair. He begged Roy respectfully and devoutly. Your Majesty, the great Emperor of Athens, the Vedic people who worship Indra, the god of thunder, are our enemies and the enemies of the Athenian Empire. As long as you join us to deal with the Vedic people, the great King Vritra is willing to give you the beautiful the princess wishes to marry you. Princess Yui. In the Indian mythology of another world, she is the daughter of King Asura and one of the concubines of Indra, the king of gods. The prototypes of the so-called Asuras and Rakshasas are the disparaging names given to the indigenous forces in India by the Aryans after they entered the region. The Asura kings or Rakshasa kings were the indigenous kings who were enemies of the Aryans. The prototypes of the many Asura princesses who became Indra's wives in Indian mythology were indigenous princesses conquered by the Aryans. When the Aryans conquered the indigenous kingdoms, they offered the indigenous princesses as sacrifices to Indra. These indigenous princesses, the Asura princesses, therefore became Indra's wives. Looking at the dark complexion of Vritra's messenger, the image of a black beauty princess emerged in Roy's mind. Then Roy couldn't help, but shook his head and stayed away from the daughter of Vritra whom he had never seen before. I already have enough wives. So I don't need King Vritra's princess to be my wife. But I am very interested in destroying the Vedic people. So I can lead 50,000 knights to the Indian region to save you. Provided that King Vritra will provide us with food. No problem. The generous King Vritra is even willing to marry you to his beloved Princess Yue. So how can he be stingy with food? After Roy reached an agreement with Vritra's envoy, he immediately summoned 50,000 knights and the envoy led the way to India. 1597 BC. February. Roy led an army of 50,000 people into the Indus Valley from between the Sulayman Mountains and the Kurta Mountains. Ancient India is one of the 4 ancient civilizations. Some scattered early human fossils found in the Narmada Valley region indicate that humans inhabited India, at least during the Middle Paleolithic. After about 6000 BC, India entered the Neolithic Age. The oldest known Indian civilization is the Indus Valley Civilization of the 3rd millennium BC. The Indus Valley Civilization flourished in 2500 BC and declined in 1900 BC. The reasons for the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization in another world's history are unknown. The world is an interconnected whole. And clues to the reasons for the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization may be found in other regions. 3000 BC. The ancient Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, invaded Eastern Asia Minor and the plains of Mesopotamia. Some of the groups that worshipped the ancient earth goddess migrated westward, and some migrated eastward. People who worshipped the ancient earth goddess migrated eastward, first into the Persian plateau. After hundreds of years of development and population growth, groups worshipping the earth goddess continued to migrate eastward into India. This is the truth about the Indus Valley Civilization that flourished in 2500 BC. This is also the reason why there is the earth goddess Sepandamaz in Persian mythology. And the goddess worship in Indian mythology is very similar to the goddess worship in West Asia. The ancient earth goddess statues unearthed in some areas of India are regarded as evidence that India had maritime trade with West Asia in ancient times. However, the real situation is probably that the groups worshipping the earth goddess migrated to India. Around 2000 BC, the Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, entered the Persian plateau from the Central Asian steppes. The Aryans, who worshipped the god of thunder, conquered the local ethnic groups on the Persian plateau, eliminated many local gods including the earth goddess Sepandamaz, and launched an invasion of the fertile Indus River basin. This is the decline of the Indus Valley Civilization. Reasons for being replaced by Aryan civilization. When Lowy entered the Indus Valley, he discovered that Phineas had led the Vedic people, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, to conquer the northern Indus plain and localize the Aryan gods. In India, Indra, Zeus, the god of thunder, is the king of the gods. Agni, Poseidon, the god of fire, is revered as the head of the gods. And Hades, the god of death, becomes the lord of the underworld. In order to rule over the local indigenous Dravidians, the Vedic people adopted the local water god Varuna and made Varuna one of Indra's brothers. Because of the painful lesson of being defeated by the sun god Mitra, the Vedic people also created the sun god Surya. Soma, Dionysus, the god of wine, is also the moon god as the son of Indra, Zeus. So the moon goddess becomes Ushas, the goddess of dawn in Indian mythology. The most unexpected thing is that the priests of the god of thunder actually added the water god Veda on the basis of the three-headed god king of Indra, Zeus, Agni, Poseidon, and Yama, Hades. Luna and the sun god Surya created the image of the five-headed Brahma in one body. I don't have enough strength and brains to come up with it. Because of this trend started by the priests of the god of thunder, the heads of the Indian gods increased more and more. Finally, after the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder weakened, not only the Aryans who worshipped the sun god worshipped Vishnu's slave. Even Lord Shiva and the elephant god worshipped by the indigenous people all have 10 heads to symbolize the identity of the supreme god. However, in this era, Shiva and the elephant god, as indigenous gods, were still weak gods. Therefore, they were not absorbed by Indra like the water god Varuna, and became the 5-in-1 clones and brothers of Indra. Even Soma, Dionysus, the Aryan god of wine, was given an elevated status as a moon god only because of the rise of drinking culture. Chapter 551 The Three Brother Gods of the Vedic Age. Aryan means noble people. This group of noble conquerors reached the Spanish peninsula on the east coast of the Atlantic Ocean in the west, the Arctic Ocean in the north, North Africa in the south, and the Indian region in the east. Without the protection of natural chasms such as the Himalayas, Tian Shan Mountains, and Altai Mountains, these nomadic conquerors would surely have entered the Chinese continent on the west side of the Pacific Ocean. Now, just like the history of another world, the Aryans began to conquer the Indian region. But they were destined to be unable to complete their great cause of conquering the Indian region. Because from the time Roy entered the Indian region was destined to enter the territory of the Athenian Empire. At this time, the Aryan god of thunder had become the localized thunder god Indra in the Indus plain. In Indian mythology, Indra is the king of the gods, the king of the universe, the generous, the compassionate, the drinker of Soma wine, the one holding the Vajra, the ruler, the slayer of Vritra, the son of Might, and Maruda, wind gods, guard commander, friend, giver and other titles. Although the Aryans did not enter the mainland of China to conquer this land, the Buddhism established by the Aryans became the main religion of the mainland of China, and also allowed Indra, Zeus, to use names such as Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, Emperor of Heaven, and Emperor of Heaven, came to the mainland of China as a Buddhist protector. Indra, Zeus, is the god of thunder, storms and war. As the patron saint of the Aryans and Vedic people, he first defeated the indigenous water god Varuna, symbolizing the Vedic people's defeat of the indigenous Dravidians. After the Vedas conquered the Dravidians, Indra annexed the water god Varuna in order to gain the faith and worship of the Dravidians and became Indra Varuna. Varuna became the brother of Indra and the quintuplet of Indra. After hundreds of years of development, after Varuna completely weakened, Indra abandoned his identity as Indra Varuna, and the water god Varuna was completely reduced to a subordinate god of Indra from the supreme god worshipped by the Dravidians. In Greek mythology, Zeus once fought against the gods and threatened that even if the gods joined forces, it would be impossible to defeat him. In Indian mythology, Indra, Zeus, also fought against the gods, causing the gods to all fear Indra. He participated in countless battles with demons and indigenous gods, and conquered 99 castles belonging to the snake demon Vritra. In Greek mythology, the Greeks and their enemies prayed to Zeus for victory. In Indian mythology, the Aryans and the indigenous people, who are about to be destroyed by Indra, will pray to Indra for victory. This is very mindless and anti-intellectual, and makes people a little nervous. Will the indigenous people be destroyed by Indra, and at the same time pray to Indra for victory? Myths are, after all, just fictions made up by priests to glorify their gods. In real history, when the indigenous people fought against the Aryans, of course they would not pray to Indra, but to the indigenous gods they worshipped for victory. In the Indian mythology of the Vedic era, Indra's pentad is Brahma, the five-headed creator god. Indra Brahma gave birth to the sun, the sky, and the morning glow. He consolidated the position of the sun and drove the sun to walk. As the patron saint of the Aryans, Indra is charitable and friendly to the Aryans and will always provide help to them. Because Indra is a highly personalized god, his appearance, clothing, voice, figure, temperament, wisdom, etc. are described in detail. Towards the end of the Vedic age, when the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, began to enter the Indian region, Indra's status in mythology began to decline and his functions also changed. Indra's element as the creator god was completely eliminated, and the sun god Vishnu's status was elevated to the king of gods. Even Indra's five-headed Brahma was born from Vishnu's navel, conceived from a lotus, the son of Vishnu. As proof of Indra's declining status, Indra was no longer feared by the gods, the invincible king of the gods. Not only was he defeated by the Brahmin sage, the priest Vishnu, but even the hostile demons, the Asura kings, were able to defeat Indra, the emperor of heaven. During the Moon dynasty, Indra's authority as the king of gods was completely lost and he was kicked off the throne of the king of gods. King Nausha of the Moon dynasty personally replaced Indra as the emperor of heaven. It was not until the death of King Nahusa that Indra resumed his status as emperor of heaven. Indra as the deity has lost his authority, and the five-headed Brahma, the five-in-one Indra, naturally no longer has the authority of the creator god. Although nominally, the sun god Vishnu, the patron god of the Aryans, the god Shiva worshipped by the indigenous people, and the five-headed Brahma are still the three-phase god of the Trinity. But in fact, both Vishnu and Shiva have the supreme form of 10 heads and 10 signs. The five-headed Brahma not only did not have the supreme form of the 10-headed 10 appearances, but also because he claimed to the sun god Vishnu that he was the supreme creation god and that Vishnu should worship him. Vishnu cut off one of his heads and turned into a four-headed Brahma. After the rise of Shiva, worshipped by the indigenous people, the myth that Vishnu chopped off a head of Brahma became a myth about Brahma claiming to Vishnu that he was the supreme creator god. And Shiva inexplicably jumped out and chopped off a head of Brahma. Head. As the brother of Indra, Zeus, Agni, Poseidon, the god of fire, was the most authoritative god in the Vedic era, second only to Indra, the king of gods. Just like in Greek mythology, Poseidon, the king of the sea, has authority second only to Zeus, the king of gods. In ancient Aryan belief, fire had two sources. The first source is the sun. So the sun god is also the god of fire. The second source is the fire of thunder and lightning. So the god of thunder is also the god of fire. This is why in Greek mythology, Hestia, the goddess of fire, is the fire of the earth and her identity as the goddess of thunder is hidden. Because Zeus must be the unique god of thunder. Therefore, Hestia can only be a simple goddess of fire with no origin. Not the goddess of thunder and fire. Agni, Poseidon, the god of fire, is the trinity brother of Indra, Zeus. Unlike in Greek mythology, Hestia can only become the goddess of fire without origin. In Indian mythology, Agni is the god of fire originating from the fire of thunder and lightning. After all, Hestia is just Zeus's half-sister, Agni, Poseidon, as the trinity and half-brother of Indra, Zeus, can be connected with the thunder godhead of Indra, Zeus, and enjoys the treatment of being a half-sister. Hestia is completely incomparable. The god of death, Yama, Hades, is King Yama, who rules the underworld in the mainland of China. Although the Aryans did not conquer the Chinese continent, their god Yama, Hades, did conquer the Chinese continent, and was in charge of the cycle of life and death of humans in the Chinese continent. Originally, Yama, Hades, as the trinity brother of Indra, Zeus, had the identity of the lord of the underworld, and was second only to Indra, Zeus, and Agni, Poseidon, among the gods. Great god. But in the late Vedic era, Indra was unable to protect himself, and Yama, the lord of the underworld, was reduced to the son of the sun god Surya, the clone of the sun god Vishnu. Chapter 552 Vedic Gods in the Vedic Age. The name of the god of death Yama, Hades, is Yama Luoja, also known as Yama, Yenmore, Yama, King Yama, King Yama, Yama, King Yama, Yenmore, Yenmore, who is in charge of death and the god who judges the dead. Around 2000 BC, the Vedic people, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, brought with them the god of thunder Dahaka, Zeus Indra, and the god of fire Apoosa, Poseidon Agni. When Mana, Hades Yama, the god of plague, came to the Persian plateau, this god already existed in Persian mythology. After the Vedic people entered the Indus plain, they began to implement the prototype of the caste system here. In order for the Dravidians to accept the rule of the caste system, Brahmanism created the concept of reincarnation and made the Dravidians believe that they would enter the underworld after death. And Yama, the lord of the underworld, would reward and punish them according to their actions during life. As long as you endure the suffering silently, you can receive preferential treatment from Yama after death, and even be reincarnated into a high caste. In the early days of the Vedic era, Yama, Hades, was still a kind god of death. Not a scary god. He would entertain the dead as guests and enjoy banquets with them. As the Aryans completely dominated the Indian region, the Brahmins, who lived at the highest level in the entire society, in order to consolidate the caste system and dominance, and to warn people not to commit crimes, portrayed Yama from a kind lord of the dead to the god of death and all gods of death. The king, the ruler of H.L., has many subordinates. Yama also became a terrifying god who would torture the unworthy dead with various torture methods. This practice made people fear the god Yama. And with the arrival of Buddhism and ancient Brahmanism culture from the east, Yama became King Yama, the lord of the underworld in the mainland of China. Varuna, the water god, is one of the 5 most important gods of the Vedic age. In the early days of the Vedic age, when the Aryans had just entered the Indian region and needed to compromise with the local ethnic groups, the water god Varuna was the ruler of the heavens. And he and Indra became the two-in-one Indra Varuna. As the Aryans became more powerful in the Indian region, Varuna's authority as a native deity continued to decline. And he eventually became a mere water god. The evolution of Varuna, the water god, is enough to prove that he is not an Aryan god brought by the Vedic people. In contrast to the constant decline of Varuna, the water god, Soma Dionysus, the Aryan god of wine, continued to grow stronger in the Vedic age. Soma is originally the name of a kind of creeping grass. Its stems are soaked in water and then squeezed with stones to extract the yellow juice. After fermentation, Soma wine can be brewed. In Indian mythology, the nectar of immortality that makes the gods immortal and causes the gods and asuras to wage war is actually Soma wine. In Indian mythology, Indra, the king of gods, was addicted to drinking Soma. After drinking a huge amount of Soma, he became huge and filled both worlds. The rise of this drinking culture gave the wine god Soma, Dionysus, an important position in the Vedic era. Not only did he acquire the identity of the moon god, he also married Ushas, the sister of the sun god Surya. In later Indian mythology, the moon god Soma married the 27 daughters of Prajapati Daksha, 27 constellations. So the moon god Soma is also the lord of the stars. Because the moon god Soma took away the wife of Indra's mentor, the priest Rishi, a war broke out between the gods who supported Indra and the gods who supported the moon god Soma. In Greek mythology, Dionysus, the god of wine, was raised by the goddesses in India. Perhaps the corresponding reality is that Soma, the god of wine, who has the same origin as Dionysus, became a great god in India. Soma, the god of wine in Indian mythology, married Ushas, the sister of the sun god Surya. Dionysus, the god of wine in Greek mythology, also married Ariadne, the goddess of the sun god family. In real history, the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder were defeated, expelled and even conquered by the Aryans who worshipped the sun god. Although the Vedic people, a branch of the Aryans who worshipped the god of thunder, could not retaliate against the Aryans who worshipped the sun god in reality, they could still deceive themselves by making up stories about humiliating the sun god in mythology. So in Vedic times, the sun god Surya and his sister the dawn goddess Ushas had myths that were clearly demeaned and humiliated. In the Indian mythology of the Vedic era, Surya did not become a god after his birth. Moreover, he is extremely ugly, has no arms or legs, is as wide as his height, and can roll like a ball. The gods cut off the excess flesh from his body and transformed him into a mortal. Surya became the ancestor of mankind. He was the first person to sacrifice on earth, and it was he who gave fire to mankind. Neza was born as a ball of meat, which was split open by Li Jing and transformed into a human being. Perhaps this is derived from the birth myth of Surya. And coincidentally, Neza is also a mythical figure related to fire, who can spit out the true fire of Samadhi. The myth of the sun god Surya is really like Prometheus in Greek mythology. Prometheus is the ancestor of mankind in Greek mythology. He is also the person who taught mankind to sacrifice. He also gave fire to mankind. In real history, Prometheus was the Dorian god Hieron who conquered the Mycenaeans Zeus. Because the Dorians, Heron, conquered the Mycenaeans Zeus, Heron became the ancestor of mankind in Greek mythology, taught human sacrifice, brought fire to mankind, and was eventually punished by Zeus and became a prisoner in the Caucasus Mountains. Because the Aryans who worshipped the sun god defeated the Aryans who worshipped the thunder god, the Vedic people who worshipped the thunder god Indra, Zeus, made up myths and made the sun god the ancestor of mankind and the first person to sacrifice, giving fire to mankind. In India and Greece, the Mycenaeans and Vedic peoples, who worshipped the god of thunder, humiliated their rival gods in exactly the same way. Prometheus, Heron, eventually became a prisoner of Zeus in mythology because the Dorians could only settle in a corner of the Peloponnese Peninsula. The status of the sun god Surya in Indian mythology was elevated because the Aryans who worshipped the sun god entered the Indian region, reminding the Aryan Vedic people who worshipped the god of thunder of the fear of being dominated by the sun god. Ushas, the goddess of dawn, is the most beautiful goddess in Indian mythology. She always maintains the image of a girl and appears as a graceful dancing girl riding a chariot. Her duty is to open the door to the sky to invite the dawn and spread the light of hope to drive away the darkness. Dancing girl. Just from the image of Ushas, we can see that she and the sun god Surya were gods created by the Vedic people who worshipped the god of thunder with the mentality of revenge on their mortal enemy, the sun god. When the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, came to dominate the Indian region, Ushas, the goddess of dawn, rose in status in Brahmanism and became one of the most worshipped goddesses. Indra, Zeus, the god of thunder. Agni, Poseidon, the god of fire. Yama, Hades, the god of death. Soma, Dionysus, the god of wine and moon. Varuna, the water god. Surya, the sun god. Ushas, the dawn goddess. These are the Vedic gods of the Vedic age. Except for Yama, the god of death, who rules the underworld of the underworld. And Varuna, the indigenous water god. All the Vedic gods are sky gods. Chapter 553 King Vritra, Indra's enemy. The kingdom of Vritra in the southern part of the Indus plain consists of a royal city and 99 villages of various sizes. The population of the kingdom of Vritra exceeds 100,000. And the king who rules them is Vritra. In the mythology of the Vedic era, Vritra is a demon with the head of a human and the body of a snake. Neither human nor god. The image of Vritra is very similar to the king of Athens in Greek mythology. King Pandion and Erechtheus of Athens, as the adopted sons of the earth goddess who protected the city of Athens, also had the image of a human head and a snake body. But they were not real gods. So they were demigods who were neither human nor gods. Vritra was probably like the king of Athens in ancient times, a priest who served the earth goddess as a king. In Vedic mythology, Vritra is a powerful demon, and Indra was born to conquer him. In the Vedic myth of Indra's battle with Vritra, Vritra once swallowed Indra into his belly, and Indra came out of his belly to save himself from danger. The story of the Buddha of Buddhism being swallowed up by the Buddha's mother, the Peacock King, and then having his belly ripped open may have originated from the myth of Indra and Vritra. In the myth of Lord Buddha worshipped the Peacock King Ming who ate him as his mother. In the story of Indra, Indra did not regard Vritra as his father, but made Vritra his father-in-law. When Vritra's envoy brought Roy and 50,000 troops to Vritra's royal city, Vritra personally brought many of his subjects to the outside of the city to greet Roy. Seeing the mighty army behind Roy, Vritra showed a worried expression on his face, because Roy brought too many troops. The Vritra kingdom's maximum conscription could only raise an army of 20,000 people. Anyone in their right mind would definitely be worried that Roy would become a guest. While Vritra was observing Roy's army, Roy was also observing Vritra. Roy was surprised that Vritra and his family were not dark-skinned Dravidians, but fair-skinned West Asians. In other words, they were a West Asian group that worshipped the earth goddess and migrated to India. They conquered the local Dravidians and became a royal family. No wonder the Vedic people dared to offer the local princess as a sacrifice to Indra after conquering the local ethnic group. It turned out that the royal princess of the local ethnic group was not the black princess of the Dravidian people, but one that conformed to the aesthetics of the Vedic people. Fair-skinned beautiful girl. Looking at the beautiful and innocent Princess Yue wearing white cotton priest robes next to Vritra, Roy couldn't help but think of the promise made by Vritra's envoy to him, as long as he joins hands with Vritra to deal with the Vedic people, Vritra will marry the beautiful Princess Yue to himself. Your Majesty, the great Emperor of Athens, thank you for aiding us and bringing your powerful army. Coming to Roy, Vritra said respectfully, I have prepared a banquet in the palace and invite the distinguished guests to accept my hospitality. Dear King Vritra, as a guest, of course I will abide by the master's arrangements. Arriving at Vritra's palace, Roy saw that not only the royal family, but also the nobles had few Dravidians with darker skin. After the lively banquet began, the royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Vritra happily expressed their gratitude to Roy, because the war with the Vedic people during this period did cause them great harm. Facing the Vedic cavalry, they were unable to mount an effective counterattack. After everyone had eaten and drank at the banquet, Roy took the initiative to stir up the topic. King Vritra, how do you plan to deal with the Vedic people when we join forces? Your soldiers are not large in number, and they are mainly infantry. Do you want to leave the matter of dealing with the Vedic people entirely to my army? Vritra shook his head and said, although I only have 20,000 soldiers, and they are all infantry, I have contacted my cousin Luohu to form an alliance. Luohu is a more powerful king than me. He can bring an army of 30,000, and I can join forces with him. 50,000 infantry can use some terrain to deal with the Vedic cavalry. So our locals will be the main force against the Vedic people. You Athenians are distinguished guests, and your task is to prevent the Vedic people from escaping from the battlefield. It can be seen that Vritra is obviously on guard against Roy, so he does not want Roy to make huge contributions on the battlefield. After all, in this era, Spoils will be distributed according to merit on the battlefield. Now the Vedic people had conquered the Harappan kingdom, which was guarded by the water god Varuna. If the Athenian army became the main contributor to the defeat of the Vedic people, then the territory of the Harappa kingdom should belong to the Athenian empire. Although he could see Vritra's thoughts, Roy didn't care. Because the history of another world has proved that these natives cannot defeat the Vedic people at all. As if to make it up to Roy, Vritra continued. Young emperor, I will keep my promise and marry you my daughter Princess Yue. My daughter Yue is a priestess serving the goddess Kali. So she has not married until now. In order to thank you for your assistance, Yue will give up his lifelong goal of serving the goddess. After Vritra finished speaking, the beautiful Princess Yue immediately walked to Roy and knelt on the ground. Then bent down to touch Roy's right foot with her forehead. This is a great gift to touch your feet. Roy immediately reached out and grabbed Yue's shoulders, forcibly lifted her up and said, Princess Yue, although guests should follow the local customs and respect the host, I don't like this kind of gift. No matter you regard me as a god or the most distinguished guest, you don't need to bow to me. Because in my Athenian empire, people are very important. Everyone is equal. Even a beggar can look into the eyes of me. The emperor. Yue is only a girl of about 18 years old. In addition, she has always been a priestess living in the Kali temple. So she has the innocence and ignorance consistent with her age and identity. After hearing what Roy said, Yue said a little at a loss. Then don't you, the emperor, have no authority? Will your subjects really obey your orders? I don't need anyone else to obey my orders, Roy said confidently. In other places, kings and chiefs will instill loyalty in their subjects and let them serve them with loyalty. But in the Athenian empire, my relationship with my subjects is more like an employment relationship. I will pay the officials and soldiers enough salary in exchange for they get the job done. My subjects don't work for me. They work to provide for their families. So I don't need anyone's loyalty to me or authority that others fear. Then aren't you worried about someone usurping the throne? My soldiers rely on me to provide money for their families. So whoever wants to usurp the throne is an enemy of all soldiers, and will be torn to pieces by the angry soldiers. Roy explained patiently. In the Athenian empire, wealth is concentrated in the hands of the royal family. No one has the financial resources to replace me and feed all the soldiers. I see. Yue suddenly nodded and said, I seem to understand. You exchanged money for the loyalty of soldiers, and concentrated all the wealth in your own hands. You really don't need to worry about someone usurping the throne. It is said that there are no nobles in the Athenian empire. It seems that the reason why you eliminated the nobles is that you don't want anyone to control the huge empire. With wealth, he can buy soldiers and become a threat to the royal family. Chapter 554 The Trinity Goddess Kali. As an emperor who eliminated all royal families and nobles, Roy did not hide his disgust for the royal family and nobles. Inside Vritra's palace, before the banquet to welcome Roy was over, Roy made a request to Princess Yue. Dear Princess Yue, as your future husband, I hope you can take me to visit your father's city. Yue looked at Vritra with questioning eyes. And Vritra nodded immediately. After getting Vritra's consent, Yue left the palace with Roy. Although Roy was no longer the protagonist, the banquet in the palace continued. Because Vritra needed to entertain the royal family and nobles with banquets to deepen their relationship, so that these powerful royal families and nobles could help deal with the Vedic people. The city of Vritra. Roy and Yue walked down the street with a group of personal guards. Seeing that although many civilians were so poor that they were barely clothed, none of them were emaciated and hungry, Roy couldn't help feeling that the Indus River Plain was really too rich. No wonder that in another world, the Indus River Plain can support 230 million people with 800,000 square kilometers of land. The Indus Plain produces a lot of food, and rice and cotton are also exported. Because it is located in the subtropics, it is rich in fruit resources and is known as the Oriental Fruit Basket. Bananas, oranges, mangoes, guava and various melons are abundant in the plains and lowlands, while peaches, grapes, persimmons, etc. are abundant in the mountainous plateaus. The neighboring Indian region uses 3 million square kilometers of land to feed a population of 1.4 billion. Yue observed Roy's reaction and asked Roy, Dear Your Majesty the Emperor, I heard that the Athenian Empire you rule is the most powerful and wealthy country in the West. How does the life of the Athenians compare with that of our people? The wealth of the Athenians cannot be compared to the people of the kingdom of Phrydo. Roy said with a smile. Because of the wealth of the Indus Plain, the people of the kingdom of Rito will not starve to death even if they are beggars. But in our empire of Athens, not only will no one starve to death, but no one will become a beggar. No one becomes a beggar. Yue said in disbelief. Is it really possible for such a country to exist? You can go to the Empire of Athens in person to see if what I say is true or false. The secret that there are no beggars in the Empire of Athens is that I provide jobs for all the people of the Athens Empire. You have provided jobs for all the people of the Athenian Empire. I heard that the Athenian Empire has a population of tens of millions, excluding the elderly, children and women. Your wealth is enough to provide jobs for millions of people. Everything in the Athenian Empire, including land, rivers, mountains, forests, minerals and other resources are my wealth. Since I have all the wealth, of course I can provide jobs for millions of people. Your father, King Vritra, cannot do it for all the people provide jobs, which means that he only owns all the wealth of the kingdom of Vritra in name. But in fact he wants to share the wealth with the surrounding royal families and nobles. Since your father, King Vritra, does not control all the wealth of the kingdom of Vritra, of course he cannot provide jobs for all the people of the kingdom of Vritra. Do ordinary people in the Athenian Empire work hard? Are they paid well? Ordinary Athenians only need to work 5 days out of every 7 days, and only 8 hours a day. The salary they receive every month can support at least 3 people. In other words, as long as the couple works at the same time, an Athenian family can support a family of 7 people for 3 generations. In your Athenian Empire, women can also work. The Athenian Empire was also a country guarded by the Earth Goddess. Not only could women work, but they also had the same inheritance rights as their brothers. Unknowingly, Roy and Yue came to the Kali temple in Vritra city, knowing that the Athens Empire was also a country guarded by the goddess of the earth. Yue invited Roy. Dear His Majesty the Emperor, are you willing to enter the Kali temple and receive the blessings of the goddess Kali whom I serve? Of course I do. Goddess Kali is also the avatar of the ancient earth goddess. Her identity alone is enough to make me like goddess Kali. Roy and Yue entered the Kali temple, which has a large scale and splendid interior decoration, and saw a sword-wielding female war goddess enshrined on the throne deep in the temple. The statue of the goddess Kali is decorated with many gold ornaments. Her face and figure are very similar to Shauska in the Hurit area. But she is a little more wild, brutal and terrifying. This is also a natural result. The group of people who worship the earth goddess migrated to the Indus River plain. In order to survive on this land, they must have fought with the indigenous Dravidian people for thousands of years. In order to satisfy her tribe's need for war, the earth goddess gradually evolved into the slaughter goddess, who brought death and destruction to her enemies. But her essence is still the earth goddess. So in Hindu mythology, goddess Kali is the Black Earth Mother, the conqueror of time. She is the Trinitarian goddess of creation, mother of protection and destruction, birth and death, giver of life to the world. The worship of the goddess Kali can be traced back to non-Aryans and is very different from Orthodox Hinduism. It is very clear that goddess Kali is not an Aryan deity. The Aryans worshipped the god of thunder and the sun god, which were essentially worship of the sky god, the worship of natural phenomena in the sky. The goddess Kali is the earth mother goddess, who symbolizes the earth, and has nothing to do with the sky god worshipped by the Aryans. But goddess Kali is not a native Indian deity either, because the Dravidian god worship is animal worship. The little elephant god Ganesha, the bull god Nandi, the rock bird Garuda. These native Indian gods are all animal gods. And they are all male gods. Even Shiva, the most iconic native god, is now a beastmaster associated with beast worship. She is neither an Aryan god nor an animal god worshipped by the native Dravidians of India. This is the identity of the goddess Kali. In Hindu mythology from another world, goddess Kali is one of the incarnations of Parvati, the wife of Shiva. This is the result of the decline of the earth goddess being absorbed by Shiva's wife. Shiva is an ascetic who practices in the snow-capped mountains. And Shiva's wife Parvati is the goddess of the snow-capped mountains. It can be seen from this that Parvati is a clone of Shiva created because of Shiva's asceticism in the snow-capped mountains, and does not possess any power or power. In order to enhance Parvati's power and power, many goddesses in India were absorbed into Parvati's incarnations. And the power and power of these goddesses became Parvati's power and power. Not only Parvati, but also Shiva merged and absorbed many gods before evolving into Shiva, one of the 3-phase gods, who has the same supreme status as the Aryan sun god Vishnu. In this era, even Shiva, the beast lord Rudra, has not yet risen to become the three-phase god Shiva 1,000 years later. And Rudra's wife Parvati may not have been born yet. Even if Parvati had been born, she was only the weakest god. Even Parvati's husband Rudra may not be the opponent of goddess Kali now. And Parvati has not absorbed the power of goddess Kali. Chapter 555. Attack the Vedic temples together. You are not human. When Roy was observing the statue of goddess Kali, he realized that Roy was not an ordinary human being. Goddess Kali took the initiative to come to Roy. With a burst of black divine light blooming, the statue of Kali on the throne turned into the goddess Kali herself. Witnessing this scene, Yue was surprised and hurriedly knelt on the ground, piously worshipping the great goddess, who had protected his clan for thousands of years. The goddess Kali didn't care about her priestess's pleasure. She stared at Roy with blood-colored snake eyes and asked, "This is the first time I have seen a guy like you who is neither human nor god. What is your purpose in coming to my territory? I'm not your enemy." Roy activated the sun godhead, causing his body to bloom with infinite divine light. At the same time, he released a blazing sun fire from the palm of his right hand, and released a golden thunder from the palm of his left hand. "I am the emperor of the Athenian Empire. I am also a human god with a human body and a divine soul. I am also the sun god and thunder god who took the sun godhead and thunder godhead from the sun god and thunder god." Honey. Seeing Roy's miracle, Yue's eyes widened in shock. She had no idea that her future husband was also a god. "You are an Aryan god." "No. You are lying." After hearing Roy's answer, Goddess Kali said angrily, "The human warriors you brought are all Aryans. And your godhead is also the sun godhead and thunder godhead of the Aryans. You actually deny that you are the sun god and thunder god of the Aryans." "Well," Roy said immediately, thinking that Alina and Selene were also the Aryan sun goddess and moon goddess. "Goddess Kali, the goddess wife I am about to marry, is also the Aryan sun goddess and moon goddess. The Athenian Empire is a multi-ethnic country, and the Aryans are also one of the ethnic groups in the Athenian Empire. You can indeed regard me as an Aryan, the human sun god and thunder god. But I have nothing to do with the thunder god who harmed the ancient earth goddess. The thunder god worshipped by the Aryans is our common enemy. I am the one who destroyed the thunder god's clone and obtained the thunder godhead. I heard that the Athenian Empire is also the clone of the ancient earth goddess, the country guarded by my distant relatives and sisters." Goddess Kali regained her composure and said, "Seeing that you, the Emperor of Athens, are an Aryan god, this makes me suspect that the rumors are false. If you want to prove that you have no ulterior motives, confess your true purpose to me. I want to join forces with King Vritra to deal with the Vedic people, a branch of the Aryans, and turn the Harappa region ruled by the Vedic people into the territory of the Athenian Empire. After marrying Princess Yue, I also want to inherit, as my son-in-law, the throne of the kingdom of Vritra." Roy confessed his purpose, and Goddess Kali immediately fell into silence. Because Roy didn't lie, and Loie has the right to get it. If Roy was the greatest contributor to the defeat of the Vedic people, of course Roy should get the Vedic territory. The kingdom of Vritra is a kingdom that worships the goddess, and the princess has the right to inherit the throne. As the husband of Princess Yue, Roy can of course become the king of the Vritra kingdom. After a moment of silence, Goddess Kali suddenly sneered and said, "If you wish to prove that you are trustworthy, join me in attacking Indra's pantheon. Attack the temples of Indra. This means that you will suffer from the god of thunder Indra, Zeus, the god of fire Agni, Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, the god of wine and moon Soma, Dionysus, the siege of Varuna, the water god, Surya, the sun god, and Ushas, the dawn goddess, in the territory of the Vedic people." Roy could not summon the goddess of the Athenian Empire. Therefore, when attacking Indra's temples, Roy could only fight side by side with the goddess Kali and leave his fate to the goddess Kali. Roy only hesitated for a moment before speaking to the goddess Kali. "Yes, I am willing to attack Indra's temples with you and prove to you that I am a trustworthy comrade." Hearing Roy's answer, Goddess Kali couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Because she and Roy were strangers meeting for the first time. If Roy made the same request to her, she would definitely reject Roy's request. "You are such a strange guy. If you really have the guts, come with me." After saying this, the goddess Kali turned into a black divine light and flew out of the Kali temple. Roy immediately turned into a golden divine light and chased the goddess Kali. Harappan City. This is one of the most important cities in the Indus Plain. The city was now ruled by the Vedic people. In the sky above the city of Harappa, there is a temple of Indra, Zeus, the king of gods. At this time, among the splendid temples, Indra, Zeus, is sitting on the throne of the god king. On the throne on the right side of the temples are sitting the god of fire Agni, Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, Soma, Dionysus, the god of wine and moon, sits on the throne on the left side of the temple, the water god Varuna, the sun god Surya, and the dawn goddess Ushas. In addition to these 6 gods with divine thrones, there are also 3 gods standing close to the gates of the temples, namely Rudra, Shiva, the beast lord, Ganesha, the little elephant god, and Shavana, the bull god. Shiva, one of the 3 phase gods, originated from the beast master during the Indus Valley civilization. Therefore, the beast lord Rudra is also one of the gods in the Indus region. In Hindu mythology, Shiva is the supreme god with 10 heads. The third eye on his forehead can emit divine fire that destroys everything. It burned 3 demonic cities and the god of love who seduced him. And he is known as the destroyer of the 3 demonic cities. The lingam, the symbol of man, is the symbol of his creative power. So the lingam symbolizes Shiva. Shiva is the god of asceticism. He practices asceticism in Javasa mountain all year round. He obtains the most profound knowledge and magical power through the most rigorous asceticism and the most thorough contemplation. He is also the god of dance, who created 2 types of dance, hard and soft, and is known as the king of dance. He is the commander-in-chief of demons and monsters, and they are all subject to him. His wife is the snow-capped mountain goddess Parvati, and his 2 sons are the war god Saganda and the young elephant god Ganesha. The image of Shiva is depicted with 3 eyes and 4 hands, holding 3 forks, conchs, water jugs, drums, etc. in his hands. He is dressed in animal skins, covered in ashes, with a crescent moon as decoration on his head, and his hair is twisted into a horn shape, with a symbol of the Ganges River. Legend has it that when the Ganges River descended to earth, it first fell on his head and flowed to the earth in 7 directions. There was a king snake around his neck and his mount was a big white bull. Compared with the other gods who are luxuriously dressed, Shiva's dress looks out of place. It is worth mentioning that although the man's linga symbolizes the beast lord Rudra, the beast lord Rudra is a man without a linga. In other words, Rudra, the beast lord, is just like the eunuchs who serve the emperor in the palace. Legend has it that when the 3-phase god created the world, the beast lord Rudra did not take the 3-phase god's creation of the world seriously and went to the bottom of the sea to practice alone. When the beast lord Rudra completed the penance and the work of creation was completed, the beast lord Rudra cut off his lingam in anger. From then on, worshipping the linga is worshipping the beast lord Rudra. Chapter 556 The 5-headed Brahma in one body. Rudra, the lord of beasts. Ganesha, the elephant god. Shavana, the cow god. In the Vedic pantheon, Indra, Zeus, who was sitting on the throne of the god king, looked at the 3 local gods with a teasing smile and joked. You said you want to join me and become a Vedic god like the water god Varuna. But I accept the water god Varuna because the water god Varuna is the patron saint of Harappa city. You 3 don't have the patron saints of a city and a place. What value do you have for me to accept you? Ganesha, the elephant god with an elephant head and human body, immediately shook his elephant head and trunk and said, Indra, the great king of gods, I think you need a powerful mount. The elephant is the most powerful animal on the land and a more powerful mount than the Vedic horse. I am willing to be your mount. Very good. After listening to the words of Ganesha, the elephant god, Indra nodded with satisfaction and said, I do want an elephant as a mount. Then you will become my mount and join the camp of the Vedic gods. Seeing Indra accepting the elephant god Ganesha, the cow god Shavana said anxiously, Great king of gods Indra, I can also be your mount. I believe that as a mount, I will not lose to Ganesha. After saying this, the bull god Shabana transformed directly into a big white bull. Looking at this beautiful big white cow, Indra said with wide eyes, Is this the true form of the wish-fulfilling bull god Shavana? In the worship of the Dravidian people, you can fulfill all kinds of wishes. So you get the title of the wish-fulfilling bull god. Although it is not as good as Ganesha as a mount, I am very happy. I like your true nature. So I allow you to join the camp of the Vedic gods. After receiving the elephant god Ganesha and the wish-fulfilling cow god Shivana, Indra looked at the beast lord Rudra with cold eyes and said, Ganesha and Shivana can become mounts. And they are animal gods without human form. This is the main reason why I am willing to accept them. Beast lord Rudra. Do you have any value for me to accept? I am the god of penance. Rudra, the beast lord, said expressionlessly. Accepting me and admiring me is completely in line with the needs of the Vedic people to rule the Dravidians. You can let the Dravidians imitate me and treat all kinds of sufferings imposed by the Vedic people as penance. If you use the Vedas if gods fool the Dravidians, it will certainly be difficult to achieve the effect you want. But I am the god of the Dravidians. So the Dravidians can accept my influence on them. But I am very dissatisfied with your status as a male god. As long as I am not a male god, are you willing to accept me? Rudra, the beast lord, said with a smile. I am willing to cut off my lingam so that I am no longer the god you hate. I can even become a goddess if you wish. You have to cut off your lingam as a man. Indra said with surprise. You really look like me. You can give up your identity as a man in order to survive. I will meet your request. As long as you give up your identity as a man, I will allow you to become a Vedic god and let you fight against the local gods with us. Together we help the Vedic people rule over the Dravidian people. Rudra, the beast lord, said with a bright smile. As a native god worshipped by the Dravidians, I am happy to help you deal with the native gods to help the Vedic people rule over the Dravidians. After saying this, Rudra, the beast lord, used his divine power to create a golden sword and then cut off his own lingam. Just as the linga of the beast lord Rudra fell through the floor and fell to the ground, Roy and the goddess Kali happened to break into the Vedic pantheon. Goddess Kali was not surprised to see the beast lord Rudra, the elephant god Ganesha, and the bull god Shivana joining the camp of the Vedic gods. In order to survive, Goddess Kali stands on the same ground as them and may make the same choice as them. What Goddess Kali found hard to accept was that the beast lord Rudra did not hesitate to cut off the linga and become a neither male nor female god. Rudra, the beast lord, you once proposed to me, but now you give up your identity as a man. Facing the question from Goddess Kali, the beast lord Rudra lowered his head in shame. Indra laughed and said, Dear Rudra, even if you don't have linga, you can still marry Goddess Kali. My horse Ganesha is so cute. He can be your ready-made son. And I can also marry Goddess Kali in your place. Pregnant with your child. Roy's eyes scanned the Vedic pantheon, and finally landed directly on Ushas, the goddess of dawn. As the most beautiful goddess in Indian mythology, Ushas' beauty really surprised Roy. Ursa's face and body looked like Selene, but also somewhat like Alina. As a newly born god, Ushas and her brother Suya are just ordinary gods of faith. Withdrawing his gaze from Ushas, the goddess of dawn, Roy looked at Indra with a dissatisfied expression and said, Zeus, you dare to blaspheme the goddess Kali in front of me. It seems that if I defeat you this time, I must cut off your lingam and let you and Rudra become neither male nor female gods. Rumble rumble. As the terrifying thunder appeared in the temples, Indra, Zeus stood up suddenly, stared at Roy with eyes full of anger and hatred and said, You damn human being. You dare to be so provocative in my pantheon. My subordinates. Let's work together to capture the goddess Kali and this hateful human being, and wash away the shame he has brought to us. Under the call of Indra, Zeus, the god of fire Agni, Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, the god of wine and moon Soma, Dionysus, and the god of water Varuna, and attacked Roy together with Indra, the sun god Suya, the dawn goddess Ushas, the beast lord Rudra, the elephant god Ganesha, and the bull god Shivana also attacked the goddess Kali at the same time. Facing the siege of the five gods, Roy directly activated the sun godhead and thunder godhead, releasing blazing sun fire and terrifyingly powerful golden thunder as a counterattack. Boom! Boom! Huge and astonishing divine power exploded between Roy and the five gods. Relying on the attribute suppression of the sun godhead, Roy was able to fight the five gods in a deadlock. Seeing that Roy could not be defeated in a short time, Indra said angrily, Hurry up and merge with me. Under the command of Indra, Zeus, Agni, Poseidon, the god of fire, Yama, Hades, the god of death, Soma, Dionysus, the god of wine and moon, and Varuna, the water god, it turned into 4 balls of light and flew into Indra's body. The next moment, Indra transformed into a terrifying god with 5 heads on his shoulders. Five-headed Brahma. Seeing Indra, Zeus transform into the five-in-one Brahma, Roy couldn't help but take a deep breath. Because in the Indian mythology of the Vedic era, Brahma, the five-headed god, was revered as the creator god. Unfortunately, the Vedic myths are just false stories concocted by the priests of Indra. The priests of Indra set Brahma as the creator god in mythology, which does not mean that Brahma in reality really has the power of the creator god. Although the five-headed Brahma does not have the power of the creator god, the five-headed Brahma is indeed more powerful than the five gods working together. Chapter 557 Goddess Durga. Goddess Naga. In Indian mythology, the evolution of the world is divided into 4 eras. Namely the Age of Perfection, the Age of 3 Parts, the Age of 2 Parts and the Dark Age. It can be seen from the literal meaning that the Age of Perfection is the age when the five-headed Brahma Indra is the only creator god. The Age of Trichotomy is the age when Brahma Indra, sun god Vishnu, and destruction god Shiva divide the world into 3 parts. The Age of Dichotomy is the age when Vishnu and Shiva divide the world into 2. The Dark Ages are the times when humans no longer believe in gods. Even in the Middle Ages, the expansion of the Church of the One God was inseparable from the supportive force. It used to eliminate the priests of other gods and reduce other gods to evil gods and demons to win over the people's faith. In ancient times, changes in beliefs were of course even more inseparable from the supportive force. Therefore, the decline of Brahma Indra's status in mythology reflects the loss of ruling authority in India by the Aryans and Vedic people who worshipped the god of thunder. The Aryans and ancient Persians who worshipped the sun god invaded India on a large scale from the Persian plateau. Vishnu replaced Brahma and Indra as the supreme creation god. Even Brahma became the god of creation from Vishnu's navel, the son born from Padmasambhava. As a native god, Shiva rivaled Vishnu, reflecting that India's indigenous Dravidians already had military power comparable to the Aryans. Although the Dravidians had military power that rivaled the Aryans, they were culturally assimilated by the Aryans. Perhaps because they felt that the caste system was conducive to rule, the indigenous princes and nobles became non-Aryan Brahmins and Kshatriyas. It is precisely because the native Dravidian princes and nobles colluded with the Aryans that the caste system became deeply rooted in India. At this time in the Vedic pantheon, Roy and Indra, Zeus, the god of fire Agni Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, the god of wine and moon Soma, Dionysus, the god of water Varuna the five-headed Brahma fights in one body. With a solemn expression on his face, Brahma Indra combined the power of the 5 gods into one. And his divine power has completely surpassed Roy. Even if Roy's sun godhead could restrain Brahma Indra in terms of attributes, it would not be able to make up for the huge strength gap between the 2 sides. Under the fierce attack launched by Brahma Indra, Roy managed to hold on while looking at the goddess Kali. Faced with the siege of the sun god Surya, the dawn goddess Ushas, the beast lord Rudra, the elephant god Ganesha, and the cow god Shavana, the goddess Kali also fell into a disadvantage. In other words, it is impossible for the goddess Kali to aid Roy. Seemingly reading Roy's thoughts, Brahma Indra laughed while attacking Roy. Human, do you regret it? Unfortunately, I will not give you a chance to regret it. This time I will completely destroy you. As long as you are not there, the Athenian Empire will collapse into a piece of loose sand. And I can regain everything I lost. After saying this, Brahma Indra released a divine power and sealed the doors of the Vedic temples. Even the escape door was sealed by Brahma Indra. Roy asked the goddess Kali anxiously. Goddess Kali, what should we do now? Did you really bring me here to die? We just have to leave it to fate. Goddess Kali said calmly. The enemy is stronger than I expected. And I have no choice now. Have I been tricked by Kali? Just when Roy had an ominous premonition and began to regret his decision. Boom! The door of the Vedic pantheon was suddenly shattered by a divine force. Immediately afterwards, a goddess riding a golden lion and a goddess riding a Garuda broke into the Vedic pantheon. Seeing these 2 goddesses, Goddess Kali rebuked with a joyful smile. You guys came too late. If Roy hadn't been stronger than expected, you would have collected the bodies of your sisters. Obviously, these 2 goddesses are the reinforcements of Goddess Kali. What surprised Roy was that the mounts of these 2 goddesses turned out to be a lion god and a rockbird god. In other words, the reinforcements are actually 4 gods. Goddess Durga, Goddess Naga, Golden Lion God, God Garuda. Seeing the 2 goddesses riding into the Vedic pantheon, Brahma Indra said in shock and anger. Are you local gods going to join forces to deal with us in such a despicable way? Goddess Dagor rode a golden lion to Goddess Kali, and joined forces with Goddess Kali to deal with the sun god Surya, the dawn goddess Ushas, the beast lord Rudra, the elephant god Ganesha, and the bull god Shivana. Said with a sneer, "What's wrong with us joining forces? Should we be stupid and defeated one by you?" With Goddess Dagor and the golden lion god sharing the pressure, Goddess Kali fought against the sun god Surya and the dawn goddess Ushas alone, and soon suppressed the sun god Surya and the dawn goddess Ushas. The great Goddess Dagor. "We are all local gods." Ganesha, the elephant god, shook his head and said while resisting the attack of Goddess Dagor, "I appear here to avoid being attacked by the Vedic gods. Since you three goddesses are joining forces to deal with the Vedic gods, I am willing to join you and help you defeat the Vedic gods." The bull god Shivana also said, "I don't want to be Indra's mount. But because the Vedic gods are too powerful, I can only surrender to them first. Unlike the elephant god Ganesha and the bull god Shivana, who want to abandon darkness and turn to light, the beast lord Rudra is fighting the goddess Dagor with all his strength. After all, the beast lord Rudra has cut off his own lingam. If he betrays the Vedic gods now, his lingam will be in vain." The Naga goddess flew to Roy on Garuda, and together with Roy resisted Brahma Indra's attack. Roy immediately felt that the pressure was greatly reduced, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "We should go." Just when Roy felt that he could win this war with the three goddesses, Goddess Naga suddenly said to Roy, "You have to act with me." After saying this, the Naga goddess struck a full blow at Brahma Indra. Roy followed up with a full blow, and after knocking back Brahma Indra, the Naga goddess pulled Roy onto Garuda's back. And then Garuda rushed towards Veda carrying Roy and the Naga goddess. The gate of the pantheon. Goddess Kali and Goddess Dagor also ended their battle. And the two goddesses rushed out of the Vedic pantheon riding the golden lion god together. The elephant god Ganesha and the bull god Shivana also left, leaving only Brahma Indra, the sun god Surya, the dawn goddess Ushas and the beast lord Rudra in the Vedic pantheon. Seeing the elephant god Ganesha and the bull god Shivana betraying him, the five-headed Brahma Indra said angrily with his middle head, "It's true that these local gods cannot be trusted." Then, Brahma Indra looked at the beast lord Rudra and comforted him. "Dear Rudra, I am not talking about you. You have cut off your own lingam to prove your loyalty. From now on, you will be my brother Indra, and I will give you the godhead of the storm god, god of thunder, god of storm. These are the two main deities of Indra, Zeus. Indra's willingness to let the beast lord Rudra become the god of storms is enough to prove the importance he attaches to the beast lord Rudra." Chapter 558, Plan to deal with the Vedic gods. Suleiman Mountains west of Harappa. After leaving the Vedic pantheon, Roy came here with the goddess Kali, the goddess Dagor, the goddess Naga, the golden lion god, the god Garuda, the elephant god Ganesha, and the cow god Shivana. Standing on the top of a 3,000-meter-high mountain, Roy looked at Goddess Kali, Goddess Dagor, and Goddess Naga with astonishment. Like Goddess Kali, Goddess Dagor and Goddess Naga are also clones of the ancient earth goddess, so their faces and postures are very similar to Goddess Kali. In the Hindu mythology of the other world, Goddess Dagor is one of the main goddesses, and one of the goddesses who was absorbed by Parvati, the wife of Lord Shiva. As a warrior goddess of war, one of the achievements of Goddess Dagor is to destroy the buffalo-like Asura king Misha, the belittled and vilified image of the cow god Shivana. She is also the prototype of the powerful bull demon in Journey to the West. There are lions in India. Therefore, the golden lion god, the mount of Goddess Dagor, is one of the native animal gods in India. Like the elephant god Ganesha and the bull god Shivana, this golden lion god is not only the mount of Goddess Dagor now, but will also be defeated by the sun god Vishnu in the future, and become the human lion incarnation of Vishnu. Naga means snake in Indian Sanskrit, and also refers to a god with the head of a human and the body of a snake. The worship of the snake god Naga not only existed in India, but also spread eastward to Thailand. The mount of the Naga goddess is the god Garuda. This is a very interesting thing, because in Indian mythology, the mother of the Naga clan, the snake goddess, once enslaved the mother of Garuda, until Vishnu, the sun god, rescued Garuda and made Garuda the mount of Vishnu, the supreme god. The real history corresponding to this myth may be that before the Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, entered the Indian region, The group of people who worshipped the earth goddess once ruled the Dravidian people who worshipped Garuda. The Aryans, who worshipped the sun god, entered the Indian region, and at the same time conquered the people who worshipped the earth goddess and the Dravidians who worshipped Garuda. So Vishnu had two great mounts, the Naga snake king Shisha and the Garuda bird. What a shame. After looking at the three sisters, Goddess Kali, Goddess Durga, and Goddess Naga, Roy said with some regret, "We should have seized the opportunity just now to defeat the Vedic gods. You think too highly of our abilities." Goddess Durga rolled her eyes and said, "The humans we protect are not waging war against the Vedic people. In this case, we cannot fight for a long time." Goddess Naga said to Goddess Kali, "Dear Kali, he is incredibly powerful. But is he worthy of our trust? He appears to be credible so far." Goddess Kali smiled confidently. "Without your timely assistance, both he and I would have been destroyed by the Vedic gods. He has entrusted his life to me. And of course we should trust him." Ganesha, the elephant god, said at this time, "Three goddesses. Are we, the local gods, going to join forces to deal with the Vedic gods? Can we truly join forces?" Goddess Durga asked rhetorically. "Before the arrival of the Vedic gods, you Dravidian gods treated us as alien gods and were hostile. Before the arrival of the Vedic gods, the goddesses, as foreign gods, had become mortal enemies of the gods worshipped by the Dravidians. In the history of another world, the Aryans finally conquered the Indian region. Historical facts have proved that the goddesses, as foreign gods, cannot truly join forces with the gods worshipped by the Dravidians." Seeing the eyes of the golden lion god and Garuda filled with hatred for the mistress, Roy couldn't help but say, "The golden lion god and Garuda only want to join forces with the Vedic gods. After all, they are now enslaved by you and let you be defeated by the Vedic gods. Maybe they can live a better life than now." Elephant god Ganesha, the cow god Shivana, you have taken the initiative to surrender to the Vedic gods, which proves that you do not want to fight against the Vedic gods with all your strength. I can only say that your ideas are too naive. The Vedic gods are treating you badly. The humiliation of slavery is only worse than that of the gentle goddesses." "Gentle goddess?" Garuda rolled his eyes and complained. "If you were the one being enslaved by them as a mount, would you still think they are gentle? If Goddess Kali, Goddess Durga, and Goddess Naga were really gentle and kind-hearted goddesses in Roy's eyes, as foreign gods, it would be impossible for them to gain a foothold in India. The fact that they have successfully established themselves in the Indian region is enough to prove that they are powerful and cruel goddesses who can ruthlessly plunder the territories and people of the local gods." Being speechless by Garuda, Roy said with a wry smile, "It seems that you have accumulated hatred with the local gods for thousands of years. Therefore, in our war with the Vedic gods, it is best for these Dravidian gods to remain neutral." Result. The golden lion god said at this time, "If Goddess Durga can give me my freedom and vow not to be my enemy again, I will do my best to help you defeat the Vedic gods. You actually want to betray me." Hearing the words of the golden lion god, Goddess Durga reprimanded dissatisfiedly. "When I defeated you, you said you would always be my mount." The Naga goddess also said to Garuda, "Dear Garuda, you have no intention of betraying me, do you?" Garuda said with cold eyes, "I will always serve you like a mother. You?" Seeing that Goddess Durga and Naga wanted to continue to enslave the golden lion god and Garuda, Roy shook his head and said, "When I first saw you, I thought you were gentle, kind, beautiful and smart. I was really stupid to judge you based on your looks." Goddess Kali said with a smile, "If we cannot defeat the Vedic gods, I will also advise the sisters to give up enslaving the golden lion god and Garuda and join forces with the local gods to deal with the Vedic gods. But now that you are helping us, we do not need to fight with the local gods. The gods join forces." That's right. If there were no Roy, Goddess Kali, Durga, and Naga should indeed give up some interests and join forces with local gods. Now that Roy has joined forces with them, the goddesses certainly do not need to give up the benefits they currently have. Dear goddesses, since you now trust me and regard me as an ally, let's discuss a plan to defeat the Vedic gods. Goddess Kali said immediately. I propose that the kingdom of Vritra, the kingdom of Rahu, and the kingdom of Shisha attack Harappa city together. With your 50,000 cavalry, the human war will definitely be our victory. We three sisters will join forces with you to fight the war of the gods. It will also be our victory. Goddess Durga nodded in agreement. When Goddess Naga was about to nod, her expression suddenly changed. No. The Aryans who worship the sun god have invaded the Indus plain from the north. Now Shisha, the king of the Shisha kingdom, is begging for my help. I can't join forces with you to deal with the Vedic gods for the time being. After saying that, the Naga goddess and Garuda disappeared. Chapter 559 King Asura and Demon Ancestor Rahu. In the history of another world, the Aryans and Vedic people, who worshipped the god of thunder, invaded the Indus plain around 1600 BC. This period is also known as the Vedic Age and the Age of Perfection. This was the era when Indra, Zeus, the god of thunder, became the king of the gods, and the five-headed Brahma, the pentad of Indra, became the creator god. Around 1000 BC, the Aryans and ancient Persians, who worshipped the sun god, invaded India with iron weapons and carried out a downgrade attack on the Vedic and indigenous Dravidian people. The sun god Vishnu was promoted from a little-known little god in the Vedic era to the supreme creation god. He is called the three-phase god together with Brahma of the Vedic people and Shiva of the Dravidian people. This age is known as the post-Vedic age and the tripartite age. Now, because the Athenian Empire conquered the Persian plateau, the Aryans and ancient Persians, who worshipped the sun god, invaded India 600 years in advance. As a result, the Shisha kingdom in the northern Indus plain was unable to join forces with the Vritra kingdom and the Rahu kingdom to deal with the Vedic people. After Goddess Naga and Garuda left, Goddess Kali said with a worried look, "Can the Naga fight against the invaders?" The ancient Persians were more powerful than the Vedic people. Vishnu, the sun god, is also more powerful than the Vedic gods. The three sisters of Goddess Kali, Goddess Durga, and Goddess Naga may not be able to fight against the Vedic gods if they join forces. Of course, Goddess Naga alone cannot fight against Vishnu, the sun god. Although he knew this, Roy did not say it, because saying it won't help. Before defeating the Vedic people, neither Roy nor the goddesses Kali and Durga could go to the northern Indus plain to aid the Naga goddess. Goddess Kali, Goddess Durga, if you are worried about the condition of Goddess Naga, the only thing we have to do is to defeat the Vedic gods and connect your territory with that of Goddess Naga. Goddess Durga nodded in agreement and said, "Now that Naga has withdrawn from our alliance, we must rely more on your power. And you can increase your demands on us. I want you to marry me." In the Indian mythology of another world, the goddesses Kali and Durga are the incarnations absorbed by Shiva's wife Parvati and are the supreme goddesses in Indian mythology. Roy instinctively wanted to seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But Goddess Kali and Durga haven't reached the end of their rope yet. So Roy doesn't really take advantage of them. Goddess Durga, if you are really willing to thank me, give me your priestess Princess Shuji so that I can inherit the kingdom of Rahu. This, giving his favorite priestess, as a gift to Roy was obviously an act of abandoning dignity. Durga hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. If Shuji doesn't object, I will betroth her to you. The Vedic people had an army of 100,000. And they were cavalry who fought bravely. The kingdom of Vritra and the kingdom of Rahu only have 50,000 troops combined. And they are mainly infantry. Without Roy's 50,000 knights, the kingdoms of Vritra and Rahu would not have been able to defeat the Vedic people. And the goddesses Kali and Durga would not have been able to defeat the Vedic gods. Once they lose the war with the Vedic gods, Goddess Kali and Durga will definitely become captives of the Vedic gods and suffer all kinds of humiliation. Compared with this terrible consequence, giving the priestess Shuji as a gift to Roy was certainly something Durga could accept. After reaching cooperation with the goddesses Kali and Durga, Roy immediately returned to Vritra city, the city of Vritra. At this time, King Luohu of the kingdom of Luohu had arrived here with his daughter Princess Shuji and an army of 30,000. A lively banquet to welcome Rahu was being held in the palace hall of Vritra. When Roy came to the palace and walked into the hall, he saw Vritra's family and Rahu's family sitting around a table. There were not only musicians playing music, but also dancers performing graceful songs and dances. As the protagonist of the banquet, Luo, who is a middle-aged man with fair face and beard who looks to be only about 30 years old. In another world of Indian mythology, Rahu is a demon with 4 hands and a snake's tail from the waist down. Rahu's half-human, half-snake form proves that he, like Vritra, was a human king who served the earth goddess, but was debased in mythology and became an Asura king who was destroyed by Indra, Zeus, the god of thunder. Moreover, Rahu, like Vritra, is the father-in-law of Indra, Zeus. Vritra's daughter Ue became Indra's concubine after Vritra was defeated. Rahu's daughter Shiji also became Indra's concubine after Rahu was defeated. In the mainland of China in another world, this human king in ancient India was deified into an existence equal to the supreme god. The god of death in India, Yama, came to the mainland of China and became the king of Yama in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The human king from India came to the mainland of China and became the demon ancestor Rahu, who was equal to the supreme god. Just when Roy was observing the famous demon ancestor Luo Hu noticed Roy's rude gaze and said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Dear Vritra, who is this young man? He is our reliable ally, the emperor of Athens with 50,000 knights." Vritra immediately introduced. In the far west, he established a huge empire with a population of tens of millions. Even the Aryan invasion of India was because he defeated the Aryans on the Persian plateau, causing the Aryans to move eastward. Tens of millions of people. Luo Hu obviously didn't take this sentence seriously, because in this era, kingdoms with a population of millions are only nominally integrated city-state alliances. Roy walked to Princess Yue, sat down opposite Princess Shiji, the daughter of Luo Hu, and said, "King Rahu, Princess Shiji, I have admired you for a long time, and I am very happy to see you." In the myth of another world, Rahu is the famous Asura king and demon ancestor, and Shiji, as the wife of Indra, is also an extremely beautiful goddess. In mythology, Shiji is indeed very beautiful, and it can be said that there are very few beauties like that in the world. After being spotted by Indra, she asked for a forced marriage, which angered King Asura, who then went to attack Indra. But unfortunately Indra was so powerful and cunning that King Asura was defeated and had to endure and watch his daughter being snatched away. Roy didn't care about Luo Hu's attitude and said directly to Vritra, "King Vritra, now I have bad news to tell you. Because the Aryans who worship the sun god have invaded the northern part of the Indus plain, the Shisha kingdom can no longer join forces with us to attack the Vedic people." Upon hearing the news, Vritra and Luo Hu's expressions changed drastically at the same time. When the kingdom of Vritra, the kingdom of Rahu, and the kingdom of Shisha joined forces, their number of soldiers was not inferior to that of the Vedic people, and Roy's 50,000-strong army was dispensable to them. Now that there is no Shisha kingdom to participate in the war, Roy's 50,000-strong army has become crucial. Seeing the reactions of Vritra and Rahu, Roy continued, "Although the Vedic people are our common enemy, in this war, the combined forces of the Vritra kingdom and the Rahu kingdom are 50,000 infantry, and my 50,000 cavalry are the main force to defeat the Vedic people." Chapter 560 Princess Shiji, Indra's wife. There was a muffled bang. Luo Hu slapped the table, then stared at Roy with a vicious look and said, "You can just say whatever you want. Then I won't be polite." Roy said with a joking smile, "I think the effort should be directly proportional to the reward. So as the main force in defeating the Vedic people, I should get corresponding compensation from you. King Vritra has betrothed Princess Yue to me, and I ask King Rahu to also give Shiji the princess is betrothed to me." Hearing Roy's words, Princess Yue's eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect Roy to ask for other girls in front of him. Looking at Shiji's pure and beautiful face and graceful figure, Yue lowered her head in shame. It is said that Shiji is the most beautiful woman in India. In the past, Yue was still a little unwilling to admit defeat. Now Yue already thinks that her face and figure may really be inferior to Shiji. "You're going to get my daughter." Upon hearing Roy's request, Luo Hu immediately stood up angrily and said, "My daughter Shiji is a priestess who serves the goddess Dago. She has sworn to become a virgin and serve the goddess Dago for the rest of her life. Do you want Shiji to break her vow? So what if I break my virginity vow? Maybe goddess Dago doesn't object to Princess Shiji marrying me." Roy looked at Shiji and said, "Princess Shiji, now the Vedic people are an enemy that the kingdom of Vritra and the kingdom of Rahu cannot defeat together. My help to you is crucial. In order to protect your family and all the subjects of the kingdom of Rahu, are you willing to give up? Will you marry me as a virgin? I want to ask goddess Dago for guidance." After Shiji finished speaking in a clear and moving voice, he immediately closed his eyes and prayed silently. After a while, Shiji opened his eyes with a complex expression and looked at Roy and said, "Goddess Dago told me that you are our trustworthy ally. Goddess Dago has no objection to me breaking my virginity vows and marrying you. What about your choice? Do I have a choice? Shiji said with a wry smile. In order to protect my family and the subjects of the kingdom of Rahu. Of course I will marry you willingly. My child. You don't have to force yourself. Luo Hu said to her daughter distressedly. Even without the help of this foreigner. We can defeat the Vedic people. Father. I didn't force myself. Shiji showed a bright smile to Luo Hu and said. My father and mother have always been opposed to me remaining unmarried and serving the goddess for the rest of my life. You should be happy for my choice. Seeing that Luo Hu still wanted to persuade Shiji, Roy changed the subject and said. Now that King Vritra and King Rahu have become my father-in-law, we can cooperate without reservation. Regarding the attack on the Vedic people, I plan to let my 50,000 cavalry be the main force for the attack. A combined force of 50,000 from the kingdom of Lido and kingdom of Rahu was responsible for occupying the kingdom of Harappa. The Vedic people have 100,000 cavalry. Do you want to defeat them 1 against 2? If I can't defeat the Vedic people 1 against 2, then what qualifications do I have to be your son-in-law? Seeing Roy's confident look, Luo Hu sneered and teased. Then I will wait and see how you perform. If you lose to the Vedic people on the battlefield, then your engagement with Shiji will be invalidated. If you win, the Harappa kingdom should give me the territory, all of it will be given to you as Shiji's dowry. Vritra also followed suit. If you win, the territory that the Harappan kingdom should allocate to me will also be given to you as a pleasant dowry. In other words, the Harappan kingdom occupied by the Vedic people will completely belong to you. 1597 BC. Early March. After Roy's 50,000 cavalry and the 50,000 allied troops of the kingdom of Vritra and Rahu were ready to go out, Roy led 50,000 cavalry to attack the Harappa kingdom ruled by the Vedic people. In response to Roy's attack, the Vedic people abandoned the villages of the Harappa kingdom and concentrated all their soldiers in the Harappa city. When Roy's 50,000 cavalry arrived unimpeded on the plain south of Harappa city, Harappa city not only gathered 100,000 Vedic cavalry, but also 50,000 Dravidian soldiers. In other words, Roy did not want to use an army of 50,000 to defeat an army of 100,000, but to use an army of 50,000 to defeat an army of 150,000. Before the battle between the two armies, the Vedic king Phineas sent a Brahmin priest to negotiate with Roy. The Brahmin priest came to Roy's horse and bowed his head to Roy very respectfully. Looking at the Brahmin priest in front of him, who was wearing a priest's white robe and a white V painted on his forehead, Roy asked directly, "What words did Phineas ask you to bring?" Elsewhere, the priestly aristocracy, although privileged, was not above royal authority. The Brahmin priests were the exception who placed their status above that of the king. In the caste system invented by Brahmin priests by borrowing divine power, Brahmin priests belong to the first caste. The royal family and nobles are only the second caste Kshatriyas. In real history, Brahmins enjoyed many privileges due to their special responsibilities and status. They were exempted from all kinds of taxes, as it was believed that the Brahmins had paid off this debt by their pious deeds, and could not be punished with death or any kind of corporal punishment, as the Brahmins were sacred and inviolable. Those who give gifts to Brahmins are guaranteed certain rewards in this life and the next. The most popular gift is land, which absolves the giver of all sin. Brahmins therefore owned large estates, including entire villages. In the myths of another world, Brahmin priests are even deified into Brahmin rishis who are feared by the gods and can even impose curses on the supreme three-phase god. It is of course a matter of course that Brahmin has a higher status than the three gods in mythology, because it was none other than these Brahmins who created myths and elevated the status of gods. If mythological stories are regarded as novels and Brahmins are regarded as novel authors, Brahmins are the gods in mythology, including the true father of the three-phase gods. Their power and power in mythology are all fabricated by Brahmins. Of course, Brahmin sages can suppress the gods and the three-phase gods. Your Majesty the Great Emperor. The Brahmin priest raised his head and looked at Roy on the horse and said, King Phineas asked me to tell you that the land of India is very good. There are Dravidian people here who are as obedient as cattle and sheep. King Phineas and his followers no longer miss their hometown. So Phineas the king wants to live in peace with you. As long as you are willing to let King Phineas go, King Phineas is willing to surrender to you, pay taxes, and become the hereditary governor of India in the Athenian Empire. Phineas wanted to become the hereditary governor of India in the Athenian Empire. Roy said with a joking smile. Even if I have no interest in ruling the Indian region, I should let the Indian region become the fiefdom of my cheap father-in-law or my cheap uncle. Phineas is just the biological uncle of my wife Andromeda. And he is not qualified to be the hereditary governor of India in the Athenian Empire. If he no longer wants to be my enemy, he should surrender to me unconditionally. The Brahmin priest lowered his head and said, I will convey your words to King Phineas. But he should not surrender to you unconditionally. Chapter 561 Rudra betrays Naga goddess. From the Egyptian region in the west to the Indian region in the east, Phineas not only lost to Roy, but also lost to the Aryans who worshipped the sun god on the Persian plateau. Now he is no longer as arrogant as he used to be. But this does not mean that Phineas will accept Roy's request for unconditional surrender. Even if Phineas is willing to surrender, he can only surrender to Roy on his own behalf. Because Phineas only became the new Vedic king by marrying the daughter of the previous Vedic king, his prestige was not enough to call on all the Vedic people to surrender to Roy. Phineas offers to surrender to Loe. The result was probably that he was ousted from the throne by the Vedic royal family and nobles. Therefore, the war between Roy and the Vedic people is inevitable. The Brahmin priests returned to Harappa city with Roy's reply. And the Vedic 100,000 cavalry and 50,000 infantry soon attacked Roy's army. This is an expected result. Roy also charged with 50,000 cavalry. Because Roy's army has the advantage of dimensionality reduction weapons and equipment, Roy does not believe that the Vedic people can use 3 times the numerical advantage to make up for the strength gap between the two sides. While Roy's 50,000-strong army and the Vedic 150,000-strong army were fighting outside the city of Harappa. Outside Shisha city, a war broke out between the 30,000-strong army of the Shisha kingdom and the 20,000-strong army of the Garuda kingdom. And the ancient Persians, the Aryans who worshipped the sun god. Although the ancient Persians only had 30,000 cavalry, they occupied an absolute advantage on the battlefield. While the human armies were fighting, the Naga goddess, who protected the Shisha kingdom, also rode Garuda, the patron saint of the Garuda kingdom, to start a fight with Vishnu, Mitra Helios, the sun god who protected the ancient Persians. Great War. By manipulating the endless water vapor from the Indus and Ganges rivers, the Naga goddess fought Vishnu evenly at first. Even though Vishnu is suspended in the sky like the sun, he is helpless against the water vapor of the Indus and Ganges rivers. After all, the Indus and Ganges are both mother rivers that can give birth to human civilization. Just when the Naga goddess felt that she could compete with Vishnu, Garuda suddenly flew away from the feet of the Naga goddess and came to Vishnu and asked, Powerful alien god, if I surrender to you, what kind of treatment can I get? Seeing Garuda wanting to betray his master Naga, Vishnu said with a bright smile, You have been enslaved by the Naga goddess in the past. So if you surrender to me, I will allow you to enslave the Naga goddess. I conquered India and became the king of the gods. As my mount, you will have a status second only to me. Garuda, are you crazy? Goddess Naga said angrily at this time. If you don't want to be punished by me, come back to me immediately. Do you think this alien god will treat you better than me? Would it be worse to be a slave to a foreign god than to be a slave to you? Garuda turned around and glared at Naga with hateful eyes and said, I surrendered to the alien god. And the result will not be worse than now. If the alien god fulfills his promise, my treatment will definitely be better than now. After saying this, Garuda flew to Vishnu's feet and became Vishnu's mount. Just now, Naga was able to fight against Vishnu not only because she could control the water vapor of the Indus and Ganges rivers, but also because of the divine power of Garuda. Now that Naga has lost the divine support of Garuda, and Vishnu has received help from Garuda, there is immediately a huge gap in strength between Naga and Vishnu. As Vishnu released the blazing fire of the sun and approached Naga, Naga had no choice but to give up the fight and flee into the Indus River. A battle between gods. Garuda betrays Naga goddess. In the war between humans, the Garuda kingdom also betrayed the Shisha kingdom. Just when the battle between the Shisha kingdom and the ancient Persians reached its peak, the soldiers of the Garuda kingdom suddenly attacked the soldiers of the Shisha kingdom from behind. Under siege from the ancient Persians and the Garuda kingdom, the Shisha kingdom lost the war. King Shisha bowed and knelt before the ancient Persian king Rama. Harappan city. Roy's army was engaged in a fierce battle with the Vedic army. Roy's army had the advantage of weapons and equipment, and Veda's army had the advantage of numbers. So the war was evenly matched for a time. In order to help the Vedic people win this war, the god of thunder Indra, Zeus, the god of fire Agni, Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, the god of wine and the moon Soma, Dionysus, the water god Varuna, the sun god Surya, the dawn goddess Ushas, and the beast lord Rudra took the initiative to come to the battlefield. Goddess Kali and Durga also came to the battlefield to confront the Vedic gods. Seeing that goddess Durga's mount, the golden lion god, did not appear, Roy asked curiously, "Goddess Durga, where is your mount?" The golden lion god, "This damn beast has betrayed me." Goddess Durga gritted her teeth and said with an angry expression. Now the golden lion god is watching the battle from a distance together with the elephant god Ganesha, the ox god Shavana, and the wild boar god Yamosuo. As a mount enslaved by Durga, it is normal for the golden lion god to betray him at such a critical moment. Seeing the furious look of goddess Durga, Indra, Zeus sneered while wielding his thunder to attack goddess Durga. "Stupid goddess. It seems that your mount also knows that the victory of this war will belong to me. If you choose to surrender now, I can make you my first god queen and rise above the gods with me. Go to H.L. Durga said fiercely while wielding the golden divine spear to fight Indra. "You are just a lost dog who was driven to India. Are you worthy of being my husband?" Agni Poseidon, the god of fire, also wielded his trident and attacked the goddess Kali. The god of death Yama, Hades, led the god of wine and moon Soma, Dionysus, the water god Varuna, the sun god Surya, the dawn goddess Ushas, and the beast lord Rudra to besiege Roy. Facing the siege of the six gods, Roy flew to high altitudes with teleportation speed, and then activated the sun godhead to bloom with endless light and heat. Just when the six gods wanted to attack Roy, the blazing fire of the sun surged out from Roy's body and turned into 6 pillars of fire and rushed towards the six gods, temporarily forcing the six gods back with the fire of the sun. Roy immediately summoned the goddess of the Athenian Empire in his heart. After all, it is obviously impossible to defeat the Vedic gods by just relying on Roy and the goddesses Kali and Durga. "I am coming." Anahita, the water goddess in charge of the Helmand River, was the first to respond to Roy's call. Immediately afterwards, the goddess Inanna of Venus, the goddess Shaskar, and the goddess Aphrodite descended on the battlefield almost at the same time. Just when Roy breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he was sure to win this battle of the gods, the sun in the sky suddenly became dim. The next moment, another sun with infinite brightness appeared in the center of the sky. The sun goddess Alina arrived. Not only Alina, but Selene, the moon goddess hidden by Alina's dazzling light, also appears in the sky. Just the combination of Alina and Selene can defeat the Vedic gods. Now there is no suspense about the outcome of this war. Chapter 562. The goddess Ushas becomes a prisoner. The Athenian Empire, with a population of tens of millions, was the only superpower in the world. The population size of the Vedic people was only around 500,000. The size of the two sides is not at the same level at all. The strength of the Vedic people is not even 1/20th of the Athenian Empire. At this time, just the arrival of many goddesses from the eastern part of the Athenian Empire showed their strength to crush the Vedic gods. The arrival of the 4 goddesses Anahita, Inanna, Shaskar, and Aphrodite was enough to help Roy, goddess Kali, and goddess Durga defeat the Vedic gods. The arrival of the sun goddess Alina and the moon goddess Selene made Indra's eyes widen in shock, recalling the fear of being dominated by the sun god. Before Alina and Selene could fall from the sky, Indra shouted in panic, "Agni, Yama, Soma, Varuna, come and become one with me." Hearing the command of Indra, Zeus, the god of fire Agni Poseidon, the god of death Yama, Hades, the god of wine and moon Soma, Dionysus, and the god of water Varuna, immediately turned into 4 light balls and flew into Indra's body. Just as Indra transformed into the 5-headed Brahma, the goddess Alina descended from the sky and struck at the 5-headed Brahma with a flaming sword. Bang! The 4 arms of the 5-headed Brahma used Vajra, trident, scepter, and water bottle to block Alina's flaming sword. Then the 5-headed Brahma turned around and fled to the north without hesitation. The 5-headed Brahma escaped unexpectedly, leaving everyone stunned. After the sun god Surya and the beast master Rudra reacted, they immediately gave up fighting Roy and chased the 5-headed Brahma, who escaped. Seeing that the goddess of dawn Ushas also wanted to escape, Roy immediately grabbed Ushas from behind, held her in his arms and teased her. "You are my trophy. If you don't want to suffer, don't move." After Ushas gave up struggling, he saw the goddesses looking at him with strange eyes. Roy let go of Ushas awkwardly and said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't want to bully her. I just want to prevent her from escaping." Selene flew to Ursus, looked at Ursus's face and body, and said, "Sister, do you think this child is based on you or me? She looks like she has not only my shadow, but also my sister's shadow." Alina said with a faint smile, "This child is neither the sun goddess nor the moon goddess. As the goddess of dawn between day and night, she can be regarded as our common shadow." Then, Alina asked Ushers, "Now that you have been abandoned by those male gods, are you willing to stay with me and Selene?" Ushers nodded without hesitation. Also an Aryan goddess. Even if Alina and Selene are not close sisters of Ursus, they are also distant sisters of Ursus. Of course Ursus is willing to be with Alina and Selene. What a pity. After Ursus stood with Alina and Selene, Roy said with some regret, "Ushers is not only the most beautiful goddess in Indian mythology, a virgin goddess who always maintains the image of a girl, but also a dancing goddess among goddesses. I really want to see her perform singing and dancing." Originally, Ushers was a trophy caught by Roy. Her status was like a slave. Roy could do anything to Ushers. Now that Alina and Selene are supporting Ursus as her sisters, Roy can't do whatever he wants to Ursus. When Alina and Selene accepted Ursus as their younger sister, Goddess Kali and Dagor also started a marriage recognition meeting with Shauska and Aphrodite, because they are all clones of the ancient earth goddess. "Dear sister, it's been a long time no see." The four goddesses stood together, and Goddess Dagor said with a bright smile on her serious face, "We have been separated for 1500 years. Goddess Kali also said, "I never thought we would be able to fight side by side again." Shauska and Aphrodite also said enthusiastically, "Dear sisters, I didn't expect that you would have been migrating eastward to such a far-away place. It seems that you are doing well here. And you actually split into two goddesses." As soon as Aphrodite finished speaking, the Naga goddess flew out from the Indus River in the distance. Aphrodite said in surprise when she saw that the Naga goddess was also a clone of the ancient earth goddess. "It turns out you split into three goddesses here." The Naga goddess flew in front of the four goddesses in embarrassment and said in shame and annoyance, "Sisters, because of Garuda's betrayal, I lost to the sun god named Vishnu. Now my territory and people have been taken away by Vishnu. You must help me regain my territory and people." After listening to the words of the Naga goddess, Roy said to the goddesses, "Dear goddesses, you first help my army defeat the Vedic people, and then I will lead the army to deal with the ancient Persians." The goddesses immediately took action, at the same time to increase the combat power of the Athenian soldiers. The Athenian soldiers already had the advantage of weapons and equipment. And with the blessing of the goddesses' combat power, the Athenian soldiers immediately defeated the Vedic people with overwhelming force. Harappan city. Seeing that the 150,000 Vedic army lost to the 50,000 Athenian army, the Vedic king Phineus immediately fled from the city of Harappa with a large number of royals and nobles to the kingdom of Shisha occupied by the ancient Persians. Upon hearing the news of the escape of the royal family and nobles, the Dravidian soldiers and most of the Vedic soldiers laid down their arms and surrendered. Only 30,000 Vedic cavalry left the battlefield and chased the royal family and nobles as they fled towards the kingdom of Shisha. After this battle, Roy's 50,000-strong army lost 3,000 people and captured more than 100,000 people. Such a large number of prisoners obviously needed to be handled properly. After Roy demoted 30,000 Dravidian captives into lifelong slaves, he selected more than 30,000 Vedic captives to join his own army, increasing the Athenian army to 80,000. When Vritra and Rahu led an army of 50,000 to take over the kingdom of Harappa, Roy immediately led an army of 80,000 to the kingdom of Shisha, preparing to defeat the Vedic and ancient Persians once and for all. Kingdom of Shisha. Shisha city. Now the owner of Shisha Palace has become the ancient Persian king Rama. At this time, in the palace hall, Rama received the Vedic royal family and nobles who had defected to the ancient Persians. Phineus led the Vedic royal family and nobles into the hall, suppressing the humiliation in his heart and kneeling before Rama. Looking at the Vedic royal family and nobles who bowed to him, Rama joked, "Dear Phineus, now that you are desperate and relying on us, shouldn't you prove your sincerity?" "Great King Rama," Phineus said with a painful expression, "I, Phineus, am willing to worship you as my father and become your son. From now on, I will serve you as a son serves his father. This is the sincerity of us Vedic people. This is not enough." Rama shook his head and said, "After all, we humans are not immortal. So you are only a temporary representative of the Vedic people. in order to prove that the Vedic people are willing to surrender to us forever. Your Vedic people's supreme god, the five-headed Brahma, must become the son of our sun god Vishnu. As you wish, Phineas said through gritted teeth. Because Vishnu, the sun god, is a male god, Brahma was born from a lotus that bloomed from Vishnu's navel. Chapter 563 The three-phase gods of the future gather together. While the Vedic people surrendered to the ancient Persians, the pantheon of gods above the city of Shishar, the Vedic gods also visited the great sun god King Vishnu Mitra. In the Indian mythology of another world, Vishnu is revered as the three-phase god and the supreme god who maintains the order of the universe. But in the mythology of the Vedic era, Vishnu is reduced to a dwarf figure with great supernatural powers that can cross the heaven and earth in 3 steps. The 3 steps of Vishnu are likened to the movement of the sun from rising in the east to zenith, and from zenith to setting in the west. This is the most obvious evidence that Vishnu is the sun god. Because Vishnu is the sun god who defeated the thunder god Indra, Dahaka, on the Persian plateau. The image of Vishnu is an ugly dwarf. Because Vishnu is the sun god, Vishnu can cross the heaven and earth in 3 steps. Inside the temple of Vishnu, Vishnu sits on the golden throne, with the 2 horse boys Nasaja, Atta, and Dashra, Vales Rana, standing on his left and right sides. In the Indian mythology of another world, the 2 horse boys are not only the gods of medicine and horses, but also the gods of morning glow and sunset glow. The identity of the horse god proves that they are the gods of the nomadic Aryan people. And the identity of the god of morning glow and sunset proves that they are the sons of the sun god. In Vedic mythology, the 2 horse boys are set as the sons of the sun god Surya. But they are actually the 2 sons of the sun god Vishnu, Mithra, and their avatars. The fire god Atta and the military god Veles Rana. The 5-headed Brahma Indra. The sun god Surya. And the beast lord Rudra knelt devoutly in the center of the hall, praying to Vishnu to accept them. Vishnu looked at them with a playful expression and said, "Dear Indra, I didn't expect you to surrender to me. The Vedic people are a group of people who worship the god of thunder. However, you asked the Vedic people to create Surya, the sun god. This is to prevent me from entering India. Region? The sun god is a unique godhead. The sun god Surya became the sun god in India first. So Vishnu could not enter India as the sun god. If Vishnu becomes the second sun god in India, his authority will be greatly reduced." 5-headed Brahma Indra explained in panic. "Great Vishnu, I never thought that after you defeated me and captured the Persian plateau, you would come to India from the Persian plateau so quickly. That's why I created Surya. If I had known that you would come so soon coming to India, I will never dare to create your shadow Surya." Vishnu turned into a lost dog so quickly and came to India like Indra. This was something Vishnu himself did not expect. So Vishnu was not really angry. Since the position of the sun god has been occupied by Surya, then I will become the supreme god as the guardian god. Dear Indra, as compensation for me, you will dedicate the myth of creation and salvation to Brahma. Give me. Indra became the 5-headed Brahma in one body. And his priests worshipped the 5-headed Brahma as the creator god and made up the myth of Brahma's creation. Hearing Vishnu's request, the 5-headed Brahma Indra endured humiliation and said, "Great Vishnu, everything goes as you wish. From now on, you will be the real creator god. When you wake up from your sleep, a lotus will bloom from your navel to give birth to Brahma. And then Brahma will create the world. My alias Narayana will be your alias from now on. And the story of my incarnation as the fish Mahasa and the turtle Kalima saving the world is the story of your incarnations the fish Moka and the turtle Kalima saving the world." Vishnu nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the beast lord Rudra. In the Indian mythology of another world, the beast lord Rudra will be called the 3-phase god together with Brahma and Vishnu. In the era of duality, an era when Brahma's status as the 3-phase god existed in name only, Vishnu and the beast lord Rudra actually became a pair. Ayyappan, the child of Shiva and the beast lord Rudra. The evolution of the relationship between Vishnu and the beast lord Rudra is the result of a compromise between the 2 gods with huge beliefs. Now the beast lord Rudra, as the deity of the Dravidians, is nothing more than a eunuch who cut off his own lingam. The relationship between Vishnu and the beast lord Rudra is like the relationship between the Aryans and the Dravidians. Looking into Vishnu's eyes, the beast lord Rudra showed a feminine smile. And Vishnu was actually fascinated. Cut off his lingam so that Rudra, the beast lord, is no longer a man. Therefore, in the Indian mythology of another world, Rudra, The Lord of Beasts. Not only has the Lingam phase, the Gentle phase, the Superman phase, the Dancing King phase, the main phase of Ruga, but also the main phase of a half-female. Shakti, the wife of the beast Lord Rudra, is actually the female version of Shiva. You? Looking at the beast Lord Rudra with a charming smile, Vishnu couldn't help but said, "Come up to me." The beast Lord Rudra walked up to Vishnu with graceful steps. Vishnu grabbed the beast Lord Rudra's big hand, pulled him into his arms and said, "This is the first time I'm so moved. Are you willing to be my concubine?" "I do." Rudra, the beast lord, said with a shy look like a little bird. "When I first saw His Majesty the God King, I fell in love with you completely." Seeing the inseparable appearance of Vishnu and the beast Lord Rudra, all the gods in the hall widened their eyes. Unexpectedly, the powerful sun god king did not fall in love with the goddess, but fell in love with a monster that was neither male nor female after cutting off the linga. The city of Harappa is not far from the city of Shishar. When Roy arrived outside Shishar with an army of 80,000 men, he already learned that the king who commanded the ancient Persians was named Rama. Rama, this is a very common name in Indian mythology. Axe-bearing Rama, powerful Rama, Ramajantra. These people named Rama all have a deep relationship with Vishnu. They are all human incarnations of Vishnu. When Roy arrived outside the city of Shishar, Rama, the ancient Persian king, was already ready to fight. In order to defeat the 80,000-strong army of Roy, Rama summoned the 80,000-strong army of the ancient Persians, the 30,000-strong army of the Vedic people, the 20,000-strong army of the Garuda kingdom, and the 10,000-strong army of the Shishar kingdom, for a total of 140,000 army. The two armies faced off on the west bank of the Ganges. But Rama did not directly order the attack. He personally drove his chariot to the center of the battlefield and shouted to Roy, "King of Athens, you have already taken away our Persian plateau and Central Asian grassland. Why do you want to take away our last foothold? We have no intention of being your enemy. Can't you give up this war?" Roy rode to the center of the battlefield and spoke face to face with Rama. "King of Persia, I am also a peace-loving person who wants to stay away from war. But the Naga goddess is my wife. If you take away the Naga goddess's territory, you are taking away my territory. If you want to avoid war, just give me back the territory of the Naga goddess. It seems our war is inevitable." Rama pulled out the gleaming bronze sword and said, "In order for my people to survive on this land, I will lead them to defeat all enemies." Roy looked at Rama with admiration and said, "Rama, since I became the sun god, I have no interest in fighting humans. To show my respect for you, I will kill you with my own hands." Chapter 564 The King of Athens versus the King of Persia. Different levels of life have different views on things. When Roy became a demigod hero, he felt that ordinary humans were not qualified to be his enemies. After Roy became the sun god, he believed that demigod heroes were not qualified to be his enemies. Now to show respect for Rama, Roy decided to treat Rama as an enemy. Being able to die in the hands of the sun god Phaethon is considered worthy of Rama's status. After Roy and Rama each issued a declaration of war, they simultaneously raised their left arms and waved them forward to give the command to attack. West bank of the Ganges. The Athenian army and the Persian army collided with each other like two torrents. Rama also drove a chariot and started fighting with Roy, who was riding a black horse. As the favorite of the sun god Vishnu, Rama's strength has reached the limit of a demigod hero. Roy is restricted by the rules of the gods and can only use the ultimate power of a demigod hero to fight Rama. Therefore, the battle between Roy and Rama was evenly matched at the beginning. And there was no scene of Roy using the power of gods to kill Rama instantly. While the Athenian army and the Persian army, Roy and Rama were fighting fierce battles. The Athenian Empire's sun goddess Alina, moon goddess Selene, Venus goddess Inanna, war goddess Shauska, water goddess Anahita, and navigation the protector goddess Aphrodite, as well as the Indian goddess of dawn Ushas, the goddess of earth Kali, the goddess of war Durga, and the goddess of water Naga all descended on the battlefield. Seeing that the gods from the opposing camp had not yet appeared, Naga came to Roy, who was fighting Rama, and asked, "What do you mean by what you just said? I don't remember that I said I wanted to marry you." Roy said while rolling his eyes at Naga while fighting Rama, "Goddess Naga, your territory has been taken away by Vishnu, and you have become the most desolate wandering god. If I defeat Rama and help you regain your territory, should you thank me?" I think your most sincere gratitude the way is to marry me. And your body is the only capital you can use now. You? There is a saying that people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Although Naga was unwilling to marry Roy like this, she had to accept Roy's request if she wanted to regain her territory and people. After hearing the conversation between Roy and Naga, Aphrodite flew over and hugged Naga and teased. Dear sisters, it seems that we are going from distant relatives to real sisters. Because I am also going to marry Roy's goddess. Naga asked with her eyes widened in surprise. We are not human girls. Can you accept that we serve the same husband together like human girls? He gave too much. Aphrodite said with a blush. Because of his generosity, I now own a territory of 400,000 square kilometers. After we get married, he will give me more territories. 400,000 square kilometers. Roy's generosity left Naga immediately speechless. If you marry Roy, you can get a huge territory that you couldn't even imagine in the past. As a wandering god, Naga really has no reason to refuse. At this time, the sun god Vishnu Mitra brought the two horseboys Nasarja, the fire god Atta, and Ashura, the military god Vileshrana, and the thunder god Indra, Luo Zeus, fire god Agni Poseidon, death god Yama Hades, wine god and moon god Soma Dionysus, water god Varuna, sun god Surya. The beast lord Rudra came to the battlefield. 10 goddesses confronting 10 male gods. Vishnu came to Alina and said, Dear sister, do you really want to kill my brother? As long as you abandon that human man. As a fake sun god, he will not be able to defeat me. As a real sun god, I can meet your requirements for a husband and be with you. Become the most powerful sun god couple in the world. Only I, the real sun god, am worthy of being your husband. It's so disgusting. After listening to Vishnu's words, Alina said with an unhappy expression. We both originated from the sun worship of the ancient Aryans. We are like brothers and sisters. How dare you ask me to marry you? It seems that in order to survive, you have fallen to the point of no bottom. His advances were rejected by Alina. Vishnu said with an angry and twisted expression on his face. My stupid sister. You have stooped to serving human men. What qualifications do you have to accuse me of doing whatever it takes to survive? You don't really think that I fell in love with you and was conquered by your beauty and charm. Do you? Tell you come on. In my eyes, you are no different from the stones on the roadside. The person I truly love has a charm that you can never match. After saying this, Vishnu turned and looked at Rudra, the lord of beasts, with affectionate eyes. Inanna, the goddess of Venus, urged impatiently. Hurry up and start fighting. Everyone's time is precious. And we are not interested in watching you brothers and sisters quarrel. Feeling that her authority was being challenged, Alina glared at Inanna with a fierce look. Then looked at Vishnu and the others and said, Sisters, let's destroy these enemies together. Vishnu also said to his subordinates, Comrades, we cannot lose to these goddesses. Under the leadership of the sun goddess Alina and the sun god Vishnu, the sun gods of both sides, the battle of the gods involving 10 goddesses and 10 male gods began. At this time, Roy was fighting Rama and was not paying attention to the battle of the gods. I have to admit that Rama is indeed a truly strong man. Not only does he have the ultimate power of a demigod hero, but he also has the ultimate fighting skills of a human being. With Roy suppressing his power to the limit of a demigod hero, no matter what kind of attack Roy uses, it can be blocked by Rama. Roy must also deal with Rama's counterattack carefully. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Time passed by. And the battle between Roy and Rama was always difficult to determine the winner. The Athenian army and the Persian army fought equally. When the battle lasted for half an hour, Rama said with a smile, It seems that this war is going to end in a lose-lose situation for both sides. And maybe it will be easier for the Dravidians in the end. Both sides suffer dash. Roy said with a joking smile. Rama, the victory of this battle belongs to me from the beginning. Because I am not an ordinary human being, but a sun god equal to the sun god Vishnu you serve. The sun god Phaethon, this your name, will become the only sun god in the world. And you will go down in history as my last human enemy. You actually claim to be a god. It's time for you to notice the difference between us. Roy reminded Rama. As our battle continues, your power has begun to weaken. But my power has not weakened at all. Although restricted by the gods' rules, I cannot use the power of the gods to defeat you. But I have the gods' endless power. Strength. So my strength doesn't diminish in battle. After hearing Roy's words, Rama's expression suddenly changed. Because just like Roy said, Rama's power has begun to weaken. Roy's power is as strong as when the battle began. Chapter 565, Annexing Vishnu and Surya. One's own power is limited. But the enemy's power is unlimited. Rama said with a wry smile while fighting Roy. This is so unfair. Fair? Roy teased with a sneer. When you nomads use unique weapons like war horses to conquer other ethnic groups. Do you think it is unfair to other ethnic groups? Rama. You are not against unfairness. You are just opposed to the fact that you are the one who enjoys the unfairness. While speaking, Roy grabbed the floor exposed by Rama's weakened strength. And then stabbed Rama into the abdomen with a black magic spear. Although Rama retreated in time to avoid it, a wound was still made on his abdomen by the sharp gun blade. Looking down at his wound, Rama asked Roy with a solemn expression. King of Athens, if I were killed by you today, how would you treat my people? As long as they lay down their weapons and surrender, I will let them join the Athenian Empire and enjoy equal treatment with the Athenians. I can rest assured that, Rama said as he fired back at Roy. King of Athens, you are the most powerful enemy I have ever encountered in my life. Even if I know I cannot defeat you, I will not run away from you like a coward. I hope you can be kind and tolerant after I die in battle. Be kind to my people. After saying that, Rama ignored Roy's attack and rushed over. Obviously, Rama wanted to hurt Roy at the cost of his own injury, or even death. It's a pity that Rama underestimated the difference in strength between the two. Roy easily dodged Rama's attack, and then penetrated Rama's heart with his own gun blade. Foot. With his body hanging on Roy's gun blade, Rama's eyes widened at first, and then his eyes gradually became dull and lost their light. After killing Rama, Roy used his divine power to fly into the air and spoke in a voice that echoed throughout the battlefield. Soldiers of Rama, your king Rama has been killed by me. Now I order you all to lay down your arms and surrender. You will not become prisoners and slaves, but become my subjects, protected by the laws of the Athenian Empire. Hearing Roy's words, the entire battlefield fell silent instantly. Soldiers on both sides all raised their heads to look at the bodies of Roy and Rama in midair. Seeing that Rama was really dead, Rama's soldiers were immediately demoralized. Damn, Rama is really dead. Seeing Rama's body, Phineas didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. It seems that he should have felt happy thinking of the humiliation Rama had put himself through. But without Rama to fight against Roy, Phineas has no courage to fight against Roy. After some hesitation, Phineas ordered to the followers around him. Let's go. Since Rama has failed, let's continue migrating eastward. Phineas and his Vedic soldiers would have been at the rear of the battlefield. Now they left the battlefield without any hindrance. It wasn't just Phineas and his Vedic soldiers. Seeing the death of Rama, the soldiers of Garuda Kingdom also left the battlefield under the leadership of King Garuda. The soldiers of Shisha Kingdom all laid down their weapons and surrendered. Rama, his darling Rama, was killed by Roy. And the sun god Vishnu roared in anger. It's a pity that he can no longer protect himself. Under the fierce attack of the sun goddess Alina, Vishnu may be defeated at any time and naturally unable to avenge Rama. Aren't you going to run away? Alina, who was already confident of winning, asked curiously. Even if you are my brother, I will destroy you without mercy. Where else can I escape? Vishnu said angrily. Now I only have the choice of dying here, or running away and becoming a wandering god. Becoming a wandering god is equivalent to choosing slow death, and will only die in obscurity like a wandering lion. Since my beloved Rama can fight to the death in the end, of course I will not lose to Rama as a human being. After using Rama's body to order his soldiers to surrender, Roy lowered Rama's body to the ground. Seeing that the battle between Alina and Vishnu had reached the final stage, Roy urged the sun godhead to fly high into the sky, and then used his own divine power to change the surrounding space, making all the gods appear in the human eye. When the soldiers on both sides saw the 10 goddesses and 10 male gods engaged in a battle of gods, their eyes widened in shock. After coming back to their senses, the soldiers with devout faith knelt on the ground and prayed to the gods they believed in for victory. My subjects, Roy declared with a voice of divine majesty, as you can see, your emperor is also a great god. Now I want to personally defeat the enemy's god under your witness. After saying that, Roy's body released the blazing fire of the sun and turned into a flame sphere 10 meters in diameter and rushed towards Vishnu. Vishnu, who was suppressed by Alina in the battle, was unable to avoid Roy's attack. Bang! The flaming sphere transformed by Roy hit Vishnu from behind. Under the burning of Roy's solar fire, Vishnu's divine body was quickly burned away. And his sun godhead was also seized and absorbed by Roy. After obtaining Vishnu's sun god, Roy did not stop and attacked the sun god Surya again. Surya, the sun god, is fighting a close battle with Anahita, the water god. Seeing Roy attacking him, Suli immediately wanted to escape. Unfortunately, Roy's strength was far superior to that of Surya, so Surya's escape was not successful. Roy caught up with Surya and used his solar fire to devour Surya. Surya only let out a scream, and his body was burned by Roy's solar fire. And his sun godhead was also destroyed. Lowy absorbed. After absorbing the sun godheads of Vishnu and Surya, a new information appeared in Roy's mind. Roy Phaethon. Age, 23 years old. Race, human body times god soul. Godhead, sun godhead. Thunder godhead. Priesthood, god of heroes. God of the sun. God of thunder. Strength level, high god. Identity, patron saint of the Eastern Caucasus. Patron saint of the Northern Armenian Plateau. And patron saint of the Northern Indus Plain. Seeing that his strength had increased by a level, Roy showed a faint smile and announced to the humans on the ground. My subjects, because I have swallowed the godhead of the sun god Vishnu, I will replace Vishnu as your sun god and patron saint of the Northern Indus Plain. Feeling that Roy has become more powerful, Indra reluctantly asked Agni, the god of fire. Yama, the god of death. Soma, the god of wine and moon. Varuna, the water god. Rudra, the beast lord. And Garuda, the bird god. Luo, the two horse boys Nazathya, fire god Atta, and Dashra, military god Vilesh Rana, ordered. Vishnu is dead. You all must obey me. Now leave with me. After saying that, Indra left the battlefield first. After the Vedic gods left with Indra, Roy looked at their escaping figures and smiled. Run away. Just run away. I have no ambition to conquer the whole world. After all, leaving some backward areas as a comparison, the Athenians will understand how happy their lives are. As long as you escape to backward areas that I have no interest in, you can stay alive. Chapter 566 The Indian region divided into three. Roy allowed the Persian army to witness the miracle with their own eyes, which was obviously more effective than thousands of words of persuasion. After the war between humans and gods ended, the Persian soldiers all obediently accepted the management of the Athenian soldiers without any dissatisfaction or even unrest. Shisha City. Royal Palace. As soon as Roy and the Athenian soldiers took over the place, King Shisha, who had been deprived of his throne by Rama, came to see Roy. King Shisha brought his daughter to the throne hall and saw Roy sitting on his own throne. King Shisha knelt down in the middle of the hall to worship Roy with a flattering look. Great sun god. Great emperor of Athens. Thank you for destroying the evil invaders and allowing us Shisha people to become the rulers of the Shisha kingdom again. Did you misunderstand something? Roy teased jokingly. I am not taking back the kingdom of Shisha for you. From now on, the kingdom of Shisha will be the territory of the Athens Empire. Because you were the king of Shisha in the past, I will make an exception to receive you. Now it is time for you to leave my palace. Upon hearing Roy's words, King Shisha immediately opened his eyes in disbelief. You are a great god. How can you occupy my throne like Rama? As long as you can return the throne to me, I am willing to dedicate my daughter to you and let my daughter inherit my throne. I am not interested in your daughter. If King Shisha was still the ruler of the Shisha kingdom, Roy would not mind accepting his daughter and inheriting the throne of the Shisha kingdom. Now that Shisha kingdom is under the control of Roy, Roy will certainly not throw away the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds and give up the Shisha kingdom for Princess Shisha. King Shisha, now your Shisha kingdom no longer exists. From now on, you will be a commoner of the Athenian Empire and have no right to visit me at will. If you do not leave the palace, I will punish you according to Athenian law. Faced with Roy's threat, King Shisha could only grit his teeth unwillingly and took his daughter to leave the palace that originally belonged to him. As soon as King Shisha left with his daughter, the three sisters, Goddess Naga, Goddess Kali, and Goddess Dagor came to the hall. Goddess Naga asked Roy anxiously. What do you mean? The Shisha royal family has always served me. And Princess Shisha is my current priestess. Are you driving them away because you want to take the faith of the Shisha kingdom as your own? Don't worry, Roy said with a smile. Goddess Naga, I really want to become the sun god who protects the northern part of the Indus plain. But as my wife, you can share the dominance of the northern part of the Indus plain with me. Naga gritted his teeth and said with some reluctance. The kingdom of Shisha originally belonged to me. And now you threaten me to marry you with something that belongs to me. I am willing to share the Ganges plain with you, and let you own millions of square kilometers of territory. Are you still unwilling to marry me? Millions of square kilometers. This number made Naga immediately speechless. Although she had heard about Roy's generosity from Aphrodite, she did not expect that Roy's generosity would hit her so quickly. Seeing Naga's reaction, Roy said with a smile. It seems you are willing to marry me now. Naga did not refute Roy's words. After all, Roy gave too much. After settling Naga, Roy looked at Kali and Dagor and said, Goddess Kali, Goddess Dagor, now I have 150,000 cavalry under my command. And I plan to use them to conquer the entire Indian region. Will you marry me and share the Indian region with me? The Indian region covers an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. So not only the Naga goddess, you can also have a territory of millions of square kilometers. Kali and Dagor looked at each other. Then Dagor asked Roy, if we reject you, will you retaliate against us? Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, I will not retaliate against you. But I will give all the territory that originally belonged to you to the Naga goddess. Your territory will not increase by an inch in the future. The territory that originally belonged to us. Just when Kali and Dagor's expressions were wavering, Ushers, the goddess of dawn, descended into the hall and spoke to Roy with a bright and sweet smile. Dear brother, Ushers is willing to marry you. Can you give me some territory? Sure, Roy said with a smile. The territory that originally belonged to Goddess Kali and Goddess Dagor is the same to anyone I give it to. If Goddess Kali and Goddess Dagor are not willing to marry me, I will give them the 2 million square kilometers that originally belonged to them. I can give you all my territory. I marry you. Dagor, who completely broke through her defenses under the stimulation of Ushers, said with a firm face, as long as you can let me own millions of square kilometers of territory, I will marry you. Hearing Dagor's words, Roy pretended to be sorry and said to Ushers, it seems that I can only give away the 1 million square kilometers that Goddess Kali doesn't want. Before Roy could finish speaking, Goddess Kali interrupted Roy. I want to marry you. It seems that because Dagor took the lead, Kali's shame was reduced a lot. Sister Ushers, it seems that there is no extra territory in India that can be given to you. Roy comforted Ushers. You should first follow me and perform songs and dances for me as a service. After I conquer a new area, I will definitely arrange a territory for you. After settling the matter of the three goddesses, Roy left Shisha city alone and came to Harappa city, the royal palace of Harappan city. Summoning Vritra, Rahu, UAE, and Shiji to the hall, Roy, who was sitting on the throne, said straight to the point. King Vritra, King Rahu, defeating the Vedic and Persians. Not only did my strength not suffer, but I gained 150,000 cavalry by absorbing prisoners. Now I plan to turn the entire Indian region into the territory of the Athenian Empire. First, I want to annex your kingdom of Vritra and kingdom of Rahu. In order to avoid unnecessary war, I ask you to pass the throne to Princess Yue and Princess Shiji. Upon hearing Roy's request, Vritra and Rahu had angry expressions on their faces. Although they are a group that worships the earth goddess, Princess Yue and Princess Shiji also have the right to inherit the throne. But if they have a son, of course they want their son to inherit the throne. It's a pity that the arm can't twist the thigh. Facing the unbeatable strength of the Athenian Empire, Vritra gritted his teeth and said, You are such a good and filial son-in-law. I can't beat you. And I don't want to make my daughter sad. Now I will give you the kingdom of Vritra. After saying that, Vritra turned and left. Vritra, please wait for me. While chasing Vritra, Rahu turned to Shiji and said, My child, from now on you are the queen of Shiji. Seeing the two fathers leaving, Yue and Shiji were not happy about being upgraded to queens. After all, They had no ambition to inherit the throne. They value their family ties with their father and brothers more than the throne. Roy walked up to Yue and Shiji at this time, held them in his arms with both hands and said, "Now I'm here to help you upgrade to become a mother. When your identity changes to a mother, you will understand how important it is to leave a throne to your children." Chapter 567 Refused to accept all local gods. The next day, the palace of the king of Harappa. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that Yue and Shiji, who had been put to sleep by Roy for the whole night, woke up from their sleep. Seeing the two of them open their eyes, Roy pressed their stomachs with both hands and said, "Dear Yue, dear Shiji, now you are my women, and you will have our children in your belly in the future. If you can have your own throne for your children will definitely thank you in the future, S mother." Before being put to sleep by Roy, Yue and Shiji were their parents' daughters and brother-sisters. For the sake of their parents and brothers, they did not agree with Roy forcing Vritra and Rahu to hand over the throne to them. Now the identities of Yue and Shiji have changed. Not only did they become Roy's women, they would also become the mothers of their children in the future. Human nature is ultimately selfish. Considering that their children can inherit the throne, they have begun to agree with Roy to help them obtain their father's throne. "Honey." Yue rested her little head on Roy's shoulder and said with attachment, "Now that my body and mind belong to you, when do you plan to hold a wedding with me?" Although Shiji didn't speak, judging from her expression, she also wanted to be Roy's wife in a formal wedding. In this era, even if there is no love between each other, they can still become a loving couple. But the couple usually the man and woman who have a formal wedding. Before Roy's wedding to Yue and Shiji, they could only be regarded as Roy's concubines or even lovers. "Wedding," Roy said with a troubled expression. "Dear Yue, dear Shiji, of course I also want to hold a wedding with you and make you my real wife. But I am the Emperor of Athens with a territory of tens of millions of square kilometers. So I hope that your status can be extended. Improve it. I plan to give you 150,000 cavalry under my command. Let you two conquer the Indian region, and then become the two queens who govern the West Indian region and the East Indian region. The day you two conquer the entire Indian region, that's when I marry you." Hearing Roy's request, Yue said with an embarrassed look, "With the abilities of the two of us, even if you give us an invincible army, it will take us many years to conquer the entire Indian region. I just don't want to get married to you in a short time. So I leave this big problem to you." Shiji said with a suspicious expression, as if he had read through Roy's thoughts. "My dear, don't you want to marry us?" Roy immediately shook his head and said, "I can swear on my God's name that when you conquer the entire Indian region, I will marry you immediately. Do you still think that I don't want to marry you?" Roy just didn't want to marry them in a short time, and had no intention of not marrying them. Seeing that Roy was willing to swear an oath, Shiji lowered his head in shame and said, "My dear, I shouldn't doubt you. In order to hold a formal wedding with you as soon as possible, Yue and I will conquer the entire India in the shortest possible time." Afternoon. Roy handled government affairs in the throne room and taught Yue and Shiji the management system of the Athenian Empire. When the time came in the evening, the elephant god Ganesha, the cow god Savana, the bird god Garuda, the golden lion god, the beast lord Rudra, and the wild boar god Amusa suddenly descended into the hall together. Seeing the 6 local gods worshipped by the Dravidians, Roy released a divine power to change the surrounding space so that Yue and Shiji could also see the 6 gods. And then asked them, "What is the purpose of coming to me? Great sun god king. We are willing to bring our people to surrender to you." Ganesha, the elephant god, knelt on one knee and said, "In exchange, we hope that you will accept us and not let us lose the territory and people we have now." The cow god Savana, the bird god Garuda, the golden lion god, the beast lord Rudra, and the wild boar god Amusa also knelt down on one knee. "I hate other male gods." Roy frowned and said, "My Athenian empire has not accepted any male gods so far. But we are not male gods." The cow god Shibo said with a simple and honest face, "As you can see, I am a cow, an animal god." The beast lord Rudra also said, "I have cut off my lingam and now I am neither a god nor a goddess." Looking at this group of animal gods and the non-male and non-female Rudra, Roy said coldly with an unhappy expression, "You are animal gods but not real animals. If you want me to accept you, then you can cut off your lingam like the beast lord Rudra and become an animal god that is neither male nor female. Cut off the lingam. The elephant god Ganesha. The cow god Shavana. The bird god Garuda. The golden lion god. And the wild boar god Yamosuo looked at each other. And then the elephant god Ganesha stood up and said, "Since you have not accepted our sincerity, it seems that we can only fight with you to the end." After saying that, the elephant god Ganesha turned and left. After the bull god Savana, the bird god Garuda, the golden lion god, and the wild boar god Amusa left with Ganesha, only the beast lord Rudra remained in the hall. Rudra, the beast lord. You don't think I will accept you? A local god who is neither male nor female. Do you? Roy said with a joking sneer. You are a ruthless person who can even cut off your own lingam. I don't think I have the ability to make you truly surrender. So I will not accept you. His Majesty, Rudra, the beast lord, said anxiously. I heard that many kings will let eunuchs serve them, and even allow these eunuchs to enter and leave their harems at will. I am willing to be a eunuch by your side. I am neither a man nor a woman, and I will not pose any threat to you. That's not necessarily the case. In the history of another world, the beast lord Rudra was still able to become one of the three-phase gods in Indian mythology after cutting off the lingam. This is enough to prove the huge threat of the beast lord Rudra. Roy can use the relationship between husband and wife to bind the goddess so that the goddess cannot betray him. But Roy could not bind the beast lord Rudra so that the beast lord Rudra could not betray him. Therefore, Roy would never let Rudra, the beast lord who was neither male nor female, stay in the Athens Empire. And then he would always worry that he would threaten him. Seeing that Roy really didn't want to accept him, the Beastmaster Rudra could only leave the hall with a disappointed expression. After the Beastmaster Rudra left, Roy warned Yue and Shiji. Dear Yue, dear Shiji, in the process of your conquest of India, you must drive out all the local gods worshipped by the Dravidians. Not only these local gods, but also the people who worship them must drive them all away. And those who refuse to leave will be demoted to lifelong slaves. And they will also be asked to imitate the beast lord Rudra and cut off the lingam. Yue nodded in agreement and said, the Dravidians who worship animal gods are barbaric and ignorant. And we Denoas don't like them either. The Denoa people are an Indian ethnic group who worship the earth goddess. After living in India for thousands of years, they have become a yellow race. Their skin color is not as dark as the Dravidians, nor as fair as the Aryans. Shiji said somewhat unbearably. Let's drive them away as much as possible and let them migrate to the islands in the east or south. Chapter 568 Participating in the Citizen Meeting of Athens City. 1597 BC. May. Roy returned from India to the city of Athens, thousands of miles away, after enjoying a wonderful night with Procne and Philomela, which was better than a wedding after a long separation. The first thing Roy did when he returned to Athens was to attend the citizens' meeting of Athens in person. Early the next morning, Roy took Procne and Philomela to the Royal Opera House in Athens. The Royal Opera House of Athens is not only a theatre for singing and dancing performances, but also a forum for holding citizen meetings. After all the citizens attending the meeting arrived, Procne, as the speaker presiding over the meeting, spoke first. Dear citizens of Athens, today's citizens' meeting is different from the past. Our great emperor has also returned to the city of Athens and participated in this citizens' meeting in person. Now I hope everyone can stand up and applaud to celebrate the triumphant return of His Majesty the Emperor from conquering the East. Procne did not use a commanding tone. All the citizens attending the meeting spontaneously stood up and applauded. And the thunderous applause echoed in the Royal Opera House of Athens. When the citizens' meeting officially started, a white-haired old man left the auditorium and walked to the stage and asked Roy directly. Your Majesty, the great emperor, may I ask you a question? Sure, Roy said with a smile. Although as the founder of the Athenian Empire, I have supreme authority in the Athenian Empire. But from a legal perspective, the emperor only serves as the defender of the law and has the power granted by the law. In the case where neither party has violated the law, the emperor and the ordinary citizens are equal beings. And any citizen has the right to ask questions to the emperor. After hearing Roy's answer, the white-haired old man took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty the great emperor, one of my sons and one of my grandsons died on the battlefield as soldiers of the Athenian Empire. So I really can't help but want to ask you, when will your ambition be satisfied? And how much more do you want to sacrifice? Soldiers sent to the battlefield. Now that the territory of the Athenian Empire has become so large, and none of the surrounding barbarians have challenged the strength of the Athenian Empire, I ask you to stop foreign wars and let our soldiers usher in an era of peace. After the white-haired old man finished speaking, a middle-aged man who looked like his son hurried to his side, trying to pull his father away from the stage. All the citizens in the audience stared at Roy, as if waiting for Roy's thunderous wrath. Roy stood up and looked at the father and son fighting on the stage and said, "Dear old man, first of all I want to apologize to you because I failed to bring your son and grandson back from the battlefield. Although you all think that I have endless ambitions, I must say that I am better than any of you. Everyone hates war. If I had a choice, I would not launch any more wars. But I can only tell you that in order for our descendants to no longer experience war, I will continue to launch wars and will threaten all barbarians who are us. Conquer. I believe you are not naive. So you all understand that even if we do not attack the surrounding barbarians, these barbarians will attack us in order to survive. Do you want to kneel down to the barbarians and sue for peace? And give food and wealth to the barbarians to beg on their knees? Peaceful. I support His Majesty the Emperor." After Roy finished speaking, a one-eyed young man immediately stood up and said, "We can now enjoy a peaceful and prosperous life in the city of Athens because there are thousands of soldiers fighting against our enemies. I am an Athenian soldier myself and retired early because I was injured on the battlefield. But I do not regret losing one only eyes, because my sacrifices are all worth it. Even if I have to choose my own destiny again, I will become an Athenian soldier and give my life to His Majesty the Emperor." Immediately afterwards, more and more citizens stood up to support Lo. After all, this was the third year of the establishment of the Athenian Empire, not the 30th year of its establishment. Everyone present has experienced the difficult days 3 years ago and knows that the happy life now is hard one. After the white-haired old man and his son left the stage in despair, a businessman in gold and silver walked to the stage and said, "Your Majesty the Great Emperor, I hope that we citizens who are doing business can get tax exemptions. When we hire employees to solve employment problems, we can also be considered as contributing to the Athenian Empire. But the bigger our business is, the heavier the taxes we will bear. It is impossible to reduce taxes." Roy refused without hesitation. "If your business is not competitive, you can end your business. Today I meet your request for tax relief. And tomorrow you will squeeze your employees to increase your profits. I have provided businessmen with a safe business environment and a huge market. If you want to do business in the Athens Empire, you must abide by the rules here." Lowy is not worried about businessmen closing their businesses and creating employment problems, because the Athenian Empire did not implement a 12-hour work system. One person could complete the work of 2 people. The Athenian Empire not only had an 8-hour work system, but also a weekend system, with enough jobs to meet employment needs. If the Athenian Empire also had a 12-hour working day, and one person could do the work of 2 people, it would mean that half of the population of the Athenian Empire would be unemployed. After the businessman left the stage in disgrace, a young man dressed as a priest walked onto the stage and shouted wildly, "Your Majesty the Great Emperor, you are the greatest human being of our time and the great sun god. You should be worshipped by everyone in the Athens Empire. As your believer, I want to establish a church that worships you and promotes your greatness to everyone. And faith." "No." Roy frowned and said coldly. The Athenian Empire prohibited the establishment of any form of religion. Just as power is only responsible for its own source, gods are only responsible for the source of their own beliefs. If the gods' beliefs come from specific believers, the gods will inevitably favor the believers and cause injustice. Therefore, all the gods of the Athenian Empire, including me, will only accept worship from the state. The main beliefs of the gods do not come from specific individuals, and the gods will naturally not be biased towards specific individuals." The young man, who claimed to be a follower of Lowy, immediately looked shocked. Roy continued, "Soldiers, take off his priestly robes and take him to prison for a year. In the Athenian Empire, except for real priests who can wear priestly robes, no one can wear priestly robes to pretend to be a priest. Serve priests of gods are a group that enjoys special treatment and are supported by the state and respected by the people. Anyone who pretends to be a priest will be punished according to the severity of the crime. Your Majesty, you can't do this to me. I am your loyal believer." Hearing Roy's punishment, the young man dressed as a priest immediately shouted. 2 wolf-like soldiers rushed to the stage, quickly grabbed the young man like an eagle catching a chicken, and then carried him off the stage. After the citizens' meeting ended successfully, Roy took Procne and Philomela back to the palace of Athens and began to formulate a new battle plan. In order to complete the goal of turning the Mediterranean into a lake, Roy decided to include Germania, Gaul and the Iberian Peninsula into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Chapter 569, Germanic Earth Goddess Jade. Apennine Peninsula. This was the western border of the Athenian Empire. After becoming the territory of the Athenian Empire, after more than a year of development, the Apennine Peninsula has now crossed over from the Bronze Age and directly entered the Black Iron Age. The Po River Plain is located in the northern part of the Apennine Peninsula. As long as you bypass the Alps from here, you can enter the Germanic region and the Gaul region. 1597 BC. End of May. Roy came to the Po River Plain in the northern Apennine Peninsula. Caesar, who was appointed governor of the Po River by Roy, had already trained a cavalry army here with a number of 50,000 and well-equipped iron weapons. The barracks of the army of the Po. When Roy found Caesar, Caesar was leading a cavalry training. Seeing Roy's figure appearing in front of him, Caesar first widened his eyes in disbelief, and then rode up to Roy with excitement on his face. "Dear Your Majesty the Emperor, are you finally going to launch a war against the barbarians in the north? It seems that you have been looking forward to this war for a long time." Roy teased with a smile. "If I had known that you were so eager to make achievements on the battlefield, I would definitely transfer you to the east. But it's not too late now. The opportunity to make achievements that you long for has come. I will take you and the Po River army to conquer the Germans in the north area. And I will leave the command of the army of the Po entirely to you. You want me to direct this war?" Being given such huge authority and such huge trust by Roy, Caesar's heart was filled with excitement and emotion. "I will never betray your trust. If I lose this war, or if the soldiers suffer huge casualties, I am willing to sacrifice my life and that of my whole family to apologize. How could it be possible to lose? The barbarians in the Germanic area have not even entered the Bronze Age." Caesar led an army of iron weapons to carry out a dimensional reduction attack on the backward barbarians who used wooden spears and stone spears. There was no reason to lose this war. Not to mention the talented Caesar. Even if a pig serves as the commander of the Po army, there is no reason to lose this war. Early June. Loey and Caesar led the 50,000 cavalry of the army of the Po River from the east around the Alps and into the southern region of the Sudetan Mountains. The word Germania comes from Latin, and Julius Caesar called the tribes on the right bank of the Rhine River Germania. In other words, until the time of Caesar 1,500 years later, the Germans were still in a backward tribal civilization. The Germanic people at this time were mainly composed of two ethnic groups. The first group is the Germanic indigenous people with black hair and black eyes. The second ethnic group is the blonde Aryans. Beginning before 3000 BC, the ancient Aryans began to migrate to the east, south and west. The ancient Aryans migrated as far as the Iberian Peninsula, Spanish Peninsula. And of course there were a large number of Aryan branches in the Germanic areas. Entering the Sudetenland, the first thing the Athenian army encountered was not the Aryan branch that spoke Indo-European, but the Germanic indigenous tribes that spoke Germanic. Of course the Athenians could not understand the Germanic language, so Roy could only negotiate with the Germanic natives in person. Giada tribe. This is a Germanic indigenous tribe that worships the earth goddess Giada. The name Giada means earth. In the Norse mythology of another world, the earth goddess Jade is the name of a female giant who is an enemy of the Aryan gods. The Aesir. She is Jade, the mother of Thor, the god of thunder, and Sif, the wife of Thor, the god of thunder. She is also the giant snake Jormungandr who died with Thor, the god of thunder. In Ragnarok, Roy rode alone into the Giada tribe. The Giada tribe seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. Dozens of them surrounded Roy with wooden spears. "I am not your enemy." Roy spoke to the surrounding Germanic natives in the language of the gods. "Where is your tribal leader? I want to negotiate directly with your tribal leader. It's better for me to negotiate with you." Accompanied by a gentle and sweet girl's voice, the statue of Giada worshipped by the Giada tribe bloomed with divine light and transformed into the goddess Giada herself. She walked up to Roy under the gaze of the humans in the Giada tribe who were full of fanatical awe. "You?" Seeing that Giada's face had the shadow of the ancient earth goddess, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "It seems you are not a real indigenous god." Nowadays, both the Germanic natives and the Aryans obtain food through nomadic herding, fishing and hunting. In other words, The Germanic region did not have the basis for the birth of the worship of the earth goddess. As the goddess of the earth, Giada is obviously an alien deity. Perhaps her Giada tribe is a branch of the Pulaski people who migrated to Europa before 3000 BC. What nonsense! Hearing Roy's words, Giada said with an unhappy expression. After thousands of years, my people have assimilated with the local Germanic people. And the local Germanic goddess has accepted me as a sister. Of course, I am the undoubted local god. I have no intention of arguing with you about this. Roy said with a smile. If what I just said made you angry, I would like to apologize to you. Dear goddess Giada, I came to the Germanic region to incorporate the Germanic region into the territory of the Athenian Empire. I hope that you and other Germanic goddesses can voluntarily join the Athenian Empire. If you refuse my invitation, then I can only force you to join the Athenian Empire. It's indeed the same. Giada sighed and said, you mounted invaders only want to conquer our local tribes. The mounted intruder. Their names are Odin, Tyr, Thor, and Balder. Giada turned to look north and said, the first ones to come here were Odin and Tyr. Their tribe lost to the tribes worshipping the sun god and the tribe worshipping the god of thunder in the hometown of the ancient Aryans. And they had to be forced to move westward here. Then, it was Thor and the tribes who worshipped the god of thunder who migrated here. And finally Balder and the tribes who worshipped the sun god migrated here. These Aryan gods only wanted to conquer and enslave the local ethnic groups, and did not assimilate with the local ethnic groups at all. The idea of fusion. So you think I'm like these Aryan gods? Roy explained with an innocent face. This is really a misunderstanding. I am different from these Aryan gods. The Aryans consider themselves noble people and only want to conquer and enslave the local ethnic groups. But in my Athenian Empire, everyone's identity and status are equal. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Athenian Empire to find out the situation in person. Even if what you say is true. Giada's eyes returned to Roy and said, I have no reason to surrender to you. Then I can only use force to conquer you. Roy activated the sun godhead, letting his body release the blazing fire of the sun. And then said as he approached Giada, as an avatar of the ancient earth goddess, you are also a trinity of goddesses. You are the earth goddess Jade, the harvest goddess Sif, and the war goddess Jormungandr, who can kill enemies with her fangs. But this does not make up for the difference between us. The gap in strength is the same as a dimensionality reduction strike. Just like your Giada tribe will be vulnerable to the Athenian army. Chapter 570 Goddess Grid Goddess Lind. Of course, Roy would not be so naive as to think that he could use his words to make the earth goddess Giada willingly surrender to him. So before negotiating with goddess Giada, Roy was already prepared to engage in a battle of gods with goddess Giada. Seeing Roy showing the power of the sun god, Giada said with a solemn expression, you are actually the sun god. It seems that I cannot defeat you. But I will not give in to you. As long as you use the power of the water of the Elbe River, you may not be able to defeat me. After saying that, Giada's body turned into a giant black snake that was 100 meters long, and then rushed towards the Elbe River between the Sudeten Mountains and the Erzgebirge Mountains at great speed. The Elbe River has a total length of about 1,165 kilometers, and a total basin area of about 144,000 square kilometers. Together with the Rhine River, it is called the Mother River of the Germanic region. Seeing that Giada wanted to use the power of the Elbe River to fight against him, Roy stretched out a pair of white wings from his back and flew into the sky, chasing Giada at great speed while saying, it's useless. The gap in strength between us is greater than you think. If you think of me as an equal opponent to the Germanic sun goddess Suna, or the Aryan sun god Balder, then you are totally wrong. Wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Roy flew over the Elbe River at great speed. Giada, who transformed into a giant black snake, also dived into the water of the Elbe River. After hearing what Roy said, Giada, who was hiding under the water of the Elbe River, joked, you boast about your strength. Can you still evaporate the water of the Elbe River? Do you think I can't do it? In Greek mythology from another world, the demigod hero Achilles once challenged the river god Scamander on the battlefield of Troy. In order to save Achilles, Hephaestus, the god of fire, used his fire to burn the trees on both sides of the Scamandros River and burn all the water of the Scamandros River dry. The river god Scamandros therefore begged for mercy from the fire god Hephaestus. Although Hephaestus, the god of fire, did not finally burn up the water of the Scamandros River. Roy was confident that the water of the Elbe River would be evaporated, so that Giada could not use the power of the Elbe River's water to fight against him. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. As Roy activated the power of the sun godhead, endless light and heat burst out from Roy's body, as if two suns appeared in the sky. The water level of the Elbe River began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. Giada, who was hiding under the water of the Elbe River, was immediately frightened by Roy's power. After all, the Elbe is not a small stream, but a real big river. The sun god Asuna, and the sun god Balder, that Giada knew could never evaporate the water of the Elbe River like Loe. It seems that you are not boasting. Your strength is indeed not comparable to that of Suna and Bad. As Roy continued to evaporate the water of the Elbe River, a green arrow suddenly struck Roy. Unfortunately, the arrow was burned to ashes by Roy's sunfire before it even got close to Roy's body. That's it. Then, an angry female voice said, "Your war of gods has had an impact on the surrounding environment and humans. Stop it quickly." Roy looked in the direction of the sound and saw a hunting goddess dressed as a huntress running from the Erzgebirge mountains. "Glid. This is not a war started by me," Giada explained to the hunting goddess. "This man is an alien invader, and he demands that we surrender to him." Another female voice said, "Giada, of course we believe this is not your fault." Roy turned around and saw a female war goddess holding a golden spear running over from the northeastern area of the Alps. After a moment, the two goddesses surrounded Roy one after another. Giada also leaned out of the Elbe River and sprayed a jet of water towards Roy. Facing the siege of the three goddesses, Roy said with a relaxed smile, "Before the battle, let's introduce our identities to each other and show our respect for each other. I am the Emperor of the Athenian Empire, the hero god of the Athenian Empire and the only male sun god. As the human emperor, my name is Loe. As the sun god, my name is Burning Phaethon." The hunting goddess said with a cold face, "My name is Grid, the goddess of the forest and the hunt." The female war goddess using the golden divine spear followed. "My name is Lind, goddess of nature and war. The forest goddess, the goddess of nature." Roy looked at goddess Grid and goddess Lind and said, "It seems that you are native gods worshipped by the Germanic Aborigines who worship nature. If it is not a coincidence that you are both goddesses, it means that the Germanic Aboriginal tribes still retain the traditional beliefs of the matrilineal clan era." Roy was no stranger to the names Grid and Lind. In the Norse mythology of another world, Grid and Lind are not only the giants, the enemies of the Aesir's Aryan gods, but they are also the lovers of Odin, the god king of the Aesir's. Grid is the mother of the forest god Veda. Lind is the mother of Valai, the god of nature. In Ragnarok, the forest god Veda and the nature god Valai are the gods who survived Ragnarok after defeating their enemies. As members of the giant family, enemies of the Aesir, Grid and Lind are likely to be based on native gods from the Germanic region, and they are goddesses who were conquered by Odin with force. In the myth of Valai's birth, it is clearly stated that Odin obtained Lind's body through force. Giada, Grid, Lind, your names look like the three sisters. Looking back at the giant black snake transformed by Giada, Roy couldn't help but tease. "If I can defeat your joint efforts, you three sisters can serve me together. I think if it were you, you would definitely be able to give birth to a powerful child for me. Go to HL." The angry Grid immediately bent her bow and knocked an arrow, launching a dense rain of arrows to attack Roy. "It's useless." Facing Grid's arrow attack, Roy did not react at all. Grid's arrows flew to Roy's side, like dry wood thrown into a fire, making Roy's sunfire burn even more vigorously. "Dear Grid, are you attacking me on the surface, but actually want to help me defeat your sister?" Seeing that Grid's arrows could not hurt Roy, Lind wielded the golden divine spear and stabbed Roy. Giada also sprayed water jets to help her extinguish the sun's fire around Roy's body. Just when Lind's golden spear was about to hit Roy, Roy suddenly released a golden thunder with his left hand to attack Lind. Boom! The astonishingly powerful golden thunder hit the golden spear in Lind's hand. Lind instinctively threw the golden spear to the ground to avoid being hurt by the thunder's power. After neutralizing the attacks of Grid and Lind, Roy flew above the Elbe River and said with a teasing smile to Giada in the Elbe River, "Dear Giada, you don't think that as the sun god, I can't swim, so you can always hide in the Elbe River, right?" "You guessed it right. I really can't swim." Roy was once blessed by the goddess, and had the ability to move in water. After being resurrected from the dead and becoming a god, Roy lost all his blessings and became a landlubber who couldn't swim. Chapter 571 I underestimated the Germanic gods. Roy's attempt to evaporate the Elbe River water would have a huge impact on the surrounding environment and humans. So the nature goddess Lind and the forest goddess Grid took the initiative to stop Roy. Now Roy has no intention of continuing to evaporate the water of the Elbe River. But this does not mean that Roy has nothing to do with Giada hiding in the Elbe River. Because at this moment when Roy and the three goddesses were fighting, Caesar had already led 50,000 Athenian cavalry to occupy the Giada tribe. Dear Giada, you should have noticed it now. As long as I give an order to my subordinates, the statue of Giada of the Giada tribe will be knocked down by the Athenian soldiers. If you don't want me to kick off the throne of the patron saint of the Giada tribe, just fight me openly with your two good sisters. After receiving Roy's reminder, Giada realized at this moment that the Giada tribe that worshipped her had been controlled by the 50,000 Athenian army commanded by Caesar. In such a short time, the Giada tribe has a population of more than 100,000. Under extreme mobilization, 20,000 young and strong men can be summoned to protect the tribe. Under normal circumstances, even if the enemy had 3 times the numerical advantage, it would be impossible to conquer the Giada tribe in such a short time. Looking at Giada's reaction, Roy said with a joking smile, Dear Giada, not only does my Athenian army have more than twice the numerical advantage, but it also has weapons and equipment that are 2 levels advanced in dimensionality reduction. It is abnormal that it cannot conquer the Giada tribe in such a short period of time. The Giada tribe at this time, the Germanic people, who worshipped the earth goddess Giada, had given up resistance in despair. Although these Germans were willing to die in order to protect their homeland, the wooden and stone spears they used could not penetrate the armor of the Athenian soldiers at all. The sharp gun blades used by the Athenian soldiers could easily tear through the leather and cloth armor they wore. This was a totally unfair fight, and their sacrifices would be meaningless. Since the sacrifice was meaningless and the Athenian soldiers did not rob their property, wives, daughters and sisters, the Germans could only wisely give up resistance. After learning about the current situation of the Giada tribe, Giada crawled out of the Elbe River and turned into a human head with a snake body from the waist down and a goddess from the waist up, and said to Roy, Now that your men have taken control of my people, you can make me surrender to you. Do I look like a bottomless scumbag? Roy said with a smile. Although I want to make you surrender, I will use force to conquer you 3 sisters and make you convinced that you have lost. If I use your people to force you to surrender, even I will look down on myself. The most important thing is, you are not worthy of me turning into a despicable villain with no bottom line. If it were the cute and stubborn Athena. Metis' arrogant face appeared in his mind, and Roy paused. If it was to get Metis, Roy knew that he could do despicable things without any bottom line. You arrogant guy. Grid, the goddess of forest and hunting, shot a huge green arrow at Roy and said, We are completely underestimated by you. Whoosh! 100-meter-long green arrow struck Roy. Just like a fire cannot immediately burn a green tree branch full of moisture, Roy's solar fire couldn't burn the green arrow instantly. Grid's green arrow broke through the layers of solar fire, and when it was burned into a meter-long arrow, the green arrow finally flew in front of Roy. Roy grabbed the green arrow with his right hand and released the blazing sun's fire from his palm to burn the green arrow to ashes. Roy looked at Grid and said, Dear Grid, I'm not looking down on you. I'm looking down on all the gods in the Germanic region. Even if you local gods in the Germanic region join forces with the Aryan gods, you can't defeat me alone. This is the strength gap between you and me. Whether all the tribes in the Germanic region combined could defeat 50,000 Athenian cavalry, the answer is obvious. Just as all the tribes in the Germanic area combined could not defeat the 50,000 Athenian cavalry, so all the gods in the Germanic area combined could not defeat Loe. What's more, it is impossible for the gods of the Germanic region to join forces. The native gods of the Germanic region have a blood feud with the Aryan gods that has accumulated for thousands of years. Without the intervention of external forces, war would definitely break out between them. The indigenous Germans and Aryans. The war between the native gods of the Germanic region, giants, and the Aryan gods, Aesir, is the prototype of the Ragnarok war in Norse mythology. Don't just use the power of the sun god, Lin said while wielding the golden divine spear to attack Roy. If you can defeat us openly, surrendering to you is not impossible. As you wish. Roy withdrew his solar fire, and then summoned the black magic gun while avoiding Lin's attack. With the black magic gun in hand, Roy immediately counterattacked Lind. After suppressing Lind with a violent storm of attacks, Roy said while fighting Lind, "Dear Jade, I heard that Thor, Zeus, the god of thunder among the Aryan gods, was regarded as the strongest warrior under the god King Odin. The priests of the Aryans named Thor, the god of thunder. Zeus regards you as the son of Odin. And you, the earth goddess, as the mother of Thor, Zeus. It seems that in the eyes of mankind, only a mother like you can give birth to Thor, Zeus, who is second only to Odin, a powerful god from Din. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what powerful children you can give birth to for me. It seems you are no different from the Aryan gods who made up myths to humiliate me." Geauda summoned a huge tooth knife in shame and anger and attacked Roy. It can be seen from the black divine power wrapped around the white tooth knife that this tooth knife is Geauda's own snake fang, which possesses unimaginable venom. In myths from another world, the earth goddess's snake venom can even kill gods. In Greek mythology, Hercules died from the poison of the Hydra. In Norse mythology, Thor, the god of thunder, also died from the poison of the giant snake Jormungandr. Although Roy didn't think that Geauda's snake venom could kill him, Roy still dealt with Geauda's tooth knife carefully to avoid Geauda's tooth knife from hurting his body. Faced with the siege of Lind and Geauda, Roy was still able to handle it with ease. Grid no longer used arrows at this time, and directly used the black wooden bow as a weapon to attack Roy. Being besieged by 3 goddesses, Roy was still not at a disadvantage. After all, Roy is not only a warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles, but he is also a more powerful god than Geauda, Lind, and Grid, possessing strength and speed that far exceeds theirs. 3 goddesses. It seems that victory already belongs to me. After you lose, you must be willing to become my woman." As soon as Roy finished speaking, a huge figure blocked the sun in the sky. The next moment, this huge figure fell from the sky and swallowed Roy's body in one bite. The moment before being eaten, Roy saw that she was a giant wolf with hair as thick as snow. Chapter 572 The Wolf of Ice and Snow That Eats the Sun. Just like in the human world, only the strongest person can become the king. In the world of gods, only the strongest god can become the king of gods. In the Norse mythology of another world, Odin is the king of the gods of the Aesir clan. His real-life prototype is undoubtedly the most powerful among the Aryan gods in the Germanic region. But in Norse mythology, there is Fenrir, a giant wolf who chased the sun and moon and killed Odin, the king of gods, at Ragnarok. From the records of Fenrir and Odin, we can see that Fenrir is as powerful as Odin, or even stronger than Odin. Interpreting the battle between Fenrir and Odin from a realistic perspective is that the Germanic natives, who worshipped the giant wolf Fenrir, and the Aryans, who worshipped Odin, went into a war. After this war, the Germanic natives, who worshipped Fenrir, defeated the Aryans, who worshipped Odin, and suffered heavy losses themselves. The people who worshipped the forest god Vader seized this opportunity to defeat the Germanic natives who worshipped Fenrir. At this time, the giant wolf Fenrir, who in mythology was stronger than Odin, the king of the gods of the Aesir clan, swallowed Roy, the sun god, in one bite. Just like in Norse mythology, Fenrir's clone and child skull devoured the sun goddess Suna. Didn't anyone tell you that there are some things you shouldn't eat casually? Standing in Fenrir's wolf's mouth, which was as cold as an ice cave, Roy said helplessly, "Fenrir, if you don't want to suffer, let me out quickly." In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong often gets into the belly of his enemies and stirs up troubles, forcing enemies who could not be easily defeated to admit defeat. But Roy didn't get into Fenrir's belly, because in the story of Journey to the West, there is also the story of the Lord Buddha entering the belly of King Peacock Daming and breaking out of his body, and worshipping King Peacock Daming King as Buddha's mother. According to the same standard, if Roy enters Fenrir's belly, Fenrir will become Roy's cheap mother when Roy comes out. "Don't make any noise." After hearing Roy's words, Fenrir said in a cold female voice, "In this land, the heat of the sun cannot defeat the cold of northern Europe. You will soon become an extinguished sun in my body. The heat of the sun cannot defeat the cold of northern Europe." Roy teased with a sneer. "It seems that you regard me as a sun god equal to the sun goddess Suna. But I am a sun god from the subtropical region. The heat of the sun can defeat all severe cold. In northern Europe, winter can last up to half a year. It is true that the god of winter is more powerful than the sun god in this area. Unfortunately, Roy is not the sun god of the Nordic region, and Roy does not follow the laws of the Nordic region. As Roy activated the sun godhead to release endless heat, Fenrir's wolf mouth, which was like an ice cave, began to heat up rapidly. How can it be? Fenrir said in disbelief, as he felt Roy's heat defeating his own coldness. I am the most powerful child of the ancestor Wimir Ogelmir. Why is your heat so powerful? Just like the ancient earth goddess Gaia is the ancestor of all earth goddesses. In the Nordic region, there are also ancestors of gods similar to the ancient earth goddess Gaia. In Norse mythology, this ancestor is called Wimir Ogelmir. She is not only the ancestor of the native gods, the giants, in the Germanic area, but is also regarded as the ancestor of the Aryan gods, the Aesir. You are so rare and strange, Roy explained to Fenrir. You have been living in Northern Europe. And of course you feel that the heat of the sun cannot defeat the severe cold. When you go to the south, you will know that the heat of the sun is the most powerful, and can even completely eliminate winter from the tropics. Do some areas in the south not even have winter? In Fenrir's shock, Roy's heat completely annihilated the cold air in Fenrir's wolf mouth and began to burn Fenrir's wolf mouth. You win. Fenrir immediately opened his wolf mouth and begged. Stop releasing heat inside me. Looking at the outside world from Fenrir's open wolf mouth, Roy did not go out immediately, but continued to use heat to burn Fenrir's wolf mouth. Fenrir. There is a saying that it is easier to invite the gods than to send them away. If you want me to go out, you must swear to surrender to me and become a loyal dog by my side. Dog? Fenrir said dissatisfied. I'm a wolf. I'm the incarnation of an Arctic wolf with hair as thick as snow. You actually think of me as a dog. If you are unwilling to surrender, I will keep releasing heat in your mouth. You disgusting guy. Fenrir suddenly jumped into the Elbe River, and then buried his wolf's mouth into the Elbe River, letting the endless Elbe River water pour into his wolf's mouth. It's useless. Seeing that Fenrir wanted to use the water of the Elbe River to cool down, Roy released his divine power to prevent the river water from pouring into Fenrir's wolf mouth, and at the same time released the blazing fire of the sun, burning Fenrir's body with stronger heat. Wolf's mouth. It's so hot. So hot. So hot. So hot. So hot. Fenrir could not bear the burning of the sun's fire and said in a crying voice, I surrender to you. Please don't release any more flames. Seeing that Fenrir finally surrendered, Roy immediately withdrew his divine power and let the water from the Elbe River pour into Fenrir's wolf mouth to cool her down. Roy himself left Fenrir's fully opened wolf mouth and flew above Fenrir's head. Looking at Fenrir from above, Roy saw that Fenrir was a very beautiful Arctic wolf, just like an elf in the world of ice and snow. Gudong, gudong, gudong. Fenrir swallowed the river water in large gulps to cool down his wolf's mouth. Then Fenrir looked at Roy with lingering fear. You really taught me a lesson I will never forget. I will never destroy my enemies by devouring them again. After saying that, Fenrir's huge body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, Fenrir transformed into a goddess with wolf ears on her head, a wolf tail behind her, and white hair and golden eyes. Fenrir, who turned into a human form, covered his wolf's mouth with his left hand and said, When I take on a human form, I won't instinctively want to devour the enemy. Fenrir. Looking at Fenrir's goddess form, Roy's eyes widened in surprise. He flew to Fenrir's side and touched her wolf ears and said, I didn't expect you to be such a cute and beautiful she-wolf. I shouldn't have treated you like that just now. I'm really sorry. You? Fenrir frowned and glared at Roy. Do you have any bad thoughts about me? As expected of a wolf, Roy said bluntly. Since you have become my possession, of course I have to take the responsibility of helping you give birth to a child. You want to be my male wolf? Fenrir said with a complicated expression. Since you defeated me, you should have the power to control me. But you can only get my body, not my love. I'm not interested in your love. Roy said with a smile. I know that wolves are monogamous creatures. As long as I get your body, whether you love me or not, you will be a loyal female wolf for me. Chapter 573. Let's have a battle at Ragnarok. The wolf is a social animal with a hierarchical system. Although in theory, the wolf king can enjoy all the female wolves he rules, the queen of the pack will prevent her husband from doing so. So in fact, wolves practice monogamy. After using the power of the sun god to conquer Fenrir, the Arctic wolf in the ice and snow world, Roy looked at Giada, Lind, and Grid and said, Even the powerful Fenrir has surrendered to me. Do you still want to continue fighting with me? Because you will become my woman. So in order to avoid hurting you, I have not used all my strength to fight with you. Fight. If you choose to resist to the end, then I can only destroy you mercilessly. After Giada, Lind, and Grid looked at each other. Giada lowered his head helplessly and said, "We really cannot defeat you. How will you treat us and our people? The Germanic region has entered the territory of the Athenian Empire. I will make new rules for the gods and humans here. I will wipe out all the male gods in the Germanic region, and let you have greater territory and authority than you have now. The Germanic people will become my subjects. I will treat them equally and let them enjoy exactly the same treatment as the Athenians." It sounds pretty good. The goddesses can have greater territory and authority than they currently have, which is of course a good thing they can only dream of. The Germans enjoyed the same treatment as the Athenians, which gave them no reason to be dissatisfied. The only fly in the ointment is that Roy has made it clear that he wants to blaspheme them. What are you still hesitating about? Seeing the reactions of Giada, Lind, and Grid, Roy couldn't help but frown and said, "The Aryan gods who migrated to the Germanic areas have always wanted to conquer you and make you their wife or lover. You should know very well that because the Aryans have a stronger military power, the Aryans will eventually defeat the Germans. People, you will also be conquered by the Aryan gods. Although I want to blaspheme you just like the Aryan gods, I will not take away your power and authority and reduce you to my vassals. I will also turn you into be stronger than you are now." "You're right," Grid said with a bright smile. "Because the Aryan gods are stronger than us, we will definitely lose to the Aryan gods in the end. Since we are destined to be blasphemed by male gods, it is better to be blasphemed by you than by those Aryan gods who have a deep hatred for us. It is better to blaspheme the male god, who has just appeared now, and has no grudge against us. You must think so. I have to say, your idea is really arrogant." Lind nodded in agreement and said, "You disrespect our will so much. Can't we choose to be neither desecrated by the Aryan gods nor desecrated by you? I was so stupid. Really?" Roy covered his forehead with his right hand and smiled bitterly. "For a moment, I actually wanted to convince you. I almost forgot to convince you directly. It is more effective than thousands of words of persuasion." After lowering his right hand from his forehead, Roy ordered Fenrir. "Fenrir, this is my first order as the master. Next, I will capture Giada and turn her directly into my woman. You help me control Lind and Grid." "No." Fenrir immediately hugged Roy and said, "Since you want to be my male wolf, you can't mess with other women." Unexpectedly, Fenrir would stop him. Roy asked in surprise, "You said you don't love me. Although I don't love you, but you want to be my male wolf. Of course I have to stop you from cheating." Looking at Fenrir's beautiful white wolf ears in front of him, Roy felt as if his heart was melting. "Okay. Since you don't allow me to cheat, I won't attack them for the time being." After meeting Fenrir's request, Roy said to Giada, Lind, and Grid, "I have promised Fenrir that I will not attack you again. Do you still refuse to surrender?" Without the worry of being blasphemed by Roy, the three goddesses had no reason to refuse to surrender to Roy. Giada said with suspicion, "Are you really going to let us go?" Roy shook his head without hesitation and said, "I believe that you will definitely ask to stay with me in the future." This is not Roy's blind confidence. As the emperor of the Athenian Empire, Loey held the authority to allocate territory to the Athenian gods. As long as Roy teases them about increasing their territory, they will definitely choose to accept Roy's request. If they were really content with the status quo, and were willing to become the bottom goddesses among the gods of Athens, Roy would also lose interest in these weakest goddesses in the Athenian Empire. "Sisters, you don't have to hesitate anymore," Fenrir confidently said to the three goddesses. "No matter at any time, I will stop him from cheating so that he can't stretch out his claws against you." Lind and Grid nodded and said, "Sister Fenrir, of course we believe you. With his help, I now have full confidence in defeating the Aryan gods." The four goddesses regard themselves as aides in defeating the Aryan gods. Roy couldn't help but suggest, "Then let's join forces to launch the Ragnarok war against the Aryan gods. And let the Aryan gods meet their doomsday." Fenrir immediately shook his head and said, "If we want to start the Ragnarok war, we must unite with the gods in the north. Don't you believe that I can defeat the Aryan gods by myself?" "Yes," Fenrir said bluntly. "In order to ensure our victory, please respect our ideas. As a foreign god, you don't understand the situation here at all. Seeing Roy's dissatisfied expression, Giada explained. Now the Germanic region can be said to be divided into three. We rule the southern Germanic region, and the Aryan gods rule the central Germanic region. In the northern Germanic region, there are the sea goddess Nasus, the sun goddess Suna, and the war goddess Frey. Frey, the god of harvest, Gerd, the goddess of sunlight, and Skadi, the goddess of winter and hunting. Because the environment in the northern part of the Germanic region is harsher than that in the central and southern parts, the Aryans did not regard the northern part of the Germanic region as the target of invasion. We regard the southern part of the Germanic region that we rule as an invasion target. Therefore, the Aryan gods have not become obviously hostile to the northern gods, and there are signs of assimilating the northern gods. The Aryan priests have recently declared that war the goddess Freya is Frigga, the wife of their god king Odin. In Norse mythology, Freya and Frigga have many similarities. As the goddess of marriage and family, Frigga is obviously not a real patron saint in history, but a goddess created as a vassal of Odin. If there is a real patron goddess in history, who is the prototype of Frigga? Frigga's prototype is obviously Freya. Therefore, some people believe that in the ancient Germanic mythology system, Freya and Frigga are the same goddess, and Frigga's husband Odin and Freya's husband Oded are the same male god. Chapter 574 Freya, the goddess of love and war. In Norse mythology, Freya, the goddess of love and war, is the daughter of Njord, the leader of the Varni clan, and the sister of Frey, the god of war who once defeated Odin and sat on the throne of the god king. With such a prominent status, Freya's husband is Odd, the god of travel. The god of travel. If it were in the civilized era 3,600 years later, this might be a popular godhead. But in ancient times, it was very dangerous even to travel with others, let alone traveling alone. In this era, there are land robbers on land and sea pirates on the ocean. The so-called god of tourism will never be regarded as a patron saint in this era, let alone become a prominent and powerful god. Freya's marriage to Odd in Norse mythology is like Aphrodite's marriage to the lame god of fire Hephaestus in Greek mythology. Because the Greeks could not defeat the Phoenicians in reality, they humiliated the goddess worshipped by the Phoenicians in fabricated myths. The same reason, when Freya married Ud in Norse mythology, she was probably deliberately fabricating myths to humiliate the goddess worshipped by her enemies. Moreover, the Odd used to humiliate Freya is also the clone of Odin. I respect your desire to join forces with the gods of the northern Germanic region, Roy said with a faint smile. Although the Aryan gods did not compete for territory with the northern gods, they obviously wanted to conquer and assimilate the northern gods. Those northern gods who are unwilling to be conquered and assimilated by the Aryan gods will definitely be willing to work with you to deal with the Aryan's gods. After hearing Roy's words, Fenrir said with satisfaction, I will take you to the northern region now. After saying that, Fenrir took Roy and flew to the north of the Germanic region. Central Germanic region. It was originally ruled by the native gods of the Germanic region. After the Aryans migrated to the Germanic region, they continued to expand their territory here, and finally conquered the fertile plains in the middle of the Germanic region, cutting the Germanic region into three parts from the middle. As the first Aryans to migrate to the Germanic region, the Odin-worshipping group dominated the area east of the Rhine. Although Odin's group is the most powerful Aryan group in the Germanic region, it also has the deepest hatred against the local Germanic indigenous groups. The Aryan tribe, which worships Thor, the god of thunder, and Tyr, the god of war, rule the northern part of the Erzgebirge mountains, and has a centuries-old feud with the local Germanic indigenous tribes. The Aryan race, which worship the sun god Balder, dominated the northern Sudeten mountains. They were the last Aryan group to come to the Germanic areas, and they had no great hatred against the local Germanic natives. So in the Norse mythology of another world, the sun god Balder did not participate in Ragnarok. When the war of Ragnarok ended, the sun god Balder directly became the ruler of the new era. Just like Greek mythology, it is a mythical story created with Zeus as the central protagonist. Norse mythology is also a mythical story created with Odin as the core protagonist. In Norse mythology, the sun god Balder did not participate in the Battle of Ragnarok and contributed to Odin and the Aesir. However, in Norse mythology, the sun god Balder is regarded as the legitimate son of the god king Odin and the god queen Frigga, and Odin's legitimate heir to the throne. Before Ragnarok, the sun god Balder was the most important member of the Aesir. Immediately after Ragnarok, the sun god Balder came to rule the new era. The sun god Balder is just a formality in Nordic mythology. But he occupies the most important position in Nordic mythology. The only reasonable explanation is that in real history, the sun god Bad became the final winner. After the war between the Aryans, Aesir, and the indigenous Germans, giants. The Aryans who worshipped the sun god Balder became the most powerful force. When Roy and Fenrir flew over the territories of thunder god Thor and sun god Balder, they saw that although Thor's tribe was far more populous than Balder's tribe had more bronze weapons. Obviously, the sun god Bad can become the final winner not only because he did not participate in the Battle of Ragnarok, but also because his strength is indeed better than all the gods in the Germanic region. The tribes of other gods still use wooden spears and stone spears as weapons. And Balder's tribe has entered the Bronze Age. Northern Germanic region. This is the true Nordic region. Because the Baltic Sea is to the northeast and the North Sea is to the northwest, there is a sea god worship in the northern part of the Germanic region. Nessus, the goddess of navigation and fishing, was the most powerful deity in northern Germany. In the Norse mythology of another world, Njord, the leader of the Varni clan, was a god created based on Nessus. Therefore, in Norse mythology, Njord became the husband of Nessus to replace Nessus' status. There are some opinions that Nessus gradually became a male god due to the evolution of language. Others believe that this is a pair of gods. Some versions highlight the goddess among them, while some versions highlight the male god among them. But from Njord's performance in Norse mythology, we can see that he is like Odd, the god of travel, a tool used to humiliate and belittle local gods. The name of the third Aesir is Njord, who lives in Newton in heaven. He controls the direction of the wind and calms the raging water and fire. The sailors and fishermen praised his name. He who is rich will give abundance and land to those who pray. He was raised in Vanaheim. Deceiving Garufi, there is a section in chapter 23 that regards Njord as an Aesir. Biography of the Kings of Norway records that Njord was an ancient king of Sweden and the successor of Odin. In Norse mythology, Njord's identity is just that of a hostage. Odin had so many sons and grandsons. How could it be the turn of Njord, who was a hostage, to inherit his throne? Unless Njord is not a hostage of the Varni, but an important member of the Aesir, a clone used by Odin to humiliate the local gods. As Odin's clone, his relationship with Odin is of course closer than those cheap sons and cheap grandsons. In Norse mythology, Freya, the goddess of war, and Frey, the god of war, are the children of Nessus, the goddess of the ocean. In this real world, the war goddess Freya and the war god Frey, like Nessus, are also gods from the northern Germanic region. Freya is the goddess of love, beauty, war and magic in Norse mythology, the daughter of Njord and Nessus, and the twin sister of Frey. Her husband was Oded, who loved to travel, and she often burst into tears searching for him. Gulvig, the goddess of magic from the Varni clan, only appears once in Norse mythology. She was the trigger for provoking the Aesir Protoss by boasting about her power, causing Odin to declare war on the Varni Protoss. There are some opinions that Gulvig is Freya's alter ego, precisely because Freya was Gulwega who challenged the Aesirs. Freya was forced to join the Aesirs' camp and was humiliated by them. Not only Gulvig, but Gefn and Skadi are also considered to be Freya's two identities. Chapter 575 Three members of the Warner clan. In Norse mythology, the sea god Njord is set as the leader of the Varni. Obviously, the southern and central parts of the Germanic region are inland areas. It is impossible for the worship of Poseidon to be born here. And it cannot be the territory ruled by the Varni. Only the northern part of the Germanic region, with the Baltic Sea and the North Sea, could give birth to the worship of Poseidon. Therefore, the prototype of the Warner gods in Norse mythology are the local gods in the northern Germanic region. Skadi is considered to be Freya's other identity because in Norse mythology, she, like Gulvig, challenged the Aesir. In Norse mythology, Skadi is the goddess of winter and hunting who wears snowshoes. She is the daughter of the giant Shaki. The giant Shaki was killed by the Aesir, and Skadi came to Asgard angrily. But her purpose is not to avenge her father Shaki, but to ask the Aesir clan to give her a husband as compensation. Her father was killed, and her daughter actually asked to marry her father's killer. It is obvious that Norse mythology is deliberately humiliating and belittling the goddess Skadi, because Skadi is the enemy of the Aesir, Aryan gods. Freya and Skadi are both demeaned and humiliated goddesses in Norse mythology. So they are considered to be the same goddess. But in Norse mythology, Skardi's first husband is said to be Njord, the sea god. Njord, the sea god, is the father of Freya and Frey. In other words, Skardi is Freya's stepmother. Theoretically speaking, it is more likely that Skardi and Njord's first wife, the goddess Nassus, are the same goddess than Skardi and Freya are the same goddess. Moreover, in Norse mythology, the fates of Skardi and Freya are not exactly the same. Although Skardi was initially married to Njord by Odin, as a derogatory humiliation to Skardi in Norse mythology. But Skardi soon ended the marriage and married the new god of her grandchildren, Ullr, the god of winter and hunting. Just like Njord, the husband of the sea goddess Nassus. He was a male god created based on Nassus, and was used to replace Nassus Toolman. Ullr, the god of winter and hunting, is obviously a male god created based on Skardi, the goddess of winter and hunting. The most important thing is that in Norse mythology, Ullr Skardi, the god of winter and hunting, once usurped the throne of the god King Odin, the king of gods. It is mentioned in The Deeds of the Danes that Ullr was a cunning wizard. He ruled Denmark for 10 years in Odin's place when King Odin was exiled. When Odin returned, Njord was first expelled and then killed. The realistic prototype of this story may be that the people who worshipped the goddess Skardi once defeated the people who worshipped Odin. After 10 years, Odin-worshipping tribes defeated Skardi's tribe again. Njord became the husband of the goddess Skardi, which was a derogation and humiliation of the goddess Skardi in Norse mythology. Skardi ends her marriage to Njord, which means that Norse mythology has stopped degrading and humiliating her. Odd, the god of travel, has always been Freya's husband, representing Norse mythology's humiliation of Freya and never ending. Judging from the different marriage fates of Skardi and Freya, they are obviously not the same goddess. Gufing is the patron saint of chastity in Nordic mythology, and is also regarded as the goddess of harvest because of the legend of ploughing fields. It is mentioned in the Prose Edda that Ji-Feng is a virgin goddess and the guardian of chastity. If a woman dies unmarried during her lifetime, her soul will come to her after death. The Poetic Edda mentions that Ji-Feng owned a goddess necklace. It was the possession of the necklace that brought Ji-Feng and Freya together, because Freya also owns a gold necklace. Ji-Feng's name is rarely mentioned in Norse mythology, because Gefen's ability to foresee and guide virgin souls is very similar to that of Odin's wife Frigga. Gefen is considered to be another incarnation of Frigga. Freya is the prototype of Frigga. So this is the second connection between Ji-Feng and Freya. Freya's other name, Gefen, is very similar to Gefjun, meaning give. This is the third connection between Ji-Feng and Freya. Judging from these three connections, it is indeed possible that Ji-Feng is Freya's other identity. After all, the many connections between Ji-Feng and Freya cannot be accidental coincidences. Frey, an important member of the Vani clan, is the harvest god in Norse mythology who is in charge of sowing, harvesting, grazing and reproduction. Bela, Frey's subordinate god, and Bela's husband, Bergvil, were both revered as the gods of wine. Brewing requires the use of fruits and grains as materials. So the identity of the subordinate god also confirms that Frey is the god of harvest related to agriculture and animal husbandry. Frey has the identity of the god of sunlight because his wife is the goddess of sunlight. In Norse mythology, Freya once sat on Odin's throne as the god king, because he could see the entire world while sitting on Odin's throne. Frey saw that there was a goddess in the kingdom of giants. When she raised her arms, the light from her arms lit up the sky and the sea. The goddess Frey saw lighting up the sky and the sea was Gerd, the goddess of sunlight. Seeing the beautiful Gerd made Frey suffer from lovesickness. In order to get Gerd, Frey asked his follower Skirnir for help. Skirnir asked Frey to hand over his sword and horse, the warrior's life. After Frey surrendered his life, Skirnir used force to threaten Gerd into submission and let Gerd marry Frey. Frey's story obviously has huge irrationality. Since Skirnir is a follower of Frey, he should obey Frey's orders unconditionally. But in fact, it was Frey who made a deal with Skirnir, giving his sword and horse, and his life to Skirnir. In Norse mythology, Frey has the same identity as Freya. They are both hostages handed over to the Aesir by the Vani. And they are both children of the sea god Njord. There is no doubt that Frey's real-life prototype is a native god in the northern Germanic region. Unlike Freya, who suffered derogation and humiliation, Frey was a native god who took the initiative to join the Aesir Aryan gods. In return for Frey, The Aesir Aryan gods helped Frey obtain the sun goddess Gerd. And the Aryans helped Frey's tribe conquer the sun goddess Gerd's tribe. Because he was sincerely accepted by the Aesir. Frey and the Aesir fought against the giants in the Battle of Ragnarok. And eventually died together with the flame giant Surtur. Frey was known by many different names throughout Germany and Scandinavia. In Denmark he was known as Vladimir. It is said that Vladimir once obtained a magic mill that could grind out various things according to people's wishes. Vladimir had 2 giantesses grinding a grinding mill and grinding out gold, fertility and peace. But Vladimir was too greedy to let the giantess rest. In order to retaliate, the giantess sang war while grinding the mill, thus attracting pirates who killed all the Danes in their sleep, stole the 2 giantesses and the magic mill, and carried them on their ship. The pirate ordered the giantess to grind out salt, because salt was rare and expensive at the time. But the pirates were no less cruel than Vladimir. And the giantess was still not allowed to rest and could only keep grinding. She produced too much salt and sank the ship. Because the giantess sunk in the water and the mill continued to grind, there was more and more salt in the sea. So the seawater became salty from then on. Chapter 576 The Northern Gods of the Germanic Region. In cold areas at high latitudes, humans either worship the god of winter as a powerful god because they are afraid of the severe cold, or they worship the sun and pray for it to spread more light and heat. Gerd, the goddess of sunlight, is obviously the sun goddess of the northern Germanic region. She and Suna, another sun goddess, may be the same goddess, or they may be sister gods originating from the same goddess, split into 2 because they are worshipped by different tribes. In Norse mythology, Gerd is a very beautiful goddess. The powerful war god Frey fell in love with her at first sight. And in order to get her, he did not hesitate to give up his sword and war horse and the warrior's life to others. Apart from charming Frey with his beauty, Gerd had no other deeds. From this we can see Geir's status in Nordic mythology, reflected in reality. It can be seen that Geir and the tribe that worships her are weak. Unlike the weak Gerd, the sun goddess Suna was a powerful deity in the northern Germanic region. Her other identity is the fire giant Surtur who died with Frey in the twilight of the gods. Suna, the sun goddess, and Geir, the sun goddess, are obviously different from the Aryan sun gods. The Aryan sun god usually rides a horse or drives a chariot across the sky, using his power to release endless light and heat. In Norse mythology, the heat of Suna, the sun goddess, does not originate from herself. Suna, the sun goddess, is also the sun god who drives a chariot across the sky. Her sun chariot was loaded with the largest block of fire captured in Muspelheim, the kingdom of fire. Because the heat of the fire was too intense, a giant shield Svaren was installed in front of the chariot to prevent it from burning out. In the concept of the Nordic region, the sun goddess herself does not have infinite heat. So Geir became the goddess of sunlight that illuminates the sky and the ocean. Suna, the sun goddess, is the sun god with infinite light and heat. Because she is not only the goddess of sunlight like Gerd, but also the god of fire, which symbolizes volcanoes. The Eifel Mountains in the central Germanic region are known to have 350 volcanic eruption centers. Hence the name, West Eifel Volcanic Area, which is famous for its crater lakes and volcanic activity. In ancient times, the Germanic people witnessed volcanic eruptions and believed that the heat of the sun came from volcanoes. Suna, the sun goddess who lives in the volcano Muspelheim, the land of fire, carries lava from the volcano across the sky every day. In Norse mythology, Frey's wife was the sun goddess Gerd. In the Battle of Ragnarok, the fire giant Surtur, who died with Frey, was another identity of the sun goddess Suna. It seems that Frey has a deep connection with the sun goddess. Perhaps before the arrival of the Aryan gods, Frey's tribe and the sun goddess's tribe had a deep feud over the competition for territory. After the arrival of the Aryan gods, Frey would join the Aryan gods precisely in order to defeat the sun goddess. Nasus, the goddess of the sea. Skati, the goddess of winter and hunting. Suna, the sun goddess. Freya, the goddess of love and war. Frey, the harvest god. And Gerd, the sun goddess. These are the 6 gods of the northern Germanic region. Jutland is a peninsula in the northern Germanic region between the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. Fenrir took Roy to the junction of the Jutland Peninsula and the northern part of the Germanic region. He immediately transformed into a giant wolf 100 meters tall, raised his head and let out a wolf howl. seeing Fenrir transform into a giant wolf again. Roy asked doubtfully. Fenrir, why have you transformed into an Arctic wolf again? I am the strongest local god in the Germanic region. Fenrir explained in a serious tone. If other gods see my goddess form, they will definitely despise me. I have to admit that Fenrir's goddess figure is indeed very cute, making it impossible for people to regard her as the most powerful native god in the Germanic region. At this moment, hearing Fenrir's call, the gods from the northern Germanic region descended almost at the same time. Nasus, the ocean goddess with blue hair and blue eyes. Skadi, the winter and hunting goddess with long snow-white hair and tall figure. Freya, the war goddess who is as strong as a wild boar. And Su, the sun goddess with fiery red hair and flaming eyes. Na, Frey, the harvest god with long hair like golden grains. And Gerd, the sun goddess with long platinum hair and a delicate figure. Fenrir. After the 6 gods arrived, Nasus, like the leader, questioned Fenrir on behalf of the 6 gods. What is the important reason why you summoned us? What is the identity of the foreign god beside you? Introduce yourself. Roy said proactively. I am Loe, the emperor of the Athenian Empire, and also the hero god and sun god of the Athenian Empire. I came to the Germanic region to incorporate the Germanic region into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Now the earth goddess Giada and the nature goddess Lin in the southern Germanic region Germany, the forest goddess Grid, and Fenrir have all surrendered to me. Fenrir nodded and said, the master is right. Because the master will not harm our interests, but also wants to eliminate the Aryan gods and let us have more territory and authority. So we have surrendered to the master. Now I come to you are invited to join the Empire of Athens and join us in launching the Ragnarok war against the Aryan gods, so that the Aryan gods will usher in the dusk and end. After hearing what Roy and Fenrir said, the 6 gods all frowned in displeasure. Frey, the harvest god, said with a sneer, because the Aryan gods have always wanted to conquer the southern part of the Germanic region, the southern gods had to put aside their conflicts and unite. But in the north, we have huge conflicts with each other. The goddess Nasus and the goddess Skadi wanting to compete for the identity of the leader. The tribe that worships Nasus and the tribe that worships Skadi are also vying for hegemony in the northern region. Suna, the sun goddess, and Gid, the sun goddess, are also competing for territory. Only Freya and Ya the Aryan gods have a huge hatred. I don't think you can resolve the conflicts between us and let us join the same camp to deal with the Aryan gods. After all, for us, the threat of the Aryan gods is far less than that of those around us. Neighbor. The gods in the northern Germanic region did not know that after the Aryan gods conquered the southern Germanic region, they would regard the northern Germanic region as a target of conquest. Even if they knew, they might not be willing to make peace with their current biggest enemy and become an ally in order to threaten future threats. Roy looked at the 6 gods with a joking smile and said, maybe you will think that I am boasting, but I still want to tell you that I can defeat the Aryan gods alone. I am here to invite you now just because Fenrir and the others regard you as a kinsman. Now I invite you join my camp and fight against the Aryan gods with me. Who among you is willing to join? I'm joining. Freya said without hesitation. The Aryan gods are closing in on me. And I was about to declare war on them. You came just in time. Since you want to join our alliance to conquer the Aryan gods, then bow your head to me, the leader of the alliance, and express your surrender. Hearing Roy's request, Freya couldn't help but froze. The reason why I deal with the Aryan gods is not to surrender to Odin. You asked me to surrender to you. So what's the difference between you and Odin? Chapter 577 Frey. Why don't you leave yet? Of course Odin and I are different, Roy said with a smile. Just like the Aryans will not pity the ethnic groups they conquered, but will only treat the conquered ethnic groups as slaves. If you surrender to Odin, you will not only become Odin's wife and suffer blasphemy and humiliation, but you will also lose everything and become Odin Ding's vassal. But by surrendering to me, you can not only maintain the status of an independent god, but also divide the territory and people of the Aryan gods, and have greater territory and authority. Aren't you going to blaspheme me? Won't. Fenrir immediately said on Roy's behalf. He has asked me to be his she-wolf, and I will not allow him to cheat in front of me. Roy nodded and said, I have no interest in taking action against you goddesses for the time being. That's really unpleasant, Freya said with some dissatisfaction. I am the most beautiful goddess in the Germanic region. Are you really not interested in me? Roy asked with his eyes widened in surprise. Do you want me to take action against you? Freya said nothing, acquiescing to Roy's guess. Seeing Freya's eyes fixed on Fenrir, Roy suddenly understood. Fenrir is a goddess who takes the form of an Arctic wolf. Freya is also a goddess who takes the form of a wild boar. So Freya regards Fenrir as a rival. Roy acted as if he was smitten by Fenrir's charm. Freya, who regards Fenrir as a rival, of course also hopes that Roy will surrender to her charm. Goddess Freya, now that you know that I have no interest in blaspheming you, are you willing to surrender to me and join the alliance to defeat the Aryan gods? I have a request, Freya said with a blushing face. My charm cannot be lost to Fenrir. As long as you treat me and Fenrir the same way, I am willing to surrender to you. After hearing Freya's request, Roy blinked and said, Did I hear you correctly? Goddess Freya, Fenrir will become my woman and accept my blasphemy. If you want to receive the same treatment as Fenrir, you will also be blasphemed by me. Freya said with a proud and confident smile. I am the most beautiful goddess in the Germanic region. It is only natural that you would attack me. Although he felt that Freya was using him as a prop to compete with Fenrir, Roy still nodded and said, I have no reason to refuse food brought to my mouth. So I accept your request. With Freya taking the lead, the sun goddess Suna also said, Gerd and I are also willing to join and fight against the Aryan gods with you. Gerd immediately nodded and said, I completely abide by Onisama's decision. The tribe that worshipped Suna and the tribe that worshipped Gerd were originally one tribe. As the population continued to increase, the tribe that worshipped the sun goddess split into two tribes. Suna and Gerd also split from the same goddess into the current sun goddess Suna and the sun goddess Gerd. Gerd is not only Suna's sister, but also Suna's clone. So she will completely obey Suna. The Aryan gods do not threaten you now. Frey looked at Suna and Gerd in disbelief and said, You actually surrendered to this foreign god in order to conquer the Aryan gods who are not a threat to you. As a man, I know men best. Although this man is not interested in you for the time being, he will definitely blaspheme you in the future. Do you really want to surrender to him? Frey is right. Roy also said to Suna and Gerd. Although I will let you have more territory and authority, as a man, I will definitely blaspheme you in the future. Fenrir protested dissatisfied. How could you declare cheating in front of me? I don't like lying. Roy explained with a serious face. So I have to tell them honestly that I have no interest in blaspheming them for the time being. But in the distant future, I will definitely blaspheme these goddesses. You saw it. This man has admitted that he will definitely blaspheme you in the future. Frey said to Suna and Gerd extremely excitedly. Now you still want to surrender to him? Seeing Suna and Gerd hesitating, Roy said with an unhappy expression. Frey, why do you want to prevent Suna and Gerd from surrendering to me? Do you love them? No. Do you like their territory? Want to get their territory and people? And make them your wives and vassals? That's right. I just adore them. Frey admitted generously. Dear Suna. Dear Gerd. If you are willing to give up your identity as a girl god and get married, then marrying me will definitely be better than marrying this foreign god. Although he is more powerful than me, he is a man with many women around him. Scumbag. But I can guarantee that you are the only one around me. After some hesitation, Suna sighed and said, What will you do to us if we refuse to surrender? My goal is to bring the entire Germanic region into the territory of the Athenian Empire. After defeating the Aryan gods, I will conquer the Germanic native gods. At that time, you can choose to leave the Germanic region and become wandering gods. Or you can choose to accept the punishment and stay. The Athenian Empire. In other words, you don't give us any choice at all. We can only get the best results by surrendering to you. Goddess Nasa said dissatisfied. Fenrir. This man's ambition is greater than Odin. And he is more dangerous than Odin. If we look at it from a long-term perspective of 1,000 years, the Aryan gods headed by Odin finally broke out in the Ragnarok war with the Germanic native gods. The surrender of the Germanic native gods to Roy is of course the best outcome. But in the short term, Loi's threat is indeed greater than the Aryan gods headed by Odin. Because the Aryan gods obviously did not have the strength to conquer the Germanic native gods in a short period of time. Goddess Skadi also said, You were originally just a human. After you became a god, you not only wanted to be superior to the gods, but also wanted to blaspheme all our goddesses. Although I don't agree with Nasus. I don't want to surrender to you. That's such a shame. Roy sighed and said. I was originally thinking that if at least one of the goddesses Nasus and Skadi is willing to surrender to me, I will let the goddess who surrenders to me get the territory and people of the other goddess. Since neither of you are willing to surrender to me then I will give all your territory to the goddess Freya. I didn't say I didn't want to surrender to you. After listening to Roy's words, Goddess Nasus said with an innocent face. Even the powerful Fenrir and the proud Freya have been tamed by you. Of course I am willing to surrender to you. I hope you can give me Skadi's territory and people as promised. Nasus. Unexpectedly, Nasus would directly change his position in the face of interests. Skadi glared at Nasus angrily. Then turned to Roy and said. I take back what I just said. I am willing to surrender to you. Please don't take away my territory and people. Roy nodded. Then looked at Frey and said. Frey. Why don't you leave? Even if you are willing to surrender to me, I will not accept you. If you don't want to be eliminated by me, your only choice now is to join Odin and join forces with the Aryan gods to fight against me. Chapter 578 The Aryan Gods of Aesir. In Norse mythology, Freya secretly sat on Odin's high throne while Odin was away. This is enough to show that Frey either has the ambition to replace Odin, or he does not have enough respect for Odin, the king of the gods of the Aesir clan. No matter what the reason was, Roy could not let Frey join the Athenian Empire and let him worry about his supreme throne. Even if Frey becomes a goddess now, it is impossible for Roy to accept Frey. You asked me to take refuge with the Aryan gods dash. Frey looked at Roy in disbelief and asked. You accept these goddesses. Why don't you accept me? No reason. Frey secretly sat on Odin's throne. This is a story in the Norse mythology of another world. And of course it cannot be the reason for Roy to refuse to accept Frey. Frey. I refuse to accept you without any reason. You will regret this. Frey looked at Roy with angry eyes. And then turned into a golden light and flew south. After Frey left, Suna asked doubtfully. Why do you want to drive away Frey? Isn't the more power to defeat the Aryan gods, the better? I have long said that I alone can defeat the Aryan gods. I drove Frey away because I didn't want Frey to share the fruits of my victory. Roy explained with a smile. I am willing to accept you goddesses and let you share the fruits of my victory because you will all belong to me. As a man, Frey cannot become my woman like a goddess in return for sharing the fruits of victory with me. Dear Suna, do you and Geid surrender to me and share the fruits of victory with me? Suna and Geida looked at each other. Seeing that Geida had no opinion of his own, Suna could only say helplessly. Geid and I are willing to surrender to you. You really led us to defeat the Aryan gods. And we can accept becoming your woman. Since you all agree to join my camp, we will set a time to launch the Ragnarok war against the Aryan gods. The Aesir in the Germanic region are the Aryans. The Vedic gods of India are also Aryan gods. Therefore, it is generally believed that the word Asher of the Aesir clan is actually the same word as Asura in Vedic mythology. In Vedic mythology, Asura means non-gods, and Shura means gods. Over time, Asura gradually became synonymous with evil gods and monsters. If Aesir and Asura are words of the same origin, it is impossible for the Aesir clan to call themselves non-gods, let alone evil gods and monsters. Perhaps the original meaning of Asura was a name for the god on earth. Because Indra, the god of thunder, is the god of the sky. The Vedic gods headed by Indra are the Shura gods who camp. India's native earth goddesses and animal gods are not sky gods. So they are Asura's non-celestial gods. Not being a god does not mean not being a god. If Asura is used to refer to gods on the ground, then it is reasonable for Asura to be equal to Aesir. Because the leader of the Aesir clan is not a sky god like Thor, the god of thunder, but Odin, who is in charge of wisdom and war. Temples of the Aesir. At this time, the god King Odin was holding a meeting of the gods with Thor, the god of thunder, Tyr, the god of war, Valai, the god of vengeance, and Balder, the sun god. In Norse mythology, Thor, Tyr, Valai, and Balder are all sons of Odin. But in real history, just as the tribes that worshipped them only regarded Odin's tribe as their leader, these gods only regarded Odin as their leader. Because Odin's power is not strong enough to make all these gods his sons. Odin, who was sitting on the throne of the god king, looked at Thor, god of thunder, and Balder, god of sun, on the throne below. And he always felt like a thorn in his back. Thousands of years ago in ancient times, Odin was forced to migrate to the Germanic region because he lost to the god of thunder and the god of sun in the Great Plains of Eastern Europe. The clones of the god of thunder and the god of the sun came to the Germanic region and actually developed and expanded in a short period of time. Now they have the strength to challenge Odin's status. Odin's purpose in convening this meeting of the gods was to lead them to launch a war and use the war to consume their strength. My dear brothers, as our population increases, we must seize more territory from the native gods of the Germanic regions so that our people can have more pasture. I will lead you to launch a new war. Who among you raises objections? After Odin asked the question, the sun god Balder immediately said, Great Odin, the tribe that worships me is located in the eastern part of the Germanic region. Participating in this war will not increase my territory. And the population of the tribe that worships me is not large yet. So I will not participate in this war. Sun god Bad dared to be the first to cause trouble. Of course he had the confidence. Although the tribe that worships Bad has a small population, Bad's tribe has mastered the technology of smelting bronze. If there really was a fight, neither Thor, the god of thunder, nor Odin, the king of the gods, would be completely sure of defeating the sun god. Balder, Valai, the god of vengeance, is considered a close confidant of Odin's son. After listening to Bad's words, Valai said angrily, Bad, if we go to war with the local gods in the Germanic region, our strength will inevitably be damaged. Do you refuse to participate in this war because you want to preserve your strength and seize the throne of the god king? Bad's refusal to participate in this war is tantamount to retaining strength. Everyone knows this. After being exposed by Valai, Bad sneered. I just want to retain my strength. What can you do to me? What can Valai do to Bad? In the Norse mythology of another world, the nature god Valai and the forest god Veda were able to survive the Battle of Ragnarok because they were the last to appear in the Battle of Ragnarok. The most powerful god of the Aesir is undoubtedly Odin. And the most powerful god under Odin is Thor, the god of thunder. If even Odin and Thor can't deal with Balder, then Valai, of course, doesn't have the strength and qualifications to challenge Balder. Facing Bad's ridicule, Valai's eyes widened angrily, like a wild wolf in hunting mode. Wally, we don't need a civil war. Odin on the throne comforted Valai. Our enemies are the Germanic native gods, not our own people. Seeing Valai calm down because of Odin's words, Balder immediately teased. Great Odin. It seems that Valai has become a loyal dog tamed by you. With Valai as a loyal dog, you don't have to worry about anyone taking away your throne. At this moment, Frey suddenly broke into the Aesir temple. Frey. Thor immediately held the thunder in his hand and said with a ferocious smile. You dare to challenge us Aesir gods alone. It seems that I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. I'm not here to challenge you. Frey explained hurriedly. The great god King Odin, the great Aesir gods, I have come to seek refuge with you. And I bring you a very important news. Chapter 579 The beginning of the Ragnarok War. The Aryans were an alien ethnic group from the Germanic region. Although their war horses gave them a military advantage, their population was far smaller than that of the local Germans. Therefore, if the Aryans wanted to conquer the entire Germanic region, they must absorb and assimilate the local ethnic groups and reduce the numerical gap between the Aryans and the Germanic people. Aryan gods, if the Aesir want to conquer the local Germanic gods, they also need to absorb and assimilate the local Germanic gods. Frey, as a Germanic god, actually took the initiative to seek refuge with the Aesir gods. Odin immediately stood up and left the throne happily, walked to Frey and hugged him and said, Dear Frey, thank you for coming to our Aesir Protoss. I promise to treat you as my own son. Freya and you are brother and sister gods. Will she join you and come to our Aesir Protoss? Freya has become our enemy. Frey explained to Odin. Great Odin, the Emperor of the Athens Empire is summoning our Germanic gods and wants to lead them to launch the Ragnarok war to attack your Aesir clan. Freya, because you claim that she is your goddess Frigga, is the first goddess in the north to submit to Loki. Goddess Freya is so narrow-minded. Odin said with a wry smile. Although my queen Frigga's name is similar to that of goddess Freya, her power is also similar to that of goddess Freya, which is clearly hinting to everyone that goddess Freya is my queen. How could she surrender to our enemies because of such a level of humiliation? Originally, In Odin's plan, Freya was humiliated by Odin and would definitely take the initiative to declare war on Odin. At that time, Odin will be able to defeat Freya openly and make Freya surrender to him. Unexpectedly, Freya would surrender to others for revenge. Odin knew Freya's character very well. With Freya's pride, she would never surrender to Roy easily if she didn't use Roy to take revenge on Odin. In other words, Odin's humiliation and coercion of Freya benefited Roy, allowing Roy to reap the benefits. If he had known that things would develop like this, Odin would never humiliate Freya. After hearing the news brought by Frey, Thor, the god of thunder, and Balder, the sun god, looked at each other with complicated expressions. The other members of the Aesir may not know Roy, but Thor and Balder know Roy very well. After all, their clones in the east were all destroyed by Roy. Odin, I've changed my mind. Sun god Balder walked up to Odin and Frey with a serious face and said, I will fight this war with you. Because once this war fails, all members of our Aesir clan will be wiped out. Thor, the god of thunder, followed. Odin, I know you have been worried that Balder and I will replace you. But now we must unite and fight our common enemy with all our strength. I am willing to obey your orders like a son. My request is this time you must show your full strength. Bad? Thor. Odin looked at Balder and Thor with doubtful eyes, wondering why they suddenly changed so drastically. Balder and Thor did not explain, because they knew in their hearts that even if all the power of the Aesir clan were combined, it would be impossible to defeat the gods of Athens. Since this is a battle between gods that is doomed to fail, there is no need for them to waste their breath. 1597 BC. July 1st. This is the day on which Roy and the Germanic gods agreed to start the Ragnarok War. Roy's 50,000 Athenian cavalry, warriors from the Giaud tribe, Lind tribe, Grid tribe, Fenri tribe, Nasus tribe, Skadi tribe, Suna tribe, Freya tribe, and Gede tribe, while launching an attack on Aryan territory. Roy and the 9 goddesses Giada, Lind, Grid, Fenri, Nasus, Skadi, Suna, Freya, and Gerd also came to the temple of the Aesir Protos, Germanic Regional Center. Odin, Thor, Tyr, Valai, Bad, and Freya already here and waiting. Roy came here with the 9 goddesses, and the first thing he saw was Odin standing in front of the Aesir gods. Odin, are you my enemy? When Roy called out Odin's name, Odin looked at the 9 goddesses behind Roy with envious eyes and said, my biggest goal is to conquer them. I didn't expect that you, a foreign god, would achieve my biggest goal just after you came here. This is all thanks to your hard work. Roy said with a smile. If it weren't for the irresolvable hatred between you Aesir clan and these goddesses, they would never surrender to me. Because I know that the biggest reason why they surrendered to me is to use my power to deal with you. That's why I have to say, the greatest credit for these goddesses surrendering to me belongs to you. Poor goddesses. Do you really want to surrender to this man? Odin persuaded the goddesses earnestly. We have been neighbors for thousands of years. Do you think this man is more trustworthy than our Aesir clan? What are you talking nonsense about? Giada said with a cold face. It is precisely because we have been neighbors for thousands of years that we know very well that you Aesir gods are as untrustworthy as bandits. Roy, who has just arrived here, has not done anything to harm us. But you want us to doubt Roy and trust you. The most untrustworthy bandits. In the face of the hatred accumulated by both sides for thousands of years, Odin's provocation will only make people feel ridiculous. Trust those who have hurt you the most, and doubt those who have never hurt you. This kind of person is either a fool, or he's got Stockholm. It is clear that the 9 goddesses are neither fools nor Stockholm patients. Seeing that his provocation had no effect, Odin said with a cold face, it seems that we can only use an upright war to solve the problems between us. Although you are more numerous, we male gods are far more powerful than the goddesses. Arrogant Odin. Skadi said as she swung her ice spear to attack Odin. I will be your opponent to see if you are worthy of the title of King of the Gods. Skadi. Do you think it's winter now? Odin teased as he blocked Skadi's ice spear with his war spear Gangnir. If it were a cold winter, you, the winter goddess, might really be able to take advantage of the cold to defeat me. Now it's a hot summer in July. Where do you have the confidence to challenge me? Then add me. The sea goddess Nasus came to Skadi and attacked Odin with Skadi. Faced with the siege of the two goddesses, Odin counterattacked with all his strength with a solemn face. But he could only maintain a situation where it was difficult to distinguish between the two goddesses. While Odin was fighting one against two, the earth goddess Jade came to Thor, the god of thunder. Fenrir came to Tyr, the god of war. Suna, the sun goddess, and Gerd, the sun goddess, surrounded Frey. Lind and Grid surround Wally. Freya prepares to face the sun god Balder alone. Chapter 580 The Death of Balder, the god of light. Seeing that Freya actually wanted to challenge the sun god Bad, Roy said immediately, "Freya, you are no match for Bad. Among the Aryan gods, the sun god is undoubtedly the most powerful. Even if the tribes that worship Odin have been developing in the Germanic region for thousands of years, they are still no match for the tribes that worship the sun god Bad and carry out dimensionality reduction strikes with bronze weapons. Similarly, Odin, the king of the Aesir gods, could not defeat the sun god Balder. On the surface, it seems that the tribe that worships Balder has a smaller population than Freya's tribe. So Balder's strength should be weaker than Freya's. This is the source of Freya's confidence in challenging Bad." Hearing Roy say that he was no match for Balder, Freya asked with some dissatisfaction, "I am the goddess of war. Why do you think I am not Bad's opponent?" "Because Balder is the sun god like me," Roy said with a smile. "If you don't believe me, you will definitely suffer." Taking the initiative to admit defeat before fighting. Of course Freya couldn't do this. Just when Freya hesitated, Balder also said to Freya, "Freya, please step back. My real opponent is Roy, who is also the sun god with me." Freya was immediately enraged and said, as she swung her war spear towards Balder, "Arrogant guys. Let me see what strength you sun gods have to dare to look down on other gods." Facing Freya's spear attack, Balder did not dodge, but directly raised his right hand and released a burst of solar fire. Freya's war spear came into contact with the fire of the sun and was immediately burned to ashes. Even Freya herself was not burned by Balder's sun fire because she retreated in time. "You see, this is the strength gap between you and Bad." Roy came over at this time, blocking Freya behind him and said, "In a one-on-one battle, the only one who can defeat the sun god is the more powerful sun god." Freya gritted her teeth and said with some reluctance, "If Balder didn't have the powerful fire of the sun as a weapon dash, whether it's weapons or horses, they are all part of the strength. In the history of the migration and expansion of the Aryans, war horses were their most powerful tool, because the weapons of the Aryans were not more advanced than those of agricultural civilization. At this time in the Germanic region, the tribes who worshipped Bad not only had war horses, but also advanced bronze weapons. The tribe that worships Freya and the tribe that worships Balder can be said to have two levels of strength gap. So Freya is vulnerable in front of Balder. Bad, or should I call you Helios?" Roy looked at Bad with a joking smile and teased, "Without my appearance, your tribe would have been able to dominate the Germanic region with its bronze weapons. And you would have been able to replace Odin as the king of the gods. All my clones in the east have been destroyed by you." Bada looked at Roy with a solemn expression and said, "Now you come to destroy me again. It seems that you really want to completely replace me and become the sun god worshipped by the Aryans. There can be many sun goddesses in this world, but this world does not need two male sun gods. This is why I must completely eliminate you." Roy said expressionlessly, "If you don't want to be destroyed and annexed by me, then use your strength to defeat me." After saying that, Roy activated the sun godhead, and his body released the blazing sun fire and walked towards Bad. Balder also wrapped his body in the fire of the sun, and then walked towards Roy. Under Freya's surprised gaze, the bodies of Roy and Balder, two blazing fires of the sun, collided and began to annihilate and devour each other. Northern Sudetenland, the territory of the Bad tribe. While Roy and Bad were fighting a battle of gods, 50,000 Athenian cavalry led by Caesar also launched an attack on the Bad tribe. The tribe of Bad had only 10,000 knights with bronze weapons, while the Athenian army was an elite army of 50,000 with iron weapons and iron armor. 5 times the difference in quantity plus the difference in weapons and equipment. The Athenian army's attack on the Bad tribe was completely a dimensionality reduction attack. Therefore, the Bad tribe was vulnerable to the Athenian army, and the Athenian army soon controlled the entire tribe. Even the open-air temple of the priest sun god Bad was set on fire by Caesar and burned to the ground. The Bad tribe was controlled by the Athenian army, and Bad's open-air temple was destroyed by Caesar. The battlefield of Ragnarok. Roy successfully annexed Baldur's sun godhead, and walked out of the blazing fire of the sun. Freya witnessed Roy annexing the powerful Baldur with her own eyes. And now she looked at Roy with awe in her eyes. After all, she was vulnerable to bad. Roy's ability to annex bad in such a short period of time proves that the gap in strength between her and Roy is unimaginably huge. Roy didn't pay attention to Freya's changes, and walked directly towards Odin. At this time, Odin was still engaged in an indestructible battle with Skadi and Nasus. Looking at Odin's tenacious fighting form, Roy couldn't help but sigh. Being able to become the king of the gods of the Aesir clan. There is no doubt about your power. Odin's name usually means madness or rage. He has hundreds of aliases, which means he has many clones and annexed many gods. In Norse mythology, not only Freya's husband Odd is Odin's doppelganger. Even Loki, the lying god of trickery, is also a clone of Odin. That's why Fenrir, who is powerful enough to kill Odin, and Jormungandr, the giant snake who can die with Thor, the god of thunder, are classified as Loki's children. Because Loki is Odin, Valai is both the son of Loki and the son of Odin. Precisely because Loki is Odin. Even though Loki's identity is set as a giant, everything he does is to help the Aesir Protoss. Odin's eternal spear Gungnir and Thor's hammer Mjolnir were both treasures dedicated to them by Loki. Loki is the other side of Odin. Because Odin must be the glorious and great king of the gods. Many things that were inconvenient for Odin to do were all arranged for Loki. Like lying and using tricks, is this what Odin, the glorious and great king of the gods, can do? Since it is not convenient for Odin to do these things, let Loki do it. Seeing Roy approaching, Odin laughed and teased. 2 goddesses can't defeat me. Now it's going to be 3 against 1. I am Odin, the invincible king of the gods of the Aesir clan. It is not a shame to lose in a 3 against 1 battle. 3 against 1. Roy said with a sneer. You want to lose gloriously. But I won't give you such a chance. Skadi, Nasus, you 2 stand down. Now I will deal with Odin personally. Don't want. Nasus immediately refused. Give us some more time, and we will defeat Odin in no time. Skadi also said dissatisfied. Do you want us to leave the shame that even 2 people working together can't defeat Odin? I will take action myself. It only takes a moment to end the battle. Seeing Nasus and Skadi starting to fight anxiously, Roy sighed and said, I respect your idea. You can defeat Odin through a war of attrition. Even if you fight Odin for 10 days and 10 nights. I will not rush you. Chapter 581 The Fall of Tyr. God of Thunder. Although Roy requires the goddesses to surrender to him, he will not really treat the goddesses as his subjects. As long as there are no major issues involved, Roy will give full respect to the goddesses. After letting Nasus, Skadi and Odin continue the attrition battle, Roy came to Suna and Gerd and asked, Suna, Gerd, can I help you defeat Frey? Frey is also a powerful and tenacious warrior. Facing the siege of Suna and Gerd, Frey was at a disadvantage. But he did not reveal any flaws that would allow Suna and Gerd to defeat him in a short time. Unnecessary. Suna refused expressionlessly. We can defeat Frey. I really want to save face and suffer the consequences. If he accepts Roy's help, he can defeat Frey immediately. These face-saving goddesses waste more time and cost more to defeat Frey personally. At this time, under the siege of Lind and Grid, Worley was obviously about to be defeated. So Roy did not go to Lind and Grid to ask for trouble. Seeing that the battle between Giada and Thor was evenly matched, Roy came behind Giada and asked, Dear Giada, do you want me to help you defeat Thor? Okay. Giada said with a gentle and sweet smile of the Earth Goddess. So many sisters refuse your help. If I refuse you too, I feel you will be very pitiful. You are sympathizing with me. Roy raised his right hand and released a ball of sunfire, and said while throwing the ball of sunfire towards Thor, Then serve me with your body and comfort my wounded heart. Giada said with a blushing face. As a reward for leading us to win this war of gods, I allow you. Bang! Roy threw a sunfire that hit Thor. The blazing fire of the sun enveloped Thor's body and instantly burned him into a bald head. Seeing Thor erupting with divine power to annihilate the fire of the sun, Roy held Giada in his arms from behind, and then teased Thor. We meet again. Zeus? I didn't expect that you, who could claim to be the king of the gods in other places, would actually become Odin's subordinate god in the Germanic region. From the Indian region in the east to the Germanic region in the west. You thunder the god of God and the earth goddess have a bad relationship that was forged 1,500 years ago. You must really want to conquer the earth goddess Giada. Unfortunately, she belongs to me now. And you can only watch. You must feel sorry for me in your heart. Full of resentment. Because you guessed it right. If I hadn't appeared, Giada would definitely belong to you in the end. In the Norse mythology of another world, Thor is the god of thunder and strength. And is also in charge of storms, war, and agriculture. Thor undoubtedly originated from the thunder worship of the Aryans. It has the same origin as Zeus, Marduk, Tishub, Hadad, Dahaka, Indra and other thunder gods, all of whom were worshipped by the Aryans. The clone of the ancient god of thunder. In ancient Germanic religion, his name was Unraz, meaning thunder. As the strongest warrior of the Aesir, Thor's main responsibility is to protect the safety of Asgard so that hostile giants cannot invade. Whenever there was a thunderstorm, Thor would make his rounds in a chariot pulled by 2 goats. The sound of thunder is believed to be the footsteps of goats and the blows of hammers. The ancients believed that Thor was fighting enemies at this time. So Thor was regarded as a thunder god. As the god of thunder worshipped by nomads, Thor has an agricultural godhead because his wife Sif is the goddess in charge of the earth and harvest. In Norse mythology, Jade, who became Thor's mother, has a name that means earth. The giant snake Jormungandr, who died with Thor in the Battle of Ragnarok, also reminds people of the earth goddess who has the form of a snake. Jade, Sif, Jormungandr. The 3 most important goddesses in Thor's life are all earth goddesses in the form of snakes. If this is not a coincidence, then Giada, Sif, and Jormungandr are different identities of the same goddess. According to the original fate, Giada was Thor's mother, Thor's wife, and the mortal enemy who died together with Thor. But now because of Roy's intervention, Giada will no longer become the most important goddess in Thor's life. You damn human being. Thor stared at Roy who held Giada in his arms with his eyes filled with lightning. If I could go back in time and start over, even if it means breaking the gods' rules, I would do my best to kill you. Feel it. Feel it. Roy couldn't help laughing. Your anger and hatred towards me are so strong that they can turn into reality. It's a pity that you have never repented and don't understand why you lost to me. Roy leaned into Giada's ear and spoke affectionately. Dear Giada, can you tell Thor why he lost to me? Giada rolled her eyes at Roy, and then said to Thor, Thor, you have been in the Germanic region for thousands of years. But instead of becoming a neighbor, an ally worthy of our trust, you have become our biggest enemy. Your self-proclaimed noble Aryan gods are too arrogant. You don't even know how to be human. If you could be our good neighbors, or even assimilate with us and become a family, we should have united against the Athenian Empire when Roy invaded the Germanic areas. Because of the ambitions of your Aryan gods, as it continues to expand, we can only use Roy's power to defeat you. After hearing Giada's accusation, Thor immediately laughed. Dear Giada, there are wolves eating sheep on the grassland. What's wrong with such predatory behavior? We, the Aryan gods, have more power than you. And of course we can conquer you and enslave you. There's nothing wrong with wolves eating sheep. That's because wolves and sheep are not the same species. Giada looked at Thor with pity and said, if you think that the relationship between the Aryan gods and our Germanic gods is like that of wolves and sheep, then we are as hostile as natural enemies. In order to destroy you, we chose to surrender to Loki. And now it seems that it was the right choice. After all, the goddesses of the Athenian Empire were not enslaved by Roy, but were given sufficient respect by him. It all depends on the support of peers. This sentence is indeed a wise saying. Roy has always felt that he is an out-and-out scumbag. But compared with the Aryan male gods worshipped by the Aryans who wanted to conquer and enslave other ethnic groups, Roy became a good man who respected the goddess. Zeus? To be honest, I am really grateful to you. If you and the Aryans had not pursued the policy of enslaving other ethnic groups, I would never have established the current Athenian Empire so easily. Roy said sincerely. For example, in the Near East, I was able to conquer Egypt because of the hostility between the Hyksos, who worship you, and the Egyptians. I was able to conquer the Mesopotamia because of the hostility between the Amorites, who worship you, and the Sumerians. Relationship. As a thank you, Let me completely eliminate you, as a gift to the 9 goddesses in the Germanic region. After saying that, Roy came to Thor with teleportation speed, and directly held Thor's neck with his right hand. The next moment, endless sun fire spurted out from the palm of Roy's right hand. Chapter 582 Creation Goddess Ogelmir. After taking care of Thor, Roy came behind Fenrir, who was fighting Tyr, the god of war. In the Norse mythology of another world, Tyr is the god of war and courage, as well as the guarantor of contracts, the keeper of oaths, and the representative of glory. Ironically, Tyr became the contracted protector of the Aesir clan because he broke the contract. When the Aesir tried to lock Fenrir with a magic chain, it was Tyr who used his right hand as a guarantee that Fenrir believed that the Aesir had no intention of harming her. What happened later proved that Tyr only used his status as the contracted protector to help the Aesir Protoss deceive Fenrir. So the angry Fenrir bit off Tyr's arm, and Tyr became a one-armed god. Tyr in Norse mythology is a god who has a deep connection with Fenrir. Because he deceived Fenrir, Tyr had his right arm bitten off by Fenrir. In the Battle of Ragnarok, Tyr also died together with the H.L. Garm. The H.I. Garm, who died together with Tyr, is very likely to be Fenrir's clone. If Fenrir killed Tyr first and then Odin, her power would be too powerful and terrifying. After all, Norse mythology is used to praise the Aryan gods. So the story of Fenrir killing Tyr and Odin was divided into 2. If you think about it, Hela, queen of the underworld, was not involved in the Battle of Ragnarok. What reason does the H.I. Garm, who lives in the underworld like Hela, have to die with Tyr? Only Fenrir was deceived by Tyr and had a reason to kill Tyr. Therefore, the deed of the H.L. Garm killing Tyr actually belongs to Fenrir. The battle between Fenrir and Tyr was completely one-sided, with Fenrir crushing Tyr. Seeing that Fenrir seemed like he couldn't bear to kill Tyr, Roy frowned and said, "Fenrir, if you can't bear to kill Tyr, then leave him to me. Tyr is different from other gods of the Aesir clan." Fenrir explained to Roy. Tyr is the contracted protector who protects the oath. During the contact between our Germanic gods and the Aesir clan, Tyr has always abided by the agreement with us. You didn't see Tyr break the contract, it's just because the benefits gained from breaking the contract were not enough to make Tyr's heart move. Roy said with a joking smile. Contracts and oaths are meant to be broken. To ensure that contracts and oaths are not broken, we do not rely on the credibility of the enemy, but on our own strength. After listening to Roy's words, Fenrir asked with a complicated expression, Tyr, is your image of the contract protector just a disguise? Have you been deceiving me? Tyr did not respond to Fenrir. Is the image of the contract protector a disguise? Maybe others don't know. But Tyr knows very well that as long as he is given enough benefits, he can even break the contracts and oaths he has made. Sure enough, you've been lying to me. Knowing that he had been deceived by Tyr for thousands of years, Fenrir's golden eyes turned bright red due to anger. Fenrir, who exploded with all his strength, turned into a giant wolf 100 meters tall, and then used his huge body to knock down Tyr. Fenrir, seeing that Fenrir really planned to kill him, Tyr said in a panic, "We have known each other for so long, and I have always regarded you as a friend. Because the image of my contracted protector is disguised, and you want to kill me." In Norse mythology, Loki and the giantess Angelboda gave birth to Fenrir, Jormungandr, and Hela, the goddess of death. After Odin saw it from the high throne, he sent people to send Hela to the underworld and threw Jormungandr into the sea. Only Fenrir was taken to the sky. The gods were very frightened when they saw Fenrir, and only Tilkon fed Fenrir. In this real world, Tyr is the only Aesir who communicates with Fenrir in a friendly manner. Fenrir would be so angry at Tyr's deception, not because Tyr pretended to be a contract protector, but because Fenrir felt that Tyr had deceived his friendship. Upon hearing Tyr's question, Fenrir looked hesitant. Seeing this scene, Roy summoned the Black Divine Spear, and then projected the Black Divine Spear towards Tyr. Whoosh! The black magic gun instantly penetrated Tyr's heart, with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air. "You?" Fenrir turned his head angrily and glared at Roy and roared. "He is my friend, but also my prey." "I know," Roy said frankly. "It is precisely because he is your friend that I want to kill him on your behalf." If Tyre is killed by you, maybe you will feel sad and painful for killing your friend. If you are dissatisfied with me taking away your prey, I welcome you to challenge me anytime. Do you think I don't dare? Fenrir leapt up behind Odin and stabbed Odin in the back with her claws. Under the siege of Nasus and Skadi, Odin had no power to defend against Fenrir's attack from behind. Poof! Fenrir's claws pierced Odin's body from behind. Fenrir. Seeing Odin being killed by Fenrir, Nasus said dissatisfied. What do you mean? Skadi also said dissatisfied. Do you think we can't kill Odin? We don't need your intervention at all. Fenrir ignored Nasus and Skadi, and once again jumped towards Frey, who was fighting with Suna and Gerd. Frey was already suppressed by Suna and Gerd. Facing Fenrir's attack, Frey was instantly killed by Fenrir like Odin. Seeing Fenrir killing Odin and Frey, Lind and Grid immediately unleashed all their strength and killed Valai before Fenrir could do it. Odin, Thor, Tyr, Valai, Balder and Frey all fell. This Ragnarok battle should have come to an end. Fenrir spoke to the other goddesses in a commanding tone. Sisters, it seems that we need to teach this arrogant man a lesson and let him know who is the real master of this land. After the 8 goddesses looked at each other, their bodies turned into 8 balls of light. And then they flew together into Fenrir's body. Seeing the 9 goddesses fused into one with Fenrir as the main body, Roy suddenly thought that 9 is a very special number in Norse mythology. In Norse mythology, the world is divided into 9 kingdoms. Njord, the leader of the Vani, had 9 daughters. Odin's wives and lovers were also 9 goddesses. As the 9 goddesses merged into one, Fenrir's body began to undergo tremendous changes. Fenrir's giant wolf body stood upright and transformed into the posture of a goddess with long snow-white hair hanging freely. And her body continued to grow in size. In the blink of an eye, Fenrir became a winter goddess with a height of 10,000 meters and white hair like snow. This winter goddess is not Fenrir, because she does not have Fenrir's wolf ears on her head and Fenrir's wolf tail behind her. The goddess of winter wears a white dress made of material like snowflakes. The endless cold air was released from her body, making July in midsummer as cold as winter. As the goddess of winter opened her eyes and looked at Roy with a pair of dim golden eyes, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Introduce yourself, the goddess of winter said to Roy in a cold voice. I am Ogelmir. You can also call me Wymir. Chapter 583 The 9-in-1 Ice and Snow Queen. Ogelmir, Wymir. Roy is certainly no stranger to the creation goddess in Norse mythology. Just like all the earth goddesses on the Eurasian continent, they originated from the ancient earth goddess Gaia Tiamat in West Asia. Therefore, in Greek mythology and Babylonian mythology, the ancient earth goddess Gaia Tiamat was worshipped like the goddess of creation. The local goddesses in the Germanic region also originated from the ancient Germanic goddess Wymir. So Wymir is also regarded as the creation goddess of Nordic mythology. In Babylonian mythology, Marduk, the god of thunder, killed Tiamat and used Tiamat's body to create the world. In Norse mythology, Odin killed Wymir and used Wymir's body to create the world. It is hard to say that this is accidental or coincidental. The myth of Marduk killing Tiamat and creating the world, and the myth of Odin killing Wymir and creating the world, may have been created based on the same logic. The god of thunder Marduk Zeus led the ancient Aryans to defeat the ancient earth goddess, Gaia Tiamat, and the ethnic group she protected, turning the territory of the ancient earth goddess into the living space of the ancient Aryans. Perhaps this is the realistic prototype of the world that Marduk used Tiamat's corpse to create. Odin led the ancient Aryans to defeat the ancient Germanic goddesses, and turned the territory of the ancient Germanic goddesses into the living space of the ancient Aryans. This was the realistic prototype of the world created by Odin using Wymir's corpse. Marduk and Odin were both Aryan gods. In addition, they used the same method to seize living space for the ancient Aryans who worshipped them. Therefore, it is inevitable that Marduk and Odin share the same creation myth. Looking up at Wymir's huge figure of 10,000 meters tall, Roy said with a smile, Wymir, now that your enemies, the Aesir gods, have fallen, do you regret surrendering to me? Or do you want to get more respect from me? I have no regrets, Wymir said with a cold face. But I only surrender to you, not become your slave or servant. Don't you think you lack enough respect for me? I do not think so. Roy shook his head and said, you are not only a subject who surrenders to me, but also my woman. Isn't it natural for a wife to obey her husband? It is precisely because I regard you as my woman that I will kill Tyr on your behalf. You haven't proposed to me yet. Let alone held a formal wedding with me. So what qualifications do you have to call yourself my husband? This is another proof that you don't respect me. Wymir said through gritted teeth. Although you may sound nice, the arrogance in your heart is not hidden at all. Wymir. After listening to Wymir's accusation against him on behalf of the 9 goddesses, Roy sighed and said, as expected of a goddess worshipped by untamed tribal civilizations, you are so barbaric. In city-states or kingdoms where the people have been tamed, both humans and gods will respect those who are more powerful than them. Don't you realize that you are more powerful than you? So you want to resist me in this way? Are you more powerful than me? Don't you believe it? Roy activated his divine power and transformed into a giant figure as tall as Wymir. 10,000 meters tall. Wymir. If you can defeat me, I will make you a goddess equal to my status. If I defeat you, you must obey me like a wife obeys her husband. There's no way I'm going to lose to you. Wymir said confidently. In my land of Germany, I will not lose to foreign gods. After saying that, Wymir stretched his left hand towards the Arctic Circle and summoned the cold wind from the Arctic Circle to the Germanic region. Hoo hoo hoo. The cold wind from the Arctic Circle is howling, as if it is turning the Germanic region into a world of ice and snow. Heavy snow fell from the sky and soon covered everything on the ground. The beautiful Wymir is like the Ice Queen standing in the world of ice and snow. If it were winter or the Little Ice Age, maybe you could actually beat me. Looking at Wymir's powerful power to change the celestial phenomena, Roy said with emotion. It's a pity that this is not the Little Ice Age, let alone winter. Your ice and snow world is vulnerable to the power of the sun god. After saying that, white wings stretched out from Roy's back, and then he flapped his wings and flew to the top of the atmosphere. Looking down from the atmosphere at a height of 1 million meters, he saw that the top of Wymir was covered by thick clouds. Roy activated the sun godhead with all his strength, spreading endless light and heat to the Germanic region. At this moment, Roy is like the second sun, under the influence of the heat of the 2 suns. First the clouds over the Germanic region were dispersed, and then the cold wind from the Arctic Circle was suppressed by the heat of the 2 suns. Seeing that the ice and snow covering the earth began to melt, and his own world of ice and snow collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye, Wymir was filled with unwillingness. That's not fair. You took advantage of the power of the sun. Didn't you also use the power of the Arctic Circle? Roy fell from the top of the atmosphere and came to Wymir and said, if you are not convinced, we can continue to compete with our own strength. See if you can freeze me, or if I can melt you into water. I won't lose to you. Wymir summoned a huge ice spear with his right hand, and then swung the ice spear to stab Roy. Roy summoned a flame spear condensed with the sun's fire with his right hand, and then used the flame spear to fight Wymir's ice spear. Bang! The ice spear and the flame spear collided and began to annihilate each other. Under Roy's flames, Wymir's body continued to melt into water. Finally, when half of Wymir's body melted into water, Wymir suddenly gave up resisting and looked at Roy with eyes as gentle as water and said, I lost. According to the natural law of the jungle, I am willing to obey your will. Roy said with surprise. Aren't you going to fight to the end? We are not enemies. Wymir explained with a smile. We will become husband and wife in the future. Why should we fight like enemies? You can prove that you are indeed stronger than me. And that is enough. After saying that, Wymir's body was divided into 9 parts and turned into 9 goddesses again. Seeing the 9 goddesses looking at him with tender eyes like Wymir just now, Roy said with a smile. It seems that my conquest of Wymir just now is equivalent to conquering the hearts of 9 of your goddesses at the same time. Dear goddesses, now I ask you to convey the oracle to your tribe and let them accept the transformation of the Athenian Empire. Are you willing to implement it? My order. Of course we do, Fenrir said excitedly, wagging his wolf tail. As long as it is your request, we will do our best to meet it. Fenrir, Giada said with a look that she couldn't bear to look at. You look like a tamed she-wolf. Nasus also followed suit. Even if he defeats Wymir, we must not forget the pride and reserve of the goddess. Chapter 584, Gallic Gods and British Gods. 1597 BC. August. All the Germanic areas between the Rhine and Vistula rivers were included in the territory of the Athenian Empire. It has to be admitted that the Athenian Empire was able to conquer the Germanic regions thanks to the blood feud accumulated by the native Germanic people and the Aryans for thousands of years. The Athenian Empire came as a savior and helped the weak native Germans defeat the powerful Aryans. It had a huge debt of gratitude to the native Germans. Coupled with the oracles sent down by the 9 goddesses, the Germans naturally surrendered to the Athenian Empire. As for the Aryans, the defeated have no choice. They could only abandon the Aryan gods, Aesir gods, under the arrangement of the Athenian Empire, and become the new subjects of the 9 Germanic goddesses. After leaving 20,000 Athenian soldiers in the Germanic region to ensure that the policies of the Athenian Empire are smoothly promoted in the Germanic region, Roy led 30,000 Athenian cavalry into the Gaul region west of the Rhine. In ancient times, humans lived in Gaul. So far, quite systematic human cultural remains have been discovered in Gaul from the Paleolithic Age to the Iron Age. There are human sculptures and animal murals about 20,000 years ago in caves in Lascaux and other places in southwestern Gaul. The land in Gaul is fertile, with plains accounting for more than 2/3 of the total area. When the ancient Aryans migrated westward, they naturally did not miss the fertile land and warm climate of Gaul. Therefore, the Gaul region also had a war between the local Gauls and the Aryans competing for living space. Roy entered the Gaul region non-stop because Roy knew that he could copy the pattern of the Germanic region and incorporate the Gaul region into the territory of the Athenian Empire by helping the Gauls defeat the Aryans. Although the Alps separated the Gaul region from the Roman provinces of the Athenian Empire, there were still exchanges between the Gauls and the Roman provinces. So Roy was no stranger to the Gaul region. Today's Gaul region. The fertile plains to the north were occupied by the Aryans. The Aryans, who have worshipped male gods since ancient times, are now divided into the Nuada tribe, which worships Nuada, the god of war. The Taranis tribe, which worships Taranis, the god of thunder. And the Luge tribe, which worships the sun god Luge, who worships the god of wine. The Sucrus tribe with Sucrus, the god of the forest. The Vesusius tribe who worshipped Vesusius, the god of fawns and war. And the Cornunos tribe who worshipped Cornunos, the god of hunting. The native Gauls live in the southern part of Gaul and have a goddess worship inherited from ancient times. Commodova, Griselica, and Ophania are considered to be a trinity goddesses with the same origin. As the patron goddess of harvest and medicine, they are influenced by the tribes of Commodova, Griselica, worship of the Ophania tribe, due to the long-term war with the Aryans. The goddess Nimodona worshipped by the Nimodona tribe has evolved into the goddess of war. The goddess Epona worshipped by the Epona tribe has evolved into the horse god under the influence of the Aryans. And patron saint of knights. In the history of another world, the Gaul region was also called the Celtic region. So these gods also became the main gods in the Cetal mythology. The British Isles and Gaul are separated from each other by the sea. The narrowest point of the British Channel that separates the two places is only 34 kilometers. So in this era, Britons and British gods often came to Gaul. Morrigan, the goddess of war, is the most famous British goddess. She and her 2 sisters, Matcha and Nemen, are considered to be a trinity goddesses with the same origin. The 3 sisters jointly control many powers such as war, death, and harvest. Their trinity is called Babakak, whose name means war goddess in the form of a black crow. Morrigan is the most famous war goddess in the group. Folks often regard Morgan Le Fay and Morrigan in the legend of King Arthur as the same character. Some legends and documents also describe Morgan Le Fay's previous life as Morrigan. Morrigando appeared on the battlefield as a female warrior, sitting on a carriage pulled by 2 bright red horses, holding 2 spears, wearing red clothes and coat, and her eyes were shining with an unknown bright red light. However, most of the time, she would transform into a black crow or nighthawk and hover in the smoke-filled battlefield, terrorizing soldiers or announcing the coming of death, and often feeding on dead bodies. As the British-Irish war goddess, Morrigan may also be the prototype of the heroine Scathach in Irish mythology. The commander who now leads the Britons to invade Gaul is named Baela. Because of repeated sneak attacks by the Britons, the Aryans now call Baela the evil-eyed demon. Legend has it that one of Baela's 2 eyes was always closed, making it impossible to see his eyeball. Once this closed eye is opened, anyone caught in its sight, whether human or god, will die immediately. But this closed eye is also his only weakness. In the Norse mythology of another world, because Loki did not appear, the sun god Balder became the final winner of the Ragnarok battle. The Aryans, guarded by the sun god Bad, also replaced the native Germanic people and became the real masters of the Germanic region. The same goes for Gaul. If Roy had not appeared, the sun god Luger would have led the Aryan gods to defeat the native goddesses of Gaul and the goddesses of the British Isles and become the king of the gods in Gaul and the British Isles. 1500 years later, when Caesar of the Holy Empire conquered Gaul, he left a record that the sun god Luge was the supreme god in Gaul. The sun god Luger is equivalent to the sun god Jupiter worshipped by the Romans. This god is generally worshipped by the Celts in Gaul. In fact, the sun god Luger is not only equivalent to the sun god Jupiter worshipped by the Romans, but also equivalent to the sun god Helios worshipped by the Thracians. The sun god Balder rose to power during the Ragnarok War and became the king of the gods in the Germanic region. But when Roy incorporated the Germanic region into the territory of the Athenian Empire, the original battle of Ragnarok had not yet occurred. So the king of the gods in the Germanic region was still Odin. The sun god Luger rose up during the war between the Aryan gods and the Gallic gods, and replaced the god of war Nuada as the king of the gods in Gaul. When Roy came to the Gaul region, the war between the Aryan gods and the Gallic gods also did not break out. So Luger, the sun god, was not yet the king of the gods in Gaul. Even the king of the gods among the Aryan gods is still Nuada, the god of war who came to Gaul earlier than the god of thunder Tenilas and the sun god Luger. Thinking of the god of thunder, Zeus' clone Thor in the Germanic region and his clone Tenilas in the Gaul region, Roy sighed with sympathy. In the Germanic region, Thor, the clone of Zeus, had not replaced Odin as the king of the gods. The sun god Balder came to the Germanic region as the natural enemy of the god of thunder. In the Gaul region, Tyrannes, the clone of Zeus, also instead of replacing Nuada, the god of war, as the king of the gods, the sun god Luger came to the Gaul region as the natural enemy of the god of thunder. It is not known whether the god of thunder, Zeus, has any influence on the sun god Helios. I shouted, "Don't come over." Chapter 585, Summoning the Gods of Gaul. Although Gaul had not yet become part of the Athenian Empire, Loewi did not prohibit commercial trade between the Roman provinces of the Athenian Empire and Gaul. Nowadays, almost all coastal tribes in southern Gaul go to the Roman provinces by ship to buy various commodities they need from the Athenian Empire. Influenced by the advanced civilization, strong economic and military strength of the Athenian Empire, the native Gaulish tribes in southern Gaul have begun to show signs of being assimilated by the Athenian Empire. Some native Gaulish tribes have even taken the initiative to ask to join Athens' empire. After all, with the protection of the Athenian Empire, they no longer had to worry about the threat from the barbaric Aryans. After Roy entered the Gaul region with 30,000 Athenian cavalry, he did not directly launch a war against the Aryan tribes in the Gaul region. Instead, he first went to the central area of the Gaul region and gathered the native Gaulish tribes here to form an alliance. Of course, you have to eat the meal one bite at a time. Roy planned to first make the Athenian Empire the respected leader of the native Gaulish tribes. After the Athenian Empire led the native Gauls to defeat the Aryans, the Gaul region would be included in the territory of the Athenian Empire. In the history of another world, it was Gaius Julius Caesar who spent 9 years conquering all of Gaul for the Holy Empire. Roy wanted to incorporate Gaul into the territory of the Athenian Empire. And of course the participation of Caesar, governor of the Po River, was indispensable. After leaving the matter of convening the native Gaulish tribes to form an alliance to Caesar, Roy also extended an invitation to the native gods of Gaul. Orleans. 3,600 years later, it was the capital of the central region of Gaul. The Loire Valley, where Orleans is located, is also the birthplace of the French royal family. During the Middle Ages, Orleans became the capital of France. During the 100 Years' War, the first war Joan of Arc won was to rescue the siege of Orleans. So Joan of Arc was also called the Saint of Orleans. Roy's 30,000 Athenian cavalry was stationed in Orleans at this time. When Roy sent out invitations to all the gods in Gaul in the form of gods, the first god who came was neither a local god in Gaul, nor an Aryan god, nor a god from the British Isles gods. "My dear sister really misses you." The goddess Persephone descended from the sky and threw herself into Roy's arms, hugging Roy's neck tightly with her hands. Roy asked with confusion, "Sister Persephone, why did you receive my invitation to come here?" "For I am visiting Commodova, Griselica, and Ophaniers in Gaul," Persephone said with a smile. "I know that you will definitely conquer Gaul in the future. So I often visit the goddesses in Gaul and want to have a good relationship with them." When Gaul becomes the territory of the Athenian Empire, I will be able to use it as a matter of course with their support. To become the mistress of Gaul. After hearing Persephone's explanation, Roy couldn't help but roll his eyes. Persephone already had a territory of 200,000 square kilometers. And she even wanted to take Gaul as her own. As long as she takes one step further, she can become a powerful goddess with a territory covering millions of square kilometers. It must be said that Persephone's ambition is too great. Seeing Roy's reaction, Persephone asked suspiciously, "Good brother, don't you want me to be the mistress of Gaul? I heard that Alina, the sun goddess in the east, already has a territory of tens of millions of square kilometers. We met earlier than Alina, but I don't even have millions of square kilometers. I've always wanted to ask you, is our relationship not as good as Alina's?" Roy immediately shook his head and said, "Sister Persephone, we are half-siblings, and my feelings for you will not be lost to those of other goddesses. Then can you allow me to own a territory of tens of millions of square kilometers?" Well, seeing Roy speechless, Persephone frowned and said, "Even human girls know that it depends not on what you men say, but on what you men do. Since your feelings for me will not lose to Alina, why can't I enjoy the same treatment as Alina? Because the Athenian Empire does not have the extra tens of millions of square kilometers of territory to give to Sister Persephone." Roy could only bite the bullet and say, "When the Athenian Empire conquers the New World, I will let Sister Persephone own tens of millions of square kilometers of territory to prove that my feelings for you are indeed not lost to Alina." Upon hearing Roy's promise, Persephone immediately moved her lips towards her happily. At this time, the shadows of the two people overlapped on the ground. It was not until the arrival of the goddesses Commodova, Griselica, Aphania, Nemedona, and Epona that Persephone reluctantly separated from Loe. "Are we disturbing you?" the goddess Commodova teased with a smile. "You can ignore us and continue your love for each other." Orphania quipped to Persephone, "I always thought that the goddess Persephone was a cold queen like the flower of the high mountains. I didn't expect to see a completely different side of you than usual." Persephone hugged Roy and said without shame, "This is the man who will become my husband. It is not a shame for us to be in love and be seen. Just now he promised to give me the best gift in the world. So I will reward him." Griselica said curiously, "What kind of gift can make you become what you are now?" "This is a secret." When she learned that Alina owned tens of millions of square kilometers of territory, Persephone was filled with jealousy towards Alina. It is precisely because Persephone understands this jealousy very well that Persephone does not want to become the object of jealousy of other goddesses now. "You're the one inviting us." Nemedona looked at Roy with a hostile look and asked, "What is your purpose of inviting us? It shouldn't be to let us appreciate how much you and the goddess Persephone are in love." Epona followed. "I heard that you have conquered the Germanic region. And now you want to take action against our Gaul region. Please wait patiently," Roy said with a smile. "When all the gods from Gaul arrive, I will explain it to you." As soon as Roy finished speaking, Nuada descended from the sky with Vesuvius, Cornunos, Sucrus, Tyrannes, and Luga. Seeing the arrival of the Aryan gods, Roy was about to explain his purpose when another goddess wearing bright red robes, black hair and red eyes, and holding two war spears arrived. Seeing this distinctive goddess, Roy immediately recognized her as the Morrigan, the goddess of the British Isles. Unexpectedly, I extended an invitation to all the gods in Gaul. Not only did I invite Persephone, who did not belong to Gaul, but I also invited Morrigan, who did not belong to Gaul. Dear goddess Morrigan, welcome to your arrival." After recovering from his surprise, Roy admired Morrigan's delicate and beautiful face and smiled. "Although this is a meeting of the gods I hold for the gods of Gaul, I allow you to attend." Chapter 586 Goddess Morrigan is also an enemy. Although Roy was expressing his kindness to Morrigan, Morrigan did not appreciate it. She asked with a cold expression, "I am originally a goddess from the Gallic region. Why do I need your permission to attend a meeting of the Gallic gods? There are also tribes in Gaul that worship the war goddess Morrigan. Or the Britons, who worship the war goddess Morrigan, seizing some territory in Gaul." Roy did not delve into this issue and spoke directly to the gods present. "The invitation I sent to all the gods in Gaul has been responded to by you. And I would like to express my gratitude for this. I believe everyone is curious about the purpose of my summoning you. Is it even necessary to think about it?" Tanelas, the god of thunder, immediately said coldly, Maybe other gods don't understand you. But I know you best here. You have only one purpose in coming to Gaul. And that is to conquer Gaul. Eliminate us male gods in Gaul. And bring all the gods in Gaul to justice. The goddess becomes your possession. Zeus. Looking at Tanelas, whose eyes were filled with hatred for him, Roy said with a smile. Tanelas, the god of thunder, is your last clone. As long as Tanelas is eliminated, you, the Aryan god of thunder, will completely disappear from the world. Tanelas is right. Sun god Luga also said. This man has endless ambitions. He is the enemy of all our male gods and goddesses. If the male gods do not want to be eliminated by him and the goddesses do not want to be humiliated by him, we must unite to fight against him. Upon hearing the words of sun god Luga, the goddesses couldn't help but roll their eyes. Morrigan mocked directly. Don't you Aryan gods want to take away our territory and people and humiliate us by turning us into your wives? I am most afraid of comparison in everything. This sentence can be said to be a wise saying. If the Aryan gods had not led the Aryans to invade Gaul, Roy would have become a public enemy in the eyes of the native goddesses in Gaul. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. The Aryan gods took away about half of the territory from the native goddesses of Gaul, and wanted to further conquer the entire Gaul region. Obviously for the native goddesses of Gaul, the Aryan gods were their real hated enemies. Although the words of sun god Luga made the goddesses sneer, the male gods all looked at Roy solemnly, obviously regarding Roy as their common enemy. I am the leader of the Aryan gods Nuada, the king of the gods. God of war Nuada walked up to Roy and said, the Gaul region belongs to us, the Gallic gods. Is your goal really to eliminate us male gods and take the goddesses as your own? It's so funny. Looking at Nuada, who had not yet become one-armed, Roy couldn't help but joked. You Aryan gods are obviously foreign gods who invaded Gaul. I want to conquer Gaul. What does it have to do with you foreign gods? As long as the local goddesses in Gaul support me in taking over Gaul, I will he is the legitimate ruler of Gaul. After responding to Nuada, Roy said to the goddesses, my fellow goddesses, I do not deny my ambition for the Gaul region. But I can assure you that I will lead you to expel the Aryan gods and return the territory taken away by the Aryan gods to you. The Gaul region became Athens. The empire's territory will allow you to have more territory and greater authority than you currently have. After the goddesses looked at each other, Commodova walked up to Roy and said, Griselica, Ophanier, and I are not opposed to Gaul joining the Athenian Empire. Because we understand the Athenian Empire, and we believe that the Athenian Empire can allow our people to live a better life than they do now. The goddess of war Nimodona also came to Roy and said, as long as you can help us expel the Aryan gods, Epona and I have no objection to the Gaul region entering the territory of the Athens Empire. Morrigan said with a frown, can you guarantee that I will have more territory and authority than I have now? Just as Roy was about to agree, Persephone whispered something into Roy's right ear. Only then did Roy learn that Morrigan was not originally a native goddess in Gaul. During the Aryan invasion of northern Gaul, the Britons who worshipped Morrigan robbed some territory, and Morrigan became the goddess of Gaul. If Roy doesn't engage in double standards, since Roy wants to expel the Aryan gods, help the native goddesses of Gaul regain their territory, according to the same standards, Roy should also drive Morrigan back to the British Isles and return the territory Morrigan robbed to the native goddesses in Gaul. Tanelas saw Roy's reaction and immediately laughed and said, Goddess Morrigan, you, like us Aryan gods, are invaders in Gaul. If this man treats us with the same standards, you and we are both foreign gods he wants to expel. If you want special treatment, keep your own territory in Gaul. This man will definitely ask you to surrender to him. Morrigan didn't pay attention to Tanella's words, and stared directly at Roy with a pair of red eyes. Roy said helplessly, Dear Morrigan, I don't mind breaking my own principles for you. But this requires you to pay a certain price. As long as you are willing to become my woman, I will let you keep the territory you captured in Gaul. Then you are my enemy. Morrigan pointed at Roy with the war spear in her right hand and said, I will not surrender to you. Nor will I give up my territory. I am your enemy dash. Looking at Morrigan, who declared war with the spear blade pointed at him, Roy said with a sneer, Since you made a foolish choice, I will conquer Gaul and incorporate the British Isles into the territory of the Athenian Empire. Then, Roy said to Persephone, who was holding him, Sister Persephone, I plan to dedicate Gaul and the British Isles to you. So that you now have millions of square kilometers of territory. In order to bring Komodova, Griselica, Ophanier, Nimodona, Epona, Morrigan, Matcha, and Neiman are willing to become your subordinate gods. And it's up to you to defeat the goddess who opposes us. No problem. Persephone immediately looked at Morrigan with the eyes of a lioness eyeing her prey and said, Dear Morrigan, in order to make you willingly surrender to me, I can let you decide our battlefield. Morrigan immediately sneered. I have chosen the British Isles as the battlefield. Do you dare to fight across the sea? Why don't you dare? Theoretically speaking, if Persephone went to the British Isles to fight the god war with Morrigan, she could only use 1/10 of her strength at most. And the British Isles are still Morrigan's territory. Fighting in the British Isles, the Morrigan was able to bring out all her strength. But the power gap between Persephone and Morrigan is too big. Even if Persephone can only exert 1/10 of her strength, Persephone has full confidence in defeating Morrigan. How dare you look down on me like this? Morrigan gritted her teeth and glared at Persephone. Arrogant goddess. I will definitely make you regret it. Chapter 587 Another sun god falls. Roy has always disliked fighting the goddess. Now leave the matter of dealing with the goddess to Persephone. And Roy can concentrate on dealing with the god of war Nuada, the sun god Luga, the god of thunder Tenilas, the god of shepherd Vesuvius, and the god of hunting Cornu, Norse, Sucrose, the god of wine, Nuada. Although the words of the sun god Luge, Helios, and the thunder god Tenelas, Zeus, may misunderstand you, I have always been a peace-loving person. As long as you are willing to leave Gaul, return the territory you robbed to the native goddesses of Gaul, and the battle between us can be avoided. You asked us to hand over our territory. Then where should we go to survive in the future? Nuada accused angrily. Now that we are surrounded by the territory of the Athenian Empire, do you want us to wander to the sea and wait for death? Roy shook his head and said, I don't have the ambition to conquer the entire world. There are still many places in this world that can become your territory for survival. For example, you can go to the southern region of North Africa to be with your brother Almighty God. You can also bring your willingness to follow your people and settle in the ice and snow world of the Arctic Circle. You can even go to the Antarctic. Stay with the penguins on the Antarctic continent. And become the penguin god in charge of penguins. You really don't intend to leave us a way to survive. Nuada looked questioningly at Ruga, Tenilas, Vesuvius, Cornunos, and Sucrus for advice. Tenilas said with a cautious expression, I am the last avatar of the ancient god of thunder worshipped by the ancient Aryans. So I cannot die here. I want to leave this continent and find a new territory. After saying that, Tenilas turned into a golden thunder and flew towards the south. Watching Tenilas, the god of thunder, flying towards the south, Roy couldn't help but joked. Do you want to become the Black Thunder? Do you want to live even if you become the Black God of Thunder? After retracting his gaze, Roy looked at sun god Luga and said, Helios, you don't want to be the black sun like Zeus, do you? Don't compare the sun with the thunder. We are on different levels. After Luga finished speaking with a cold face, he immediately brandished a golden divine spear and a golden divine sword to attack Roy. Under the leadership of Luga, Vesuvius, Cornunus, and Suclus also attacked Loe with their own weapons. This moment, it was as if Luga was the king of the gods who commanded the Aryan gods. Although the god of war Nuada was dissatisfied, he also knew that the power of the sun god Luga was more powerful than him. So he could only acquiesce in the reality that the sun god Luga replaced him. And then he followed Luga to attack Roy. Facing the siege of the five gods, Roy directly activated the sun godhead, causing endless solar fire to burst out from his body. Boom boom boom. The fire of the sun surged out of Roy like a torrent, and instantly swallowed up Ruga, Nuada, Vesuvius, Cornunos and Sucrus. The weaker Vesuvius, Cornunus, and Suclus were directly burned by Roy's solar fire and disappeared completely from this world. As the sun god, Luga and the powerful Nuada broke through the siege of the sun's fire, and then joined forces to attack Roy. How tenacious! Roy joked while dodging the attacks of Luga and Nuada. Why are you struggling in vain? No matter how unwilling you are, it is impossible to reverse the gap in our strength. This is a cruel real world. Not a fantasy world where anger and love can increase strength. Just like the Athenian soldiers, the Aryan knights, who will use dimensionality reduction strikes to ravage the Gaul region. My battle with you will be my unilateral ravagement of you with dimensionality reduction strikes. As soon as he finished speaking, Roy stretched out his hands and pointed them at Luge and Nuada. Two fire dragons condensed from the sun's fire flew out from Roy's hands and pounced directly on Luge and Nuada. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The two fire dragons made an astonishing roar and swallowed up the figures of Luge and Nuada. After a while, one of the fire dragons disappeared together with Nuada. The other fire dragon annihilated and disappeared. And the sun god Luga appeared in front of Roy unscathed. It's so annoying. Seeing that the fire dragon condensed by the sun's fire failed to hurt Luga, Roy frowned and said, "Because you are a sun god like me, most of my attacks are ineffective against you." "What do you mean I am the sun god like you?" Luga complained angrily. "You were just a human originally. I am the real sun god. And your sun godhead was stolen from my clone." "That seems to be the case," Roy said with a smile. "You are the real sun god. I am just a fake who took away the sun godhead from you. But in the future I created. I am the real one, the only sun god." After saying that, Roy walked directly towards Luga. Since ordinary attacks cannot cause damage to Luga, Roy plans to use the simplest way to destroy Luga, annexing Luga's sun godhead. As if seeing Roy's purpose, Luga also activated his sun godhead, releasing endless solar fire to wrap around his body. "Do you consider yourself a hedgehog?" Seeing Luga releasing the sun fire to protect himself, Roy sneered and said, "Even if you are really a hedgehog that makes powerful enemies helpless, I am not a beast that will be stumped by your thorns. As a human with hands and feet, I can pull out all the thorns on your body, making you unable to escape being reduced to food." After saying that, Roy also released endless solar fire. Roy and Luga, two groups of solar fire, collided, annihilated and merged with each other. As time passes bit by bit, in the end, the fire of the sun, which represents Loe, annexes the fire of the sun, which represents Luga. After the two groups of sun fire disappeared, only Roy's figure appeared in place. Roy Phaethon. Age, 23 years old. Race, human body times god soul. Godhead, sun godhead. Thunder godhead. Priesthood, god of heroes. God of the sun. God of thunder. Strength level, great lord god. Identity, patron saint of the Eastern Caucasus. Patron saint of the Northern Armenian Plateau. Patron saint of the Northern Indus Plain. Germanic patron saint. And Gaul patron saint. Roy said in surprise when he saw the news that came to his mind. "I didn't expect that before I knew it. I would have a territory of millions of square kilometers. No wonder my strength level would be upgraded to the great master god. After I marry Alina, we will share a territory of tens of millions of square kilometers. I become the king of the gods. If the result of sharing the territory is that Alina and I will become two top gods with a territory of more than 5 million square kilometers. As long as I marry other goddesses and share the territory, we can let the territory I actually own exceed tens of millions of square kilometers. The most important thing is the result of sharing the territory will make it impossible for Alina to truly become the queen of the gods with a territory of tens of millions of square kilometers. She has the ability to challenge me. The strength of the king of gods." Chapter 588, The Ancient Goddess of Iberia. After finishing off all the enemies neatly, Roy suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. Perhaps even Roy himself didn't realize that after transforming from a human into a god, Roy began to gradually regard the gods as his own kind. Therefore, the death of these male gods gave Roy a feeling of sadness and loneliness, as his peers became fewer and fewer. But Roy has no regrets about destroying these kindred spirits. After all, in the future planned by Roy does not intend to let any similar male gods share the fruits of his victory. Persephone, Komodova, Griselica, Aphanier, Nemedona, Epona, and Morrigan witnessed the whole battle of the gods. Seeing Roy end the battle, Persephone immediately rushed over, hugged Roy and said happily, "My dear, you have defeated your enemy once again. And I can feel you getting stronger. It's a given that I can beat them." Roy looked at Morrigan with a confident smile and said, "Sister Persephone, let me enjoy your battle next." "No problem." Persephone readily agreed, then turned around and stared at Morrigan with a pair of black snake eyes. "Dear Morrigan, let's perform a wonderful goddess battle for Roy." After speaking, Persephone stretched out her right hand and summoned a black scythe. Seeing that Persephone was already in a fighting stance, Morrigan sneered, "If you dare, Go to my territory. The British Isles. After saying that, Morrigan transformed into a huge black crow and flew towards the British Isles in the north at great speed. Persephone also turned into a black divine light and chased Morrigan to the north at great speed. After Morrigan and Persephone left, Roy asked Commodova, Griselica, Aphanier, Nimodona, and Epona, if you also want to enjoy this battle of goddesses, I can take you with me. As the native goddess of war in Gaul, Nimodona spoke first. I don't have the ability to cross the strait. Please take me with you. Epona is the patron saint of knights with war attributes. She also said to Roy with an eager expression, I want to go to the British Isles too. Ophanier said on behalf of himself and Commodova and Griselica, we want to see the powerful power of the goddess Persephone. Oh no. Oh no. White wings stretched out from Roy's back. Immediately afterwards, Roy transformed into a huge figure 100 meters tall and carefully held the 5 goddesses with both hands. Dear goddesses, our journey to Britain is about to begin. After saying this, Roy immediately flapped his wings, and his body turned into a white divine light and flew towards the north. In just a few breaths, Roy flew from the Europa continent to the sky above the British Channel. After flying over the British Channel, Roy took 5 goddesses into the sky over the British Isles. The British Isles is an island group in the northwest of the Europa continent, including the 2 main islands of Britain and Ireland and many small islands, with a total area of approximately 310,000 square kilometers. Examination of cultural relics has proven that before the ancient Indo-European nomadic tribes, ancient Aryans, moved westward, Paleolithic people already lived in the British Isles today. At that time, the British Isles and the European continent were connected. There was no current British Channel, and the Strait of Dover between Britain and Gaul. And the Rhine River and the Thames River were still connected by their tributaries. About 9,000 years ago, due to changes in the Earth's crust, the British Isles separated from the European continent. So it's not surprising that prehistoric Paleolithic people settled in Britain. Around the 3rd millennium BC, the Iberians, who worshipped the goddess, came to the British Isles from the Mediterranean to settle. They brought Neolithic culture to Britain and conquered the Paleolithic people who had previously lived there. At this time, on the plains of London watered by the Thames, Persephone and Morrigan had begun the goddess war. Roy descended from the sky with 5 goddesses and saw 2 other spectators outside the battlefield. Seeing that the faces and figures of these 2 goddesses were very similar to Morrigan, Roy immediately guessed that they were the goddess Macha and the goddess Nemen, who had the same origin as Morrigan, as the clones of the goddess worshipped by the ancient Iberians. Although Morrigan, Macha, and Nemen are now split into 3 goddesses, they still maintain a close connection. So they are regarded as a trinity of goddesses. To put it simply, the relationship between Morrigan and Macha and Nemen is like the relationship between Zeus and Poseidon and Hades. Trinity goddess. He looked at the trinity of Morrigan, Macha, and Nemen worshipped by the ancient Iberians in the British Isles. And then at the trinity of Ophania, Commodova and Commodova worshipped by the ancient Iberians in Gaul. Griselica. Roy couldn't help but think of the ancient earth goddess who also had the attributes of the trinity. As early as around 4000 BC, before the arrival of the Aryans, the ancient Iberians who spoke the Iberian language had entered the Iberian Peninsula, Spanish Peninsula. Around 3000 BC, the ancient Iberians migrated to the British Isles. Prior to this, of course, the Iberians had ruled Gaul. Therefore, the current Iberians, Spanish, Gauls, and Britons are undoubtedly descendants of the ancient Iberians. Even the Germanic people, who also worship the goddess, may be descendants of the ancient Iberians. The ancestral goddess worshipped by the ancient Iberians is most likely also the clone of the ancient earth goddess. 10,000 years ago. That is the Neolithic age before 1700 BC. The ancient earth goddess has been born. And as the groups who worship the earth goddess continued to migrate, the ancient earth goddess migrated from East Africa to the Moroccan region of West Africa, and then crossed the Strait of Gibraltar, which is only 14 kilometers at its narrowest point, into the Iberian Peninsula. The sun snake goddess Wadjet and the goddess Night in the northern part of Egypt are both clones of the ancient earth goddess. Of course, the ethnic group that worshipped the earth goddess not only migrated to the west, but also migrated to the east. In the east of the Eurasian continent, the creation goddess Nuwa, who is regarded as the mother of the earth and the god of creation, is also the clone of the ancient earth goddess. Therefore, The Eastern myths of the creation of man and the Western myths of the creation of man have the same basic logic: the seeds of life are hidden in the soil. In Greek mythology, humans are born from clay. So Cadmus used dragon's teeth as seeds to grow the 5 ancestors of Thebes from the soil. After the great flood destroyed the world, Deucalion and Pyrrha created a new human race from earth and stone. In Eastern mythology, Nuwa creates human beings from clay. The same earth goddess worship. Essentially the same creation myth. And the earth goddesses all have the form of a human head and a snake body. This is certainly not an accident or coincidence. After all, other ethnic groups do not have these concepts. For example, the Aryans, who worshipped male gods, believed that humans were created from parts of the gods' bodies. The Egyptians' creation myth believed that human beings were actually the tears of the sun god Atum. Chapter 589. The Neolithic Age. 10,000 years ago. The migration of human groups is always accompanied by the progress of civilization and technology. Without more advanced civilization, technology, and military power, it would be impossible for foreign ethnic groups to defeat local ethnic groups and compete with local ethnic groups for living space. Before 3000 BC. That is to say, in the ancient times 5,000 years ago. The fundamental reason why the ancient Aryans began to expand and conquer foreign countries was that the ancient Aryans tamed horses and turned war horses into war tools, giving them the military power to ravage other ethnic groups. Before 7000 BC. That is, about 10,000 years ago. The ethnic groups who worshipped the ancient earth goddess mastered the technology of the Neolithic Age and began to migrate using the technology of the Neolithic Age. They migrated west to the Iberian Peninsula and eventually from Gaul into the British Isles. They migrated eastward to the Chinese continent and became one of the ancestors of the Chinese continent. They migrated south to northern Africa and became the Europa race in northern Africa. They migrated north to the Caucasus region and mixed with the blonde and blue-eyed Caucasian race. The sun goddess Alina is not only the sun god worshipped by the Aryans, but also a goddess that the Aryans who worship male gods cannot worship. It is the result of the mutual integration of the ethnic groups who worship the ancient earth goddess and the Aryans. The plains of London watered by the Thames. The battle between Persephone and Morrigan continues. Looking at the two goddesses fighting, Roy couldn't help but persuade. This battle should end. Sister Persephone. Goddess Morrigan. If it goes back to 10,000 years ago, no. If it goes back to 6,000 years ago. You are all clones of the ancient earth goddess from the Neolithic Age. They are sisters connected by blood. What inexplicable words are you talking about? Morrigan immediately complained. We were the same goddess 6,000 years ago. What does this have to do with us now? That was 6,000 years ago. Not 600 years ago. Not 60 years ago. And certainly not 6 years ago. Persephone couldn't help but say. In just 1,500 years, we Greek goddesses and Aphrodite from the eastern Mediterranean have become distant cousins. In 6,000 years, we and these goddesses from Western Europe have become distant cousins. Distant relatives among distant relatives are no different from strangers. Then keep fighting. Seeing that the two goddesses didn't care about their kinship originating from the same origin 6,000 years ago, Roy no longer asked for trouble. The British Isles are the realm of the goddess Morrigan. Here, Goddess Morrigan can display her full strength. If Persephone was a goddess of the same level as Morrigan, Morrigan, as the goddess of war, would have defeated Persephone with her powerful strength. Unfortunately, Persephone is far more powerful than Morrigan. Even though the battlefield was Morrigan's territory, Persephone still showed greater strength than Morrigan. Morrigan hasn't lost to Persephone yet. Just because she hasn't reached the end of her power. Just when Morrigan was about to lose to Persephone, Morrigan suddenly shouted unwillingly. Matcha! Niemann! Come here and help me. Upon hearing Morrigan's call, Matcha and Niemann, who were watching the battle, immediately turned into two black balls of light and flew into Morrigan's body, fusing with Matcha and Niemann to form a trinity. Morrigan turned into a huge black snake body from the waist down. Seeing Morrigan transform into the form of the earth goddess, with the head of a human and the body of a snake, Persephone also appeared in the form of the head of a human and the body of a snake, turning the waist down into a black snake body. Persephone confronted him with the same posture. And Morrigan teased with a proud sneer. You don't think I only have the original form of the ancient earth goddess, do you? After 6,000 years of evolution, I have become the black crow goddess, with wings to soar in the sky. After saying that, a pair of black crow feathers appeared behind the goddess Morrigan. And then her wings flew high into the sky to look down at Persephone. Winged snake. Although in the New World this form was known as Quetzalcoatl. But in Eurasia, this form is often called a dragon, which is different from a snake. Sky, earth, ocean, underworld. Among the attributes of these gods, gods with sky attributes can restrain gods with earth attributes. Seeing Morrigan transform into a sky god who restrained herself, Persephone said with a relaxed smile, although the gods have attributes that are incompatible with each other, if the strength gap is too huge, it is impossible for the attributes to be incompatible to make up for the strength gap. Dear Morrigan, let me show you the strength gap between us. After saying that, Persephone planted the black scythe on the ground, then summoned a black bow and aimed it at Morrigan. After a black arrow condensed with divine power appeared, Persephone bent her bow and shot the arrow at Morrigan without hesitation. Whoosh! The black divine arrow struck Morrigan with an astonishing sound of breaking through the air. After Morrigan narrowly dodged this arrow, more arrows hit Morrigan like a rain of arrows. Morrigan used her divine speed to dodge waves of arrows. Seeing that Persephone showed no signs of exhaustion, Morrigan couldn't help but question. Why did you consume so much divine power, and yet you didn't weaken at all? You are not a god of the same level as me. Even if I waste my time explaining it to you, you won't be able to understand how powerful I am now. You hateful guy. I want to see if you are bluffing. After Morrigan finished speaking angrily, she immediately descended from the sky and rushed towards Persephone. Persephone exchanged her black bow for a black scythe. There was a loud explosion. Persephone's black scythe collided with Morrigan's two war spears. Morrigan said in disbelief when she saw that the black scythe was as motionless as an iron wall, firmly blocking her spear. How is this possible? You can only exert about 1/10 of your strength in my territory, the British Isles. And I can't even defeat 1/10 of your strength. This is the difference between us. Persephone said with a confident smile. You can't imagine how huge the gap in strength between us has been due to the advancement of civilization and technology. Now my territory has entered the Iron Age. And your territory is still in the Neolithic Age. Even if I can only exert 1/10 of my strength, it's enough to give you a dimensionality reduction blow. Iron Age. Now the British Isles have not even entered the Bronze Age. The ancient Iberians only mastered the technology of the Neolithic Age. And they were able to downgrade the indigenous inhabitants of the Paleolithic Age in the British Isles and become the rulers of the British Isles. There is a gap of 2 eras between Persephone and Morrigan. Knowing that she could not defeat Persephone, Morrigan lowered her head in frustration and said, I admit that I lost. But my defeat is temporary. When my territory enters the Iron Age, I will definitely challenge you again. It seems that you also have a character that refuses to admit defeat, Persephone said with a smile. Then as you wish. When your territory enters the Iron Age, I will accept your challenge at any time and make you convinced of me. Chapter 590. It turns out that Odin is Baylor. Morrigan is not a shameless goddess. Persephone fought in the British Isles with only 1/10 of her strength. In this case, Morrigan couldn't defeat Persephone. So Morrigan simply accepted her defeat. Seeing the end of the war between the two goddesses, Roy said immediately, Goddess Commodova, Goddess Griselica, Goddess Arfanier, Goddess Nimodona, Goddess Epona, Goddess Morrigan, Goddess Matcha, Goddess Neman. You and Sister Persephone the same. Both are ancient earth goddesses who originated 6,000 years ago. In other words, even if you can only be regarded as distant relatives now, you are still sisters connected by blood. From now on, Sister Persephone will be from Gaul and the British Isles mistress. I hope you can all get along well with Sister Persephone as subordinates. Even if you have any dissatisfaction, I believe Sister Persephone can convince you with force. After Roy finished speaking, Persephone said with a bright and sweet smile, I will take care of you like a sister takes care of a sister. If Roy wants to do something bad to you, as long as you send me a signal for help, I will show up immediately to stop him. Sister Persephone, Roy protested, feigning dissatisfaction. Do I seem to be forcing them to do things they don't want to do? It's just to give them peace of mind. Persephone explained. After all, they don't know your personality yet. So they will definitely worry that you have bad thoughts. There are so many goddesses in the Athenian Empire who need my company. I don't have any intention to waste my time on goddesses who don't like me. In order to prove to these goddesses that I have no interest in them, I gave them to the care of Sister Persephone. After saying that, Roy turned into a golden divine light, and flew back to the southern Gaul region from the British Isles. Although the war between gods has ended, the war between humans has just begun. Roy returned to the center of Gaul and saw several tribes of Aryans gathering together to prepare for a battle with the 30,000 Athenian cavalry commanded by Caesar. The outcome of this war is of course in no doubt. In the context that all the Aryan gods had been wiped out by Roy, it was absolutely impossible for the Aryans to defeat the Athenian army equipped with iron weapons with wooden or stone spears. At this time in Gaul, the human being that interested Roy most was Balor. In the Celtic myth of another world, Balor is the king of the deep-sea giants and the ruler of Ireland. It is characteristic of Germanic mythology to refer to rival gods or kings as giants. It shows that the Danis, Aryan gods, migrated from the Germanic area to the Gaul area. Balor is called the giant of the deep sea, indicating that he is related to the ocean, has mastered navigation technology, and is a tribe living on islands. In Celtic mythology, Balor is the king of the evil eye, and his evil eye has the power to kill humans and gods. Even the one-armed war god Nuada, the king of the gods of the Danu clan, was killed by Balor's evil eye. The new king of the gods of the Danu Protos, sun god Luga, is also the grandson of Balor, the king of the evil eye. When Roy found Balor, the commander of the Britons, on the northern coast of Gaul, he was disappointed to find that Balor not only did not have the power of a demigod hero, he was not even a cyclops who was blind in one eye. In other words, the actual prototype of Balor, the evil eye king in Celtic mythology, is not the human king of Britain or Ireland. Over the British Channel, Roy looked down at Balor, who had normal eyes on the ground, and suddenly understood something. In Celtic mythology, one eye of Balor, the king of the evil eye, is always closed. This actually implies that Balor is blind in one eye. Balor who is blind in one eye. Blind the one-eyed Odin. The one-armed war god Nuada. The one-armed war god Tyr. When you string these key pieces of information together, you discover four gods that share striking similarities between Germanic and Celtic mythology. Roy has always believed that so-called chance and coincidence are inevitable results. Balor, who is blind in one eye, and Odin, who is blind in one eye, are obviously not coincidental. The one-armed war god Nuada and the one-armed war god Tyr are obviously not similar by chance. If their similarity is an inevitable result, then Balor, who is blind in one eye, and Odin, who is blind in one eye, are two identities of the same god. The one-armed war god Nuada and the one-armed war god Tyr are two names of the same god. In Celtic mythology, Nuada Tyr, the god of war, was originally the king of the gods. Because Nuada Tyr was killed by Balor Odin, who was blind with one eye, the sun god Lagabad defeated Balor Odin and became the king of the gods. In Germanic mythology, Tyr Nuada, the god of war, was originally the god of war. It was Odin Balor who was blind in one eye and took away Tyr Nuada's war godhead and weakened Tyr Nuada's authority. Looking at the entanglement between Odin Balor and Tyr Nuada in the Germanic and Celtic regions, Roy finally understood everything. 3000 BC. Tribes that worshipped Odin and Tyr migrated to Germanic areas together. Then a war of gods broke out between Odin and Tyr for leadership. During this war, Tyr blinded Odin in one eye, and Odin also cost Tyr an arm. As a warrior, Tyr lost an arm in the Battle of the Gods, and Odin only lost an eye. It is enough to prove that Odin is more powerful than Tyr. So Odin became the king of the Aryan gods in the Germanic lands and took away Tyr's war godhood. As a loser, Tyr left an avatar of Tyr, the god of war, in the Germanic region, and used the identity of Nuada, the god of war, to migrate to Gaul with a group of people who worshipped him. In Gaul, the war god Nuada, Tyr, got his wish and became the king of the gods. As the sun god Balder conquered the Germanic region, Odin was forced to move westward to the Gaul region, and once again competed with the war god Nuada, Tyr, for the identity of the king of the gods. Although Odin and Balor once again defeated Tyr Nuada and became the king of the gods in Gaul, the sun god Bad Luff also came to Gaul with a group of people who worshipped the sun god Area. So Odin and Balor, who briefly became the king of the Gallic gods, became Balor, the evil eye king who was killed by the sun god Luga in Celtic mythology. In Germanic mythology, The sun god Balder is Odin's legitimate son and the sole heir to Odin's throne as god king. In Celtic mythology, the sun god Luga was also Bela's grandson and heir to the throne. In real history, the sun god Balder, Lof, clearly defeated and replaced Odin Bela as the king of the gods. But he regarded his enemy Odin Bela as his father and grandfather. I'm afraid it was to win over the Aryan gods who originally surrendered to Odin Bela and prove that he had the right to inherit the throne of the god king. Chapter 591 The Iberian Moon Goddess. Gaul and the British Isles combined cover an area of approximately 1 million square kilometers. Even if the Athens Empire had the military power to reduce dimensionality, it would not be possible to incorporate this huge area into its territory in a short time. In order to speed up the expansion of the Athenian Empire, Roy divided the 30,000 Athenian cavalry into two parts, leaving Caesar with 20,000 Athenian cavalry as the main force. Loewy himself entered the Iberian Peninsula, Spanish Peninsula, with 10,000 Athenian cavalry. As long as the Iberian Peninsula is included in the territory of the Athenian Empire, the northern part of the Mediterranean world, the entire European continent, will become the territory of the Athenian Empire. The Iberian Peninsula is located in the southwest corner of the Europa continent, bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the east and southeast, the Atlantic Ocean to the west, and the Bay of Biscay to the north. The Pyrenees Mountains are in the northeastern part of the peninsula and are the natural dividing line between the Iberian Peninsula and the Gaul region. To the south it faces Africa across the Strait of Gibraltar. The Iberian Peninsula covers an area of about 580,000 square kilometers and has about 1,800 rivers. The longest river is the Tagus River. Non-ferrous metal minerals are abundant here, but energy minerals are relatively scarce. The central part of the Iberian Peninsula has a temperate continental climate, while the southern part has a Mediterranean climate, with warm and humid winters and hot and dry summers. The northern part has a temperate maritime climate, with mild and rainy weather all year round. Humans have inhabited the Iberian Peninsula 800,000 years ago. They settled mainly along the Mediterranean coast and further south, where the Iberians created many different cultures. Paleolithic murals are hidden in some caves, dating from about 40,000 BC to 10,000 BC. Before 4000 BC, a group of people who worshipped the ancient earth goddess migrated to the Iberian Peninsula with Neolithic civilization and technology, conquering and assimilating the local indigenous Iberians. It was not until the ancient Aryans invaded the Iberian Peninsula that the rule of the earth goddess over the Iberian Peninsula began to waver. 1597 BC. September. Roy entered the Iberian Peninsula with 10,000 Athenian cavalry. Because the Iberians lived in the southern part of the Iberian Peninsula and the Mediterranean coast, Roy's army also moved south along the Mediterranean. When he came to the first Iberian tribe, Roy was surprised to find that this Iberian tribe had been conquered by the Aryan tribe, who worshipped the sun god and moon goddess, and became a vassal that paid tribute to the Aryans. Seeing that the Athenian soldiers were all knights on war horses, the Iberians regarded the Athenian army as fellow Aryans and offered food, drinks and young girls. Roy rejected all the tributes offered by the Iberians and told the Iberian tribes that the Iberian Peninsula would henceforth be the territory of the Athenian Empire. Under the protection of Athenian soldiers, the Iberians would no longer suffer enslavement and oppression from any foreign group, compared to the Aryans who enslaved and oppressed the Iberians. Lo's declaration was naturally supported by the Iberians. As long as the Athenian army defeated the Aryans, they could take advantage of the conflict between the Aryans and the Iberians to effectively rule the Iberian Peninsula. The Athenian army marched southward, liberating all the Iberian tribes they encountered along the way. October. The Athenian army finally encountered the Aryan tribes, who worshipped the moon goddess in the central Iberian Peninsula. The Aryan tribes who worshipped the moon goddess were attacking the Iberian tribes who worshipped the earth goddess. The Aryan moon goddess is also engaged in a goddess war with the Iberian earth goddess. South bank of the Tagus River. A war continues from day to night. The Aryan moon goddess stood barefoot on the grass, with beautiful silver hair scattered freely, and wearing a silver crown made of the light of the moon. Confronting the moon goddess was the black-haired earth goddess. She had a stubborn and delicate face and never gave in to the powerful moon goddess. Roy led the Athenian army into the battlefield, and happened to hear the moon goddess speaking to the earth goddess. "It's over. You stupid goddess who fought against me. You will be punished for your pride. I will drive you off the throne and reduce your image to an evil god and demon." At the same time as the moon goddess made the announcement, the tribe of the moon goddess conquered the tribe of the earth goddess, lit the temple of the earth goddess with fire, and toppled the statue of the Earth Goddess. The Earth Goddess, who was kicked off her throne, was no longer able to fight against the Moon Goddess. As the Moon Goddess stretched out her hands to release her divine power to restrain the Earth Goddess, the Earth Goddess's body began to twist and deform. In the lamentation of the Earth Goddess, the Earth Goddess's body below the waist turned into a snake body, with two black wings stretching out from her back. Seeing this scene, Roy couldn't help but said, "You are also a goddess. Isn't it too cruel to keep her in this form?" The winged bird and the serpent of the earth are just sacred animals that symbolize the goddess of the earth. Although the Earth Goddess can take the form of a human-headed snake and a winged snake, these forms are not the Earth Goddess's true form. The Earth Goddess was born from the concept that women can give birth to life. So the figure of a woman is the essence of the Earth Goddess. You? Hearing Roy's words, the Moon Goddess looked at Roy in surprise. You are no ordinary human being. Roy ordered the Athenian army to defeat the Aryans who worship the Moon Goddess, and then spoke to the Moon Goddess. I am the man who will defeat you, conquer you, and become your master and husband. After seeing the cruel things you did to the Earth Goddess, I can attack you without any scruples. After speaking, Roy flew above the Moon Goddess and the Earth Goddess, his body blooming with dazzling light. This is the same sun godhead as my brother Dash. Enveloped by Roy's blooming light, the Moon Goddess asked in disbelief, "Are you another brother?" "Of course I'm your brother," Roy said with a teasing smile. "When I annex your real brother, I will be your only brother. You are not my brother." After the Moon Goddess calmed down, she gritted her teeth and glared at Roy. "Your body is a human body. So you are just a human usurping the sun godhead." "That's right. I was indeed a human originally," Roy admitted frankly. "But if you don't recognize me as your brother, I will let another Moon Goddess annex you and make you my sister as part of her." "Arrogant humans," the Moon Goddess said angrily. "I am completely angered by you now. Tell me your identity. You are qualified to become my enemy." "I am Loe, the Emperor of the Athenian Empire. And I am also Phaethon, the only sun god in the Athenian Empire. I am Shana, the Moon Goddess." After Roy introduced his identity, the Moon Goddess also introduced her identity. "Although I don't have my brother's flaming hair and burning eyes, my moonlight is like an arrow. So I am also the goddess of hunting." After saying that, the Moon Goddess Shana summoned a golden bow and silver arrows and aimed at Roy. The Moon Goddess actually wants to challenge the sun god. Seeing that Shana was really going to fight him, Roy released the blazing sun fire to wrap around his body, and then said to Shana, "Just try it and see if your attack can hurt me." Chapter 592 Gods of the Iberian Peninsula. There is worship of the Earth Goddess and the worship of the Sun God on the Iberian Peninsula. The Greek mythology of another world has already hinted at this information. In the myth of Perseus killing Medusa, Medusa and her two sisters lived in the Iberian Peninsula. So in the story of Hercules, Medusa's son Chrysaor, he is the king of the Iberian Peninsula. The name Medusa is derived from the umlaut of the name Metis. In the story of Poseidon and Medusa, it is directly shown that Medusa was a priestess serving Athena, the patron saint of the city of Athens. Poseidon took Medusa as his own in the temple of Athena and humiliated Athena. It can be seen from this information that the real-life prototype of Medusa is either a priestess serving Athena, or the goddess Athena herself. The Mycenaeans fabricated the story of Poseidon occupying Medusa and Perseus beheading Medusa, which was a spiritual humiliation to the city of Athens that they could not conquer with force. Medusa and her two sisters are said to live in the Iberian Peninsula, an obvious allusion to the gods of the Iberian Peninsula. In the story of Troy, Athena was set as the patron goddess of Troy. In real history, it is certainly impossible for the city of Troy to regard Athena, the patron saint of Athens, as its patron saint. In the myths fabricated by the Mycenaeans, Athena became the patron saint of Troy simply because Hesiod, the patron saint of Troy, was, like Athena, an incarnation of the ancient earth goddess. Medusa and her two sisters became the mistresses of the Iberian Peninsula in Greek mythology. Apparently it has the same logic as Athena becoming the patron saint of Troy. It is certainly impossible for the Iberians of the Iberian Peninsula to worship the patron saint of the city of Athens. The earth goddess, who has the same origin as Medusa and Metis Athena, and has a trinity, was the patron saint of the Iberian Peninsula in the era of Perseus. The age of Perseus is now around 1600 BC. By the time of Heracles, The patron saint of the Iberian Peninsula became the sun god. In the story of Heracles, Hercules' expeditions to the Iberian Peninsula to capture the giant Durians herds. Before crossing the Strait of Gibraltar and landing on the Iberian Peninsula, Heracles first threatened the sun god Helios with his bow and arrow. This is exactly like Hercules going to the underworld and threatening Hades with his bow and arrows. Same logic. Hades, the king of Hades, is the master of the underworld. And Helios, the sun god, is also the master of the Iberian Peninsula. The island of Erythea, where the giant Durian grazed his cattle, was the holy island of the sun god Helios. In the story of Odysseus, Odysseus' companions stole the sacred cow of the sun god Helios on this island. The angry Helios threatened Zeus to punish Odysseus' companions. Greek mythology no longer implies, but explicitly states that the owner of the Iberian Peninsula is the sun god Helios. In the time of Perseus, the Iberian Peninsula worshipped the trinity of earth goddesses. In the time of Hercules, the sun god was worshipped in the Iberian Peninsula. This information derived from Greek mythology is all consistent with real history. Before 400 BC, people who worshipped the earth goddess migrated to the Iberian Peninsula with Neolithic civilization and technology. From that time on, the Iberian Peninsula became the domain of the earth goddess. The problem is that in the history of another world, the Celts, a branch of the Aryans, invaded the Iberian Peninsula around 1200 BC, making the sun god Luger the master of the Iberian Peninsula. The year is 1597 BC. The Aryan invasion of the Iberian Peninsula was preceded by 400 years. South bank of the Tagus River. Looking at the moon goddess Shana aiming at him with a moonlight arrow, Roy said with confusion, "The Aryans are now coming to the Iberian Peninsula. Could it be that my conquest of Europa caused the butterfly effect? The world is a linked whole." In the process of Roy conquering the European continent from east to west, those Aryan tribes who were unwilling to submit to the Athenian Empire would inevitably move westward. Perhaps this is the truth behind the Aryan invasion of the Iberian Peninsula 400 years in advance. Seeing Roy's distracted look, the moon goddess Shana said angrily, "I was completely underestimated by you for being distracted during the battle. You arrogant guy. Go to H.L. Whoosh." A silver arrow condensed by moonlight struck Roy. Roy was still distracted and had no reaction to Shana's attack. Seeing that Shana's moonlight arrow was about to hit Roy's body, the sun's fire surrounding Roy's body suddenly annihilated the moonlight arrow and disappeared. How can this be? Shana's eyes widened in disbelief when she saw that her moonlight arrow could not break through the sun fire that enveloped Roy's body. Roy came back to his senses at this time and explained with a joking smile, "Dear Shana, the Sumerians, who worship the stars, worship the sun, moon, and Venus as independent gods. So the sun god is not a vassal of the moon god, and the moon god is not a vassal of the sun god. But you are not the moon goddess worshipped by the Sumerians. You are the moon goddess worshipped by the Aryans. In the worship of the Aryans, the moon goddess is a vassal of the sun god and the sister of the sun god. All the power and power of the moon goddess come from the sun god. Even if you have a tribe that worships you and becomes an independent god, you still can't challenge your brother, the sun god. Unfortunately, my sun godhood all comes from the Aryan sun god. Although I am not your real brother, but my sun godhead is the real brother of your moon godhead." After saying that, Roy activated his sun godhead to release waves of divine power. Under the impact of Roy's divine power fluctuations, Shana found herself trembling involuntarily, wanting to surrender to Roy's sun godhead. Or, it was the moon godhead in Shana who wanted to surrender to the sun godhead in Roy. Although Loe himself is not the Aryan sun god, the sun godhead in Loe is the genuine sun godhead worshipped by the Aryans. Moreover, Roy's sun godhead is now very close to the ancient sun god worshipped by the ancient Aryans. As long as the sun god of the Iberian Peninsula is annexed, Roy's sun godhead can become the godhead of the ancient sun god worshipped by the ancient Aryans. Just when Shana's body was about to lose its support, and she was about to kneel down on one knee and surrender to Roy, a sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, suddenly lighting up the night into day. Roy raised his head and saw a flame giant with flaming hair and eyes standing among the clouds in the night sky, the blazing sun god Oronzaro. Elder brother. As the power of the sun god Oronzaro offset Roy's power, the pressure Roy put on Shana immediately disappeared. Shana, whose body returned to normal, looked at Oronzaro with gratitude and worry. Because only one sun god can appear at the same time, After Loui and Oronzaro met, only one sun god remained in the Iberian Peninsula. It's obvious that Roy is more powerful than Shana's brother Oronzaro. Chapter 593 Aryan Ancient Sun God. I didn't expect you to show up in front of me. Looking at Oronzaro, the sun god of the Iberian Peninsula, Roy couldn't help but sigh. From the Indian region in the east to the Iberian Peninsula in the west, you are the only clone of the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans that has not been annexed by me. I thought you would cherish your existence and dare not appear in my presence. Before my important sister is hurt, how can I not show up as a brother? Sun god Oronzaro looked at Roy with a complicated expression and said, and I have no objection to becoming one with you. After all, you are more like the reappearance of the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans than me. If the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans was divided into 10 parts, 9/10 of the ancient sun gods worshipped by the Aryans have been annexed by Loui. The most important thing is that 9/10 of the Aryans have become subjects of the Athenian Empire ruled by Roy. Roy is indeed more qualified to claim to be the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans than Oronzaro, the only remaining 1/10. Roy said with a bright smile, since you want the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans to reappear, then have a final battle with me and see if you can create the miracle of a snake swallowing an elephant. After saying that, Roy turned into a ball of fire and flew towards the sun god Oronzaro, who was like a flame giant in the sky. The sun god Oronzaro also fell from the sky and hit Roy like a meteor falling to the ground. Elder brother Shana, the moon goddess, looked up at the sun god battle between Roy and Oronzaro with a worried expression on her face. Brother is the real sun god. It is impossible for the genuine product to lose to the fake. At this moment, the two goddesses descended from the sky and landed next to the goddess, who was transformed into a winged snake by Shana, the moon goddess. The faces and postures of these two goddesses are very similar to the first goddess, as if they were triplets. Kuyuribis, dear sister. Seeing the first goddess being transformed into a winged snake by the moon goddess Shana, the two goddesses immediately held the first goddess's left and right hands with their hands. As the divine exchange cycles of the three goddesses merged into one, the divine power of the moon goddess Shana was broken, and the first goddess transformed into a goddess again. Buskasu. Hrisug. The first goddess Kuyuribis returned to normal and immediately said gratefully to the two goddesses, thank you for coming to help me. The goddess on the left Buskasu said with a gentle smile, we are sisters of the Holy Trinity, so you don't need to thank us. The goddess on the right Hrisug also said, going back 2,000 years ago, we were the same goddess. Although the human tribes that worshipped us split into many tribes and split us into 3 goddesses, we still have a relationship as one. After making eye contact with Buskasu and Hrisug with grateful eyes, Kuyuribis looked at the moon goddess Shana and said, the barbarian goddess from the north, now I want to continue fighting with you. Do you want to refuse or accept? Shana said without fear, I accept your challenge at any time. Whether it's 1-on-1 or 1-on-3. There's no reason for me to lose to you. You arrogant guy. After Kuyuribis said in a cold voice with an unhappy expression, Buskasu and Hrisug turned into 2 black balls of light and merged into Kuyuribis's body. After absorbing Buskasu and Hrisug into a trinity state, Kuyuribis's divine power increased several times. Then, under the solemn gaze of Shana, Kuyuribis took the initiative to transform into a snake body from the waist down, with black wings showing behind his back. The goddess of the barbarians. I am now the goddess of the earth and the goddess of the sky. I want to see how you defeat me. Kuyuribis finished speaking coldly and took the initiative to attack Shana. Whoosh! Shana flew into the night sky with the speed of teleportation, and did not engage in close combat with Kuyuribis. Although I don't want to admit it, but Shana knew that it would be difficult for her to defeat the trinity of Kuyuribis, Buskasu, and Hrisug. After dodging Kuyuribis's attack, Shana counterattacked with arrows and said with an expression of reluctance, if it were a 1-on-1 fight, none of you would be my opponent. 4 goddesses are engaged in a goddess battle at the same time. The battle between Roy and Oronzaro is coming to an end. Although Oronzaro is the real sun god and Roy is just a fake who has captured the sun godhead, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Roy's divine power is at least 9 times that of Oronzaro. Therefore, the final outcome of this battle between gods has been determined from the beginning. Among the clouds in the night sky, Loui and Oronzaro were like one big and one small 2 flaming balls of fire. As the 2 fireballs collided together, The fireball representing Roy began to engulf the fireball representing Oronzaro. During the annexation of Oronzaro, the fireball representing Loe bloomed with infinite light and heat, lighting up the night of the Iberian Peninsula into day. Because of Roy's miracles, humans on the ground fought a fierce war at night. South bank of the Tagus River. The Aryan tribes who worshipped the moon goddess Shana had originally defeated the Iberian tribes who worshipped the earth goddess Kuyuribis. Because the Athenian army suddenly rushed into the battlefield, the Shana tribe, who was caught off guard, was quickly defeated by the Athenian army and became prisoners of the Athenian army together with the defeated Kuyuribis tribe. Finally, the fireball symbolizing Loe completely engulfed the fireball symbolizing Oronzaro. After fusing the sun godhead of Oronzaro and allowing the godhead of the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans to reappear in his body, Roy's body and mind underwent a huge transformation. Roy, who originally had black hair and eyes, turned into brilliant blonde hair like a blonde Aryan, and his eyes turned into sparkling golden pupils. Even the wings behind Roy turned into golden divine wings. Roy descended from the sky in this new form and came to the top of the moon goddess Shana and the earth goddess Kuyuribis. Seeing Shana being suppressed by the trinity Kuyuribis, Roy stretched out his left hand and released a golden divine power to interrupt the battle between the goddesses. While speaking to the goddesses, "That's it. You have no reason to continue fighting." Under the intervention of the divine power released by Roy, Shana and Kuyuribis stopped fighting and looked up at Roy. "Elder brother." Seeing Roy's current form, Shana said hesitantly, "Are you my brother?" "Who am I if I'm not your brother?" Roy said with a bright smile. "I am the only sun god worshipped by the Aryans. And you are the moon goddess worshipped by the Aryans. So I am undoubtedly your biological brother." This is not the tone of my brother's words. Realizing that Oronzaro had been annexed by Roy, Shana's face instantly turned pale. Now she no longer knows how to face Roy. Although reason tells Shana that Roy is the enemy who killed his brother Oronzaro, but Shana's instinct, Shana's moon godhead, was telling her that Roy was her only brother. Chapter 594. The arrogant Shana finally bows her head. Gods are not emotionless machines after all. Because the godhead of the ancient sun god worshipped by the Aryans reappeared in Loe, the moon goddess Shana would regard Loe as her main god and brother, which of course was impossible. Roy didn't pay attention to Shana's reaction, looking down at Kuyuribis with majestic eyes and said, "Goddess Kuyuribis, without my arrival, the sun god Oronzaro and the moon goddess Shana will conquer the Iberian Peninsula and demote you, the native goddess of the Iberian Peninsula, to an evil god and demon, as a way to save you, my benefactor. Now I ask you, Buskasu and Krasuk, to surrender to me. Will you accept it or not?" The trinity of earth goddesses Kuyuribis, Buskasu, and Krasuk worshipped by the Iberians could not defeat the sun god Oronzaro and the moon goddess Shana worshipped by the Aryans, just as civilization and technology stopped at the Iberians of the Neolithic age could not defeat the Aryans who had war horses as war tools. Therefore, Roy claimed to be the benefactor who saved Kuyuribis, Buskasu, and Herisug. The three earth goddesses did not refute. After Buskasu and Herisug were separated from Kuyuribis, Goddess Buskasu teased with a smile, "I thought you were the hero who saved us. But I didn't expect that you would use this kindness to ask us to surrender." Roy said expressionlessly, "I never said I was a hero." Herisug said with a sigh, "We do owe you a favor. And we cannot defeat you. So we have no reason to refuse to surrender to you. Now I only have one question to ask you. How will you treat the Iberians?" "I will incorporate the Iberian Peninsula into the territory of the Athenian Empire. From now on, Iberians will be Athenians," Roy said with a serious face. "Under the legal protection of the Athenian Empire, all Athenians will have equal status, including of course my new subjects, the Iberians." After listening to Roy's words, Kuyuribis said expressionlessly, "Then as you wish. We will surrender to you to repay your kindness." "Very good," Roy said with a satisfied smile. "Persephone, the earth goddess who has the same origin as you, will become the mistress of the Iberian Peninsula. Even if you can't trust me, you can at least trust your distant relatives and sisters." After saying that, Roy looked away from the three goddesses and looked at the moon goddess Shana. "Shana." Roy took the initiative to fly to Shana, stretched out his right hand to her little head and said, "Do you want to be the moon goddess of the Iberian Peninsula? Or do you want to be the moon goddess of other regions? Do not touch me." Shana dodged Roy's right hand with an arrogant look, then glared at Roy fiercely and said, You think of me as your sister without permission. You are such an arrogant guy. Then you don't admit that I am your brother. Roy said with a disappointed sigh. I have already decided to make you the moon goddess of the Iberian Peninsula. Since you don't think I am your brother, then I will give the throne of the moon goddess of the Iberian Peninsula to other goddesses. The Athenian Empire, although there are not many moon goddesses, there are definitely many. And I believe they will all be interested in the Iberian Peninsula, which covers an area of 580,000 square kilometers. Are you going to destroy me? Even if you don't think I am your brother, I have no intention of destroying you. The Iberian Peninsula is my territory. And now you want to take away my territory. Isn't this just an attempt to eliminate me? Roy shook his head and said, Shianar, even if you don't have your own territory and patron saint seat, you can continue to exist as a lower god enshrined by the Athenian Empire. But it is very likely that you will become the Athenian Empire, or even the weakest moon goddess in the world. Then you might as well just eliminate me. Shana said through gritted teeth. Let me live and endure endless humiliation. Is this your punishment for me? Roy shook his head and said, Shia I have no intention of humiliating you. If you become the weakest moon goddess in the world in the future, it will be entirely the result of your choices. Do you want me to be willing to humble myself? Even if you don't regard me as your brother. I also want to treat you as a younger sister and dote on you, giving you a huge territory and authority. Shana was immediately speechless and didn't know how to refute. After a while, Shana lowered her head and said with a look of shame and anger, Brother, I admit that you are my brother. Please don't take away my territory. Seeing that the moon goddess, Shana finally lowered her arrogant little head in the face of the humiliating reality. Roy stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Shana's little head, jokingly teasing while using the head touch to kill. Of course. No problem. Since my dear sister made the request. From now on you will be the moon goddess of the Iberian Peninsula of the Athenian Empire. If you can please me, my brother will not mind letting you have greater territory and authority. Roy now replaced Oronzaro as the sun god worshipped by the Aryans of the Iberian Peninsula. The next day, Roy then issued an oracle to the priests of Oronzaro, asking the Aryans of the Iberian Peninsula to surrender to the Athenian Empire. Kouyarebus, Buscasus, and Chrysulg also issued oracles to their priests, allowing the various tribes of the Iberians to accept the rule of the Athenian Empire. 1597. November. On the day when Roy returned to Athens from the Iberian Peninsula via teleportation, the city of Athens received a rare light snowfall. Acropolis. Temple of the Sun. Roy walked out of the temple dedicated to himself and saw the Temple of Metis next to him. Roy couldn't help but walked in. Temple of Metis. Walking to the center of the rebuilt Temple of Metis, looking at the statue of Metis, Roy couldn't help but recall the first day he came to this world. The first time he met Metis. 4 years ago. Walking to the statue of Metis, Roy reached out and touched the feet of the statue of Metis and said, In 1 month. It will be 4 years since I came to this world. If I hadn't met you, maybe I would have drowned in the sea on the first day I came to this world. So you still remember that I saved you. Along with the cold voice of the goddess, the statue of Metis on the throne turned into Metis himself. The stone foot of the idol held by Roy also turned into the little foot of Metis. After meeting Metis' angry eyes, Roy said with a bright smile on his face, I will never forget the day you saved me. Because that was the day I fell in love with you at first sight. Enough? Metis said angrily. Are you fooling me? You keep saying you love me, but your behavior proves that you really love Alina. Or Persephone. I won't believe your lies. You don't love me at all. If I can prove that I love you, will you marry me? How do you want to prove it? I will let you have the territory and authority that is not lost to Alina and Persephone, and prove that my love for you will not be lost to any goddess. Metis had an expression of hesitation and struggle on his face. Finally she gritted her teeth and sneered. Then you prove it and let me have tens of millions of square kilometers of territory and authority. Chapter 595 The Origin of American Civilization. Royal Palace of Athens. Royal Garden. Procne and Philomela were sitting in the pavilion in the garden, admiring the snow scene and chatting with the maid who was serving them. With the oversight of the administrative system being handled by the citizen assembly, Procne and Philomela's jobs have become easier and easier, giving them more private time to relax as they do now. I'm back. With an announcement. Roy's figure suddenly appeared in the pavilion. The girls' conversation immediately stopped. And they all looked at Roy with wide eyes. Brother Roy. Honey. After recovering from the shock, Prochny and Philomela immediately stood up and threw themselves into Roy's arms, telling their thoughts with their body movements. Roy also hugged their waists tightly with both hands and said with a complicated expression on his face. Prochny. Philomela. I have completed my predetermined goal and included the entire continent of Europe into the territory of the Athenian Empire. But I will continue to wage war. And this time, I have to separate you two sisters. Brother Roy wants to separate my sister and me. Seeing Philomela's expression of disbelief, Roy nodded and said, I once thought about letting you two sisters never be separated. But now I have to change my mind. Because you are my most trusted wife, I can only rest assured if I hand over the rule of the new world to you. Prochny. I plan to make you the queen of Eurasia. Philomela. You have to go to the new world with me and become the queen of North and South America in the new world. The straight line distance between the new world and the city of Athens is more than 15,000 miles. Prochny and Philomela will be separated by more than 15,000 miles from now on. Which is indeed cruel to them. Looking at the expression on Roy's face, Prochny and Philomela gradually accepted the fact that Roy really wanted to separate them. Brother Roy. Let me go to the new world. Prochny said with a complicated expression. Philomela can still see her father, mother and brother Erechtheus if she stays. Roy shook his head and said, only by handing over the rule of Eurasia to you can I feel completely at ease. And Philomela is no longer a child. She doesn't need you. A sister. To be patient. Brother Roy is right. Philomela forced a smile and said, if you go to the new world, you won't be able to see your father, mother and brother again. The same goes for my sister. I am no longer a child who needs my sister's care. So let's just follow Brother Roy's arrangements. Philomela. Seeing Prochny and Philomela hugging each other tightly, Roy said with guilt, I plan to go on an expedition to the new world next January. You can do whatever you want during this time. A blink of an eye. The time comes to 1596 BC. January. An expedition fleet consisting of 200 warships and tens of thousands of crew members was assembled in the port of Piraeus in Athens. After Philomela said goodbye to her beloved family, Roy took Philomela aboard the flagship of the expedition fleet and began a journey to the new world. Athenian waters. After the fleet sailed out of the port, Philomela still stood at the stern of the flagship, waving to her sister Prochny, father Pandion, mother Zeuxippus, and brother Erechtheus in the port with tears. Roy hugged Philomela from behind and comforted her. My dear, you are not alone. I will always be by your side. During the 2 months of traveling to the new world, we will always be together. As long as we work hard day and night. Even if I leave in the future, there will be our children are with you. Hearing Roy's words, Philomela couldn't help but burst into tears and said with a smile, I didn't expect that I would be able to be with Brother Roy all the time in this situation. In the past, Brother Roy was always busy with various things. Now that Brother Roy and I have been together for 2 months, I will definitely to be able to conceive our child and give birth to the first heir to the Athenian Empire. Then let's start working hard from now on. After saying that, Roy carried Philomela and walked towards the cabin. The straight line distance from the city of Athens to the east coast of North America in the New World is approximately 16,000 miles. This is destined to be a long journey. The New World America is divided into North Asia America and South Asia America, located on the east coast of the Pacific Ocean and the west coast of the Atlantic Ocean. The physical geography is divided into North America, Central America and South America, covering an area of about 42 million square kilometers. It is the only continent that is entirely in the Western Hemisphere. Although people from the Old World refer to America as the New World, America is not a new world to the native Indians, who arrived in the Americas as early as 18,000 years ago. About 18,000 years ago, Indians crossed the Bering Strait from the Asian continent to the Americas. People could cross a land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. But migration from Asia stopped when rising temperatures about 10,000 years ago melted ice and eventually raised sea levels. The final migration was by Inuit ancestors, probably using boats to reach the North American continent. After that, whether it was Columbus or other Westerners who landed on the American continent, they were not the first to discover it. In the heroic legend of the Vikings, it is recorded that a sailor named Ericsson sailed from Greenland to the east coast of North America around 1000 AD. Around the 11th century, some ordinary Nordic merchants and farmers landed in northern Newfoundland in a round single-masted ship and established a colony there. However, due to the hostility of the local Indians and the threat of the northern seawater, was forced to give up and return to China after only 2 or 3 years. In 1700 BC, farming appeared on the American continent. In 1500 BC, plants cultivated by humans began to spread widely. Corn was cultivated in Mexico in 1400 BC. Between 1300 and 1500 BC, there is evidence of cotton cultivation, metallurgy, and ceramics. Around 1200 BC, the Olmec culture, the mother of Indian civilization, appeared. The emergence of Olmec culture shows that before 1200 BC, there were probably immigrants from the European continent in the Americas. Because the pyramid culture and Quetzalcoatl worship of the American continent obviously came from the continent of Europa. Quetzalcoatl, the goddess of fertility, life, death and rebirth, is also the goddess of wisdom, wind and sky. The nature of the worship of the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotl cannot be said to be similar to that of the ancient earth goddess. It can only be said to be exactly the same. Moreover, among the 5 major solar ages in Aztec mythology, Quetzalcoatl, the Quetzalcoatl, happens to be the ruler of the second solar age. If the king of the gods of the first sun age represented the Native American gods, then the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotl is a foreign goddess who brought advanced civilization technology to carry out a dimensionality reduction attack on the local king of gods. If the new god defeats the old god, he can replace the old god and become the sun god. This culture, which is exactly the same as Egyptian mythology, obviously comes from Egyptian mythology. It was precisely because of the people who worshipped the earth goddess that they brought the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotl from the Europa continent to the Americas, that the Olmec culture could appear on the American continent in 1200 BC. Chapter 596 The 5 Solar Epochs of the New World. History and myth are linked. When a country or civilization flourishes, the patron saint of this country or civilization will also become the king of the gods. When a country or civilization weakens, the patron saint of this country or civilization will also lose his throne as the king of gods. Therefore, changes in mythology usually reflect changes in history. In the history of the Americas, in 1500 BC, the Olmec culture began to flourish. In 900 BC, the Mayan civilization began and Mesoamerica entered the Classical Age. From 300 BC to 900 AD, Mayan culture entered its peak era. In the 11th century AD, Mesoamerica entered the Bronze Civilization. Around 1200 AD, the Inca Empire was established in South America. In 1372 AD, the Aztec Empire was established in Central America. As the latest civilized empire to be established, Aztec mythology summarized the 5 solar ages for the gods of Mesoamerica. In the first solar age, the king of the gods was Tezcatlipoca. As the king of the gods who ruled the first solar age, Tezcatlipoca was worshipped as the supreme god and the manipulator of human destiny. He represents the hurricane, the night wind, the night sky, the land, the north, the occult, beauty, leadership, war, quarrels, all interpersonal conflicts, as well as obsidian and divination. His appearance is that of a giant who can use thunder and lightning. He has a strange appearance. His whole body is pitch black. His skin is as dark as a dark night. His face is painted with black and yellow horizontal stripes. His right foot is made of smooth obsidian. And he has the spell of primitive religion. The same alien appearance as a teacher. In the ancient times tens of thousands of years ago, Tezcatlipoca probably had the same origin as the god of thunder worshipped by the Aryans. In the migration of ancient human beings, the people who worshipped the god of thunder migrated all the way east. From the Asian continent to the Americas. Some groups who worshipped the god of thunder stayed in Asia. And the thunder worship of Eastern mythology came from this. In the second solar age, the king of the gods was the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotl. Quetzalcoatl is also known as Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl. She is a deity commonly believed in Mesoamerican civilizations. She is generally depicted as a winged snake. She was first seen in the Olmec civilization that appeared in 1500 BC. Quetzalcoatl, the Quetzalcoatl god, is a god who brings the rainy season in the eyes of the Mayans and is related to sowing, harvesting, and abundant grains. As the avatar of the ancient earth goddess, Quetzalcoatl is the god in charge of agriculture and harvest. This is obviously a matter of course. In fact, Quetzalcoatl was a foreign god, a northern deity brought by the Toltecs when they ruled the Mayan cities. According to legend, Quetzalcoatl ruled Venus and brought corn to humans. Quetzalcoatl also represents death and rebirth and is the patron saint of priests. There is also a myth in Greek mythology about Athena bringing olives to mankind. This is obviously no coincidence. It is a mythical logic shared by ethnic groups who worship the earth goddess. The best crops come from gifts from the earth goddess. In the third solar age, the king of the gods was Tlaloc. Tlaloc is the god of rain, water, and storms in Aztec mythology. Tlaloc governs rainfall and the rainy season, and is responsible for bringing rain from the sky to moisten the earth. But it will also bring disasters such as drought, floods, hail and storms. And it plays an important role in agriculture and sacrifice. Tlaloc, whose name means from the land, was one of the most highly believed gods in the Aztec civilization. Tlaloc's image has very distinctive characteristics. He has a pair of huge round eyes and long, pointed fangs. He usually holds a water jar in one hand and a thunderbolt in the other, symbolizing the duality of his divinity. In Mesoamerica, people were particularly concerned about drought and the fertility of the land. The climate in the Valley of Mexico, where the Aztecs lived, had obvious characteristics. After a long period of heavy rain, it would enter a very dry season. So the gift of the rain god was considered very important. Tlaloc has a very high status in the agricultural field, and can even be said to be supreme. At the end of the dry season in April and May every year, all regions hold ceremonies on nearby mountaintops to pray to the gods to sprinkle rain on the earth again. Tezcatlipoca, king of the gods of the first sun age, was the god of men and thunder. Ixotel, the king of the gods of the second sun age, was a goddess and rain god. Tlaloc, the king of the gods of the third sun age, was both the god of thunder and rain, and seemed to have absorbed the divinities of both Tezcatlipoca and Ixotel. So Tlaloc is not a male god. In the mythology of the southern Inca Empire, Tlaloc, the rain god, was a goddess. In some unearthed stone statues, the rain god Tlaloc also has the image of a young female, wearing a traditional shawl and long skirt, as a deity who combined the divinities of Tezcatlipoca, the thunder god, and Ixotel, the Quetzalcoatl, into one. Tlaloc, the rain god, was probably two in one, both male and female. In the fourth solar age, the king of the gods was Chalchutriqui. Chalchutriqui's name means emerald skirt. She is the goddess of rivers and lakes and the patron saint of fertility. She is the wife of Tlaloc, the rain god, and is also considered an aspect of Tlaloc. In the second solar age, Quetzalcoatl was the goddess who brought the rainy season. In the third solar age, Tlaloc, the rain god, was the rain god. In the fourth solar age, Chalchutriqui was the water god in charge of rivers and lakes. Obviously, starting from the establishment of the Mayan civilization by the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel and the people who worshipped the earth goddess. The worship of gods in the three solar ages has the same essence. Therefore, it is very possible that Tlaloc, the rain god, is a goddess as recorded in Inca mythology, and in the era ruled by the three goddesses. Tezcatlipoca, the god of thunder, acted as the villain who destroyed the world. The first solar era came to an end because the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel defeated the thunder god Tezcatlipoca. In the second solar age, Tezcatlipoca mocked the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel, causing the two to fight to destroy the world. In the third solar age, because Tezcatlipoca stole the wife of the rain god Tlaloc, the rain god Tlaloc was so sad that he destroyed the world. During the fourth solar age, Chalchutriqui was originally a benevolent and kind ruler. But Tezcatlipoca said she was just a hypocrite. Chalchutriqui was finally overwhelmed by his words. She cried all day long, and it rained heavily on the world, and floods destroyed everything. In the fifth solar age, the king of the gods was Huitzilopochtli. Huitzilopochtli's name means left hummingbird, southern hummingbird. He is the god of war, sun god, lord of the sun and fire, and ruler of the south in Aztec mythology. The patron saint of Tenochtitlan, the national patron saint and supreme god of the Mexica people Aztecs, and one of the supreme gods in the hearts of the Aztecs. In mythology, Huitzilopochtli was born armed. This is also consistent with his status as the god of war. In his usual image, he usually wears blue bird feathers, holds a blue buckler in one hand, and a weapon called Shikvatal, fire serpent, in the other. Legend has it that this weapon has the shape of a snake and will spit out bright red flames during battle. Chapter 597 Quetzalcoatl King Ecotel. 1596 BC. March. After more than 2 months of wandering, the large fleet of the Athenian Empire finally arrived at the island of Haiti in Central America. Haiti is the second largest island in the Caribbean, after Cuba, with an area of approximately 76,000 square kilometers. The inhabitants here are the Mayans who worship the goddess of the earth. They call the island Chisqueya and Aiti, which means mother of the earth and the place of the mountains. The Athenian Empire's fleet anchored at the port in the northern part of the island of Haiti. When Loe and Philomela walked hand in hand off the flagship to land, Philomela's belly already had a noticeable bulge. This is certainly not the case that Philomela gained weight during the more than 2 months of sea voyage. But after more than 2 months of uninterrupted love between Roy and Philomela, Philomela has become a mother. Standing on the land of Haiti, admiring the strange and beautiful scenery, and breathing the air blown by the sea breeze, Roy said with a bright smile, "Philomela, this is the territory you will rule in the future. You will become the empress here and the goddess who brings advanced civilization to this land." Philomela touched her belly with her left hand and said with a look full of motherly love, "I don't care about the identity of the empress or the goddess. Now I just hope that this child can be born healthy." At this moment, a group of Mayans, about 1,000 men, women, old and children in total, rushed to the seaside with stone and wooden spears. They were obviously not there to welcome the Athenians, but to confront the invaders. Before these Mayans could approach, Roy urged the sun godhead to bloom with infinite light, and declared to the Mayans in the language of the gods, "Humans who worship the earth goddess, I come from the land of your ancestors. I am the only sun god Phaethon in the world. The girl next to me is my wife. She is the incarnation and priestess of the earth goddess. I am for you, the goddess who brought civilization. The land of your ancestors has entered the Iron Age of advanced civilization. But you are still stuck in the Neolithic age. As long as you accept the advanced civilization and technology we bring, you will soon be able to live a better life." Although the Mayans did not know whether Roy's words were true or false, the miracles performed by Roy were genuine. So after hearing Roy's words, the Mayans knelt on the ground to worship Philomela, the incarnation of the earth goddess. Of course, they did not worship Philomela as a human being, but worshipped Philomela as the goddess of the earth. Philomela said with a guilty conscience after being worshipped devoutly by the Mayans, "Brother Roy, you are deceiving them. I am not a goddess at all." Roy said confidently, "As my wife, you will definitely become a goddess in the future. So I am not deceiving them. I am just letting you enjoy the treatment of a goddess in advance." "You are so shameless." Accompanied by an angry female voice, a goddess with a snake body from the waist down and black wings on her back descended from the sky. The goddess' delicate and beautiful face glared at Roy with an angry expression and accused him. "How dare you use my name to deceive my people? Do you think I don't exist?" Roy rolled his eyes and said, "I did not use your name to deceive the Mayans. Do you arrogantly think that you are the only earth goddess in the world? Dear Metis, dear sister Persephone, you want to be the mistress of North America. Let's compete with Quetzalcoatl Ecotel. If you can't defeat Quetzalcoatl Ecotel, you won't be able to claim that you are the mistress of North America." Following Roy's summons, Metis, who had a snake body from the waist down and white wings on his back, descended from the sky and confronted the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel. Seeing Metis, who had the same origin as him and also had the attributes of earth and sky, Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel immediately widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing the reaction of Quetzalcoatl, Roy said jokingly, "Ecotel, the Quetzalcoatl. Now you understand. I did not use your name to deceive the Mayans, because I was claiming that my wife Philomela was the incarnation of the earth goddess Metis. The goddess doesn't mind that. I am coming." Accompanied by Persephone's excited and joyful voice, Persephone also descended from the sky with a snake body from the waist down and black wings behind her back. Seeing that Persephone actually had sky wings that symbolized her identity as a sky god, Roy opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Sister Persephone, your wings dash." Persephone said with a proud smile, "In order to become more powerful, I absorbed the divinity of the winged serpent from Morrigan and Kuyurebus, and also gained a pair of wings." Seeing Persephone's arrival, Metis said with a somewhat dissatisfied expression, "Persephone, Didn't I tell you not to come? How could I not come? This land will become my territory. In order to make the local gods here willingly surrender, I must defeat the local gods myself. If you don't want me to come, do you want to monopolize this place? I don't have that big ambition. Metis and Persephone actually fought for the ownership of the American continent in front of him. Ecotel said angrily. Enough is enough. Since we are distantly related sisters with the same origin, I don't mind giving you some territory. But I, the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel, am the mistress of this continent. Metis immediately looked at the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel with the eyes of a lioness staring at her prey and said, Since you are the mistress of this continent, as long as I defeat you, I can become the new mistress of this land. After saying that, Metis took the initiative to attack Ecotel, as if he was worried that the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel would be snatched away by Persephone. Metis snatched Ecotel away, and Persephone said worriedly, Dear brother, the credit for defeating the local gods was taken away by Metis. Will it affect my ability to obtain territory on this continent? Won't. Roy shook his head and explained without hesitation. Sister Persephone, Quetzalcoatl Eocotel is not the only powerful god on this continent. Quetzalcoatl Eocotel has become the prey of Metis. You can also hunt Quetzalcoatl Eocotel, Ocotel's enemy Tezcatlipoca, the thunder god worshipped by the Olmecs. God of thunder, Persephone said with a complicated expression. Does the god of thunder have the same origin as the Aryan god of thunder? If the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel lived in the same area as him, why was he not conquered by him? The god of thunder can conquer the earth goddess, this is a false conclusion. Roy said with a smile. Actually, the earth goddess was mainly conquered by the Aryan sun god. The battle between the earth goddess and the Aryan god of thunder can only be said to be a mutual victory. For example, in Greece, most of the earth goddess, she was not defeated by Zeus. Only some of the earth goddesses in Asia Minor lost to the god of thunder. On this continent, Quetzalcoatl was the earth goddess who defeated the god of thunder. Chapter 598 The Athenian Empire assimilates the Mayans. There is no doubt about the outcome of the battle between Metis and Quetzalcoatl Ecotel. The Mayans who worshipped the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel are still a tribal civilization in the Neolithic age. Even if Metis cannot exert her full strength in the New World, she is still strong enough to carry out a dimension-reducing blow to the Quetzalcoatl god Ecotel. Before the battle between Metis and Ecotel was decided, Loewi commanded the Athenian soldiers who landed and began to occupy the island of Haiti. The Mayans had never seen bronze, let alone iron. When they saw Athenian soldiers wearing iron armor and holding iron weapons, the Mayans directly regarded the Athenian soldiers as soldiers of gods and showed no resistance in front of the Athenian soldiers. Even if the Mayans saw that the Athenian soldiers were human beings like themselves, they had no idea of resistance. Because the Mayans instinctively knew that the Athenian soldiers had strength that they absolutely could not resist. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Roy strongly agrees with this statement. So Roy did not conquer the Mayans by force and forced the Mayans to work as slaves. Thousands of Athenians came to land and began to use various iron tools to reclaim wasteland, cut down trees, build houses, and dig wells. These strange, novel and powerful tools soon attracted the attention of the Mayans. Seeing that the Athenian soldiers could easily cut down the big tree with a saw and dig a 2-meter deep pit with a shovel, the Mayan tribe leader knelt down in front of Loewi and Philomela excitedly and prayed to Loewi and Philomela. Ra gave them these artifacts. That's right. These Mayans indeed regarded iron tools as artifacts. After all, compared to the stone tools they used, the functions of iron tools were indeed incredible. There is nothing unearned in the world. Looking at the Mayan leader with fanatical eyes, Roy said with a smile, Even gods will not let you get something for nothing. I can let you master these advanced technologies and tools, but you must pay the price. What sacrifice do you want? The Mayan leader said without hesitation. I could offer my daughter or my wife, or even myself, to the great god. I have no interest in your daughter or wife. Roy shook his head and said, The price you need to pay is not a sacrifice, but your labor. As long as you accept the work arranged by the Athens Empire, you can get everything you want. Exchange labor for artifact. To the Mayans, this was no different than giving it away for free. In order to obtain the artifact iron weapon, the Mayans happily joined the construction of the Athenian Empire on the island of Haiti. Seeing the harmonious situation between the Mayans and the Athenians, Roy was confident that the Athenian Empire would assimilate the Mayans. When night falls, The Athenian soldiers also prepared a sumptuous dinner for the Mayans. The Mayan men, women and children all cried when they tasted the delicious food containing spices, sugar, salt and other seasonings. It was their first time to taste such delicious food. And for the Athenians, this was just a normal dinner. The next day, in order to supplement the excessive food consumption, Loui bought some corn and sweet potatoes from the Mayans with salt, sugar and spices. Although corn and sweet potatoes are both high-yielding crops, the Mayan tribe near the port is only a small tribe with a population of thousands. Such a small tribe could only provide a drop in the bucket of food for the Athenian army. Moreover, the Athenian army's hard currency such as salt, sugar, and spices was not unlimited. In order to give the Athenian army unlimited salt to trade with the Mayans, Loui sent 1,000 Athenian soldiers to the island of Cuba and asked them to use the coast of Cuba to dry sea salt. A blink of an eye. The time comes to 1596 BC. April. The Athenian army built a town named Haiti City by Roi in the northern port of Haiti. Because the number of houses in Haiti City was enough to accommodate 20,000 people. Not only Athenian soldiers, but also nearby Mayans entered Haiti City and became residents of Haiti City in the Athenian Empire. The first group of Mayans to be assimilated by the Athenian Empire numbered approximately 5,000 people. About 3,000 Mayans were assimilated in several salt-drying fields on the island of Cuba. The Mayans were assimilated by the Athenians who had mastered advanced civilization and technology, which was a natural result. The most important thing is that Roi is very generous to the Mayans, not only bringing them a better life, but also allowing the Mayans to get rewards beyond imagination for their labor. Without any exaggeration, Roi's kindness to ordinary Mayans can be 10 times better than that of the Mayans' own leader. April is the time to plant corn and sweet potatoes, in order to open up wasteland for farming. Roi built dozens of workshops for smelting iron farm tools in Haiti and Cuba. When Roi lent iron farm tools to the Mayans for free, allowing them to cultivate more farmland and harvest more food, almost all the Mayans on Haiti Island were assimilated by the Athenian Empire, and half of the Mayans on Cuba Island were assimilated by the Athenian Empire. In another world's history, before the arrival of the Spanish, the island of Cuba was inhabited by the Taino, Siboney, and Guanajara Bay people. Their ancestors wandered from the American continent. The Taino mastered pottery and farming. The Guanajara Bay people are relatively backward and are hunter-gatherers who live in caves. The situation is similar on the island of Haiti, where indigenous people capture birds, fish, rodents, and cultivate the land. They use stone axes to clear the fields and wooden shovels to cultivate. The main crops are cassava and sweet potato. This is what people from the Old World saw when they came here around 1500 AD. It is now 3,000 years ago, 1596 BC. And the civilization and technology of the Mayans will only be worse than 3,000 years later. In the process of assimilating the Mayans to the Athenian Empire, there would of course be bloodshed. After all, the Mayan tribal leaders or nobles would certainly not be willing to give up their power and wealth and become commoners. The Athenian Empire would attack the unenlightened leaders and nobles mercilessly. Those leading nobles who had the consciousness to face the force of the Athenian Empire and voluntarily gave up their power and wealth could also receive some compensation. May. The Athenian Empire completed construction and farming on the islands of Haiti and Cuba, and thousands of Mayan men became the labor force of the Athenian Empire. The time was ripe for the Athenian Empire to expand its territory in the New World. Roi's eyes naturally looked towards the Yucatan Peninsula. The Yucatan Peninsula borders the Caribbean Sea to the east, the Gulf of Mexico and the Bay of Campeche to the west, and faces Cuba across the Yucatan Strait to the northeast, covering an area of approximately 200,000 square kilometers. Agriculture is the main source of income here, with crops such as corn and sugarcane. It is one of the birthplaces of ancient Mayan culture. Roi regarded the Mayans as the primary target of conquest. He did not have any interest in the Mayan civilization. He just felt that the Mayans were a group of people who worshipped the earth goddess, and it would be easier for the Athens Empire to assimilate the Mayans. If the Athenian Empire had made the Olmecs, who worshipped Tezcatlipoca, or the Aztecs, who worshipped Huitzilopochtli, their primary targets, their conquest would have been far more difficult than conquering the Mayans. After all, Roi's first request to the Olmecs and Aztecs was for them to abandon the gods they had always worshipped. Chapter 599 I hope you can gather together. The essence of God worship is actually ancestor worship. Human beings believe that they are descendants of gods, so gods will definitely protect them. Wanting a human group to abandon the gods they have worshipped for thousands of years is like asking this human group to abandon their own ancestors, and regard other people's ancestors as their own ancestors. Because of the existence of this problem. If the Athenian Empire wanted to conquer the Olmecs, Aztecs and even the Incas in South America, who worshipped male gods, they would inevitably be resisted by them. But when the Athenian Empire conquered the Mayans, there was no problem of converting them to their beliefs. Because the Earth Goddess worshipped by the Mayans and the Earth Goddess of the Athenian Empire both originated from the ancient Earth Goddess. 1596 BC. June. Loewy personally led an army of 6,000 men on an expedition to the Yucatan Peninsula. When the Athenian fleet crossed the Caribbean Sea and reached the Yucatan Peninsula, the Mayan tribes and villages along the coast did not panic. Because during this time, the Athenian practices in the islands of Haiti and Cuba had spread. Mayans who knew the Athenians knew that the Athenians not only would not harm them, but would also allow them to live a better life. On top of that, the Athenians also worshipped the Earth Goddess. Since the Athenians and the Mayans worshipped the same gods, the Athenians and the Mayans may have had the same ancestors thousands of years ago. Only the leading nobles among the Mayans were dissatisfied with the arrival of the Athenians, because the system implemented by the Athenians will cause them to lose their current status, power and most of their wealth. Perhaps Quetzalcoatl King Ecotel would also be a little dissatisfied. Before the arrival of the Athenians, Quetzalcoatl was undoubtedly the most powerful god in the New World, King Quetzalcoatl. But under the rule of the Athenian Empire, the Quetzalcoatl, would be driven off the throne of the god king and become a subordinate god of Metis and Persephone. Northern Yucatan Peninsula. Puerto Juarez. The first thing the Athenian army did when they landed here was not to conquer the surrounding Mayan tribes and villages, but to establish a port city. Just like Loewy didn't start a war on the islands of Haiti and Cuba. In the Yucatan Peninsula, Loewy also had no intention of starting a war. The Athenian Empire had an advanced civilization, a powerful military, and products that were like artifacts in the eyes of the Mayans. The Athenian Empire was bound to be like a magnet, attracting the Mayans to actively accept the assimilation of the Athenian Empire. Roy has such confidence because the Mayans, whose civilization was backward in the Neolithic age, had not yet entered the city-state era. In the tribal and village life model, the chief nobles have very limited control over ordinary Mayans. The third day after the Athenians landed in Port Juarez, the leader and priest of the Juarez tribe took the initiative to negotiate with Roy. Because during these 3 days, a large number of members of the Juarez tribe came to work for the Athenians, making the leader and priest feel a crisis of rule. Temporary palace in Puerto Juarez. Loewy met with the chiefess and priestess of the Juarez tribe and her 2 sons. In another world, even around 300 AD, the Mayan regime was still a theocracy. 1300 years ago now. The chief nobles of the Maya certainly ruled with divine authority. As a priestess who serves the Quetzalcoatl god Icotel, even though she knew that Loewy was a ruler thousands of times more powerful than herself. The Juarez tribe's female leader and priest still maintained a neither humble nor overbearing attitude when questioning Loewy. Powerful outsider. Why do you want to bewitch the people of Quetzalcoatl? We have given you the coastal territory of the Juarez tribe, and your invasion of the Juarez tribe should be stopped in moderation. If you continue to be greedy, the great feathered serpent will the Snake King can easily destroy your proud soldiers. After hearing what the female leader and priest said, Roy couldn't help but laugh. If Quetzalcoatl can really stop us, Haiti and Cuba will not be ruled by us. Priests who serve Quetzalcoatl. I can tell you bluntly that from the moment I landed on Haiti Island, the north and south of the New World America has become the territory of our Athenian Empire. And all of you are subjects of our Athenian Empire. If you are willing to accept the system of the Athenian Empire, you are Athenians protected by the laws of the Athenian Empire. If you choose to fight against the Athenian empires according to the law, you will also be punished as you deserve. You're crazy. The female leader and priest said with her eyes widened in shock. I heard that you only have 10,000 people. You actually want to conquer the New World with this population. You are wrong. Roy shook his head and said, if I were to use people to rule the New World, let alone 10,000 people, even if there were 1 million people, I would not be able to actually rule the New World. Because the New World is too huge. But I am not using people to rule the New World, but with systems and laws. As long as the indigenous people of the New World accept the systems and laws of the Athenian Empire, they are Athenians worthy of my trust. And the number of Athenians will grow explosively in the New World. Seeing Roy's confident look, The female leader and priest said with some wavering. Our family is a priest who has served Quetzalcoatl for generations. If the Juarez tribe is ruled by you, will you maintain due respect for Quetzalcoatl and us priests? When you talk about respect, do you mean retaining your privileges and wealth? Seeing that the female leader and priest did not deny it, Roy said with a joking smile. Everyone is equal before the laws of the Athenian Empire. Even the priests who serve the gods will not enjoy special privileges. If the Juarez tribe accepts the rule of the Athenian Empire, and your family wants to continue to serve Quetzalcoatl, Athens the empire will provide you with a monthly salary for your work as a priest. Other than that, you will not have any privileges or any additional property. You? The female leader and priest glared at Roy angrily. Then sneered. Now that you're going to take away everything we have now, there's nothing left for us to say. It seems you are planning to start a war with me. Are you going to kill us now? Of course not. Roy shook his head and said. Human nature is selfish. In the Mayan tribes and villages, there must be many people like you who do not want to lose the power and wealth you have now. I just hope that you can gather these people who have the same ideas as you and increase the number of people you can defeat. My chances of winning. The most important thing is that I can kill you all in one war instead of wiping you out one by one. Then as you wish. Proud foreigners. Although you are powerful, when we gather together, the number of our soldiers will far exceed yours. After the female leader and priest finished speaking, she immediately turned and left with her 2 sons. Watching the female leader and priest leave, Roy rolled his eyes and joked. Even if the entire Yucatan Peninsula has a population of millions and allows you to assemble an army of 100,000, it does not mean that you can defeat my Athenian soldiers. The strength gap between Mayan soldiers and Athenian soldiers will make you understand how big your choices are. Madness. Chapter 600 The 4 major tribes of gods in Mayan mythology. Humans do not have the habit of hibernating. Before entering the agricultural era, winter was undoubtedly the biggest challenge to human survival. Whether it is the severe cold in winter or the lack of food, a large number of human deaths will occur. Therefore, in order to survive, human migration has always been from the cold north to the warm south. It was not until the agricultural era, when food could be stored, that humans began to actively migrate to the north. Under this survival model, most of the indigenous peoples of the New World lived in the warm climate of Central America. The Yucatan Peninsula in Central America is the main area where the Maya lived. There are millions of Mayans living on this peninsula, with an area of about 200,000 square kilometers. Although the Mayans at this time were still stuck in the tribal mode and village mode, among these large and small tribes and villages, there were also some ancient and powerful large tribes and large villages with a population of tens of thousands. The Uxmal tribe in the north, the Chicana tribe in the center, and the Palenque tribe in the south are the 3 most powerful tribes in the Yucatan Peninsula. The Palenque tribe worships the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel as its patron saint. The Chicana tribe worships the rain god Tlaloc as its patron saint. And the Uxmal tribe worships the water god Chalchutrique as its patron saint. Tlaloc, the rain god, and Chalchutrique, the water god, are both sisters and doppelgangers of Quetzalcoatl. The Quetzalcoatl. When the people who worship the earth goddess came to the New World, they worshipped only one goddess at first. As the number of the Mayans increased, they were divided into more and more tribes. In order to meet the needs of different tribes, the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel himself also divided. The Mayan mythology of another world has 4 intricate groups of gods. The maize god tribe is the oldest tribe of gods in Mayan mythology. It is headed by the corn god Yumcax. The 4 gods of heaven, earth, water, and fire live in 4 directions. And there is also a hunting god who looks like a cheetah. The worship of the maize god tribe reflects the ancient and primitive worship. It also reflects how important corn was to the Mayans as a food crop. The reign of the maize gods corresponds to the first sun period listed in Aztec mythology. Among the 4 gods of heaven, earth, water and fire, the earth god and water god are obviously the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel, who has 2 forms of the earth goddess and the sea goddess. The god of heaven and fire is obviously Tezcatlipoca, the sun god and thunder god of the first solar age. Because Tezcatlipoca has the form of a jaguar, the god of the hunt, who looks like a cheetah, is obviously Tezcatlipoca. The Comempus Protos is the second Protos to appear after the maize Protos. It is headed by Komu Comempus, and its right-hand man is Skell, the god of wisdom, and Rao, the god of anger. Compared with the maize god clan, which advocates the nature of heaven and earth. The appearance of the Kemempus god clan has significantly increased the power and majesty of the gods. Rather than deities symbolizing the power of nature, the Kememps are more like deified ancestor gods. The beast god clan is the king of gods who enthrones various animals as gods. Among them, the eagle god rules the sky and becomes the king of beast gods. The bear god rules over the earth, while the fish god rules over the rivers. The beast god clan obviously worships animals. It is worth mentioning that neither the Kememps, who worship ancestors, nor the beasts, who worship animals, are the mainstream of Mayan mythology. Therefore, the maize god clan, dominated by Tezcatlipoca, the god of thunder, and Ixotel, the Quetzalcoatl god, were not replaced by the Kemempus god clan and the beast god clan. In the late Mayan period, the maize god tribe was replaced by the Itasumna tribe, but the corn god Yum-Cax was still revered by the Mayan people. The Itasumna clan appeared during the heyday of the development of Mayan mythology. They mainly include the god of creation, the god of heaven, and the god of corn. They are also known as the Mayan Nine Gods. They respectively represent the ancient Maya's reverence for the 9 natural elements. The 9 gods are good and evil, and all have powerful power. The god Itzumna is depicted in the manuscripts as an old man with white beard and great wisdom. The rain god Chak dominates rain. Since rain is inseparable from agriculture, Chak is also called the guardian of agriculture. The cloud god Yum-Cax often works together with the rain god Chak to bring harvest to people. Istab, the god of war, is also known as the way leader because the ancient Mayans regarded death as the road to heaven. The god of death, Puch, likes to appear together with the god of war. The god of war is responsible for taking people's lives, and the god of death is responsible for leading them to the world of death. The worshipper of Kokata is depicted as a cruel image with a torch in one hand lighting the house and a spear in the other hand destroying the enemy. Saman Ek, the god of the North Star, is also known as the business travel guide because the North Star remains in the same position throughout his life. Queen Iskal is the wife of Itzumna. She has 2 faces, strong and soft. She is responsible for protecting women and newborns. The wind god Ixotel, the almost dominant Quetzalcoatl god in the late Mayan mythology, appears as a wind god and is rarely mentioned in various manuscripts. Among the oldest corn gods, the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel occupies an important position. In the myths fabricated by the Aztecs 3,000 years later, the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel and her sisters, the rain god Tlaloc and the water god Chalchutriqui, were also regarded as among the gods of the Second Sun period. King, the king of gods in the Third Sun Age, and the king of gods in the Fourth Sun Age. In the system of the Mayan 9 gods, the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel does not occupy a major position, probably because the Mayans were conquered by foreign invaders who worshipped the male god. After all, the Mayans, who worshipped the goddess, had no reason to regard a male god as the creator god and king of the gods. In Aztec mythology, the reigns of Quetzalcoatl, the rain god Tlaloc, and the water god Chalchutriqui were all destroyed by the thunder god Tezcatlipoca. Perhaps the Mayan Ennead period when Itasumna ruled was the period when Tezcatlipoca ruled the Mayans in Aztec mythology. It was precisely because the Olmecs, who worshipped Tezcatlipoca, created the rain god Chak as a male god that the Mayan rain god Tlaloc became a male god. The creation myth of the Mayans can also prove that the Mayan myths are not just the myths of the Mayans who worship the earth goddess. Because in Mayan mythology, there are 4 different creation myths. The Mayans who worshipped the earth goddess naturally believed that the earth goddess used clay to create humans. Clay men are also the first generation of humans in Mayan mythology. The second generation of humans in Mayan mythology is the wood man. The wooden man is obviously a human creation myth derived from plant worship. The third generation of humans in Mayan mythology is the Xinmu people. The fourth generation of humans in Mayan mythology directly became corn people. The myth of the creation of man from corn reflects the worship of plants. The worship of the corn god replaced Quetzalcoatl in some aspects. But the dominance of Quetzalcoatl was not shaken. Because Quetzalcoatl is not only the goddess of the earth, but also the goddess of the ocean, water, wind, war, death, and life. Among the 9 gods of the Maya, the war god Istab, the goddess Iskal, and the wind god Ixotel are all obviously the Quetzalcoatl god Ixotel. In order to weaken the authority of Quetzalcoatl, the powerful godhead of Quetzalcoatl can only be divided into 3.